Welcome, everyone. I didn't realize it was going to go live when I did that. The new Zoom apparently is very finicky. We will be getting started here in a little bit. But in the meantime, sit tight.
What's wrong?
He told me with the bottle, then he saw it in my hat.
Oh no. Well, don't stay close to people that hurt you.
Daddy?
Want some toast?
Yeah, no, that was funny. Wes had a hot mic there for a minute. Welcome, welcome everybody. I hope everybody's having a good morning. Let me say hi real quick. Wes Engine is here this morning. Oh, wrong one. Shit, there we go. There we go. That's better.
Let's see how you got that out.
All right, everybody. How is it? Are we good now? Everything gravy? Welcome to the third annual virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference. We have a really cool lineup for you guys this year and a bunch of other cool things that we're going to have for surprises and stuff for you guys here at the end of the day. I'm really excited to hang out with you guys. I've been up for a long time. It's 11 p.m. and I'm going to be up until 11 a.m. tomorrow. So definitely going to be a fun stream. Oh, we have Wes and rave mode there. Good morning, everybody. I'm definitely looking forward to a wonderful conference this year and educating all of you guys for the next 12 hours. So. And then thanks, Wes, as well, for helping us on the back end, making sure that we have a backup connection in case anything happens with the show. It'll all be taken care of.
You bet, bro. Not a problem. Excited to hear all the speakers today. Gonna be a good show.
Yeah. With that, we'll get started. Hope everyone is nice and comfortable. All right. As soon as I get my mouse onto the right screen, there we go. If you guys haven't checked out the previous years, you can check out both the first and second years of the conference on YouTube. It's also available on Ponics or Growing with Fishes on whatever podcast platform that you enjoy listening to in audio format. All of the recordings this weekend will be chopped out into 1 hour talks and re-uploaded in audio format as well. So if you enjoy listening to them, they will be available both in video and in audio formats. We also will have everything available on Rumble as well. So if God forbid something happened to the YouTube channel, you can find all of the content from this podcast available on Rumble. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I have a new setup here and having a bit of a time coordinating everything. Whoa, what is Micah? What is going on here? There we go. Okay, everything's good. There's just a bit of a time delay on this. All right, I'm just making sure everything is going smoothly. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. Lots to juggle this morning. It's like some weird screen sharing error. Oh, there we go. This will work. Okay, I can make this work. All right, sorry about this, guys. Again, Zoom has been weird this morning. We've had a whole bunch of technical issues, but I think we got everything sorted. So today I'm going to talk about a bunch of advanced natural farming techniques that I've been working on. All the stuff, well, a large percentage of the stuff that we're going to talk about today was thanks to Chris Trump. We're going to kind of talk a little bit more in depth about IPMO, as well as super labs, plant labs, and how to better utilize mineralization in terms of isolating different plant and new mineral groups, and how to utilize things like open nutrient project and some of the other things that we've built as far as tools to make it easier for you to dial in nutrients in your grow at home. And I want to kind of teach you guys a couple of things that maybe will change the way you think about some of the different KNF inputs, and then also share with you guys a couple of the cool experimental stuff that we're working on, and kind of give you guys some how-tos on how you guys can experiment with some of that stuff at home. So the main point that we're going to talk about today is kind of how do you increase competitive exclusion in your garden, right? So I think a lot of times people don't really think about competitive exclusion in a way of protecting the garden, or it's like treating something or as a remedy and not so much as a preventative. And it's something that I think that people often need to kind of focus on more. I can't say this how many times, over and over again, but IMO, your indigenous microorganisms from KNF, is the best thing you can put in your garden. It helps the plants defend themselves. It helps eliminate a lot of those pathogens and bad fungi in the system, and also can really help with mineralization and things like aquaponics. You can pour that directly into your MBBRs. You can pour that directly into your system, and it helps with the mineralization and breaking down that fish waste and adding those microbials that you don't traditionally have in that food web, in aquaponics, or ones that are just missing because you don't have a fully natural environment that has all the different things to process things like phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, and other things. So definitely something that you should check out. For those of you who don't know who I am, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Stephen Raisner. I'm the organizer of this conference. I'm also the owner and operator of Ponics. I have a whole consulting business. I'm currently living in Thailand. We have a large operation that we're setting up here. We have 4 very large greenhouses that'll all be set up as flowering aquaponic facilities using a SIPS type system. It's kind of a hybrid living soil aquaponics facility. You can check out more about that on my YouTube channel over on Ponics. We have a ton of video content on there, or on my Instagram. We also have a podcast called Growing with Fishes. We'll talk about that later. But I guess that's the quick and dirty of who I am. If you want to know more, check out more of the content on whatever platform that you're listening to or viewing this on. I have hundreds of other hours up if you're into educational content. All right. So think about your microbes the same way you think about Mulder's chart, right? You need to have everything in the right ratios, and you don't want to have anything over dominant. I think a lot of times people kind of go crazy with trichoderma and lactobacillus and don't realize that they're creating an imbalance in their system, be it aquaponics or with soil systems. In aquaponics, it's a little less of a disaster when it comes to over domination, but in soil systems, it can definitely be a huge problem if you have way too much of one or the other. So think about them and the different soil groups the same way that you think about Mulder's chart, and I think you'll have a much better outcome and a better view about how you have to go about managing your microbials. I think it's something that, again, isn't kind of emphasized enough. People kind of talk about it in a different way, and I think it's an easy translation if you're used to understanding how Mulder's chart works. So one of the other things that we've had a lot of good luck with the last couple of years is blending different strains of the same microbial controls. So for instance, blending Bioseries with Velifer and Botanigard, or blending Velifer and Botanigard. Both of them are very Bassiana strains, but when you blend them and brew them for 12 hours before application, you can actually create some hybrid strains that have a little bit better virulence. We've noticed a much better infection rate for things like leaf hoppers, and some of the other harder to treat insects by blending some of the different strains of Eisaria fumiceraceae, as well as Bavaria bassiana, and mixing those together. Not so much the Eisaria with the Bavaria, but mixing the different strains of the same species in order to get a more virulent, in a particular infection rate. And this came into play when we were in Georgia. We had a bunch of leaf hoppers that were kind of immune to everything. And as soon as we started doing some of the blends, the different Variabacianas, boom, immediately started getting, really good results with infections on those leaf hoppers. So definitely something to think about, and something that can kind of give you an additional weapon in your toolbox when it comes to your IPM. You already have a couple of these products. You can kind of add if you have 3 of these, well, you can run all 3 individually. Then you can do a blend of them as your 4th in your rotation as like an extra, IPM to your regimen. One of the other cool things that you're starting to see, and I don't know if this is hitting this stuff in the US, but here in Thailand, we can actually buy Metarhizium mixed with Bavaria bassiana. And that gives us a really wide ranging pest control option. And I know there's more and more of these different blended products starting to come out on the market. And it's also another great way to get a better efficacy out of your biocontrols. Just be mindful that stuff like this, especially this particular product, will leave a little bit of a residue on the leaf. And if you don't know what you're looking at, you can think you're looking at powdery mildew. I know I certainly thought it was the first day after application, and then I realized it was just the little water droplets from that. And the next day when we had a good mist come through, all of it was gone. So yeah, definitely a good product. And I will say Iceria fumus eraceae is like completely impossible to find here in Thailand. I don't know why, but it definitely is hard to come by here. All right, so why would you use natural farming in your facility? Well, natural farming can lower your costs. It can greatly reduce fungal infections. I can't even imagine trying to grow here in Thailand with the high humidity and running aquaponics in high humidity without having properly designed greenhouses and airflow, but also having that good regimen of microbiology on the leaf surface. When we apply liquid IMO and things like labs and other biocontrols, Bacillus pumilus, Bacillus subtilis, Bavaria bassiana, et cetera, all of these things can survive on the leaf for quite a while and help defend the plant from things like insects or molds. Without using that and trying to fall back to some of the old traditional methods with spraying chemicals and all sorts of stuff, it's simply not going to work in a place that's as humid as here. If you have that natural defense force ready to help defend your plant at all times, that's what's going to get you the best results, especially in more extreme climates and more harder to manage climates. You can also treat a wide range of things that are really hard to treat. Things like septoria and other things can be reversed pretty quickly with treatments of lactobacillus and IMO. It's another great example of one that there isn't really a great go-to in the traditional treatment market, whereas with things like natural farming, you can crush it pretty easily. Mineralization and aquaponics, adding IMO to your mineralization tanks and your brew tanks and your compost tea tanks, all that kind of stuff, dramatically increases the mineralization rate, sometimes as much as 80% in some minerals in terms of total bioavailable ppm. So it really allows for you to get a lot more mineralization out of that same fish waste that you're already generating. So you can make the most of it and reduce the amount of supplementation that you do need to use in your system. You can also blend, small amounts of supplements depending on what it is to make them hyper bioavailable, which is another thing that you can do. As long as you don't make those mixes too hot, you won't burn those microbes. You can help, we talked about increased plant resistance and mineralization, as well as adding missing things. So yeah, adding in some of those missing mineralization microbes in the aquatic food web is another important point to things like IMO. So one of the topics we're going to talk about today is what is indigenous predatory microorganisms? So indigenous predatory microorganisms is a method that was introduced to me by Chris Trump. Chris Trump's a really good friend of mine. Thank you so much for Chris. He's helped kind of refine this as well. I know I've been working on it and he's kind of had some insightful things. We're going to talk about some cool things that I've kind of stumbled upon here in Thailand, working with this method and trying to adapt it to the climate here. And then I worked with this again in Africa and in Zimbabwe, as well as Oklahoma. So IPMO is similar to IMO. The only difference is that we're going to replace 30% of the rice from an IMO collection with crickets or lobsters or crabs or any other type of chitinase or chitin heavy material, right? So, but the ideal thing is locally collected insects. If you can get, you know, a little black light or a little lamp with a little bucket of water underneath of it to collect those bugs and dry them out, use them. Or here in Thailand, we can just go buy crickets at the market. You can go to your pet store and buy crickets at your pet shop and do the same thing. But the idea is to try ideally to get locally collected insects or even insects, pests from your garden. I know when I was working in Georgia, we had a bunch of Japanese beetles, and they were able to do some collections with that worked very well, and take the Japanese beetles off of the plants that were starting to get mold, and then immediately use them for IMO collections. So, but basically the idea is that you're going to allow those same indigenous microorganisms to be collected onto your rice, but you're also collecting the ones that also prey upon those insects and exoskeletons and feed on the chitinase and those insects themselves. So you can kind of help gather the local fungi that will attack those insects in your local area. So you're not spraying anything that's not already there, not spraying anything that's foreign, you're not spraying anything that's not supposed to be there. You can kind of collect the local biology that naturally will kill these insects, concentrate it and weaponize it, and then use it back against the local insects in your population. Now, this helped me a lot when I was in Africa. When COVID broke out, they sealed the borders of Zimbabwe. So we couldn't import anything. So we kind of had to figure out how to deal with the grasshoppers. We had a lot of grasshoppers, like large grasshoppers in Zimbabwe. And I talked to Chris, and he's like, well, hey, we had this work really well for weevils and beetles. You know, why don't you give it a try for, you know, the for your grasshoppers? So we tried it. You know, we basically had a couple of the local kids collect a bunch of the grasshoppers and crickets and other bugs. We used that instead of the, you know, purchased ones like we do here in Thailand. I'll put that out, and then that really helped dramatically reduce the population to where we were only able to find a few per acre after about 2 weeks of application. So it knocked them down completely, and it also wasn't anything that, like, I don't have to worry about the kids running through the fields or the dogs or the runoff or anything like that. You can feel good about, you know, utilizing this type of pest control. So it does work really good against grasshoppers, beetles, weevils, leafhoppers, scale, wasps, bees. Just be careful, it will kill bees. We did manage to do that on one of the test runs that we did. So be mindful that if it's a plant that is being heavily pollinated, you might not want to use the IPMO on that one and maybe go with a different product. But this can work really well. It doesn't work particularly well on mites, but I am working on a couple of test methods for that. We don't have any mite problems, but pretty much everyone else in Thailand has spider mite issues. So we have plenty of guinea pigs that we can experiment with when it comes to testing some of these new ideas that we're working on. But we definitely have some ideas on some cool new stuff that we'll be sharing later this year when it comes down that path. But yeah. So this is your main, you know, ingredients here. So you're doing regular IMO collection. You're just replacing about 30% of the rice mass. So if I was doing a kilo of rice, I would replace 300 grams of that rice with 300 grams of crickets, or, you know, lobster, or crab meal, or you know, anything else that's chitinase containing, ideally. But you know, crickets, or, you know, whatever you can get your hands on. Insect frass is another one that you can utilize. So whatever is convenient for you and your local reach. And then you're going to, again, put that out, do your regular collection. Then you're going to cut that 50% with sugar so you can stabilize it, and then you can go ahead and brew that. So you can see here's the results of a little grub there that was a caterpillar that was feeding on the plants and got completely engulfed. So this is what we do here in Thailand. We go buy a couple kilos of crickets. People actually eat those as a, you know, something to munch on here. They're not that bad. I like the silkworms better than the crickets, but the crickets aren't too bad. Kind of nutty flavored. But you take those, you mix them with your rice. This is all cooked rice with crickets. So you're going to take the rice and the crickets, mix it together. Then you're going to cook it the same way as you would as IMO till it's al dente, as Chris would say, or 80–85% finished, still but a little bit firmness, a little bit of firmness to the rice. Then you can take that and put it in your collection box, put it out, and collect the fungi on that collection. You're going to put the rice into your basket. Now, here in Thailand, we found that the baskets that are more open like that work much better. They're also like 75 cents each. So we found that the collections with those tend to be much less trichoderma dominant. We're just getting much better results with this. So that's the direction we're going now. And then we just go ahead and cut a little piece of screen. And we put zip ties on that to work like a little hinge. And then we also go ahead and take a couple pieces of one of the other differences, I guess, from the other methodologies, and something that Chris mentioned trying, and we've had a lot better luck with this too, in terms of sometimes when it's a little bit drier, we tend to get more trichoderma collections with the IMO. And to kind of get around that problem, we're actually taking and looking around and trying to collect some of the different fungi and mycelium, sticking it right on top of the, just dropping it in underneath the screen directly on top of the rice, so it can colonize it a little bit quicker and help, reduce some of the trichoderma stuff, especially when it's a little wetter and then dry right afterwards. It seems like there's a bit of like an airborne bloom of the trichoderma that seems to cause a little bit more. You also want to make sure you cover it from the rain, as you can see here in the picture. We just use like a little trash bag and a couple pieces of bamboo or whatever, just to keep it up. So this is what it'll look like when you get a good collection. As you can see, there's a couple leaves and sticks that we threw on top that had fungi on it. You can see everything's completely, engulfed. This will come out like a cake, right? It'll be one piece. It shouldn't be crumbly or anything like that. And then inside, you can see here the fungi that's feeding on the insects. You can see this one's hollowed out the whole thing on the inside, but the one that's feeding more on the insect, you can see is that more darker yellow fungi. So your colors will be a little bit more varied. It won't be just that all bright white with the insect collections. You'll have a little bit more yellow and a little bit more, orange and things like that. But you shouldn't have lots of greens, just like you would for regular IMO collections. You don't want it overly green dominant because that's trichoderma. Now, if you have a major root fungal problem, you can actually isolate and collect the trichoderma, put that on some more rice, which I also have a video on my YouTube channel, and then actually just propagate the trichoderma to treat like root fungal outbreaks or something like that, which works really well. But you don't want to, in general, use that for your IMO. So next up, we're going to take that IMO chunks, break them down. As you can see here, again, like we were talking about, it should be a thick fungal cake. It shouldn't be crumbly. It shouldn't be overly wet. It shouldn't smell bad. It should, the insect ones don't always smell the best, but it shouldn't smell rotten or like a fermented cricket or insect or anything like that. Then you're going to mix that all, weigh it, and mix it again 50% with sugar. And then go ahead and put an additional sugar cap on it, because we've noticed, especially with the IPMO, it tends to kind of rise a little bit at first, and then it'll kind of drop back down. And if you have that sugar layer on top, it keeps that oxygen cap on there. So it seems to work a little bit better by doing it with that method, particularly with the IPMO. And again, I have a whole 20-minute video just on this, where we go step by step through on my YouTube channel if you want to learn more about it. If you want to know the SOPs for it, I thought I'd throw that on here. I'm not going to sit here and read through this all for you guys, but you guys can go back to this video and use it as a reference for yourselves, so that you can go ahead and make it for yourself. And then if you want to do the IPMO 3 and 4, you can check the version out on here as well. Again, just want to kind of get this out so that everybody can kind of get the word out on it. I think it's a cool new method that can work anywhere in the world. I've used it all over the place, everywhere from Africa to Zimbabwe to now Thailand. And yeah, it's great. So check it out. Again, it's too much to read through. All right, so yes, last part. I thought there was only 2 parts, there's 3. But you can just do the quick and dirty, so that if you just are in a rush, you have bugs, need to treat them right now, this version works, pretty well. This is the version that we use the most. It's just a quick and dirty IMO 2 version. But if you do want to take it to an IMO 3 or 4, we do have all of those instructions available here in the presentation. One word of caution, don't spray bees. This is what happens when you spray the bees. Don't do that. Don't do what I did.
Jumbi spray.
Bad juju for the bees. So with liquid IMO, one thing I wanted to mention is the liquid IPMO is you want to go about a cup. You can go a little heavy if you want to go over cup per 4 gallons, 4.5 gallons, and then brew that up in your bucket. You can also use IPMO 3 or 4, which we have instructions for in the previous couple of slides. 1 tablespoon of humic acid, and then also make sure you do an extra cup of vermicompost as well. Chris turned me on to that recently, and it seems to work a little bit better. Also under the microscope, it definitely is more biodiverse. So definitely something to think about when you're doing your IPMO additions, just to get that little extra diversity. I do see there's a couple questions in chat. We'll get to that at the end of the presentation. All right, so the experimental version that I've been working on here in Thailand is, and this came from, I was looking at my beta. I have a beta sits on my desk. She's super cool. She's a koi beta. I found it at the street market the other day. Anyways, I feed her ants. So sometimes the ants get into the dog food or whatever outside. So I'll just go and scoop a bunch of them up into a cup, throw them in the freezer, and then feed them to her just to give her a treat. And some of the ants fell down to the bottom and got moldy. So I thought, I wonder if that's like any kind of effective towards, if that solely is just to break them down, if it's a saprophytic fungi, or if there's any more to it. So took some of that, look under the microscope, looked pretty interesting. So took a regular jar and just made a bunch of it, and it just with a bunch of ants and just regular old, distilled water we got here. Dechlorinated water can also work. And then threw them in there and just let them, grow the fungi on them after 3 or 4 days. Threw an air stone in it for about an hour just to stir it all up to get the fungi all broken up into little chunks. Put that into a spray bottle and then sprayed a couple of beetles, a couple of grasshoppers, a couple of ants that we have in little, mason jars basically, but enough, as little plants and stuff in there to keep them alive long enough to test them. And it seems to work really well against the ants and the beetles so far. It hasn't touched the grasshoppers, which is interesting, but it's something else to try. So if you want something else to experiment with, you want a new idea to try out, it's not very difficult. It's very low tech and very easy to do as long as you can collect some local insects in your area. And again, this is something you'd have to actually collect your live local insects. You wouldn't want to do this from this version, I don't think, from frass or anything like that. I think you really do want to get the actual insect collection. So definitely something else to try. And again, early test results come back with ants and beetles being affected. But again, we're going to keep tinkering with this and trial some more stuff here. And we have a bunch of stuff we're going to do with the IPMO as far as trialing it on rice fields this year, and some other cool stuff here in Thailand. So we're not just focused on cannabis when it comes to developing some of the stuff. We're also looking at helping some of the local farmers and also test bedding it directly against traditional pesticides, which, hey, if we can prove that it works just as good, that'd be pretty game changing for a lot of things. So it's definitely something I'm really excited to work on this year. If you want this, there's the protocol for that. You can check that out, screenshot it, whatever you want to do. Just make sure if you reuse it for anything, just give proper credit for that one. Make sure you give Chris credit too if you're talking about IPMO. It's kind of his invention. He had weevils get into one of his IMO 3 batches, and they grew like little popcorn balls. And sorry, the dogs are singing. They grew into little popcorn balls, and that ended up being able to those little popcorn balls turned into being little fungi, similar like Bavaria bassiana or something like that. So he was able to realize that that was going on, and then kind of, develop that from there. So shout out to Chris Trump for that and all of the awesome education. And he's actually be on the conference tomorrow. So other IMO ideas to try. So someone recommended to me earlier this year, and we've been kind of tinkering this a couple of times with using things like coconut water for your rice instead of regular water for cooking the rice, to infuse it with more amino acids and other things to help get better collections from your IMO. Definitely something interesting to try. You can also try adding things like kelp or humic acid or powdered aloe. Things like that can also help increase some of the diversity from your collections. Plant ferments as well. So you can also take your liquid IMO and then basically do like a jadam kind of FPJ kind of thing. Basically, you take liquid IMO and you add a bunch of plant material to it. I have a different presentation on this, which I don't know. We do have slides on this later on. Sorry. I had to make 3 different slides decks this week, so it's been a fun week. Regardless, the plant ferments you want to take and you're basically just creating a concentrate. So once you melt those plants in the liquid IMO, you're continually adding more and more and more. It works particularly good with bananas, banana trees, squash, anything that's larger, vinier, has a lot of that tissue. It works really, really well with in terms of potassium levels and other things. So definitely another great idea to try, and it can add another tool to your mineralization toolbox when it comes to organic inputs. And then aquatic IMOs, which we've talked about last year in the presentation on this conference. Super Labs. This is one of my favorite products, and this can really help accelerate plant growth and also help you recover from like damage from insects or weather or whatever else. And this is basically taking labs and then putting spirulina and kelp into it in order to utilize the lactobacillus to break down those and isolate the hormones and valuable compounds like phycocyanin and other important plant growth compounds. As you can see here, when you do it properly, it is a brilliant blue. Yeah, you'll know immediately if you get it right because the color. But basically, you're going to take this, skim off the curds or the cheese off the top, and then below that will be a thinner blue layer, a neon blue layer. That's your Super Labs. That's the concentrate that you want to utilize as a foliar spray or a root drench in order to help heal damaged plants, repair plants that have been heavily damaged by insects, or even plants that haven't been watered. I know we used it on peppers that hadn't been watered in quite a few weeks, and they had new branches coming into every dead leaf node, and the plant was so dead the leaves were like paper off of this little pepper plant that hadn't been watered in 3 weeks. So it does really amazing things when it comes to not only accelerating growth rate as an organic PGR that you can make at home, but also healing plants when you have a catastrophe. Here's the recipe for that. If you want to utilize that at home, give it a whirl. Again, it's too long to read through, just like the others, but you guys have it now if you want to play with it. So Plant Labs. So just like we talked about with the spirulina, you can actually utilize lactobacillus in a similar manner to things like FPJ to isolate the different nutrients from plant material. So one of the ones that I like a lot is doing things like stinging nettle or horsetail, which are both super high in silica. Stinging nettle is also really high in things like manganese and molybdenum and other trace minerals, copper, zinc. Just be mindful, it also can be, both of those can be high in things like heavy metals. So just be careful that you're getting them from clean and good sources when you are growing them, and utilize them as compost or liquid fermentation for your garden. There's lots of great products out now based on comfrey and purslane and cannabis and all types of things. You can also, grow all those. Beets and radishes are another great one. The leftover parts of that that you don't eat from those, it can be a great, again, another great ferment. If you have an area that has a lot of really, hard soil, you can grow lots of beets and things like that, bust up the soil and then ferment them and put that nutrients right back into the soil as well. So it can be a great way to recycle all that stuff in a way that kind of gives you another tool in your KNF toolbox in terms of breaking things down. And if you want the recipe for that and some ideas on that, and again, feel free to modify and change any of this. If this isn't working for you, you need to change a ratio or something, then go for it. I think KNF oftentimes is taught as this rigid structure, and to me, it's like a machine where I put plant material in on this side, and then I get nutrients and fertilizer out the other side, and microbial mixes or whatever else. So you're tinkering with it and playing with it and changing it up. I also like adding kefir grains to my lactobacillus and things like that as well. So definitely a different direction that you can go in if you're looking to diversify your KNF inputs. All right. Sorry about that. I need a drink there. So fermented plant IMO. So this is what I was talking about before. This was developed by a gentleman that I'm hopefully going to get a chance to visit here in the next couple of months, named Quoc Con Pham in Vietnam, who's a hop, skip, and a jump from where I am right now. He basically came up with this method, and basically he noticed that when he takes plant material and puts it in a ratio of 1 to 20, so 20 parts liquid IMO to 1 part plant material, to as high as 5 to 20 ratio plant material to liquid IMO in a giant barrel, and then every month or so added more and more and more plant material. After 90 days, there was a significant increase in potassium, calcium, and iron levels, and they were able to get total ppm levels in those nutrients that were completely organic from just liquid fermentation, that were as high as the same stuff that's available from like hydroponic nutrients or store-bought liquid nutrients. So this can again offer another solution that's hyper concentrated, so that you can have those quick reaction solutions. It's kind of like a weird hybrid of Jadam and KNF, but it certainly works well. We're working on that right now with bananas and cannabis, doing liquid IMO fermentations and regular FPJs. Again, we have currently over 4,000 plants, so we have tons and tons and tons of leaves every day that we have to work with, to play with and ferment and things like that. So we're going to be utilizing all of that to put nutrients back into our plants and back into our systems. And here's the recipe for that. You can give that a whirl. Definitely check it out. And again, a big thank you to Quoc Con Pham for that one. He's currently working on shrimp and prawns, I think, right now in Vietnam. I know he's working on some cool stuff with that. For nutrient testing, so if you want to test your different inputs for your liquid Jadams, fertilizers, whatever else, Hanna is a great one, because Hanna has lots of non-color based systems. So if you have color blindness or partial color blindness, which is a large percentage of the population, Hanna has really good tester units for that have digital number readouts. Aquarium Pharmaceuticals has pretty cheap options. Lamotte has lots and lots and lots of different tests that are high quality. And you can find all these different things over at aptestkit.com. And as a link over to the page over at opennutrient.com, as well as the Excel sheet if you want to download that for offline use, that has all the different nutrient ranges and all the different things. But you can utilize all these different liquid test kits to test all of your FPJs, your ferments, your lactobacillus stuff, so that you actually have an idea of what your nutrient ratios are in your own, what you're creating, right? I know, people are very skilled and adept at creating these different inputs. I know so many wonderful people that listen to the show every week are always telling me about new things that they're working on. Well, a lot, very few of them have had a chance to quantify the nutrients on them. And I think that if we can just get the info out on how to do this cheaply, I think we can start to get people to kind of crowdsource the solutions to a lot of this stuff, and we can start to understand a lot more of what the nutrient side of a lot of these inputs are. Because too much, I think people kind of are averse to talking about the nutrient ranges with, especially the natural farming stuff. So one of the main reasons I want to mention this is we've seen certain farms with up to 4x the legal limit of heavy metals, mainly for arsenic, in certain aquaponic systems where they just had someone that was a little too focused on the organic side and not on the chemistry side. And this is definitely something that people need to think about. And this is the type of thing that happens when you utilize things like kelp plus iron as your only iron input, and you're dosing that heavily every week. You're going to end up completely overdosing your arsenic. Now, the main thing that we've seen with the arsenic is it seems almost always to be with extremely heavy overdosing of kelp extracts or rock phosphate. If you go completely insane with your dosing and totally overboard, you can absolutely fail for arsenic. But you can do the same thing in soil too. I know soil people that have also failed for arsenic for overdoing it with kelp. So just a word of caution with something that we have seen with some of my clients. That we took over from other people in Oklahoma was, that was the reason why we took them over. So you can check that out and, just kind of a word of caution on that. So if you want a good database on how to find nutrient values for the plants in your local home, the local area, you can check that out here at, Duke's database over at the Phytochem and ethnobotanical databases. Lots of great info on there. But if you want to find out all the different nutrients for specific groups, like all the potassium ones that are the best, all this by average nutrient content, we've actually taken it and broken down a lot of that data over at opennutrientproject.com. I've put together a huge database of that, but not only Duke's database, but many other sources that you can find right there on the webpage. Each single link has a link directly back to either the original database or the link directly back to the page that it came from. So you can find all the source material if you think anything is inaccurate or anything like that. So check it out. It's basically to try and make that a lot simpler to navigate and a lot easier for people to utilize and use on their own, and be able to kind of, again, better understand the nutrient values of these ferments and composts and teas. By making an open source database like this, it doesn't matter if you're a compost person or you're an aquaponics person or you're a Jadam person or a KNF person. This is valuable information regardless of what you're doing for any of those in a format that's a little easier to quickly digest if you don't have a really deep background on this. So definitely something to check out. And this is available for free at opennutrientproject.com. or potentponics.com. Just click on Open Nutrient Project. We also have there we go. We also have the testing databases available on there as well, with all the different liquid test kits. We also are adding soil test kits on there as well. We're adding more and more of those all the time, as well as commercial resources and links for how to find commercial testing. If you're looking for product testing, Oregon's Department of Agriculture product database can be found at the link there. And then Cannabis Horticultural Association resource page also has a ton of great info on, chemical analysis of different inputs and different things. So definitely a great way for you to, better understand what's in the products that you're utilizing in your garden. Another thing too for testing, if you're looking for virus testing and other disease testing, agdia.com is really good, as well as Medicinal Genomics. Kevin Mckernan will actually be speaking on viruses later today, so definitely check him out. But both of those are great resources if you're looking to find out what's going on in your garden. And then you can find out more on me from the Growing with Fishes podcast. We have over 800 hours of educational content. We're available on all the different platforms: Spotify, YouTube, Google Podcast, iTunes, Amazon Music, SoundCloud, all the things. And we have an amazing back catalog of interviews from people from all over the planet. So definitely check that out. We have the Aquaponic Cannabis class, which you guys can check out as well. Marty and I co-founded the Growing with Fishes podcast, as well as this conference. Marty will be with us a little later today. He's currently tending the munchkins, but he will be with us later this afternoon. You can check that out at apmjclass.com or aquaponic-cannabis.teachable.com. You can use coupon code AP23 and save $75 off the class if you're watching this. And so check that out. We do add new content to that. Any of the classes that I have through any of my platforms, we add new content to that every few months. We have a ton of new KNF content, especially around pest management for in high humidity climates like Thailand going up in this next month or two. So definitely check it out. It's kind of an ever growing database. Check that out. Add new content to that. Any of the classes that I have for any of my platforms, we add new content to that every few months. We have a ton of. Thank you. All right. And you guys can find me at Ponics on YouTube, SoundCloud, iTunes, all the things. There's my email. There's the pest class, the nutrient class, all the other things. And we also have a wonderful Facebook group, Aquaponic Cannabis Growers. So check that out if you aren't available or aware of that already. And yeah, we'll take the last 10 minutes to answer questions. Yeah, thanks everybody. This was, sorry, a little discombobulated today with all the technical issues this morning, but I think everything is on the right track now. What questions do we have here in chat? Oh, let me go back through here. Sorry about that. Oh, do you have it in a list?
Go to the go to the meeting chat. Yeah, I put all the questions in there so we wouldn't miss anybody as they're coming up. I got them up anyways. Cannaman, the first Cannaman asked, do you have any experience tips for collecting IMO in the winter, or have any suggestions?
1 second. I can't get screen share to stop. It's like interesting problem. Anyways, yeah, shucks, this is an interesting technical issue. Zoom, the new Zoom, man, is such a mess right now. There we go. There we go. Cool. I have control of my computer back. Now I can read the questions. All right. Isn't Korean natural farming more about microbial life and not nutrient content? That's kind of the misconception that I'm trying to like put out here at this point. Like, to ignore the mineral content of all of the inputs that you're creating when now we have the ability to analyze it is kind of silly. In fact, if you go to the Open Nutrient Project page, we have all those test kits on there so that you can analyze your natural farming inputs. We also have a submission page on there so you can submit your nutrient results. And then we have a full open source database of what other people have found nutrient wise with their tests. The idea is to crowdsource all of the different nutrient content from people's own personal farm data to create an open source database of what is the nutrient content when I create an FPJ with this particular plant in this general region. Because I think people are just ignoring all the ppms of nutrients in there for no reason, and it just doesn't make any sense. Like from a chemistry standpoint, it just seems bonkers to me, and I don't understand. Like again, it goes back to kind of like the religion of not religion, but like the I don't know any other way to put it. Like
there's some people that take it way too seriously. Like you have to. It's by the book. All with them, they follow the book to the T, and yeah, I've learned over time that it's a toolbox that you are able to implement in different ways to your grow. It's based.
Yeah, I'm not even the only one that's doing this type of mapping or trying to get this going right now. I know Nigel Palmer is another natural farming expert, has some great books. In fact, I have one of his books right here. I just got anyways, it's called The Regenerative Grower's Guide to Garden Amendments. It's a really good book, but he's a big fan of mapping, and he has a whole database on his website as well of different nutrient values for different ferments and KNF inputs that he's done. So again, I think that there's kind of this weird misnomer that it's not about the nutrients because they didn't have an easy way to quantify it before. But we have an easy way to quantify it now. So there's no real reason why we shouldn't understand what's going on and what we're doing in the garden. There's just no reason to not do that. Using keef from milk aisle help. Yeah, keef is really good. It'll help diversify your lactobacillus and it'll make it a little more aggressive. When you have kefir in it, especially when you're using it for powdery mildew applications, it seems to be much more aggressive at treating the powdery mildew. Question about collecting bugs for IPMO. I can get kids to collect grasshoppers for me, but how do I kill the grasshoppers once I have them? Just toss them in a Ziploc and throw them in the freezer, for an hour and they're dead. That's the simplest way. Same with caterpillars. What's the best way to kill them? Again, throw them all in a Ziploc, toss them in the freezer, come back in 2 hours, hour or two, you're good to go. You can feel good that they were asleep. Didn't die horribly. Do you have any experience tips collecting IMO in the winter? You can do it. One thing I would say is that you need to add more time. Like it's not going to be a 5-day collection. And you do need to kind of do it when there's a little bit of a warm spell. Like you're not going to do it below 32 degrees. And you're probably not going to get a good collection below about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. You can do it, but it's going to be like a 10-day, 14-day collection, not a 5-day. Just keep that in mind. And then I'd also, be more on the seeding it, putting those sticks and stuff like we talked about directly on top of the rice. What other questions do we have here? We got a few more minutes left. Sorry, I'm just now.
Mind if I chime in on that one a little bit? I've also heard of people burying them into the ground. So you get that 12°C from the ground. So it is obviously not the best collection, but you may be able to get your collection to happen a little quicker that way by burying them into the ground. I've seen people put their rice into socks and actually bury the sock below the surface and then dig it up at a later time.
Cool. We had a gecko fight going on here next to me. Anyways, yeah, looks like everyone's checking their connection and everything. What else do we have here as far as questions? I know I saw a couple about the IPMO earlier. Was this
Green Goddess, question about collecting. Oh wait, no, you already did that. Sorry. There's one from
the chirping on the mic. If you can hear it, is the geckos. Gotta get them more stoned. It's a problem.
Did you do the dirty growers question there? I have one. Can using kefir from the milk aisle help? I guess he's talking about
yeah,
making.
we touched on that one.
Okay, sorry.
We're good. If anyone else has any questions in chat, go ahead and throw them in now. We have a few more minutes before the next guest.
Can you finish? Gingerbug just asked, can you finish collections indoor too? I don't think you could finish a collection indoor. You could maybe get it to bloom a little more indoor, but I don't think you'd be collecting anything there.
Yeah, you could do it. So one of the other methods that I've heard people do is put like it in like the pantyhose method, where you kind of bury it below the substrate, and go about it that way. And then just like you were talking about, getting it kind of below the frost line. That might be a way to kind of get some stuff, or just in a warm mulch pile or leaf pile or some other thing like that. That might be another option for collecting it, or maybe even just go with collecting some leaf mold that you can find and then trying to culture it indoors. Like put the leaf mold into an IMO box in your garage where it's like warm but not hot. That might be another great way to try and get some kind of play. Again, it's not going to be as good as the forest one, but if it's that or nothing, that's certainly going to be better than anything else. That's for sure.
100%.
I hope you guys have got a bunch out of that, and I wanted to make sure you guys had some stuff that you could kind of take with you and go play with, right? Like, and let me know how it works out. Give Chris some love if you do the IPMO stuff, and let us know what results you're finding with that, and if you adjust anything, let us know what's working for you, because I think this could be a really great great method for everyone to do that. I know we touched on it last year, but now we've got a lot, a lot more experience using it at scale, especially commercial scale now. So it's also made our plants completely, and we don't have a single mold issue or septoria problem in our garden. And I know quite a few people in the area that are having septoria issues right now. So wouldn't the input nutrient values of KNF plants vary due to the fertility? Exactly, and the area and the type of plant, all those types of things. This is why we need to crowdsource this, because it's more data than anybody could ever put together, or any university. This is something that we need to work on as a community. That can be a great resource and tool for everyone to utilize, regardless of what your tribe is of organic growing. Alrighty, well, I'm going to put up the next thing here, if I can get control of my screens back. Before we get our next guest, I did want to put up this page here. Be sure to support our speakers. You can check links, or you can see all the different companies that we have represented here today. Yeah, please support all of our speakers. We don't have any sponsors for this event. We don't do anything like that. We just ask that you support the people that are taking the time to share education with you. So if we do need something that any of these people can provide, please consider them. But regardless if you're looking for, well, I should be careful on what I say on that one, but if you're looking for things to start growing new plants, or I guess probably is the best way to say it, or nutrients or education, all of those things are pretty much represented with the people that are supporting us today and educating us today. We have a wonderful panel coming up at noon today with a commercial panel with a bunch of commercial aquaponics producers. Always fun to kind of talk shop with a bunch of other commercial people. We have a small home growers panel this evening. That'll be fun. We might even pull Wes in on that one. We did have some we had a bunch of people interested, but a lot of people were unable to make it for time reasons or technical problems or internet connections or anything like that. So I'll be around. But we'll check that out. And then, yeah, so next up we have Shannon Booth coming to us from all the way from South Africa. He's one of our 2 South African speakers this conference, and we're really excited to have him with us. Oh, there we go. Thanks so much for joining us there, Shannon. It's nice to have you back again this year. You had a wonderful presentation last year and a great episode on the podcast. For those of you that don't know, he's the head cultivator down there at Sweetwater Aquaponics in South Africa. He's been kind of leading the way in education and kind of showing everybody how to actually grow properly in aquaponic cannabis, as well as living soil. You can check out more of his facility both on my YouTube channel and from last year's conference.
Hi, Steve. Thanks very much for having me. Wonderful to be here. It's in the evening now in South Africa. It's hard to tell there because we have a lot of load shedding. We have serious electricity restraints in this country at the moment. And it's not looking good for the future. They say for the next 10 years, we have issues which affects everything really. Affects the water supply, the water sanitation. Everything's we have to have backup power for everything now. So, the expenditure that we weren't really expecting right now, with all the other expenditure that's required for cannabis growing. So yeah, I must say I've come a long way since last year's seminar. I did your masterclass course soon after that, and I must say it's exceptionally good course. I learned a great deal from it, and I put into practice what I learned from it with my winter grow. And on the facility, even though we have the only aquaponics cannabis license in Africa currently, there are other people applying for aquaponic licenses, but with our current constraints with electricity and water, it's been quite difficult to go forward with aquaponics, but we will make a plan. As we've got backup generators. We're looking at solar now to keep the aquaponics safe, with electricity breakers and things like that, with all the load shedding on and off. It affects everything, and breakers crash, and you're not aware of it. Not every breaker has an alarm, and due to that, I actually lost 3 modules of fish this year on Christmas Day, actually. So it was a bit heartbreaking, but with aquaponics, you've got to be strong. You've got to get up and go, and you've got to keep going, because there's a lot to learn and a lot to administer in the aquaponics and keep everything well balanced, as you say previously in your introduction. And that's the biggest challenge. But all the other aquaponics systems that I've seen internationally don't have Dutch buckets. Well, in America, you would call them grow buckets, but we call them Dutch buckets, just so as a reference point. And I have probably 300-400 buckets linked to my modules running from the deep water, also linked to pulsators, which are buckets with the pulsators are buckets which are elevated, and also get the water from the DWCs, and then as a pulsator feeds the buckets, feeds 20 buckets at a time to each bucket, so they're lined up as such that each pulsator feeds 20 buckets to the left and right of it. And through all my experiments with Aquaponics Cannabis, from my initial experiments before I did your masterclass course, came a long way from there. I've been doing the dual root zone in the deep water, in the media beds, and in the buckets. And it's it's not as plain sailing as I was hoping or thought, because the buckets are elevated. The 25-liter buckets, and they're elevated on building blocks to get the levels right. So you have your drain lines going back to your sump. So everything's got to be level. And so they stand probably about 80 centimeters off the ground, and then you plant into that, and your plants stand really high. And we have very high winds in the Eastern Cape in South Africa, and we're also very close to the coast, so we do get hammered by the winds. So having the plants elevated in the buckets and also in the media beds makes it even trickier because of the wind factor. We are ramping up all the tunnels and getting support around the tunnels for wind protection. And even with scrog netting, the elevated plants got smashed. We had a very hard storm just before Christmas, and I lost a hell of a lot of plants in the Dutch buckets because of the elevation and the media beds, and even in some deep water. So it's a lesson learned. And once again, we've been doing commercial cannabis now for 3 years, and we're still putting countermeasures in place. But we're getting closer every day. So I've still got a lot of plants in media beds, very big plants, bigger than I was hoping for, with tree trunks as stems. So it's encouraging to see that they are resilient in that way. So that I've got some very strong plants in skunk number 1 in the media beds, and I've got some 9-pound hammer in media beds as well. That they're doing very well, the ones that haven't died. And then the plants that I did lose in the deep water now, I did a breeding program about a year ago, and I'm doing now a hunt through those seeds. I just popped a whole lot of seeds, and I put those big seedlings back into the deep water now, where I lost plants in the dual root zone system, and they're doing very well. So not all is lost, but lessons learned. But we're pushing forward, and as soon as I can get the aquaponics 100% sound, we'll be expanding. But I need to get it right before we invest more into it, because cannabis farming requires a lot of capital input, and it's obviously high risk. And so we just need to create a balance. So I'm pushing a lot of cannabis through in my ground grow. My ground grows, I'll just say ground grow, but the holes that we put into the ground are, we put living soil, so we plant into the living soil into the holes. So that hasn't changed, and that's doing very well. And I'm doing skunk number 1 and 3 tunnels like that at the moment. We have a strong offtake to Australia for that particular strain. And yeah, so that's going well. And then in the other tunnel, I've got 300 fabric bags, 40-litre fabric bags with 9-pound hammer pigeons through. And I did the same run in winter just to get the feel for it. And you know, without grow lights, without proper grow lights, you're only going to get trichomes on any grow in winter. But you know, we're also busy installing the big extraction unit now. So all of the winter grows that aren't up to standard will go into that extraction unit and will make distillates, medications. So we're also going to be putting up another 6 tunnels for bag grows, because our offtake is increasing to Australia, which is very encouraging. There are currently 80 cannabis licenses in South Africa, but not all of them have offtake. Offtake is obviously one of the huge credentials we need to survive in this industry. So a lot of people are still struggling to find their feet, as we are. We haven't found our feet yet. I'm still having to put a lot of money in. But at the same time, I'm growing cannabis to make that money to put back in. So it's working that way at the moment. So it's been a very rough summer because of the water constraints and electricity and the loss of fish. But the loss of fish, I've got enough fish to put back into those systems now. So I'm just balancing things out there and getting the plants back and just settling down all the systems. Obviously, when you have a huge fish loss like that, you get a pH spike. So you need to just counter that. And that takes, for me, it takes a couple of weeks just until I'm happy and I put new water in it, get the EC right and everything. But it does affect your systems when fish are en masse. But other than that, it's going well. Besides, well, I've had a lot of issues with mites this year as well. And not just spider mite, but I've had broad mite. And you know, Steve, I had it early last year as well, and I was told that it was something else. I was told it was a viral infection. But come down to it, you corrected me and said, no, that's not a viral infection, it's mites. And so since then, you've helped me in many ways, Steve. Thank you very much with the mites and with my arsenic issue, which I'll get to. So with the mites, as you said to me last year, I took a different stance, and then I thought I had control of it in winter because I sanitized tunnels with all sorts of chemicals to make sure. And then I planted out my summer grow in late October under LED lights for vegging. And before I knew it, the entire crop was just covered in broad mice, to the point where the leaves were leathery, deformed, and almost like looking like a claw. And yeah, you could tell. You actually said that I should be using olein mineral oil. But, you know, I am using real RPM products, and the Metarhizium 78, the particular product which targets mites, a broad spectrum, with some pyrrole. So, you know, I was using that as my usual product, and you said the mineral oil, which I went and purchased afterwards, and I did some research on it. I'm a bit wary to use it because of the burning factor, and it's been really, we had a heat wave now as well, so I was just worried about burning the crop with that. I haven't had experience with it. Obviously, the viscosity of the oleum is a lot more dense than the mineral oil they use on the Metarhiziums. But I seem to have taken control of it now. It's been very, very hard spraying, but not with chemicals. I've been using the RPM products, and it looks like we've got hold of it now. And I did a predator release on Wednesday this week, and I had the RPM guys come up here yesterday, and we looked at some leaves, and we could see the predator mites, and could see very, very few, if any, broad mites. So the last time I sprayed the mites was the Friday before putting the predator mites in now, because I lose, which dissipates in a few hours, and I just wanted to leave a bit of food for the mites, for the predatory mites, otherwise there wouldn't be much for them to do. So I'm hoping that I can rest easy now on that scenario, and I've got enough to inoculate the entire farm just to cover myself, because it's just out of hand. But now I've got it under control, thankfully. And thank you for your advice on the mineral oil. So that was a really hard knock. So we've had the load shedding, we've had no water, we've had to harvest water, rainwater, we've had the mites, we've had the wind, we've had several hardcore issues this year. But as cannabis growers, we need to be resilient as the plant is. So we've got to get up and keep going forward. So I'm not despondent at all. I'm very encouraged, and I'm very keen to do another grow now. As soon as I harvest this grow in the top aquaponics tunnel, I'm going to do another grow, an autumn grow. And I'm also, I need to tell you that I've had problems with living soil in the dual root zone scenario. And I did more living soil than cocoa perlite because of the financial constraints, and just trying to balance where we spend all the money. And I've had problems with capping on top of the living soil, on top of the pot. The algae tends to grow on there and causes an undesirable cap. So, and also I find that the living soil tends to compact in aquaponics. So my next move, my next grow, which I'm going to do now in end of February, is going to be purely cocoa peat and perlite for that grow, just to see the difference, because I just feel that the roots found resistance, especially in the buckets, not in the deep water, but in the buckets and the media beds. I could just tell there was resistance for the roots to develop there. So I'm going to do that, and I feel quite excited about that. Even though it's going to be more expenditure, I think it's going to be a better grow. So that's where I am with that. And the arsenic issue I had the year previous to last year, 2021, and you also told me about the kelp issue there. And I have told you that since I've stopped using kelp based products altogether in aquaponics, I've had no arsenic issues. My arsenic levels on my COAs are practically zero. So that's very encouraging. So that was a wonderful tip, Stephen. Thank you very much. Because as you know, I tested everything. I tested the stone, I tested the fish, I tested the fish food. I was trying to see where it could be leaching in from, but it couldn't be leaching in. So yeah, you put me on the right track there. So thank you very much for that. And the people who supply us that kelp-based product is also a real RPM. And I did bring up the topic with them, and they've got defensive, which I do understand. They got defensive and said that there must be some residual in the lab where the tests are being done. And I had to speak to the lab, and they said no, that's impossible. And now there are other clientele who have got back to them, not in aquaponics and other grows, with using the same product, and their arsenic levels are through the roof. So they are looking at this now. That the real RPM are looking at this issue. They've got a scientist on it. So they're now putting us onto different products. If you want to use different products, we're using a product called Vitrasol, which is a ferment of sugar beet. It's sugar beet ferment, which is also high in. It's a very good product. Plants do like it, and you can use it in aquaponics. So we'd be diverting, and then you've also informed me that I should be using silicates. I haven't made that change yet. I just feel that I just need to go gradually and make small changes and adjust as we go. So I find with aquaponics you just need to do things gradually and not swiftly. So it works for me. So yeah, I've learned a hell of a lot since I did your masterclass course, and it's given me a lot more confidence. Even though I've had some serious issues now, I understand the issues and why I've had the issues, and I will now correct those. And I was actually looking forward to a very, very strong summer crop in aquaponics this year, so, but because of the facts that I've mentioned, I haven't achieved that, but I will achieve some very nice aquaponics flower in this grow now, and then I look forward to doing the one in March. I've also come a long way with my genetics. You know, when we first spoke, I was having difficulty getting genetics, but there are some companies now in South Africa who are importing very strong genetics from the States and from Canada, which is very encouraging. And I'm also doing my own breeding now, so that's also just a fun part of it for me. I like the breeding part of it too. But yeah, my main focus is on the aquaponics and to make it 100% sound. I haven't done the labs application yet either, but I want to do it. I actually went to a factory that makes well, they call it masks in this country, but it's basically what you drink, Stephen. And so they said they can actually provide it for me, which makes it easy. I mean, I'm basically running this facility on my own with my staff. I don't have any. Well, I have one young gentleman who came from an aquaponics academy, and he didn't have much hands-on experience at the academy, but more theory, and then he did work a bit, but I kind of didn't let him into the systems as much. But now he's doing all my adjustments, he's doing my editors, and yeah, so I need someone who understands the aquaponics that I can actually take a break, because I've been doing this for like 5 years now without a break. So and yeah, as you know, when you take a knock, but you got to keep going. So that's what I'm doing, and I just need a bit of a break. So I look forward to that. So yeah, I'm still proving the concept of aquaponics to the new owners of our facility. My original partner decided that he didn't have the patience for it, and he wants to rather go and retire and do something else with his life. So I did find a new company to buy the facility. Unfortunately, they are on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and the name of the company is Vertica Healthcare, and they're also on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. And the idea being there is to get our South African aquaponics grown cannabis into the recreational market, even though they're capping the THC at 10 and 12%. Making it having to look at new strains and looking for weaker strains as such. But I've been looking for high THC strains out elsewhere for different strains for different markets. But that's fine too. I enjoy that. I enjoy working with different strains. So yeah, I do believe that I will prove the concept now to my new owners in the March grow. I mean, I'm going to have some very nice flowers coming out of the aquaponics. I'd like to do the comparison of COAs from my aquaponic grow to the bag grow and to the ground grow, just to do the comparison, because as growing food in aquaponics, obviously the terpenes and the flavors in aquaponics are way superior to any other kind of food that you can access anywhere in the world, because aquaponics accentuates the terpenes and the flavonoids. So that is my keenness on aquaponics to pursue that. So once I've proven the concept to them, we will I look to actually change the entire facility over to aquaponics. But I really need to prove that it can work 100% throughout the year, through all the seasons, and it's going to take us getting a bit more data and experience in the climate and area and everything else that goes with it now, with solar, because now if we have to go solar, it's going to have to be a very strong system in order to run lights with. So there's all these things that we're having to look at in this country now. But the entire country is having to adapt to it. So it's just what we do in South Africa. We just have to adapt, and the people seem quite resilient. Yeah, more so than they should, but so be it. And yeah, I mean, the problem too that I see in Africa is that the systems that I'm working with are all modular, and they're all one size modular. So we do modular aquaponics because it's safer to do it that way, and it's also easier to control your nutrient flow to your plants. And so I have 8 fish tanks. I mean, I have 4 fish tanks and a sump per module, and I have 5 modules. And each fish tank takes 22 kilograms of live weight, red Nile tilapia or Mozambique albino tilapia. So we use orange fish generally for the eye. And if we do slaughter fish, we don't generally slaughter fish. If we do, it's just more acceptable to the eye and more palatable. And that's why we use orange fish. So yeah, I get a bit lost. Just anyway, so I feel that that's the biggest problem in African aquaponics is that it's limited to scale. And I think obviously, Stephen, I'd have to ask you to help me with design on a bigger system. I see your systems are way bigger than what we have in South Africa. So I see it's a whole next level. Everything's just much bigger. So I'd have to acclimatize to that too. But we could also do it modular, just many modules in one big system with different flowering rooms. But yeah, it's going to be a completely different design. Our aquaponics design on the farm was based purely to grow vegetables, and the immediate changeover from vegetables to cannabis is not that. It's not immediate at all. It's very challenging. The nutrition required for cannabis is way more than required for lettuce. And the mineralization is required a lot more for cannabis at flowering than ever in fruiting vegetables in cannabis. I mean, in aquaponics. So everything has to be adjusted and taken up to the next level. Aeration of the water has also been, it was initially a concern, but it's not a concern for me now. I've got the water, I've got the aeration right. I'm not using nanobubbles. I was told that I should be using nanobubbles by somebody, and Stephen once again corrected me on that. So I've never gone to the nanobubbles. It's quite an expensive system anyway. Yeah, the cost just don't stop. So being the only aquaponics cannabis farm in Africa, this is quite a thing for us, but also very challenging. And I need to keep it going, and because of that, because I need other people to be encouraged by aquaponics and cannabis growing in aquaponics, because it is certainly perceived as a very difficult way to grow cannabis, but it is the cleanest way to grow cannabis, and is the most natural way to grow cannabis. There is no more natural way to grow cannabis medicine or cleaner way than this. You know, Stephen's shown me all the documentation as to how clean cannabis is compared to even to other clean grows, but nothing as clean as aquaponics grows. So I like to push the boundaries on it to test my abilities with it and to test the systems, but I like to encourage people to go to aquaponics as much as they can, because it is perceived as a very difficult way to grow, and it is a difficult way to grow. It's a very complex way to grow, but you can also overthink it. I find that I used to overthink it a lot and try too much and push too hard. So I pulled back and I let the system run on their own for a while, just to let nature take its place, all the biology without too much interruption, adding what I had to alter the pH, always taking the pH up in our systems. Nitrification is very good in our systems. I do do add microbes to our systems, as Stephen said in his introduction. I don't have an array of product to choose from, but I use a lot of iodine as cleaning microbes and nitrification microbes. They clean the roots. They enhance nutrition uptake. It's an incredible product to work with. It cleans the water so beautifully. I used to have to vacuum the bottoms of my DWCs at least once a month because of all the residual fish poop and fish food. But since I've been using Biodine, the microbes clean up all that excess. And when I come to the end of the grow of 3 months, those DWCs are pretty clean. They used to smell kind of sulfuric at times. And as Stephen was also mentioning in the introduction about keeping the balance of microbes in aquaponics is extremely important. The autotrophs and the heterotrophs, they are both necessary in aquaponics. The heterotrophs are considered the baddies, but they're highly essential in aquaponics. But the autotrophs are the goodies, but they do all the good work. They do the nitrification and they do all the good stuff. But the heterotrophs work down, and they're responsible more for mineralization down in the deep dark parts of the aquaponics. So I really encourage people to use Biodine and aquaponics in South Africa if they ever speak to me. I do that. So that's the only additional microbes that I do put in. Besides, I used to put worm teas into the system too, but kind of cowboy style. I just used to run them out of the worm farm and into buckets, and then put some molasses and then airstone and aerate that for 24 hours and then add it to the system. But I did that with vegetables and it was fine. But with cannabis, you basically putting PM back into your system by just doing that without treating it in a better style. So I've changed my ways with the worm tea going into aquaponics too. It's not so crucial for the bags and the ground rabbit aquaponics. It tends to show. I do believe that plants do acclimatize. I've seen different strains acclimatize on our facility as well to PM and things, but depending on the climate and being along the coast, we get a lot of humidity. And that's one of the other things that I need to invest or get my partners to invest in is big commercial dehumidifiers in the grow. I haven't got those yet. I have in the top aquaponics tunnel, which I'm turning as close to indoor as I can. I'm going to be putting grow lights in there. I have put heat exchangers in. There's 2 modules in that big tunnel. It's a 30 by 14 meter tunnel that's bigger than the others. So I get a lot more plants in there. And I'm putting a lot of shelter on that tunnel down the sides with shade cloth, and at the ends I'm going to be putting fans in there, and I've got heat exchangers in each of those 2 sumps there. So currently we put them in November, and then the electricity supply crashed, so I actually haven't been able to use them through summer, which was the whole idea, to compare the heat exchanging systems to the systems that don't have it in summer, due to the pythium that we pick up in summer because of the heat of the water. So those are the problems that we've had. So that tunnel, we're going to be putting grow lights in as well. And the idea for that is to, in the aquaponics, is to get an 8-week grow every 2 months. So I'll be vegging plants in our veg tunnel. And then as I go into the aquaponics in the planting, I'll be planting into the air pots, dual root zone. Up in the veg tunnel, I'll be vegging in those pots only for about a week, and then I'll be going into aquaponics, into the buckets, the deep water and the media beds, and I'll flip plants immediately. So I'll get an 8-week flowering period in there, go to harvest, and then continue like that throughout the year in order to make us more capital to invest in the facility. That is what's right now. So that's where we are now, Stephen. Yeah, I'm really enjoying working with some really good genetics. as well, like I said. But yeah, I've got the one guy, Luke, who's helping me now in Aquaponics. I'm training him up, and I'm going to probably have to get at least one, maybe two young growers to come in and help me work in the bag tunnels, the living soil tunnels, and the ground tunnels, because the plants are just, I've got so many plants, and each tunnel has its own issue. Like the one skunk number one tunnel, the plants are so big, it's this time of year that spraying them and working on them takes 3 times longer than it does on any other plant because of the size. But I need the size, I need the yield. I just plant them early, and then we've got the 9-pound hammer tunnel, and there's 300 bags in there, and those plants are doing extremely well, and I need to defoliate all of those plants this week, and my tallyman from Oni in the Aquaponics tunnel as well. So I've got a week of defoliating, heavy defoliating this week, so that needs to be done. And I just need people to be able to come and help with general plant work. But we'll get there too. That's also another expense. So at the same time, we're trying to grow and we're trying to save money, but it's very difficult at this stage of the facility's life. We're still growing, getting on our feet. But we are one of the strongest cannabis companies in South Africa, due to our offtake and due to the fact that we are the only cannabis company on Johannesburg Stock Exchange and on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. So we are moving in the right direction. The head office in Johannesburg they're doing all the business transactions, and they're also doing a lot of hemp. They're doing a lot of investing in hemp in South Africa and Malawi and Kenya and Zimbabwe. So hemp is going to be they say that hemp is going to save Africa. So hopefully it can, because Africa needs a lot of help at the moment. So, but yeah, it's aquaponics for me is the most challenging but the most exciting way to grow cannabis. It's, as I've said before, it's a complete lifestyle. I've been on this facility for 5 years and I haven't been on over that 5 years. I can't. If I do leave the premises, it goes wrong. That's just the way aquaponics is. It's Murphy's law. If you walk away, it's going to go wrong. And if you test it, you'll come back and it's gone wrong. It's just the way it is. It's very volatile. Aquaponics can be very volatile if you haven't got everything in place. If you've got everything in place and you've got alarms on all your volatility that can actually let you know because everything's working, then it's incredible. Then it's that I have sleepless nights every night because of everything that's not working in this country. I'm trying to keep it going, and I am keeping it, and I will. So yeah, strength to Africa. So
Yeah, we had
Sorry,
many
Steve.
similar in Zimbabwe with the power issue. For those of you guys who don't know what load shedding is, basically the government decides to give you just a couple hours of power a day if you've never gone through it. So that's what load shedding is, and that's been the source of his issues with this farm.
Yeah, and we are currently in load shedding due to the light factor. Today we are off for 12 hours load shedding today. So it's very difficult to work like that. So at least we have backup generators that will have auto start, but those are costing us a fortune to run every day. So yeah, solar is the answer for us, but that too is another huge investment. You know, for us to invest to get this facility up to scratch on solar is going to cost us over R1 million. I know it's not a lot in dollars, but it's relative. It's a lot of money for us. So it's been very difficult, but we have to maneuver and we have to make new ways to survive, and we are currently in that process. So yeah, I look forward to doing my March grow and having fun with it. And I think yeah, that's pretty much it, Stephen. Unless you have anything else you would like to.
Oh yeah, I'd love for you to talk about the cultivars that you've been growing and which ones you found did well in aquaponics and didn't, and what have been the. You've got a lot of great genetics that you've been running.
Yeah, it's yeah. I was very encouraged by the Jinx Proof 9-pound hammer. It was a pheno that I picked up from a clone company in South Africa, and they actually won a competition with that particular pheno. And I purchased that pheno, and I just kept it. I just kept it as a mother plant. And then we grew it out the 1 year just for fun, and then we tested it, and the THC levels were high, the terpenes were amazing. So at that time, I was focusing only on skunk number 1. We pretty much are the only facility in South Africa who's growing the original skunk number 1. I know that a lot of seed companies have Exodus, but this is the original cut from the UK from the early 80s that came in with a friend of mine, Simon Strain Hunter, and I had that. I'm the gatekeeper for that particular genetic. So that's how this facility is actually still on its feet. Due to that particular genetic. It's a very old school genetic. It's a very sought after genetic for smoking. It's very sought after genetic. But the THC varies from 20 to 30% THC depending on the time of year. I haven't grown it under lights yet, so that's the other problem on a cannabis facility. That's not completely up to scratch. If you're growing with nature and sun, your THC levels will vary per each grow, obviously per climate. But you know, for an offtake, for an international offtake, obviously the client would like the product to be stable and consistent every time. So that's a big consideration for any cannabis facility. It's consistency of the product, even the look of the flower. So that was how we got our offtake actually on that skunk number 1. Their offtake is to Australia, and they've increased that offtake tremendously. So I'm going to still be focusing on that. But it as you've seen in some of the pictures, she can grow into a massive tree. And in aquaponics, she's in my media beds, and she's grown up so bigly, so tall that she's actually pushing against the plastic now. So she's too aggressive, I would say, for aquaponics, but not it obviously depends how I manage that plant. If I kept her petite and small and grew her more like an indoor, then yes, I think that she's very manageable. I did plant these plants in aquaponics in November, so they've grown tremendously quickly. But I think they're just a bit too strong for aquaponics and the space constraints in aquaponics, because I've got buckets that are close to each other. If I had plants that are big next to each other, I think the buckets would topple over. So that's why I looked at the Jinx Proof 9-pound hammer, because she's more the bushy shrub type of style shape, much more manageable, especially for the wind factor that we have here. So that's why I went for her. I did a bag grow of her last summer before last summer, and yeah, we got a 28% THC in her with wonderful terpenes. Like I said, with beautiful smoke. People couldn't get enough of it. But it was just a small grow. There was an R&D grow just to test it, and then I did the next grow I did on her was in the bags in the tunnel. And that was a winter grow, as I said, didn't produce much flower, just small flower with a lot of trichomes. So I've kept that product for extraction. And then I did her in aquaponics. Now, those pictures that you were showing now were 9-pound hammer in aquaponics because of her shape and her size. She's much more manageable, but she has a lot of foliage, a hell of a lot of foliage. And the ones in the tunnel, I've defoliated those plants twice already. Now I've got to go for a massive defoliation, because they're in pre-flower now, so that'll be the last one that I do. So it's going to be a heavy one. In aquaponics, it wouldn't be the same because of the nitrogen levels. I would have far better stretches, I believe, in aquaponics for the nitrogen levels. So different looking plant, but not as big as the skunk number 1. I've also I've got sulfur genetics LSP, Lumpy Space Princess, in deep water in Aquaponics now, but she's in one of the modules where I lost the fish. So I'm going to be running that system now. I'm going to introduce with that product that I mentioned earlier, the Bartrisol, which is the sugar beet ferment, which is a very nice product. And I'm going to just run that system with the Bartrisol before I introduce the fish in winter again. So I'll finish that grow with the Bartrisol. So it won't be an aquaponic grow as such, but I started off with one, and the plants are in the now, nice root systems, and it's a beautiful plant. And that plant has two. There's heavy skunk number one bred into her. You can actually smell it when you break the leaves. Also, I'm looking forward to that. I've also got some genetics from Farmer Fly in America, Bad Sally, and Farmer Fly. He breeds for himself for his own medicine. So he doesn't chase the high THC. So I've got Bad Sally, which is one of his very beautiful plants. She's got a very purple flower, and she's an Afghan line. So she's also quite a low shrubby bush, a very strong grower, very strong bush. You can see her Afghan leaves look a little bit sativa-ish in ways, but a beautiful plant. And because she's got a lower THC, I haven't actually done a COA on her yet, because I did a beautiful grow on her in winter. And the bud looked so beautiful and so dense, but obviously when I harvested it became more winter-like. So, but now I've got several of her in my skunk number one tunnel, and she too was under suffering from mite, but she reacted differently to the skunk. She didn't get that kind of leathery leaf. Maybe it's the shape of the leaf because she's more sativa-ish, I don't know, but she went in the center. She lost some leaves in the center, but they were yellowy. They didn't get that deformed look about them. And she went to flower. She went to flower earlier than everyone else. I think the stress made her go to flower. So she's in flower at the moment, and the skunk number ones are just looking at pre-flower. So I'm going to do a COA on her. And when I did speak to Farmer Fly about her, he said that the THC in her is probably going to range between 13 and 18. So she would be ideal to aim at the German market. She's got a beautiful bag of a very dark purple flower down with a back lime green leaf, the background. So it's fascinating plant, but with a mothball type terpene as well, also with a chemical background. So fascinating plants. And I also I bought regulars from him. So I also popped a male. I had a huge male which I've bred to some in-house genetics. So I'm also running some of those now just to see what they do. So I'm looking at Bad Sally to go to Germany because she's a lower THC. So I'm picking strains for countries based on their regulations. So Australia, which is our biggest offtake, and they will take nothing less than 20% THC currently. So with the skunk number one, that's not a problem. And I'm going to be sending the Jinx Fruit 9-pound hammer to Australia this year as well. They're very keen to have that, so that'll be the first for them. And I know the THC will probably be about 28% THC on the 9-pound hammer. So I'm also growing. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about Blue Sky's Vienna skunk in England. It's quite a controversial fellow. But his genetics are fascinating, all skunk-based genetics, and they are skunk-based genetics. I've grown his stuff. I've bred with his stuff, and the F2s are all skunk-based. So I'm very excited about that. So I'm growing some of those out now as well in deep water, just to see the full expression of those plants. I haven't seen them anywhere. I'm just letting them grow as they want to grow, just to get an idea of what they're like. And the stem rub. People say they don't believe in stem rubs, but it gives you an indication. And everything that I rub off is the F2s are just heavy skunk based. So I'm very excited about that as a lineage going forward, because there's all the different terpenes mixed up into that, with all the fruits and the berries, and they're all in. But it's not that I haven't found something like a skunk number one yet that's hasn't got that nasty skunk. It's got a very appealing skunk, fruity background, a blueberry background. So yeah, find genetics fascinating. It's just an endless thing. My fridge is just full of seeds. My girlfriend's, there's more seeds than food in the fridge. And it's true. But it's just fascinating to me, the different terpenes. But yeah, the genetics, I really enjoy working with Oni Genetics. I've just purchased some Big Bird genetics from them now, and that's Tropic cookies. It's probably not Tropic cookies, and I've got Tropic cookies now in the stable now, and this particular pheno is a 30% THC. So also that the LSP from Sulfide Genetics too is a 31%. So she's a banger. With beautiful colors too. So I'm collecting some really good phenos to go forward with. I don't want to have too many, but I'd like to have a new flavor in each year to grow for potential clients, that we don't stagnate. Obviously, our flagship will be skunk number 1. We've got a potentially very big offtake for that particular strain. So that's our flagship until things change. I don't think that will change. You know, she's more than 20 years old already. It's a huge market for her. So I like to work on select strains. And I'm still busy finding those strains. I've got some very good strains now. I've got some friends who are really strict collectors in genetics, and they do share with me, which is a wonderful thing. People do feed me wonderful genetics too. It's very difficult to get all the stuff and do the pheno hunt and find the right pheno. It's not that it's a very timeless process with everything else that we have to do on a daily basis. And it's daily basis. It does not stop. And it's very demanding but very rewarding, and also very heartbreaking, to tell you the truth. But you've got to be resilient to aquaponics like they like plants. So, but it's just wonderful. I can't get enough of aquaponics. It's my life, and it'll remain so. Yeah, so I'm going to be working with a lot more Oni genetics going forward. Definitely the Tropicana cookies, and the Big Bird, and this Teleman that I've got now is a wonderful pheno. I've actually got a great deal of Teleman growing right now. That's that one that you were showing with all the colors in winter. That was a winter grow, and I've got a good big crop of Teleman coming out. So my big yield is for this coming March crop. We're going to harvest in March this year. It's going to be skunk number 1, the Jinx Fruit 9 pound MA, the Oni Genetics Teleman, the particular pheno. Also the 26% of THC. So everything we're growing at the moment is about 25% THC in summer, and then obviously as the sun weakens, THC weakens with it until I get lights. But I'm going to be hopefully getting lights into my top tunnel short before winter. Cool. I think I've covered most things. Stephen, anything else you'd like to hear from me?
Yeah, is there any advice you'd have for people that are just getting started in on a commercial farm, or you know, any pitfalls or anything you think you could kind of educate people on to make their journey a little easier?
Yeah, it's the first thing that well, I can talk from my experience in South Africa. You require a lot of patience to get your license, your legal growing license for growing cannabis, acquiring your GAP accreditation, and then acquiring your GMP accreditation. And these acquisitions take a long time. Our governing, the body that hands out the license that governs the industry is called SAFA, South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. And they, once you do application, the application costs R1 million, about R1 million these days. When we applied 4 years ago, it was just over 100,000 rand, so it's increased dramatically. and the license is valid for 5 years. So when you apply for your license, you have to give them the full amount in the application, and you have to set up your facility for inspection. And that means that you have to set it up fully for what you've applied for. So you have to set up your grow area, the way you're going to grow, your security, your cameras have to be in place, your facilities have to be in place where you're going to be doing all the handling of the product, your drying, your de-stalking, your curing, everything. The whole facility has to be in place, and it has to have a free flow from one side to the other. And it's a very expensive endeavor, because once you feel you're ready and you put all the signage up and everything's flowing, you still can't grow cannabis. So you put all the money in, and you put the money in for an application, and then you wait until they are ready to come and inspect your facility. And when they come to the facility, they come in, and there's two inspectors that come from SAPRA, and they start with your SOPs, and you've got a filing cabinet of 44 files, these large files full of documents, full of your SOPs, your security documents, your service level agreements with all your vendors, all your compartments of handling the product have to be in place with security, with cameras in your facility. Your fencing has to be up, everything has to be compliant and you are given a compliance list on your application. So you have guidelines as to what you need to do. So but in South Africa, when you apply for your license, you could only apply for a grow license. And grow license means your GAP license, which means you can grow the cannabis and you can take it up to your facility, and you can dry it and cure it, and you can pack it in big volumes and export it. That's all you could do. You couldn't even apply for GMP accreditation. It wasn't in place in South Africa, so you could only grow the cannabis and export it in bulk. But things change rapidly after that, and things are way up to speed now, still way behind the rest of the world. So then, once the inspection's been, you'll get your report back, and if you failed your inspection, they'll tell you why and what you need to rectify, and they'll come back in about 3 months' time and do the inspection again, which also costs another fee. So all the while, you aren't making money. You're putting money in, and it took us 18 months to get a license, and that was quick for South Africa. But all the while, we weren't really generating income. We were putting the money. So putting money into a hole. And you weren't allowed to grow for recreation, and you're still not allowed to grow for recreation. So that you can only grow for export. And to acquire export accreditation, you need to have accreditation EU GMP, which is European GMP, good manufacturing practice. And we have South African GMP, but it's not recognized in Europe anywhere else in the world. So it's a pointless exercise. So in order to get up to scratch, we have to get control union to come in from overseas and do the full inspection and put into place what is required for European GMP. And it costs a vast amount. Everything you do in a facility costs a vast amount of money. So you need to have very strong investors to be sure, to be safe, and your investors need to be bullish. They need to be bullish, and they need to understand that the risk is high, and the risk is very high, but the rewards can be high. The key to success, as we've seen it, is compliance. But even compliance in Africa is nowhere near to compliance in the rest of the world, as I've seen. But we are as compliant as we need to be for compliance in South Africa. And that's regarding security, cleanliness. We have PPE, we have all all the PPE equipment that's required. We all wear that equipment. We don't have an indoor grow as such, so we don't have to wear PPE indoors, which can be pretty warm in South Africa, but other facilities do. So you need a lot of money, and then we haven't even got to the actual style of growth. I mean, aquaponics is unique in its style. It's a biological system. I'm sure that in America it must be very difficult as well because of the temperature fluctuations you get there. We have the same, but we have opposite. We have heat problems. You guys have freezing problems. So it requires more input because of the biology. We're dealing with living microorganisms, fish and plants, obviously. So we have to put more money into accommodate these things. Whereas vegetables didn't need to do that. But aquaponics is the future. It's the future of any agriculture. The way things are going at the moment, the way they're cutting carbon emissions, everything, even cattle. So aquaponics is definitely the future of food security in the world and medicine. There's no doubt in my mind. So the more the merrier, I say. But it is high risk, it is highly volatile. But as in the same breath, things are improving to make it easier every day. Technology is going to help. So for me, it's the only way. But the investors, obviously, investing in aquaponics is more complex because you're having to invest in the components, and the diversity of aquaponics is growing as I see it. A lot of aquaponics systems that I see in the world are all just deep water, and I see that a lot of people don't use their media beds to grow it. And I understand why they don't grow media beds, but I also believe that you can and that you should, because your space is limited in aquaponics module. So I do grow media beds. People don't like to grow media beds, they say, because it's highly volatile, because that's where your nitrification is taking place. Yeah, it is volatile because of that, but you also have living organisms. You have your microbes, you have your earthworms, your red regulars, your earthworms living in your media beds, in the stone. They're living down in the stone. They're helping with the whole process of the aquaponics. So I believe strongly you can grow very good cannabis in media beds. So I do, and I get some of my strongest grows in media beds. So I'm all the deep water grows, and deep water is a very complex grow. I know for Stephen that it isn't for you, and it isn't for Marty. I mean, you guys grow incredible cannabis on deep water. You guys have been doing it longer, and yeah, I'm still getting the hang of it, and I'm still not getting it right yet. But once it's right, I understand it works beautifully. I mean, the flowers you guys produce is incredible, and I have had nice flower on deep water too. But I need everything to be more consistent because of our commercial situation. So everything needs to be more stable, and it's just more free flowing. Yeah, definitely more stable cannabinoids too. And I can achieve that in aquaponics. So the lighting is something that we haven't afforded yet, and grow lights are extremely expensive. I've got a quote just this last week for 50 grow lights in this tunnel that I'm trying to get souped up now to an indoor types grow, and it's R500,000 rand. And at the same time, we're trying to afford solar with aquaponics. That's 1.2 million. Everything's millions. So the investors of aquaponics cannabis facilities need to be very strong and very bullish, and know that they're on the right course. They need to be confident in their grower and in their grow, and then they need to leave the grower alone. Aquaponics is very complex, and the grower knows their system more than anybody. He doesn't need anyone coming from the outside and telling him what to do and giving him advice. Just leave the aquaponics grower alone. He's living, or she is living, with those microbes, with those fish, with those plants. It's an ongoing thing. It's almost systemic. For me, it's living. like systemic. I know what's going on. I didn't know when my fish, because my alarm didn't work. So yeah, it requires a lot of money, but the rewards, if you can get flower to grow like Marty and Stephen grows, with those big, beautiful buds, you're going to make your money. And it's going to be the highest level of terpenes, the highest level of cannabinoids, the cleanest flower that you can achieve with unoxidized trichomes, which is the medicine.
Thank you so much. It was really wonderful having you on all the way from South Africa. I appreciate you being with us at an unusual time for you. So thank you so much. And if you guys want to find out more, you can find out him, Sweetwater Aquaponics, on Instagram.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the time to come on.
My greatest pleasure.
All righty. Well, our next guest will be with us shortly. Next up, we have, sorry, 1 second. I got dogs barking, all kinds of stuff. Trying to pull up the other slide thing. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Again, some technical difficulties this morning. Put this up here. While we're waiting on our next speaker, I will throw this up again before we have our next one. Be sure to support our speakers. We have many different wonderful companies from Canada, South Africa, Australia, the US, and elsewhere here on the conference. So please make sure you go and support them if they have any services or products that you may need for your grow. Alrighty. Well, thanks so much. Next up, we have Danielle Maitland, who has a wonderful presentation for us and some really cool tools. I was just doing this. Oh, what did I just do? Sorry, technical issues here. Some wonderful resources for you guys to utilize as well regarding researching white papers and all kinds of cool stuff. And for those of you that don't know, she had a wonderful podcast episode with us, as well as a wonderful presentation last year on all of her hard work that she's been doing up in Canada and kind of getting more quantified data on aquaponic cannabis. So thanks so much for joining us today.
No problem. Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, coming in loud and clear.
Perfect. I'll see if I can get the sharing.
Looks like it's working.
Are you seeing the presentation or the presentation view?
We're seeing the presentation view with the next slide.
This happened last year too.
Yeah, if you can set it just to present on the same screen, that should fix it.
That
I do remember this happening last year as well.
did that work at all? No.
No, you have to turn sharing back on. Let's see.
Oh, okay. Presentation or the presentation viewer?
Presentation viewer.
Well, let's try.
At the top, it says display settings, maybe.
Yeah, I can also just do. I don't really need the viewer, so I'll just do duplicate. Still the same?
You don't see your present. I see just the. Oh yeah, still the same. Yeah.
Okay. Guess you guys aren't the only ones with technical difficulties today.
We're experiencing technical differences. It's okay. These things happen. Get it sorted here. I was gonna say, maybe if you can just do share screen 1 or screen 2, whichever one you're putting it on, and then just try to present it as a flat presentation on that screen. That might get around it potentially.
Now I can't even open Zoom. There we go.
Got this, guys. We're getting this sorted here in a moment. Guys, gals, and everything
That's
else.
still looking like presenter view? Or can you even see?
Yes, I can see it, but it's just showing me as if you're screen sharing. Should try, see next to the minus there at the bottom, or the zoom in, zoom out, underneath where it says apply to all. Try just hitting that button there.
I am seeing something different than what you're seeing. Okay.
Anybody in chat has any positive feedback? We'll get this sorted here in a moment, guys. There's a little button that has like a square, a line at the bottom, right next to the zoom out button for present. See if that works. Yeah, down next to the right of the little book icon, that one.
Yeah. There we go. That should work.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So sorry about that, everybody. My name is Danielle Maitland. I'm the Director of Science and Cultivation Technology at Aqualitas Inc. And I am also a PhD student at Dalhousie University. And I'm going to talk to you about a few different things today. So I'm going to talk about the literature review project I worked on last year, how I did this literature search, how the spreadsheet turned out, some recommended uses and some cautions when using it. I believe that Ponics there is going to pop the link for that spreadsheet up in the chat. And if not, I can try and put it in later. I'm going to talk a little bit about some analysis I did on that spreadsheet and talk about methodological reporting in aquaponics literature, specifically, how it was assessed, how the different inputs were reported, who's using what in the literature, and why it matters that you report what you're using when you're doing a kind of a scientific study. I'm going to talk very briefly about the some of the research I've been working on for my PhD, which is developing an aquaponics fish feed. I wouldn't have had this ready if the conference had happened in the fall, but you gave me enough time to do a little bit of data analysis, so I have that now. And then I'm going to do my my plug for Aqualitas and Reef Organic there at the end. And then any questions I'm happy to answer. So why did I go about making a big spreadsheet? So for my PhD project, I was focusing on developing an aquaponic fish feed. And so I figured I'd go through all the literature and I collect data on what other people were using in literature, because there weren't really too many articles about improving plant growth by changing the diet of your fish. So I figured I'd just go through all the articles and I'd collect all this information about, the type of feed they were using, where they were getting it, how much protein was in it, how much salt was in it. And I'd try and analyze that data set and get something useful out of it. And so that was going to be for my comprehensive exam. And then as I started filling out the spreadsheet, I was like, oh, well, you know, I should put in the title of the paper and the authors and the year it was published. And I should also put in how big the system was and what kind of fish they were using. And so the spreadsheet just kept ballooning and ballooning and ballooning. And eventually I ended up with about 350 publications, and I was pulling data from each of those publications on about 68 different parameters. So I did pass my comprehensive exam, which is great. And I've written one review paper based on this data set, which I'm going to talk about. That's the inputs reporting that I talk about later. And so I decided to share the tool, the literature review tool, just as a hopefully a useful thing for the aquaponics community if they're looking to get more information about the published articles that are out there. So I did the review on May 7th, 2021. So anything published after that isn't in the spreadsheet yet. And basically I went on Web of Science, I typed in aquaponic and aquaponics, and that gave me 297 results. So I downloaded all those papers. And then as I was reading through them, if they referenced something that I hadn't downloaded already, I downloaded that reference as well and included it in the spreadsheet. If something was behind a paywall, I didn't include it because I couldn't get it, but I ended up with 359 publications, and that includes review papers, experimental articles, extension publications, all sorts of published work on aquaponics. So the recommended uses for this spreadsheet, which I'll show you, I'll go through it just a little bit in a minute, and hopefully don't get any more technical difficulties, is it's good for a literature search. If you want to see what's been published about koi and aquaponics or cannabis and aquaponics, you can search the fish tab or the plant tab, and it'll kind of give you a list of articles you can look up if you are interested in that plant species or that fish species. If you want a list of review articles, we can do that. It's good to compare results from literature to your system if you can find a system in there that is similar to yours, maybe growing the same types of plants, the same types of fish, and winning arguments with your friends and colleagues is always fun. I would advise against using the sheet for any math as is. So don't, go and say the average pH of an aquaponic system is, and then try and average that pH tab. Some of it is numbers, but some of it is also ranges, if that was what was provided in the article. So it will mess with Excel if you try and do math on cells like that. So if you have any questions, if you are confused by an entry, or if I got something wrong, because I'm almost definitely did get something wrong, you can send me an email. I have that a little later in the presentation. So I'm going to try and share the literature review spreadsheet here now. Is that coming through okay?
Yeah, sure.
So this is the spreadsheet. It goes in reverse chronological order. So it starts up here in 2021 and it goes all the way down to 1977 and 1978, which is the two first articles that were published about aquaponics. Those were recirculating aquaculture people who were looking to add an extra biofilter so they could circulate their water for longer because the nitrogen was getting taken out of the water by the plants. So anything that's grayed out is a review article. So obviously those generally don't have systems involved, so they don't have any system parameters. But if you just scroll along, the publication, the authors, any associations of the authors, where the article or the research was done, what type of aquatic animal was used. So that's probably going to be anyway. So you can filter these columns and get a list of articles that are just experimental or just review articles, or just use koi, just use cannabis, just use NFT or DWC or media based. You can sort each of these. You can sort by light type. You can sort by environment, and then I just go through the different spacings, pH, temperature of the fish tank, all the food factors, which is what the spreadsheet was originally about, was all the, protein, fat content, fiber content in the fish feed. I have a section on inlet water parameters, and then ammonia, nitrate, and nitrite, and phosphate, if they're reported, and then a quick line there at the end about, the conclusions that the author came to in the paper. So hopefully it's useful. Hopefully we get, people can use it to search and find things that are useful for them. That's the intent behind it anyway. And let's go back to the PowerPoint. So once you have this, what do you do with it? Hopefully this is not showing you presenter view because it's looking different to me, but regardless, I don't think I have many notes. So you can access the data through the Aquaponics Association site. And hopefully there will be a link provided in the chat. I am going to try to update it yearly. If that doesn't work out, we'll know. It originally, I had it written down that it was going to be shared monthly, and then it was quarterly, and now I have it. I'm going to try and update it yearly. So I'm trying to temper expectations with the yearly. I do have all the next up to the end of 2022, all the articles downloaded. I just have to go through them and add them to the spreadsheet. It's fairly time intensive. So I haven't done that yet. And I will keep an archive of a previous version. So if you're looking for a previous version down the line in a few years, I can send that to you. That's the email address that you can contact me at. If anything is wrong or needs to be updated, go ahead. So what do you do with the giant spreadsheet? So what I did was I narrowed it down and I did a lot of analysis on it. So I narrowed it down to articles that had physical systems, and they had to include fish and plants. So of those 359 publications, 231 had fish in a tank connected to plants that they were growing. And I wanted to analyze this data set to see how often were people specifying what they were using for inputs when they were doing these research projects. Were they saying which fish feed they were using, what makeup water they were using, what buffer they were using, and what type of light they were using. And I did look at fish and plants a little bit, but those were very well reported. So what input was used and how much of it were they using were the questions I was looking at. And so for plants and fish, they were very well reported. So I didn't really thoroughly analyze these as much, but generally speaking, 100% of the articles specified what fish they were using, and 99% of the articles specified what plants they were using. Tilapia was the most common in the literature, followed by carp, followed by catfish, followed by ornamentals. There was no salmon in the literature. There was also no sunfish or no bluegill, which are commercial species. If you look at some of the surveys of aquaponics practitioners, those are things that people are growing commercially, but they don't show up in the literature. For plant species, about 45% of the article said what plant species they were using in the title of the article. And the most common were lettuce, followed by tomatoes, followed by basil. There's very little cannabis, unfortunately, in the published literature so far. Just 1.3%, I think, is 2 articles. And 40% of those articles had more than one plant species in the article. So I didn't assess if they were specifying where they were getting these plants or how much of these plants they were putting in, but I did look at that for or fish as well, but I did look at that for the other inputs. So for makeup water, I wanted the article to consider, or to say that they specified it. I just wanted to say where they were getting it from. Was it rainwater? Was it well water? Was it municipal water? And then for the amount used, I wanted to know either the amount of makeup water they used over the course of the study, or every day, percent per makeup water per day, some kind of estimation of that. For buffer, for pH control, I wanted to know what type of agent was used, or if they didn't need to use one. And then for the amount, either the pH range they were trying to target or the amount in grams that they were using either per day or over the course of the study. For lighting, I wanted to know the type of light. So was it just sunlight, or was it sunlight plus supplemental lighting, or was it just supplemental lighting? And for the amount used for sunlight, if they stated the dates of the study and where they were, that's enough to figure out, photoperiod and light intensity, or specifically stating light intensity and the dates or the photoperiod would be considered enough information, at least for this analysis. And then for artificial lighting, the photoperiod and light intensity are optimal, but if they provided the photoperiod, the type of lighting they were using, and the wattage of that light, I accepted that as well. And then if they were using both sunlight and artificial lighting, I wanted them to provide details on both types of light. And then for fish feed, it was the brand name or the source of the feed. So, it was Purina Aquamax, or it was a self-formulated feed. And then for amount, it was either body weight % per day or the total amount used over the experiment, just an estimation of how much food was being, or a reporting of how much food was being put into the system. So when I looked at these 231 articles for the makeup water, and that's the water that's usually initially used to fill the system, to replace water that's lost to transpiration, to evaporation, to harvests, you have leaks, you have solids removal, and then you have spillage. So that the makeup water generally in literature ranged around 5% per day. But there are no published articles in the literature before 2021 that I found that specifically looked at the impact of makeup water on system performance, which is unfortunate. But the common sources were municipal and tap water, well and groundwater, surface water, rainwater, and distilled reverse osmosis or deionized water. Of the 231 articles, 91 said what water source they were using. So about 40% of the articles, and only 46 of those specified how much of makeup water they were using. And fewer than 8% of all the articles reported the pH, electrical conductivity, or temperature of the makeup water they were using. For the most part, the researchers were using municipal and groundwater, a little bit of RO or distilled water for the articles that were focused on nutrient flows, and they didn't want to be introducing any new nutrients through their makeup water, a little bit of rainwater, and a little bit of surface water. When you look at the buffer used, this is required to counteract the pH drop as your biofilter converts ammonia to nitrate. It's not always required. So if you have a really, really high alkalinity makeup water, or if you're using a grow medium that can act as a buffer, or if your study is just a really short duration, you might not need to use a buffer to control pH, but generally it is needed. And there is one article that's been published that looks at the impact of buffer on system operation. That's from Wilson Leonard and was published in 2020. And he did find a difference, like there was improved plant growth with specific types of buffers. So it does have an impact on your system performance, what type of buffer you're using. 82 of the 231 articles specified what buffer they were using, or if they weren't using a buffer. And of those, 76 specified what their target pH range was, or how much buffer they were using. For light, I was looking at sunlight only, sunlight plus supplemental lighting, or artificial lighting only. 3 articles have been published on the impact of lighting. They're listed there. And of the 231, 197 specified a light source, which is 85%, which is pretty good. And of those 197, 123 specified the amount. With only about a quarter saying using like a light meter to give an actual measurement, but a lot of them did provide the dates and the location of the study. The majority of articles were looking at sunlight only as the lighting. 75% were just greenhouses or outdoors with no supplemental lighting. About 13% used sunlight and supplemental lighting. Most of that was HPS in the literature, followed by LED and metal halide. And then only 12% of articles were looking at artificial only lighting. And for that, the most common was fluorescent, followed by LED, followed by metal halide, followed by HPS. For fish feed, depending who you talk to, 50 to 80% of the nutrients for plant growth should be coming from the waste nutrients from aquatic animal production. So the fish feed should be your major nutrient source in aquaponics. And there are 8 different articles looking at changing the feed parameters around a little to try and improve plant growth or fish growth. But they did have some limited statistically significant results. Of the 231 articles, 112 specified where they got their feed from. 42 articles just said they were using a commercial feed without providing any other details. And 78 of those articles specified the amount. So about a third of articles are saying where they're getting their fish feed and how much fish feed they're using for aquaponics articles. Of the ones that specified a feed source, mostly everyone was using commercially available complete pelleted feeds. There was a few people who reported using homemade feeds, some using flakes and wafers, some were growing using biofloc. There was one article that was using dried honeybee larvae and one that was feeding live tilapia. So of the secondary characteristics of the feed, about 64% of articles reported how much protein was in their feed. 63 reported the feeding frequency. So were they feeding once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day? And then it dropped off from there with fewer articles reporting the fat content or the fiber content. And only about 1 in 5 articles reported the amount of phosphorus they were using or that there was present in their fish feed. So overall, the graph on the left is the number of input sources that were specified. So there's 4 inputs: fish feed, buffer, light, and makeup water. And so only 13% of articles specified all 4 inputs. And then when you look at the inputs and amounts, only 5.6% of all the articles surveyed reported both the input they were using and how much of each input they were using. So this is just by input. And again, you see a bit of a drop for each one from when some more articles specify what they're using than how much they're using. So what does that matter? So overall, about 66% did not report 2 or more sources for their study, and 82% didn't report the sources and amounts of 2 or more of their inputs. And so that means that the minimum standards I set up at the start of the presentation weren't met for makeup water 80% of the time, buffer and fish feed for about 2/3 of the time, and lighting for about 50% of the time. And this isn't the first time there have been issues noticed with the aquaponics literature. Wilson Leonard put a publication out in 2020, looked and found that about 61% of the articles that he surveyed applied no or incorrect statistical analysis. And there was a more recent publication by Colt in 2021 that found that about 72% of the articles surveyed didn't sufficiently report the engineering or design aspects. So if the literature doesn't include these information in the articles, it makes it really difficult to build upon the work. You can't, replicate a study or continue a study on if you don't have enough information on what's being used, how much is being used, and how these studies are being designed. And now a lot of people don't really try to replicate studies. There were no studies that I saw in the literature review spreadsheet that were direct replications. But if if commercial producers want to use these studies, they need to know how generalizable the study is to them. How similar is the system that was being studied to their system? So for makeup water, because there aren't any studies out there on the impact of makeup water, it's really hard to tell what, do you get better yield if you're using well water or if you're using municipal water? Is this study that uses municipal water applicable to my grow that's using well water? And if the study provided all the details on the water, you might be able to make an assessment how close it is to your water, what might the differences be. But if that information isn't provided, it can't be used. And when it comes to the buffer, there has been at least one study showing that it can have an impact. So it is important which buffer is being used. You might have two articles. One says that you need to supplement potassium in aquaponics and one says that you don't, but the one that says you don't is using potassium bicarbonate as their buffer, but they never mention that in their, materials and methods section. So it's hard to draw conclusions. It's hard to take that information and apply it in a useful way to your system, your study, your commercial operation if it's not provided in literature. Lighting was pretty well reported, at least the type of light that was used was pretty well reported. But lighting can have a really big impact on operational costs and yields and, starting costs if you have to buy all these lights. So it is important to be able to have that information if you want to use the literature that's out there to inform your decisions. And in terms of fish feed, the results from the studies have been mixed. There's not a lot of information out there on whether the fish feed use has a huge impact on plant growth. There is a lot of literature in the aquaculture generally that says that you can improve fish feed, or you can improve fish growth with improved feed. But in terms of the impact on the plants, it is the literature so far is fairly mixed. But feed characteristics in the literature and in generally, they vary really widely. You can get a low protein feed, that's 20% protein all the way up to a carnivore feed that's 65% protein. So it's not like you can go into a research article that doesn't state what type of protein or what type of fish feed they're using and make an assumption, because there's such a wide variety available that you can't really do that. And this becomes an issue when trying to, design systems or model systems, because the protein content of the fish feed and the phosphorus content of the fish feed are really critical for sizing your systems and for sizing your biofilter, for sizing your solids removal, for sizing, how much phosphorus are you going to have in your water to be available for plants. So it is important to include this information whenever possible. I'm working on a slightly prettier version of this to hopefully post, but generally speaking, for makeup water, state where your source is. If it's from a municipality, provide the location. If it's a well, what type of well is it? Is it drilled or is it dug? And where is it from? And then if you're using RO or distilled water, what machine did you use or where did you get it from? And then just the total amount used either over the course of the study or per day. Similar for buffer, what are you using? If you're not using it, say why. If you are using it, say where you got it from and what the chemical formula is. And then for the amount used, ideally you'd say, this many grams per day or this many grams total, and then include the pH range you were aiming for when you were adding your buffer. For lighting type, again, type of light, sunlight and or artificial. And if you're using artificial, what type of light is it? What is the wattage of the bulb? Where did you get it from? For lighting intensity, again, photo period and intensity are the main ones, and they vary differently can vary slightly for sunlight or artificial, but that's the main point. How much light what intensity of light are they getting in for how many hours a day are the plants seeing that light? And for fish feed, the manufacturer, brand name, and source of the feed. And then if it has if that brand name of feed is available in a variety of pellet sizes, say which pellet size you were using. And then for the total amount, you can say percent per day, percent body weight per day, or grams per day of fish feed. And then how frequently were you feeding them? If any food is being removed, you should also include that in there as well, because that'll affect the nutrient content. And then in a perfect world, everyone would have infinite funding and they'd be able to spend a lot of money on water testing. I know that's not always the case, but including things like the pH and electrical conductivity and temperature of your makeup water is really good. If you're using, especially if you're using well water, testing for the nutrients and reporting that is important. For example, my well water has more manganese in it than you would ever see in the strongest hydroponic, fertilizers. So that might, if I'm growing aquaponically using that water, that could affect other nutrient input or other nutrient uptake by the plants. It's important to include that information. Ideally, if you can measure light, if you have a PAR meter or something that can give you ppfd, if you can measure that a couple times over the course of the experiment and report it, that's great. And For fish feed, if you're buying it commercially, it'll have generally what's called guaranteed minimum analysis, and that'll say the minimum amount of protein in your fish feed. Phosphorus is often included. Sometimes you'll get sodium. So just report what's on the fish bag at least, fish feed bag at least. And if you can get approximate analysis done, I know a lot of agricultural labs will do this. You send them a sample of feed and they'll run it through and they'll tell you, how much protein, fat, moisture, ash, and fiber is in there. You can also sometimes add on, macro elements and micronutrients into that testing as well. So this is the new stuff. I've never talked to anybody about this. So this is a Ponics exclusive. For my PhD with Aqualitas, I'm working on developing an aquaponics specific fish feed. So what we did is we compared a commercial koi feed to two different feeds we designed. And one was designed more thinking about the vegetative growth phase of cannabis, and one was designed looking more at the flowering feed phase of cannabis. And so we made the feeds and we tested them in triplicate. So that's the first data I'll go over. And then we use this contraption here, which is, we call it the feed trial unit. And it's a series of tanks, basically a very small scale RAS system. It has a couple clarifiers, biofilter, heating and chilling, and then municipal waste makeup water to top it up. And with this unit, we did 3-week nutrient generation trials for each type of food. And we also did one 12-week feed trial where we had 3 tanks, each getting a different type of food, or 3 tanks getting each type of food. So there's 9 tanks total. And we grew them in the same environment, head to head, just looking at how did the fish grow on each of these, the koi grow on each of these feeds. And because I just complained about nobody specifying their inputs, for the record, I used 3 fish feeds. The nutrient information is going to be on the next slide. I used municipal water that was dechlorinated from the municipality Aqualitas is located in, which is Brooklyn. We were using potassium bicarbonate as a buffer, and we didn't have any lights because we didn't have any plants. The point of this trial was to look at fish growth and nutrient generation. So getting into the fish feed, we had similar protein levels. So the different letters, if the letters are different between columns, that means that they are statistically significantly different. So for example, for nitrogen, the commercial feed and the vegetative feed had about the same amount of nitrogen, and the flowering feed had more protein. Phosphorus was different, and it increased significantly from the commercial diet through the vegetative diet through the flowering diet. Potassium was different, and it did decrease a little bit. Potassium is generally not very high in fish feed because fish generally don't need a lot of potassium as a nutrient in their diets. So you'll always see much lower potassium in fish feeds than generally you will see in phosphorus and nitrogen. Calcium increased as the phosphorus increased and was significantly different. Not a lot of huge difference in the magnesium levels. The sodium level in the commercial feed was significantly higher than in the feeds that we developed. And fat was fairly low. It was usually for koi, you want it fairly low because they can get some health issues if there's too much fat in their fish food. So looking at how that translated over, we didn't have so this is the average of 3 trials. In between each trial, we would completely flush the system, clean the system, take all the solids out, take out all the fish, and refill it with fresh municipal water. So we were starting with a fresh slate. And so this is the final concentration of these nutrients minus the initial concentration of these nutrients. And what we found was it seemed there was the only statistical significance was that I'm going to talk about today was with the phosphorus and the sodium. The nitrogen or the nitrate in the water did seem to increase with our foods compared to the commercial foods, but it wasn't statistically significant. There was a little bit too much noise there. The phosphorus was significant, so there was it lined up. We go right back. It increased with increasing amount of phosphorus in the feed. Calcium showed that similar trend, but it wasn't statistically significant. And magnesium also showed a similar trend to what was in the feed, but it wasn't significant. And the sodium was significant. So the fish feed that we got, the commercial feed we got, had higher sodium in the feed, and that higher sodium did translate to higher sodium in the water. Another interesting thing we found, the electrical conductivity in the water after 3 weeks was higher with the two feeds that we designed compared to the commercial feed. It got up around 0.6, which is a good kind of place to keep your system at, depending on who you ask. But that was significantly different. And then we did the growth trial. So for this growth trial, we used the baby koi, which we had bred on site. So they were about a year old when we started this. And we started with koi. We filled up the 9 tanks with koi that were about 16 to 18 grams. And we fed them, each tank either only got flowering feed, vegetative feed, or the commercial feed. And after 4 weeks, we saw statistical significance in the difference in growth rates. And then we grew them all the way through. Generally, for these types of trials, you want to grow them and grow the fish out until they're about 3 times bigger than they were when you started. So we did that it took us about 12 weeks. And the feed conversion ratio, so that's the amount of food you have to put in. So the grams of food you put in to get a gram of weight added to your fish. So for the flowering feed, they grew really well. Basically, for every gram of fish food we gave them, we grew a gram of fish. And the vegetative was pretty close to that, at about 1.14 grams of feed would give you a gram of fish. And the commercial was lower. So they were growing slower on the commercial fish feed than they were on ours. For the babies at least. And this is interesting just because, say you were looking to grow, and we were using koi, so say you're looking to grow out butterfly koi for resale. So you want to take them in when they're little, grow them up until they're big, and sell them. You buy them for $3-5 a fish, and you sell them for $20 a fish. If you're using a feed that they grow faster on, then you can turn over your fish faster, and that's good from a cost perspective and from economics perspective. So our koi, they went from 20 grams to 80 grams on our flowering feed in 12 weeks, which is great. And this is completely anecdotal, not scientific at all, no error bars. They liked our feed better. They liked the fish. They really, really liked the flowering feed, and they liked the vegetative feed quite a bit, but definitely more than the commercial feed. And that was in both trials. So we're always trying to make our fish happy. So we're happy that we have something they consider a treat now on site. And so just overarching themes from this, the fish feed can impact the nutrient generation in terms of your overall electrical conductivity, and you will see an impact from if you're using koi. I'll hedge this a bit. If you're using koi in a system that has clarifiers instead of a system that removes the solids immediately, you will see, if there's more phosphorus in your food, you can probably expect to see more phosphorus in your water when you're trying to choose which fish feed is best for you to purchase. And the same thing can be said for sodium. If you don't want too much sodium build up in your system, which can cause issues with plants uptaking different nutrients, if you can find a feed which has a lower sodium content, you might be better off. And also, I mean, if we had run these trials for longer, we might have gotten to a point where the other nutrients were significant. But this is just the starting phase. So where we're going from here is we hope to trial this food in the commercial system and see if that increased phosphorus and that decreased sodium plays out at the commercial level, like it did in the small scale level with that feed trial unit. And so I always talk fast. I've only been talking for I don't even know what time it is, but I think I still have some time. So I'm going to keep going unless somebody waves at me to slow down or to stop talking, then I'm out of time. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Aqualitas. So we are located in the South Shore of Nova Scotia. This is an aerial picture of the industrial park that we're in. It's an absolutely lovely view. We get seals in the spring and the fall in our little harbor here, going after the herring. So that's always fun to see when you're on your walk into work. from the parking lot. We won the Cannabis Cup this year, the Grow Up Cannabis Cup for our Queen's Sangria flower. That was a pretty big deal. We produce a wide variety of SKUs. We have dried flower, which is the majority that we sell, but we also have pre-rolls. We have vapes, we have oils, we have rosin, and we have our gummies, which are definitely my favorite product that we make. And in terms of distribution, we are in all Canadian provinces except currently Manitoba, and we are in one territory. If you are a medical patient, we ship to medical patients all over the country. If you're interested in joining our medical platform, you can contact the client care team at aqualitas.ca, and they'll walk you through the process if you want to register with us as a medical patient. Canada only, I'm sorry. And this is our social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And we have different brands. So our medical brand is Aqualitas, and that's at Aqualitas Inc. Our recreational brand is Reef Organic. And our kind of collaborative brand that we do with micro growers, trying to help them bring their product to market, is Current. And that's at Current Cannabis. And here's a video that will probably crash PowerPoint. Maybe not. Oh, it worked. And that is a baby koi in an egg. I show this at pretty much every presentation. So if you've seen one of my presentations before, you've probably seen this. You can see his little heart beating and tail and big old eyes. And that was 2 days after the eggs were fertilized and a day before they hatched, because koi do everything rapid fire. It's much quicker than something like salmon, which takes 6 weeks from fertilization to hatch usually, or longer. So are there any questions?
Or let me look in chat here. Wes, I think your mic's open. Does anybody have any questions in chat that didn't ask a question already? Trying to see if there's any questions. I think a lot of people were just absorbing your database. A lot of people were saying it looked pretty great in chat.
It's a lot of data, but it is, hopefully it'll be useful. At least if you're a grad student about to start your master's or your PhD, it should be useful. Help you figure out what you have to do for your literature review, for your proposal and your defense or your comprehensive exam.
Someone asked if your PhD is available.
It's not done yet. I'm hoping to graduate next fall, but it is currently not completed. I have a lot more statistics to do.
You gave a great presentation last year on some side-by-sides between the regular water and aquaponic nutrients and super soda. Is there any other interesting things you've learned in the last year aside from the presentation that you showed us here that you're able to talk about?
One thing I did a deep dive on our microbial results, and I think somebody else mentioned that you had said this before, but our microbial side by side cannabis and that was watered aquaponically or that was irrigated with municipal water, the aquaponics plants did better. They had lower numbers of just about everything. Now that wasn't a controlled replicates, that's just an observational study, but we did it a couple times, and every time it was lower when you were using the aquaponics irrigation compared to just straight municipal water. So I think that's an interesting thing, and if somebody's looking for a project, and I would love to see someone prove that out. So that I think was super interesting. We're looking at a whole bunch of R&D hopefully in the next year or two of trying to commercialize this fish feed, get it to that commercial scale, see if it works for us to improve some yields. And we are completely off commercial nutrients now. We have our living soil, and we have our aquaponics irrigation, and we have the nutrient supplement we make from digesting the fish solids, and so we don't use any commercial fertilizers anymore, which was really exciting. And that was from we got some support through an industrial research assistance program grant to figure that all out and get it to the commercial scale. So that was really good. Very successful in the last year. And the other we have koi. If anybody in Atlantic Canada would like to purchase some koi, we were very successful in our first breeding round, and we have a bunch of them, like several thousand. So if if anybody needs some koi, they're very cute. They've been hand raised. They'll take the pellets right out of your fingers. And we got some butterfly koi. We have some koi with regular fins, and they're right cute. I'm very fond of them. So if anybody's looking for koi in Atlantic Canada, we can probably deliver. But in terms of looking forward, I'd really like to get into some more research on the driving forces behind, why is the terpenes are higher, the cannabinoids are higher, what is driving that, try and figure it out. And always working on increasing yields and potencies, and maxing out the genetic potential of each different cultivar. So hopefully I have some more neat stuff for you next year. I really like coming to this conference and chatting here. So hopefully I'll be able to do it next year as well. And if there's any more questions, feel free to contact me, or if you have any to ask, I can answer them now, but always happy to chat.
Yeah, we had a question is from chat. With all the flawed data entry, how do we discern what's important and practical? I think that's kind of the purpose of what you built, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's hard to tell. It's basically you can look at everything and try and find trends. If the question has been asked 5 times and 5 different people have come to a similar answer, even if they weren't doing the best reporting, you can say, it is fairly likely that those results are correct. I think moving towards, more consistent guidelines, and I'm working with the Aquaponics Association on this, like recommended materials and method, like this is how you set up a materials and methods section for an aquaponics article. That should, having some standardization in that should help improve, having all the data available, so you can flag which articles are going to help you or help what your research or your commercial system, and then you can go and look at the articles more deeply, because you don't want to just go off the spreadsheet. You should read the source articles as well to get a full understanding of what they were doing, and the author's interpretations of the numbers that I put into the spreadsheets, and that should help you get a better idea about what's useful, what's the likely causes of things. Generally speaking, there are some meta-analyses that look at a whole bunch of data that come to the conclusion. Like there was one recently about comparing aquaponics to hydroponics, and they came to the conclusion that it's not a significant difference from all the articles they looked at that were comparing them side by side. That some said it was better, some said it was worse, some said it was similar. So those types of articles, when they're doing the big data analysis, those can be really useful in figuring out the truth from multiple sources. I don't know if that answers the question at all, but I hope so.
And one other question, I guess in closing here, have you done any research concerning microbial life and nutrients and fish growth?
Nothing on fish growth. It's the microbial life and plant growth is on my list. I actually have the whole thing planned out. I just need the space to run the trial. But in terms of fish growth, no, I haven't looked at that directly. I know there's some articles in the wider aquaculture literature that look at that, but mostly they're focused on the microbiome in the gut of the fish and how that impacts fish growth. And that's a really interesting kind of emerging area of research in aquaculture. But I'm sure that copies over to aquaponics as well.
The only person I know who's doing anything on the sequencing side of things is Matt Powers, who's our opening speaker tomorrow. He's doing soil stuff, but now he's doing some aquaponic sequencing and stuff as well from samples that we're getting his way. So he's the only person I know that's trying to map any of that I'm aware of currently, at least.
Yeah, there's a few articles in the spreadsheet there that have looked at genetic mapping of, aquaculture systems versus aquaponic systems, and finding that the aquaponic systems are more diverse. I believe is the general outcome from those. And just looking, and there, the microbiomes change based where you are in the aquaponic system. So the bugs on your media in your media bed are going to be different than what's in your biofilter, than what's in your clarifier, than what's in your fish tank. There's a lot of overlap, but there are some differences as well based on where the samples were taken from. But that is one area of research I am very, very, it hurts my brain. The big math that comes with genetic markers and whatnot hurts my brain. So I'm not the best person to talk to about that, but it's super interesting. And it is also something that people are starting to look at seriously.
We had one last question. Sorry, I was muted. How do you people find you? Can you give people your website and contact info again?
Yeah. So online and social media at Aqualitas Inc. or the aqualitas.ca, at Reefer Organic, reeforganic.com, or at Current Cannabis, currentcannabis.ca. That's the medical, recreational, and collaborative brands. If you have any questions about each of those, you can reach out. I'm generally not very active on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, but I am on LinkedIn every once in a while. So if you want to reach out to me directly, you can do it through there. And I think I had my email at the start of the presentation as well. Maybe.
If you need our email too, you can always contact me and I can get you to as well.
Yeah. So that's my school email, danielle.maitland@dell.ca. But yeah, thanks for listening, and hopefully I didn't bore you all to death with spreadsheets.
I really
Thanks for coming in,
appreciate it.
Shane. No, sorry,
I
Paul.
always look forward to your presentation each year. So thank you so much for coming.
Well, I look forward to watching everybody else, and I'll see you in an hour for the commercial panel.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
No problem. Bye.
All righty. Well, waiting on our next panelist to join. Sorry about that.
He's always awesome, yeah.
A little bit of a hot mic there with Wes. I got that sorted. While we're waiting on our next guests, let me put up the support page again. If you guys are able to, be sure to go out and support our speakers. They put a lot of time into. Oh, is it showing the wrong? It's showing the wrong screen right now. Hold on a second. Oh no. Shucks. There we go. Technical differences today. There we go. One part done. There we go. Now we're good. Be sure to check out our speakers. Here's all the different companies from all the different speakers that currently you can go out and support. So if any of them provide any services or anything else that you might need, be sure to go out and support them. And we don't take sponsors and stuff for this conference. We just try to basically support the people that take the time to educate others. So thanks so much for everyone that's taken their time to speak with us this weekend and give us and all of you at home a wonderful education this weekend. Sorry, having to navigate my screens here a little bit differently. All right. Next up, we have Tanner Stewart and Cara from Stewart Farms.
Hello.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Steve, how you
Thank
doing,
for
man?
having us.
We're doing well. For those of you that aren't aware, Stewart Farms is a aquaponics facility up in Canada. We've had them on last year and definitely looking forward to their presentation again this year. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks for having us. You know, it's really special for us to have a venue at least once a year right now to take a look at what we did and absorb it ourselves. And then Cara, she had to prep me for this, and I had to get my brain back into science mode and out of business mode, which is honestly like a massage on the brain. So it's good to be here, man. Very good. So I guess I'll give a intro to me, the company, and then I'll turn it over to Cara. So for any of you that didn't see last year, my name is Tanner Stewart, CEO of Stewart Farms. I'm here with Cara Nordstrom, our chemist, who has our latest R&D project to present to all of you today. Quick personal background: I've been an entrepreneur for 17 years. 8 years ago, I started an aquaponics farming in leafy greens. I was 100% focused on spinach, kale, arugula, Swiss chard, and a 12-story nutrient film technique leafy green system, fully closed loop aquaponics system. So a lot of the things that informed the direction of Stewart Farms today started in that leafy green operation 8 years ago. Since 2018, I've been all in on cannabis in aquaponics with living soil. Little bit about Stewart Farms. I'll just share my screen here with you guys. See if I can get this working here. Oh, there we go. I gotta press the share button. There we go. Pardon. All right. I don't know if are you guys seeing what I'm trying to show you? Okay. So Stewart Farms has two lines of products here in Canada. First is our wellness line of products under our brand Rebound. We sell infused bath bombs, pain creams, Epsom salts. We just got into sublingual sprays, high potency CBD sublingual spray, and organic MCT oil. In the wellness category, we're number 1 in British Columbia. This is as of coming into the fall here, and we're number 5 in Canada. I fully expect us to be number 1 in Canada in the wellness category by the end of 2023. Of course, we're here to talk about the cultivation side of our business. So all of our craft cannabis is getting transitioned to sell and operate under our newly 2023 launching brand, East Coast Buds, because you can always rely on your East Coast Buds. That's the line, at least. And our premier strain, which we didn't do this research project on, but Daily Grape is launching in British Columbia, Nova Scotia, under the East Coast Buds brand. This is a absolutely gorgeous genetic, and I just want to throw in here, actually, because Aqualitas, we're close friends with Aqualitas. We do a lot of friendly work together. They're one province over in Nova Scotia. We're in New Brunswick. I know Myrna, their CEO, very well. Happy to be following up that presentation with ours. We actually won 3rd place with our Daily Grape in that same cannabis cup that Aqualitas won 1st place in with their Queen Sangria. And for all of us living soil, microbial, aquaponic geeks who are live streaming this right now and who's going to be watching this on the recording later, the significance of that is there was 13 entrants from all across Canada, really, really strong entrants. And 2 of the 3 winning genetics were cultivated by living soil aquaponics growers, and then a hydroponic grower snuck into second place there. But we were the only 2 living soil growers with an aquaponic fed system. We were the only 2 living growers, period. Everybody else was aquaponically driven, and we placed first and third. Now, we all know the right selection of genetic has a major component of that. However, when you're doing a 13 company blind taste test, nobody knew who was who. You're just going off of flavor, smokability, experience, and not really even experience, because when you smoke 13 genetics back to back, you're just a level of high at that point, right? So you're just going off flavor. And so there was something tasty enough and special enough in our flower that got us 2 of those 3 spots. So that cannot be underappreciated there, and I put a quick comment in the chat there when the previous speaker just brought up that meta-analysis, or there's papers that indicate there wasn't a significant difference between hydroponics and aquaponics. Well, that depends on what they're comparing. You're just comparing yield, or you're just comparing potency, because the final and ultimate comparison is experience and flavor, and those are very nuanced things to look at. So Stewart Farms' primary focus and an ongoing basis on research in aquaponics, we are very microbiome focused, specifically within the plant growth promoting microbial world. So our research right now is very foundational. We're moving our research as forward as fast as we can, while balancing, building a company from scratch and becoming commercially viable in the long term. And we'll talk more about that 50 minutes from now on the commercial aquaponics panel. But what I'm saying here is, I wish we were moving faster with our research, but I'm still very happy, as you're going to see here with this great presentation Carrie put together, that we're moving forward. We're going to keep our body of foundational research going, and just keep moving the dial forward while balancing all of the other challenges of the cannabis industry in general, and building a company. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kara to introduce herself, and she can get right into the presentation.
Hello, as Tanner said, my name is Kara Nordstrom, and I was originally graduated in 2008 from the University of New Brunswick with an honors first class in chemistry, and I studied a lot of theoretical quantum chemistry, so it doesn't really link up very well with the work I've been doing lately for Stewart Farms, but it did give me a little bit of background into just kind of the idea of asking a lot of questions and then just trying to make sense of what you're seeing as results in a preliminary way. I went on to teach for a while, and now I've decided to kind of return to the field of science, and I ended up with Stewart Farms kind of in this position, trying to help them keep pushing these projects forward as best as we could with what we had on hand all the time. I'm going to call it science on the fly, I think, is what I'm going to describe what we do at Stewart Farms, because everything we do is fast and it's gathered quickly, and we do what we can with what we've got.
So I like to call it, say just a synonym for what she said, I call it research in motion. I abbreviated it to RIM. RIM. We were going to call our company RIM. I Googled it. Some company called BlackBerry was called anyway, so we couldn't call ourselves research in motion. But
okay, so I'm going to see if I can share my screen here and just go through the preliminary things that we've found so far. I came in at the tail end of the previous presentation. It looks like there would be a lot of useful information there that I could draw from to kind of help direct where we're going to go in the future, and maybe just get a little bit more context for some of the information I'm seeing. Can people see that screen okay? Okay, so let me just see if I can figure out how to get it into, there we go. Okay, so we're going to start by just quickly summarizing where they were last year at this time. So we have a small aquaponic system that has Black Nile tilapia, and we've been kind of trying to look at the influence of cultivation effluent on the biomass, the wet mass of the cannabis yield. We'd like to be looking at some point into the cannabinoid acid concentrations as well. and the terpene concentrations, but I'll talk more about some of the challenges we had in that area on cannabis sativa. So the study we did particularly pertained to a strain of dosi cake that we were pretty fond of. So it's the basis of a larger study, as Tanner mentioned, to continue working forward into looking into the microbiome of the soil and the fish effluent and how those can work together to promote making nutrients in the soil more available to the plant at different stages of the plant's growth. So we chose Black Nile tilapia initially because we have a great set of genetics to begin with, and because they're very, very resistant to disease. So it's relatively easy to raise them and to keep them on site without a lot of issues. We had 400 or so. I think we ended up realizing we had a lot more than 400 when we ended up looking at our tanks a little more carefully, but at the time we had about 400, or thought we did. And we were capturing the effluent in this tank here on the side. And because we're trying to do comparative studies where we're comparing what happens when we use the fish effluent versus when we use filtered tap water, we come and gather the water that we need from the fish effluent tank to water our plants each time we're going to run a study. So Tanner's very proud of this room.
Yeah, and I just want to throw a little more context in around this specific Black Nile tilapia genetic. There are very few pedigree genetic breeding programs for any fish in general. Salmon is the most widely stabilized genetic in the world in the fish category across obviously various different genetics, but salmonoids. Everything else is lesser in the entire fish kingdom, sturgeon and tilapia. So this genetic is one of the few very stable ninth generation disease-free genetics. My fish mentor, Gary Chapman, they're his genetics. He is partners with a guy actually out of, I think it's Arizona, Damon, not remembering his last name right now, but some of you might even buy your Americulture is the name of the company. So Americulture, some of you might even be familiar with Americulture. If you're buying a lot of tilapia fingerlings in general, they're an excellent source for these genetics. You could probably get these same fingerlings from Americulture. I could follow an email up with Steve and maybe give him that information as well. But for us using this genetic, there's no unknowns with it. It's got 25 years of repeatable growth rates, repeated obviously progressively improving conversion rates and progressively improving generation after generation of performance in the genetic, but a very, very stable fish genetics. So this is what I like to call a consistent variable in our system, where it's a biological variable, but it's very consistent as a baseline fish.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. As I said, Tanner, he knows his fish and he's proud of the fish that we have on site. So I always give him his opportunity to make sure everyone knows the great fish we've got there. We all love them too. Okay, so the results of that experiment did seem to demonstrate initially that you would get improved yields with plants that were watered using at least some fish effluent. But one of the challenges we noticed during the grow was that there was some nutrient toxicity observed by the cultivation team. So in the terms of the way that the plants appeared and the leaves and the other things that they were noticing. And we were wondering if that was caused by soil or if that was caused by the fish effluent. We ended up deciding to incorporate that into the continuation of this study a little bit. So you'll notice some changes into the way we've designed this secondary study. So the second study got carried out starting in May, and we took 180 of the dosi cake genetic and we had them put into a media-based aquaponics where we were using either filtered water only for their entire growth cycle or the fish effluent for their entire growth cycle. And we had our soil A located for a few pots on each table, which would have been our previous soil, our control soil. And then we had a different soil, which I'm calling soil B, that we wanted to compare to see if the soil or the fish water was the main cause of that nutrient toxicity that people were observing as they were caring for the plants. So the information that gave us the clue about the nutrient toxicity beyond just the visual cues was the result of a soil sample we had done. So as you can see here, sorry, I realized that I need to move this because it's in the way of what I'm seeing. There we go. On the left, soil A, which is the one we had been using, has a very high level of nitrogen and phosphorus, which are both important to the cycle of the cannabis plant as it grows. But too much is not always a good thing, right? You want to find the sweet spot for every nutrient as you're growing. So we were wondering, if you compare the amounts, there's about half as much nitrogen and there's about 1/10 of the phosphorus. So we just wanted to see what kind of effect that would have. Yes, okay. So the layout of the room, 180 plants. Everything in blue was watered with filtered water. Everything in green was watered with only fish effluent. And as you can see, I just had a few control pots on the front of each table, and then everything else was in that new soil. That was based on the availability of the soil at the time. It would have been better to have a larger control sample, but we had to work with what we had access to at the time that the experiment was starting.
Yeah, so to clarify a little bit here, the control sample was the soil with the high toxicity that we used in last year's experiment. We put a single line of the dosey cakes along the front as the supposed control. We've already well established that mixture of living soil was not conducive to continuing with. So we eliminated that from our process. That soil was deemed an inconsistent biological variable. So we are now with a more consistent living soil, and that's what you're seeing here. So soil B.
Okay. So what we noticed quickly is if you look at the top two rows, the filtered water versus the Niloticus effluent for the control, you do see about a 15-gram difference. But the more interesting thing that we've discovered quickly here is just the massive difference between the two soils. So the yields were significantly larger when we switched to the new soil. You do see about a 10-gram difference as well with the fish effluent versus the filtered water in soil B as well. So we are seeing some slight increases in our wet yield as we go. We wanted to look at that and see if we could find a little bit more meaning in those numbers. Again, this is just the very first time that we've looked at this soil. It's only the second time we've run this study formally and gathered a ton of data. So there's a lot more work to be done with this to figure out exactly what the trends we're seeing are, but it is the initial steps. So what I ended up doing is kind of developing a box plot. A box plot is just a very simple way of visualizing your data in 25% quarters. So each little section of a box plot represents roughly 25% of your data. So you see the box section, and that black line in the middle would represent the median average of your data. And then the top half of the box is 25%, the bottom half of the box is 25%. And then these little small lines, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen, but these little small lines or tails coming out of either side represent roughly 25% of your data. And these dots represent outlier points that don't fit within the data statistically. So if we look at soil A and we compare filtered water to the fish effluent, we can see that the median yield is higher in the fish effluent, but we can also see that the potential yield gets a lot bigger as well, because you can see a large section of 25% of this data is well above the weights, which are listed kind of off to the left here on this axis. It's well above even the highest yielding non-outlier plant for the filtered water in the controls. If you jump to the next section, it's showing soil B, which is the new soil that we've brought into use. Both filtered and fish effluent have a significantly higher yield, with an average much closer to 300 grams wet versus the soil A. And again, we see a little bit of a difference in the median masses. So let's just have a quick look at that. So we've determined the soil has a significant impact on that harvest mass. The fish effluent, it's less noticeable, but there's some potential encouraging details here. The first thing to observe is that if you look at the fish effluent watered plants, about 40% of the plants have an over 300 gram yield of wet mass plant and a top mass of about 375 grams. When you compare that to the filtered water, only 25% of the plants are hitting above 300 grams. Okay. When you look at our top 25 plants specifically, I didn't include this slide, 17 of them were watered with fish effluent. So that's well over half. there is more variance in the range. The highest high is higher, the lowest low is a little bit lower. So there's a larger variance overall in that fish effluent, but there is some potential to see that you might be able to, with some refinement of the method of fish water application, or if we can refine the fish effluent in other ways, we might be able to maximize this yield even more. The other thing that I didn't include in the PowerPoint, but that we noticed kind of observationally, is that the plants that were getting fish effluent held out a little bit longer before they were showing signs of needing a little bit of chemical amendment during the growth cycle. So the other thing that we're hoping that we'll be able to do at some point as we continue moving forward, the wet harvest yield is currently about 3% higher if we look at soil B. Okay, so this median versus the one to the right, it's about 3% higher. But if we could refine our fish water so that all I'm doing is pushing that yield average up to 300, that would represent an 8% higher yield overall. And if we could ambitiously even get up to the higher end of the quartile, to the 320 gram wet harvest mass, the increase is going to jump to about 15%. So one of the things we're going to be looking at moving forward is what are things we can do to improve the quality of the fish effluent, whether that's feeding the fish something different, whether that's doing something to improve the quality of the fish effluent as it's coming through our system. There's going to be questions that we have to ask there and look into and kind of test as well. If it might be as simple as changing when we're adding the fish effluent to the cannabis plants, that could be part of the process as well. So there's questions, but we're just trying to highlight that there's some potential here for some significant increases as we go. We are seeing slight increases now. Another question I was wondering that people might have is that, does this carry through to your dry yields? And if I compare my dry yields, they're about 3.5% higher overall for the fish effluent water plants versus the filtered water plants. Potency, we unfortunately had some struggles being able to find any meaningful data. The tool we have on site right now is very useful in terms of being able to kind of highlight promising phenotypes during the phenotype hunting phase, because it can give you a reasonably accurate assessment of the types of cannabinoid potency level you're going to see. But when you're trying to compare plant to plant within one strain, it doesn't have enough precision or accuracy to kind of give you meaningful differences, I think. So we are able to use it as a good screening tool when we're going through trying to decide which of Tanner's genetics we want to study in more detail and which ones we want to keep off to the side for the time being. But we do need to spend some more time studying the effect on cannabinoids and terpenes based on where we are right now. It looks like Tanner has something to say.
Yeah, so just before we parade off into microbial land here, which is the next section. Steve, does anybody have any, maybe go back to that chart real quick, Kara, back one slide. Does anybody have any questions on this yield information or these charts or this chart?
There was one question: how much extra cost / time did the fish effluent add on?
It's not significant. The way we typically do it right now, it takes maybe 10 minutes to get the water into the barrel at the beginning, but then all we're doing is we're connecting a hose fitting to a pump that's in the fish water, and then you can go around and water the plants exactly the same way if you're hand watering plants to begin with. So for us, it's not adding a significant amount of time, just the 10 minutes it takes to gather the fish effluent at the beginning. In terms of maintaining the fish system, I can't really answer the question there. Tanner would have a better idea of the cost of maintaining the fish system.
Yeah, well, I mean, for us, the fish system is obviously a research focused system as opposed to a commercially viable fish system. So there's a overarching cost of that for our company. Luckily, in Canada, we have a series of quite significant and well-structured research grant programs and funding initiatives. So luckily, we're able to get all of this research subsidized in concert with our commercial activities. But to Kara's point, once you get past the fish system, once you extract the effluent from the fish system, it's just integrated. It's no different than a hydroponic system. But let's think about that operationally. So let's compare just quickly a entire hydro system versus an entire aquaponic system. You have barrels and tanks, and you've got to control the inputs of all of your NPKs individually and or decide what pre-mixed nutrients you're using, and you have to monitor the pH in real time. So with living soil added into at least this equation in particular, we save a lot of time versus a hydroponic system in a lot of ways as well. So it's really just structured, it depends on how your company's structured right from the very beginning, right?
Okay.
It's the only question I saw as far
Great.
as that goes.
Let's go to microblend.
Okay, let's go to microblend. Okay, so soil testing. And again, this is where things got a little bit more challenging for me because, again, full disclosure, my background is chemistry, not biology. We do have a biologist on site that helps kind of work through, but this was kind of my baby. I'm the person who had time to take this on a little bit. So we're going to look at some of the preliminary questions and ideas I drew from the data that we got. So for soil and water testing, we took samples and sent them away to DAL, actually, so that ties up nicely with your previous speaker, who also is at DAL, to their integrated microbiology resource. We did some PacBio full-length amplicon sequencing, which, to my understanding, just targets specific segments of DNA that should be similar to different microbes, and then is able to identify single base pair differences. So if you remember your high school biology and you remember the double helix about DNA, the base pairs are all unique here. And if you can get specific segments of the DNA within a microbe that should be the same in every microbe on some level, and then continue reading past that, you can start to notice, okay, this one changes in the 10th base pair or in the 20th base pair. So we're able to actually get species level identification of the microbes in the soil and water samples. Now, what that ended up meaning, actually, I'll talk about sample collection quickly. To get the soils, I collected from fresh lots. Nothing had ever been put into these soils. They had never been used to grow anything. I took samples and I froze them. The fish water I took directly from the holding tank. It had never been used in any purpose. It was in that same holding tank that we go to collect the water when we're about to water the plants with the fish effluent. And then I took post-harvest samples. Where I had enough pots, I took samples from 10 pots of each of the soil water combinations that we had. Sometimes I took them from different locations around the room. There were some interesting questions relating microclimates inside grow rooms that I think someone could spend a lot of time studying as well if they really wanted to. But I took samples from 10 different pots and combined them and mixed them, and then took a small sample from that got frozen. Everything was packed on dry ice and sent to DAL very quickly, and then they got the samples, told us they were okay. So I'm not sure what exactly I was expecting to get as results, but what I ended up getting back looked kind of like this. So at the phyla level of bacteria, that's the broadest categorization that starts to distinguish between different types of bacteria. I already had 26 different categories, okay? And then as you keep breaking that down through the taxonomic breakdown into the species level, you just kept seeing more and more and more and more and more diversity to the point where I ended up having 742 different species identified in some capacity in at least one of the samples, okay? So each of these little tiny colors represents a species, and typically, I think the way it tries to set it up is the orange at the top would represent the same type of bacteria being shown in more than one sample. If it was appearing in more than one sample, they would all show up in the same relative locations. But you can see there's a ton of diversity here. And, I got this information back and was kind of like, okay, what am I going to do with this information? This is a lot, and this is going to take a lot of time to interpret. So I decided to just try to look at the surface of the information. I went back to the basic phyla level, and I'm just trying to see what are some things that we can identify here that will give us some future questions to ask and to start looking into. Okay, so the first initial impressions that I came up with was just that at the phyla level, there were 4 categories that were present in all of our samples in great abundance. So we had a lot of proteobacteria, a lot of actinobacteria, bacteroidota, and planktomycetota. Okay, so we have lots of those that are common to every sample. So what I decided to do next is I wanted to look at specifically our fish effluent, which is the sample labeled FW, so that's this one here, versus soil B, which is this one here. And I just wanted to say, is there a very simple statement I could make about whether or not using fish effluent is actually introducing anything into the soil that stays there when it's done, okay? And in this first time around, the impression that I'm getting, and I'm willing to certainly take feedback here if I've got this a little bit confused, but I think what I was seeing is that in the fish water, we started to see some slightly different phyla that I wasn't seeing in soil B. So I've highlighted, this one is called Firmicutes, this one is called Chloroflexi, this one is called Gematimonidota. And if you look at the fresh soil B that has never been used for any growth and never been watered with anything, you can see that it doesn't have those distinct colors. It has a tiny little bit of that orange color, but it has none of that blue and none of that pink, okay? If we look at where I'm analyzing the soil that has had that fish effluent introduced after the harvest, I'm suddenly starting to see that blue and that pink, okay? So all I'm wondering there is, does that mean I've introduced microbes? That's the next question we're asking. The only way we can really verify that is to kind of focus on that study in more detail and try to replicate it a few more times and see if we are consistently seeing that, or if this was a false positive that's occurred somehow in the process. But it's the potential for wondering, have we actually managed to introduce some microbes that weren't there before, okay? The second part of that question though is, did we introduce helpful microbes? If we did introduce microbes, well, what are they? What did we put in there? And again, very surface level initial impressions. Nitrogen fixation, we're going to need microbes that are going to help make nitrogen in the soil available to the cannabis plant. The primary genus that I was able to discover is important for that is called Rhizobia, and that's found in proteobacteria. And remember, that was one of the ones that was common to all of our samples. So it seems like that's already present even just in the living soil formulation that we had. But the second one that's important is going to be your phosphorus solubilizer. So phosphorus in itself is inorganic, and you need to find ways to make it soluble so it can be taken up by the plant's roots and then used in the flowering stage of the cycle. And that's typically found in the genus called Bacillus, and Bacillus is typically found in Firmicutes. So if we come back here, we remember that one of the things that wasn't in soil B when it was dry was Firmicutes, but now it is there when I've combined the fish effluent with the soil, okay? So other questions. Are there Firmicutes in every water? Maybe Firmicutes exist in all water, whether it comes from a tap or whether it comes from a fish effluent pond. These are other questions we have to ask, okay? These are just initial impressions that we're looking at to say, what are we adding and does it have a benefit? So there is potentially a benefit here if it's actually introducing microbes. I did try to look at some of the, the breakdown I was given was a great big spreadsheet that told me species by species by species, and it told me whether or not it was present in the different samples that I was looking at. And I did try to do some species breakdowns and Google some species names and find some research papers that talked about these species names that were present in the fish water. But what kept happening to me is I would find that it was, you know, a soil microbe that was found in the soils of Siberia, but it didn't have any other information about what its function was or what purpose it served in the soil in Siberia. So I think part of the issue is just that bacteria themselves are such a huge category, and there's so many of them in soil in general, that it's very hard to get detailed information. Again, previous speaker might be able to help me out with that. There is a list that I had seen in there about the different research they had been doing, so maybe they've got some information that I can go back to and be able to kind of refine this a little bit more. So this is just kind of talking about the idea, can we add better stuff? So instead of just dumping the fish effluent without doing anything to it from the tank, can we do something that will make the fertilizer better? So remembering that you need more nitrogen early on in the vegetative stage and then less during flowering, and then you need to increase your phosphorus content during flowering. We're also thinking about the work that we're doing with Dr. Victor Lobanov, who's at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. So he is trying to figure out ways to make use of fish waste as natural fertilizers, as energy sources. He has a whole bunch of ideas, and part of his idea is creating this biodigester style tool. So one of his big goals is going to be to take that biodigester and allow it to produce like methane gas and other energy sources. But one of the other things that we're thinking about is, could we use that in a different way for our purposes, where we could add organic inputs? So, you know, products that people have grown or parts of crops that people don't use into the fish waste and kind of produce a better type of, almost like a compost tea, I guess. And could we use that to target the specific nutrient compositions at specific stages of the grow if we have this system in place? So that's kind of one of the other components that we're looking at is how do we take this fish effluent and maximize it specifically for cannabis. So that was a study that is also
so I just want to jump in there. So Steve, is Dr. Lobanov speaking this year?
Oh, he's not speaking this year. No, but he did speak last year. Yeah.
He did speak last year. So I just want to bring that up. So if it wasn't for this conference last year, he spoke either right before me or right after me. And I watched his presentation on everything he was doing in biodigesters. Now, again, back to our research is moving forward slower than we like. I spoke with him the next week after the conference, and we're still working on implementing a joint research project that'll hopefully be this calendar year. But, you know, because of this conference, I saw the work he was doing. I reached out right away. It was compelling. It was a compelling presentation. And I thought, you know, I got to geek out with this guy and see if we can advance some of this body of work together. So it's so important to have these communities for us to come together and, you know, see what everybody's working on and where can we not double up and how can we accelerate these projects, you know, as a group, right? So you go ahead, Gara.
Okay. So that's one of the questions we're also trying to ask. I feel like what I've done so far with this presentation is that here's some questions I asked and here's the questions it raised. I feel like that's kind of what happened to me while I was doing this research. So some of the limitations, the mass data shows that there's potential for fish effluent, but we haven't fully realized it, right? A 3% increase yield, you always want any increase you can get, but we also want to see, okay, how do I drive 3% to 8% or how do I drive it to 15%? We had limitations for cannabinoid testing and terpene testing, so we're a little bit disappointed we weren't able to bring more to the table on that front, but we're hoping that that's something we can rectify in the future. And again, just the overwhelming amount of microbial data needs a lot more study. Again, I just touched the surface level and then kind of set it up so that someone else could come in and continue on with these questions that we're raising. Some of the things we're hoping we can do in the future would be repeat sampling. In science, the first thing you have to do is figure out, okay, I've done this. Can I do it again? Can I get the same results more than once? Because, you know, you have to demonstrate that what you're doing is repeatable. Target microbes. So can we figure out if there's specific microbes in our fish effluent that we want to try to maximize or target and kind of identify as most important? Can we manipulate our water microbiome? So maybe that's the biodigester type of tool that we're talking about with the work with Dr. Lobanov. Maybe that's talking about what we're feeding the fish. There's a whole bunch of ways that we could potentially try to manipulate that microbiome. Testing these compost tea style fish effluents versus our traditional soil amendments that you're scooping on top and then watering in as you go, and then retesting our mass yield results and getting some potency results. One of the other things that I kind of thought of at the last second as I was going for Christmas break, and I just kind of threw a piece of paper on the director of cultivation's desk and said, well, okay, what about this? If we see that there's lots of nitrogen fixers that appear to be present in the fish effluent, what would happen if you only used it during the early stages of the grow when it needs lots of nitrogen fixation, and then you stopped adding it for the second half where you need less nitrogen, you want to focus more on phosphorus? And then what if you did it in reverse? So we've kind of said, what if it's about timing of fish effluent instead of just always using fish effluent? And I think that she is going to try to take that on. But it was just kind of another question at the last second that we're throwing out there that lets us continue looking at what is fish effluent doing and trying to put a little bit of data together to look at that. Again, observationally, we've been noticing the fish effluent when we're using it seems to hold the plants healthy longer. They don't seem to need as many chemical amendments. They don't need to seem to need them quite as soon. So it's always nice if you can avoid putting chemically synthesized products onto your cannabis. But yeah, so we're just trying to put together what we can here. And we're going to keep trying to drive this project step by step, question by question, data piece by data piece until.
And I just want to clarify that when Stewart Farms uses amendments, the only amendments we ever use is an organically sourced amendment. So we actually don't use synthetic.
Oh, apologies.
chemically.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So just in case that's being misunderstood. But our organic chemicals are still chemicals too. So if we're talking about just chemical category in reference, but we don't use any synthetics. No.
Okay. So that's kind of where I was able to go with the information we had. So I'll stop sharing that now, and I'll kind of step back a little bit now and see if anyone has questions they want to throw at Tanner.
Be here. Juggling, making sure that the panel next to it gets their connections together. Let's see. I don't see any questions. I think people are just kind of, a lot of people said, wow, that's really neat. Microbe universe. I don't see too many questions at the moment.
Yeah, the microbial universe is overwhelmed. I mean, I get excited when I see the endless amount of colors on the bar chart and the layers, and as it builds up, and it really demonstrates how much there is to unpack in general. And you know, we're all familiar with this statement when you're in the soil community, and you hear it all the time, you say it all the time. Oh, we know more about the stars than the microbes underneath our feet. Well, you know, when you get into a research project like this, you can see how quick you kind of see that in real time. Like, holy shit, there really is a lot under there.
And I think it really emphasized for us too, the need for baby steps, I guess, kind of saying, okay, we thought maybe we could dive in and be a lot further along. And then we got that data back and we both just looked at it and went, oh, that's a lot of information to try to start unpacking. So we started with some baby steps and said, here's some questions. Here's some ways we might be able to tackle answering some of those questions. But yeah, it was pretty exciting to just get some results that were meaningful and saying, look, here's some actual identifiable things that are in your soil, and not just saying, well, we know there's stuff in there because someone told us that there would be stuff in there if we put fish effluent on our living soil. So
yeah, so this year we're actually going to be transferring this same type of research over to our new genetic daily grape. The exciting thing about that is we're going to be running 2 to 3 rooms of daily grape at any one time. We spent the last 2 years hunting through our genetic library. We have a very strong foundation of what we view as stabilized and available to commercialize genetics. And as much as from a genetic fanatic perspective, I would have loved to continue to have my entire facility dedicated to pheno hunting for another 12 to 24 months. We decided it's time to take our premier genetic and spend the next 12 months or so monocropping. But then the new exciting thing about that is you park the hunting and you stop building up new genetics to learn about. And now we can run multiple of these trials repeatedly back to back. We're going to have 10 to 15 harvests of daily grape over the next 12 months that we can run repeatable trials on. Of course, this foundational information came from a different genetic. It came from Dosey Cake. So it may or may not lose some relevance. I don't think it will, because we're looking at the water microbes and the soil microbes, but we'll have a different genetic to infer to, at least to see if there's any commonalities between the Dosey Cake foundation research and the daily grape research. So pretty excited about the next 12 months of monocropping from a research and commercial perspective. So
find anything particularly different or interesting when you're doing your pheno hunts? Anything noteworthy or unique? I know I'm doing a large pheno hunt here right now in Thailand. What have you found that was interesting outliers or funky terpene profiles, or what are some of the different things that you found?
Oh, just in general? Oh man, all kinds of stuff. One genetic in particular, one of our phenos of Royal Limes that we popped from, that's an Emerald Mountain genetic. This isn't to do with the aquaponics or the living soil necessarily, although it might. It was just oozing oil or sap, right? And it would come out of the bud, and it would look like little amber droplets coming out of the weed. And we had about 2 phenotypes that did that. And I've seen some images of that before, but we've never these are the first couple of phenos we found that were just oozing out oil. And I mean, I thought that was just amazing. We have like dozens of pictures of that, and then it solidifies such that you could just pull it off. You could put it right in the dab rig, right? So full spectrum, fresh, harvested, solidified oil from Royal Limes. So I thought that was pretty awesome. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Anything unique as far as smell or terpene profile?
Well, this daily grape, there's a reason we're going all in on this daily grape in 2023, and the fantastic thing about it when it was getting judged in that Cannabis Cup this past summer, and it was all blind, well, except we knew which jar was ours because it was the purple jar, right? So I knew right away. I was like, okay, there's our daily grape. But as the judges were passing it around, we heard, oh, that smells really grapey, right? And it's easy to get a very identifiable lemon and a very identifiable gas, but it's a lot rarer to have a grape that denotes grape on the nose, because that's a lot of nuance of sweetness and gas coming off of that genetic. So this particular genetic, a grape that has those grapey notes right on the nose and pretty identifiable. I'd say this is our most exciting on the nose terpene profile, and it's smooth and it's energetic, and and it's got a sweet gas aftertaste, but an upfront grapey flavor. So no, that was pretty exciting.
Is that Hubba Bubba grape, or is that Welch's grape juice grape? That's what I gotta ask.
Well, that's a great question. I would definitely say it's closer to Welch's than Hubba Bubba. But it's not. It's mild.
That's actually way more exciting for me.
Yeah, I'd call it a mild Welch's. When I think of that Hubba Bubba kind of taste, it's a bit synthetic-y, right? Leaning, and we're really excited, and you can only launch genetics. I mean, luckily we feel like we've had a pretty good field trial on it too, but you launch genetics you love, and you understand why you love them for such reasons, and that's the best thing you could head into market with at any given moment. In an ocean of competition, right? So and then what's the experience? And the experience is what brings it all together. The look of it, the bag appeal, the nuance of the nose, but then a nice energetic strain that doesn't couch you, that kind of keeps you level. And as somebody who is sensitive to high terpinolene strains, that lemon flavored strains send my heart into my throat, too much anxiety, too fast, too rushed. This is not that. This is energy, at least for me and many of the smokers, energy without the raciness, right? So
well, you got me
Awesome.
convinced. Sounds enticing.
You come see me, we'll smoke lots.
Have you had any other interesting discoveries or observations with your cultivation in the last year?
Just the continuous yield improvements. I mean, a lot of that is team driven, of course, and process driven, on top of what is your grow medium and how are you using it. The resilience in the system. I mean, we're more than 2 years in. There's never been a speck of PM in our facility ever. We've never sprayed. We've never had to use a synthetic. We haven't had any. Maybe we've had a genetic or two, but that would be in the pheno hunt, where we would get some botrytis, and then that would get culled right away, or a little bit, but we haven't had any barely any issues. You know, our system is really healthy and really clean, and we always pass our microbials, right? We always pass our microbials. Now, Canadian microbials versus Australian microbials versus, you know, what Germany wants, those are all different stories. But within Canada, we've never had to irradiate, and nor do we want to. And, you know, I think that's a testament to there's no need to be afraid of living systems. And there's all this apprehension from hydroponic communities and basically a whole side of the farming industry, where the sentiment is microbials bad and how do you control that? Well, we just have a really clean farm, and we operate with soil. We operate in top-notch cleanliness with soil. And then that all just comes down to how are your people potting up and where do they pot up? And then do you sweep up after yourself. So it's just been honestly a fantastic experience. One thing I'd like to note that was in our presentation is, you know, if you're using a living soil medium, that you need to make sure you are working with a supplier that is going to keep their mixtures consistent. Or if you're the supplier of your own living soil, that if it ain't broke, maybe don't try to fix it, because, you know, you could really throw yourself off inadvertently. We've never tried to make our own soil, so I'll just stick to us as somebody who needs a reliable living soil partner in general. My comment, as you're doing your operation, if you're working with a vendor that never changes their formulations and you're very confident in that, great. And you know the baseline of that soil and what you can get out of it. But if there's other suppliers with their living soil mixtures out there, give them a shot every now and then, right? Because you want to see if you want to make sure that by sticking to your guns, you're not leaving 10 or 15% yield on the table just by a swap to a better baseline mixture. So for us, that's just going to be a rule and an ongoing basis. So, you know, you want a consistent supplier. You don't want to sit on your hands and assume you're always using the best mixture forever in a day, because there might be something new, right? That was a big lesson over 2022, you know, and we saved money. We switched our soil, our yields went up, and our cost per pot went down. So it's a pretty good move.
Oh yeah, I know we have a giant industrial size mixer here in Thailand, and it was way too frustrating to find it. Just like you're saying, the consistency of the products, it was way easier just to get the ingredients, mix it here, and just not stress about it anymore, you know?
Yeah, because then you know it's the same mixture every time. And because you don't, absolutely. If you need to do that, if you need to take control of it for sure. We just ended up going to a large supplier out of Ontario that's been at it for years and years and years, and they have good labs and it's very consistent, because, you know, we're trying to do, when you're doing research, you need that. You know, you can't have your inputs flying all over the map, right?
Oh yeah. Somebody else asked, do any aquaponic operators put the expired fishes in their grow containers like Native Americans used to? Or if my third grade teacher was lying about that. So we don't, I don't know of any cannabis people that are putting dead fish in their pots, but we certainly use FAA here, at least where I am, and I've used it many other places. At least for our soil applications as a nitrogen amendment, that we do use. Or hey, if it's Taco Tuesday, we'll take the spines and the leftover meat and the fins. That goes in the FAA, you know.
Nice. Yeah. No, we've had some fish escape or jump from the tank, and we do bury them on our property to add fertility to the land outside, but yeah, we don't mix them into our compost pile either, just because it'll attract animals and whatnot. But that works. But my comment to that is that does work. If you take a dead fish or some other sort of nutrient source and you bury it 1.5 feet or right under the root zone and you leave it there, that does work, because there's extra nitrogen down. The fish is slowly going to break down. So my comment to that is it'll work. Just do you want to? You're also inviting. Does the fox smell it and show up at your carrot garden or your tomato patch, right?
You definitely don't need polar bears digging up your yard there in Canada,
Yeah.
I think if we start seeing polar bears in New Brunswick, we're going to have some bigger problems to be worrying about, other than whether or not they're getting at the fish in the garden.
Yeah, the ice age will have arrived. Yeah, no, we got to watch out for moose mostly down here. But
Moose
anyway,
and drunken hockey fans, right?
Moose drunken hockey fans. But I just have a maple syrup gun that I spray at the moose to make them keep them away, keep them at bay.
Well, anything else you guys want to mention here in the last? We have about 2 minutes left before we have to switch gears. Anything else you guys wanted to mention before we wrap up?
Yeah, I would just say if you're in Canada, please look for Rebound at your local cannabis dispensary. We're pretty much in every province across the country. If you're in British Columbia, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, you can get our Daily Grape coming out pretty soon, and our Brittany's Frozen Lemons, and our Royal Kush, which were Mandelbrot's Royal Kush, which we're still running as well. And to follow us on social media for everybody in general, no matter where you are, we'd appreciate it. On Instagram, it's at Stewart Farms Life, and you have to type in the full word because we're shadow banned, because we're an evil bath bomb making, pain cream making cannabis company trying to ruin lives. And Facebook at stewartfarms.life, and same on Instagram. We just appreciate if you're interested, your support or input or following us. So.
That's great. I really appreciate you taking the time to come on. I appreciate Cara giving that wonderful and informative presentation as well. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much for having us.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks. I think I'm on the next panel, so I'm just going to stay with you.
You're both welcome to just hang out. Cara's welcome as well if she wants to. We have our next panel coming up in a few minutes. Let me throw the other screen up real quick. Sorry. Again, we had a bunch of technical issues this morning, so still managed to get everything pretty smoothly going for the most part. All right, be sure to support our speakers. Hopefully you guys, no, it's doing the thing again. So I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways. Here we go. Okay. Hopefully it's still working again. All right, we'll try this. Damn. No, still doing the others. Yeah, still Instagram. I don't know why it's doing that. That window isn't even open anymore. I literally have no idea how it's hanging up on that. Anyways.
It's better than a random tab playing music that you can't find. That one always gets me.
Oh, no, it's glitched out now. Come on. Oh, no, maybe not. We're good. Yeah, it does not like this TV and laptop setup. I might just have to drop it down to one screen and deal with it. I do have this working. We're going to stop utilizing two different screens here. 2 seconds, guys. Okay. One second here. Okay. Oh, I don't need to do 2 screens. I do apologize, guys, for the minor technical difficulties here. Please be sure to go out and support our wonderful speakers. We have a huge list of speakers from all over that have given their time to come speak with us this weekend. Please be sure to check them out and support them if they have any services or any goods that you need for your garden. And the chirping gecko is ringing us in for the next presentation. I don't know if he's coming through on the microphone, but
me?
quite
Oh, can you
hilarious.
guys hear me all right?
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome. Excellent.
So we have quite the fun panel for this next presentation. We have Shannon Booth, and Shannon, if it's possible for you to turn your video on so that you're currently not displaying for the public. There you go. We have Chad Westport's going to moderate the chat for us today for the commercial panel. So I'm really excited about that. Thanks for joining us, Chad.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Glad you invited me here to do a little bit of moderation at the 3rd annual Aquaponics Cannabis Conference. We got some awesome speakers lined up, panel members here already in the house, so kind of all ready to go right on time. Good job on arranging that, Steve, and everybody showing up. I think for maybe kind of the first 10-15 minutes, we'll go around and just kind of introduce ourselves. Maybe for people who aren't familiar, let people know where you are, kind of what you've been doing. And then later we'll get into the cool things like system design and what kind of fish you're using and any tips or tricks. But, I think it'd be a good place to start by just introducing ourselves. So, I guess, Steve, you're probably... You're familiar here, but why don't you start off with the introduction, set the pace for everybody on the panel?
Sure. So my name's Steven Raisner. I'm a commercial consultant and operator currently of a large facility in Thailand. Our whole flowering portion of the facility is going to be all aquaponics, and eventually we'll be converting the veg portion over as well. It's just easier to do new design greenhouses from scratch when you can just put everything where it needs to go. Which anyone who's built a facility knows it's a hell of a lot easier than retrofitting one. I've been doing this on the legal side of things since 2013, since I started with the Aquaponic Source and their Aquaponic Cannabis program. And then I started my own company in 2016, doing consulting all over the planet. What about you there, Tanner Stewart? Why don't you introduce yourself next?
Well, thank you, Steve. So Tanner Stewart here, CEO and founder of Stewart Farms. I started my aquaponic technology journey about 8 years ago or more now, getting closer to 9.5 actually, I think. And it was in vertical farming of leafy greens. I was focused on food for a solid 3 years using nutrient film technique. We were using the same Black Nile tilapia genetic that I'm using today to grow cannabis at Stewart Farms. But at my time in that first operation, we learned a lot of things not to do and to do in controlled environment agriculture as a whole and aquaponics as a whole. That was a closed loop, fully coupled system, which means the fish water continually would cycle into the grow racks and then straight back into the fish. So we were always balancing the water from the fish system into the plant system in a continuous flow. And today at Stewart Farms, the company I operate now, we started in 2018. I've been focused on cannabis and aquaponics for the last 5 years. We use a living soil grow medium. We have the same Black Nile tilapia genetic. We have a small research fish farm on site, and we use the fish effluent to supplement the living soil. So there was no soil in when I was doing leafy greens. That was pure fish water, 100% rock wall, nothing else. It was the fish system and no additional grow medium. With Stewart Farms, it's a completely decoupled system. We are doing our main pillar of research in the aquaponics world is focused on plant growth, promoting microbes. So we're doing microbial research on the fish water and the soil. And if you were here 5 minutes ago, you just heard about the research we do there. So that's me.
Awesome. And I'll just go here with the order I see on the screen here. Brandon, thank you for joining the panel today. Would you mind filling everybody in on kind of who you are and what you've been doing?
Sure. Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me on as a guest speaker. I always enjoy coming on here and talking to like-minded individuals. My name's Brandon Rust. I have been cultivating cannabis since around, I think, like 2002, 2002. Learned from some OGs, did multiple spots indoor for a really long time. 2014 or so, I switched all to organics, and I had to kind of relearn all my methods of growing. I started Bokashi Earthworks, I think in like 2017. And because I was using, Bokashi in my soils. I own Bokashi Earthworks, and we manufacture soil that's agronomically balanced to meet the specific nutritional needs for cannabis. We manufacture microbial consortiums that aid in nutrient cycling and pathogen suppression. We distribute humate fertilizers that were developed by NASA Agricultural Technologies, and we also, do green waste recycling for the production of biofertilizers as well. And we're working on some government grants and stuff like that right now. So that's a little bit about what we do. We're into, organic agriculture, and, I also work as an agricultural consultant. I can't tell you how many people I work with because there's a lot of people, but I work with some really large farms. I work with one of the largest farms, the largest farm in the state of Hawaii. I work with a few dozen farms out here in Oklahoma. I work with people in Mississippi, New York, New Jersey, Michigan. I'm all over the place.
That's very awesome, man. It's exciting to see too. All right, we'll go over here to Mr. Bain Howard. How are you doing today? Thanks for joining the panel.
Oh, I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking, and thank y'all very much for having me. It's always a pleasure to take part in these events. It's such a opportunity to get together and share knowledge, and there's so many very knowledgeable people who've been speaking today and will speak tomorrow. I'm just happy to be a part of it. So thanks for having me. My name is Bain Howard. I'm the head cultivator at Vertica Farms. That's just like vertical, but without the L. We are a aquaponic cannabis facility operating under a medical license here in Oklahoma. So I actually got my background, got started doing aquaponics in veggies down in Texas, where I did deep water culture aquaponics and did a little CSA doing basket deliveries with vegetables. Kind of graduated from that to large scale certified organic aquaponics. And then when Oklahoma decided to go ahead and legalize, moved up here a few years ago, and I've done quite a few things here in Oklahoma, including full build outs of greenhouses and aquaponic systems. And then now I operate a facility here in Oklahoma. So that's what keeps me busy from day to day.
That's awesome. And it sounds like it's a great place to be. If you have the passion, the drive, and a little bit of funding, you can make a lot happen for yourself. So it's always exciting to see. And all right, we're going across here, and I apologize, we have not met yet, but Dee Maitland, how are you doing today? Maybe you can introduce yourself to me and the rest of the conference, who I'm sure is already familiar.
Yeah, I just gave a talk, so hopefully a few people know. So my name is Danielle Maitland, and I'm the Director of Science and Cultivation Technology at Aqualitas Inc. So I'm sort of heading our R&D and certifications and funding applications are sort of, that's my area of expertise. And we grow cannabis and koi combined with living soil, and we have distribution all the way across Canada. We have a great medical platform, and we sell all sorts of stuff. And we also partner with other growers and sell some of their stuff on our platforms as well. And we're in the lovely South Shore of Nova Scotia.
And that is an individual talent that is so important and necessary. I come from an audio engineering background. I always say you need the artist and the artist needs a manager, because to write these types of contracts and funding, you can't understand everything. It's so complex. So very awesome. And moving down here to the bottom row here, top of our hearts though, we've got Shannon Booth. How you doing today, Shannon?
Hi there. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Shannon Booth. I'm Head of Cultivation at Sweetwater's Aquaponics in the Eastern Cape in South Africa. We are also a licensed medical facility. We are the only licensed aquaponic cannabis facility in Africa currently. So that's quite a proud statement, and hope to be leading the way in aquaponics, obviously in cannabis. And I'd like to also educate the young Black community in South Africa as well into the future of farming through aquaponics, not only with cannabis, but food as well. We have offtake to America. I mean, not to America, sorry, to Australia with our cannabis. And I've been very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And, you hit an important aspect, right there on the head. It's not just always about cannabis. A lot of this stuff is about growing good, healthy food, especially in areas where there may be food scarcity. So yes, these are all tools and things that we can apply in other areas of life that are pretty important to us as well. And we've got the last one. I'm not sure, Wes, are you still with us, or are you just RIPing prohibition over there?
So Wes is just here as like a backup internet connection in case mine drops out. It keeps everything rolling.
All right. So what you're saying is I shouldn't talk to the mannequin because it's never going to talk back.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on.
I could talk back if you want me to, but I figure there's far better people here on the panel. I'm just going to sit back and listen and enjoy. So.
Well, fair enough, Wes. Fair enough. One thing that I'd love to dive into here is just system design. A lot of what you guys are doing is probably one of the areas I know the least about when it comes to growing. So this is fun for me, and it all starts with a good design. So when setting up your system, maybe we could kind of go through some of the choices that you made, whether it was dictated by weather, whether it was dictated by the footprint of the space that you had. These types of things are all considerations that one needs to look at, especially, if you are moving into a building and retrofitting a building. So maybe we could start up here with Stewart Farms. Maybe tell us a little bit about your system design and if you've managed to find some more efficiencies through time with that.
Yeah. Well, with any aquaponics farmer, the largest system design decision you're always going to make is how many fish am I putting in this thing? What are my fish for? And what's my goal with my fish? And if the answer is I want a commercially viable fish business, well, then you're probably aiming for a fairly significantly sized fish farm, and that's a expensive undertaking, and you're going to need a lot more floor space. If the fish, like in our case, are truly just for a nutrient source for now, and I'm not saying don't aim to have a commercially viable fish business, I'm just saying what the differences are. We have a very small footprint for our fish room. We're using our fish farm exclusively for research purposes into the microbiome. And we decided that we didn't want any compromise between the fish system and the plant system. So the fish farm is its own completely separate room. It's not plugged into the irrigation system whatsoever. The fish system does its thing. We take the nutrients from the fish system, we bring it to the plants, and there's no compromise between the plant life and the fish life. So I recommend a decoupled system in general from personal experience, historically growing leafy greens, where I made sacrifices between pH of the water for the fish and pH for the water of the plants. So I think coupled or decoupled. So am I cycling the water in real time back and forth between these systems or not? That's a major design decision. I'm sure there's other opinions on here of which route to go or not. So yeah, really, it's fish, man. I mean, you're going to make more water, like, and I continually get this question, well, if you take where the fish room is and you put weed in there, will you make more money with the weed room? Well, yeah, you will. You'll have all the weed in that room and you'll sell the weed for weed price. But then you got no fish. You don't have that special on-site tea factory or fertilizer factory. So as an aquaponics farmer, it starts with the fish and design. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I've seen where people move into a neighborhood and then they get rid of the charm and then they wonder what happened. So yeah, you can grow the weed, but you're cutting off your nose to despite the face. Bain, you said, you had started up here in Oklahoma. What was that like as far as your system design? Was it retrofitting? Was it blank slate? How did that work for you?
So I've actually been fortunate enough to take part in both kinds of projects. Currently, right now, I'm involved in place where the farm was already existing. It was a lettuce farm and elderberry farm for many years before the owners decided to sell out. We acquired the place and then converted it over to cannabis production. I've also done from the ground up, show up at the cow farm with a set of, I might say, excellently done blueprints and designs, and start digging and go after it. So obviously with those are 2 wildly different animals. You approach them each differently. I would say some of the major considerations, if you are fortunate enough to come at it blank slate or even just like the shell of an old building, are things like what's the foundation made out of and how deep can you go? Access to reliable utilities, mostly in the forms of 3-phase electricity, or if you can get by with less or set up solar or something like that. Those kind of considerations are super important when looking at a new facility. Now, if you're just playing with the cards that are dealt to you and you walk into a new place, obviously the foundation that you're starting from in terms of the system that's there and in place is your number 1 determining factor. It's not always economically viable to gut everything the last guy was doing and come in with brand new stuff and start from scratch, as much as I'm sure a lot of people here would like to do that, myself included in some cases, because stuff can get pretty messed up. That's not always possible. So really finding ways that you can make the most impact, I'd say for the least amount of investment is kind of where you want to start your considerations when taking someplace over.
Really good advice there, because at the end of the day, we all have our dream list and then we have our budget. So they have to meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, that's a fight we struggle with all the time.
Yes. And one thing, Brandon, that I see you do is you travel to a lot of places. So maybe what are some of the challenges in system design in the various places that you've been to? Because you kind of have to be a jack of all trades, work with what you have, it seems like. Oh, you're on mute, Brandon.
Depending on which phase I'm called into, if it's someone that is coming to me saying, hey, we want to set up a facility, we want to, talk to you about your methods, your soil, what the protocols look like, what you can offer us, or if it's me going in there and saving somebody's farm. I'm going in there just to do go in there and save something or fix things. You oftentimes have to work with what's there. You have to usually work within what their budget parameters are. And so, depending on what needs to be done, it's just like when you're a home grower, you have to figure it out. Me personally, I'm not a contractor. And so when it comes to facility design, I tell them what exactly they need, but I have people that do that. I have contractors and people who do fertigation systems. I have people who do the HVAC systems. That way I don't have to worry so much about the facility design. I work with the same exact people over and over and over because they're people that use the systems that we're building. And so they're familiar with them. And then also it takes the stress off of me of trying to have to communicate with all these different clients to do build outs. So I can kind of almost subcontract these aspects out. That way I can focus on what I do best, which is making sure that the soil is proper, making sure that they have the right fertigation plans, helping them with their integrated pest management protocols, and just kind of, getting people situated with the soil agronomy aspect that ties into like the biological crop steering and using the different biology at different times for different purposes. So that's what I like to do best, is show people how to use the science and how to apply it in these systems, and then how to continue to be successful using data-driven cultivation, that's based off of, lab data for soil, leaf tissue. If you want to do cultivar specific testing, you can do sap analysis and tissue testing multiple times to like develop, specific nutrient requirements for, specific cultivars. There are different aspects like that, that I like to focus on more.
That's invaluable, having those people who you can rely upon. They have the experience, the familiarity with the systems, because there's a lot of things that we run into that are unanticipated. But when you have people that have worked with these systems many times, that's a huge resource to have. So that's great that you're able to bring that to clients and to people, kind of a all-in-one inclusive package, which is largely beneficial for many people.
And it's one of the reasons why I like working with FOS so much, is because my friends over there, like we can say, hey, this is what we want for room design. They build out light maps and everything, and they can have basically CAD design that you can just give to a customer and be like, here's basically your facility on paper. Here's what everything looks like. And it makes it so much simpler like that.
It does. And again, using the same people and working with customers, you get to develop the knowledge and the language that kind of streamlines the process. That's another part of it. Finding common terminology, which is something that I'm big on, and we'll probably explore some of that today as well.
I have a really, really hard time in that department communicating with like tech people for like the business back end stuff. Like, I'm really incompetent in it, not because I can't do it, it's because I don't understand how to speak the language.
Yeah. So sometimes industries make up words so everybody can't do it. No, I'm just kind of joking there. Well, I guess maybe Danielle, you may have faced some different logistical challenges with system design. What I see you smiling there. So yes. So what maybe have been some of the things that have come up in the system design process for you and where you're at?
Well, just because I wasn't going to mention this, but just because you mentioned logistical issues, getting koi into the province of Ontario under a aquaculture license was a bit of a logistical nightmare. There have been people who have had pet koi in ponds outdoors in this province for decades and decades, but the paperwork to get it approved, to get it from the air, because we imported them, the original adults we imported from overseas, getting them from the airport to the holding facility, and from the holding facility to our facility was a a year and a half long process, and I came in the middle of it, so I was it was logistically not the funnest, and that's why we ended up breeding our own on site. Is just now we don't have to do that again. But from a system design point of view, the things that there's three things about our system I really like, not getting into anything proprietary, but we have excellent solids filtration, which helps everything downstream, from filters to pumps to emitters to everything. If you have really good solids removal, that helps everything. Our biofilter is oversized, which helps with any kind of it. Basically, our ammonia is perfect. We can double the amount of fish we have, it'll stay perfect. We could double the amount or triple the amount of food we put in, it would still be, it's a nice big biofilter, and that really helps. And then remote alarms, like a really good controls and alarming system. I could see I getting a thumbs up there, because the fish system, it is a life support system. And I mean, koi are a very forgiving species for some things, but even then, if we had a catastrophic failure, it's 15, somebody has to get in the building in 15 minutes to restart a pump, or most of the critical stuff, we have a good generator, we have stuff you can flip back on remotely, but the fact that you have those alarms and you can check, open up your laptop, check it, and see which tank is having a problem exactly as soon as, or if it's just a false alarm, but even those are better. But yeah, really good remote alarm system, big biofilter, great solids removal.
Yeah, super, super important. And my goodness, I've stayed away from aquaponics just because it's you can make an error really quickly, but 15 minutes between success and not success, that makes me even more nervous. But it works well. And then Shannon, I want to get down to you here. Now, being in South Africa, I personally have not been there myself, but I've experienced with other growers around the world, different regions, accessibility to certain pieces of equipment isn't always there. So what was it like doing the system design where you're at? Was it simple, mail order catalog, everything you need, or did you have to become a little inventive with the system design down there?
No, it was actually pretty straightforward. In the province that I'm situated in, there's an Aquaponics Academy run by an ex-Zimbabwean guy, up in the next village up from us, and that was just coincidence. And I stumbled across aquaponics when I came up to this province from the Western province, from Cape Town, and I hadn't even heard about aquaponics, and I stumbled across it, and I ended up running a little home system based on the same chap's components. So it was a very small design of what I'm running now. So it was a very good learning curve for me, this little system. And I'd never done aquaponics, so I was given a little manual. And with this manual, I basically taught myself. I had the fish, I had everything else, and it was a wonderful experience. It was more like a hobbyist thing. And then I met my initial partner, and that too was a coincidence. And he said to me, "What is aquaponics?" And I explained to him what the process was, and he was fascinated. And he said to me, "Well, can you do this commercially? Can you grow food commercially on a large scale?" And I said, "Well, it's never been done in South Africa on a large scale, but I don't see why not, because it's a modular system. So if you just grow in modules, it's very controllable." So they said, "Well, if I'm feeling a bit bored, and should we buy a piece of property and we try this and try and make a small business from this?" And I said, "Sure." I was enthusiastic about it. So he came up with, and he found a property in this little town, little seaside town, and he purchased it, and it was just indigenous bush with an old house that was broken down and a workshop basically. and we developed it from scratch, and using the same components that I'd learned from, we built this thing up. And we started off with one module, and then 2 modules, and we went to 3 modules, exactly copying exactly the same as each other. And they all hold 20,000 liters of water. They all have 4 fish tanks, 1,500 liter fish tanks per module, with a 5,000 liter sump and a 2,500 liter baffle sump. So we have 2 sumps, which I will explain how they work. And then we also have 6 media beds. Also, they are 1 meter by 1.2 meters, and they're about 80 centimeters deep, with bell siphons. And those media beds are filled with 19 millimeter broken up granite. And then we have deep water, which are fed from those media beds, and that they fed, like 2 media beds will feed into deep waters. So you have enough nitrification from the 2 media beds to suffice those two deep water canals that you're growing in. So it was developed purely for growing vegetables, and it was a copy and paste. And we just that's how we grew. And as we needed more vegetables, we added a module. And also a safe way of growing aquaponics. If the system crashed, you still had the backup of all the others. And each system ran individually, and you harvested from each system daily. Your lettuce, your cucumbers, your tomatoes. And in addition to the systems, we've added grow buckets. We call them Dutch buckets, and we line those buckets up between the DWCs, and in between those rows of buckets, we have an elevated stand with another bucket on top, which also has a bell siphon in it. And the water from the DWC gets taken out of a submersible pump in the DWC and taken up to the pulsator. We call it a pulsator, with the bucket with the bell siphon, and it works the same as a media bed on atmospheric pressure. And when the water goes down, it feeds 10 buckets on either side of it. Every 10 minutes or 7 minutes, it feeds in each 300 mils of water. And it just runs over the roof and feeds, and then goes and drains out the buckets at the base and has a drain pipe back to the sun. So it runs in reticulation. It's a very, very good system. Obviously, leaks are an issue. We have grommets all over the place, and a lot of pipes and elbows and yard. And also, the one thing, I mean, the Dutch buckets are a huge addition to our systems, because it gives us so much more scope and grow area rather than just deep water and media beds. So we can actually create a lot more grow area from the nutrition we are getting from the fish into the volume of water we are running in that system, because we're only running 20,000 liters of water per module. But that's how the vegetable systems ran. So, and I've continued with that, and I've had to change a lot of things, the way that I work with the systems, with oxygenation and also nitrification. So cannabis requires a lot more nutrition and minerals than the vegetables do. Mm-hmm. So we actually added 4 media beds extra to 2 of the modules to compare the growth rate.
Okay, side by side.
Yeah, side by side. So we doubled up the nitrification pretty much. And that certainly has made a huge difference to the plants. The plants are all growing beautifully. Even everything's good. We sort of tap dancing with biology at the same time working with hydroxides. We don't use silicates yet. We're still working with hydroxides, because that's what I've learned to work with. I still need to merge over to silicates in aquaponics. But it works very well. I get beautiful grows. I've just had some issues. I've had a lot of issues. I mean, aquaponics is very challenging as it is, but I've had a lot of issues, climatic issues and temperature issues that have set me back. But growing cannabis, I think it's a lifelong learning curve, and especially remote in different climatic conditions. Everything changes. It's that sensitive. The plant is that sensitive that it reacts to a change. Well,
Yeah. And,
So
and then on
you-
top of that, you also have cultivars, which are finicky in certain environments as well. So that's always a kind of a constant process of finding what works best for you in that
Yeah.
environment.
But having the buckets additional to the deep water and the media beds, and a lot of people only use the deep water in aquaponics. I was saying earlier in my earlier interview that I use all of my media beds. I grow in my media beds where the nitrification takes place, even though it's very volatile. It's a very good source of nitrogen. It's the most. That's where the nitrogen is at its highest peak. Is in the media beds before they drain. So I mean, when I was growing vegetables, I put my cucumbers there because that's where I got the highest nitrogen peak, and that's where the cucumbers grew the utmost better than anything in any other part of the aquaponics. So you can put different strains in media beds that react better to nitrogen. I mean, aquaponics is a very nitrogen-driven system. Generally, everything gets nitrogen, but at the end of the line, those last plants always they must be in supplements because we're taking nitrogen from the time it hits the deep water. We got to pump their take into those buckets already. So my volume of fish is always high. It's never over, but it's always at its max. In order to keep up with the nutrition level required. And then we have sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was just going to say, let's get to Ponics here real quick for the system design. He's probably, I'm most familiar with his work and his design work because I've seen it and we've talked about it. And then, yeah, Shannon, this is great stuff. I'm already like looking at the clock going, man, we're not even going to get to all of these. So real quick, Ponics, I'd love to hear a little bit about your system design. And then I'm going to lightning round you guys with the good questions here.
Sure. So we did a bunch of R&D at the Aquaponics source with like everything from like sand beds, DWC, NFT, media beds. We did a bunch of work with different cocoa blends. Like we tried kind of all the different ways to kind of figure out how to match the nutrient values in the tissue. And we landed on either soil fed by aquaponics water, which is what some of the people on the panel here do, or doing a dual root zone method, which to me, I think gives kind of the best hybrid of both worlds. And the advantage to either one of those systems is that you can take whatever the hype cut is this month, drop it in there, dial the nutrients into what it wants, and immediately get that into mass production. Some of the other methods, I know a couple of people that have been that also do aquaponic cannabis and stuff like that, do DWC only and things like that. They have to do a lot more pheno hunting to actually find strains that are in that same, significantly more pheno hunting. And at the end of the day, if you can't immediately like drop in that hype cut to bulk it out, or at least something recent that to develop and have that a means to quickly jump into that market space that you need to fill it immediately, it's not, to me, it's not the best system. Like you got to have something where you can quickly adapt to whatever the market wants. And if it can't do that, then you got to do some more tinkering.
Yeah, constant progress, or constant process of progress and figuring that out. And that's some of the questions, I kind of want to get here too quickly. We've got a lot of awesome experience and knowledge up here on the panel. And I just looked at the schedule of the events for today, and yeah, we've got about 20 more minutes. So I want to try to take advantage of this time. I've heard, Stewart Farms, you had mentioned tilapia. I know Ponics, you had worked with tilapia in the past. Danielle, you had mentioned koi. And this is open to anybody. Is there a preferred fish, or why do you go with one fish over the other? Is it scale? Is it environment? What is the kind of deciding factor on, I'm going to use goldfish, not so much? And that's open for anybody too.
I'll jump in real quick. Part of it in the United States comes down to in the United States, you can't get a meat processing license and a cannabis facility license federally. It's a federal problem. The USDA, the meat inspectors that would inspect the facility, can't actually go into a cannabis facility currently until they fix that. So that leads a lot of the producers to lean towards either taking the fish and giving them to a third-party meat processor that's nearby, either live or fresh on ice, or they'll take them and do pet trade fish. It's a lot cheaper, significantly cheaper in the United States to get a pet trade license than it is to get a meat processing license. You're looking at like $1,200 max in the United States for a pet trade license versus, you know, thousands of dollars for all the equipment and inspections and stuff for our meat processing.
And I'll add a little bit to that. The genetics available for any particular fish in general. How stable are those fish genetics? So no different than great cannabis. Great genetic could equal great flower. In addition to that, salmonoids in general, although as a newbie aquaponics farmer, you might say, I want to throw some trout, I want to get some salmon, I want to get some of the, I want my favorite fish in there. Well, is the genetic available? And it's far more complicated to deal with the salmonoid and farm a cold water fish versus a warm water fish. Aqualitas runs a carp and we run a tilapia. So they're obviously, you know, you'll get a beautiful carp in a pet store, and you know, there's rare carp that can be worth thousands of dollars. You know, you don't see a lot of those on a dinner plate, but they're both warm water fish that have a different marketable purpose. The tilapia, I think our tilapia are beautiful. They're just not orange and white but you know, we eat those. So we do eat our tilapia, and you know, it's a little bit bittersweet when you're doing a harvest of your farmers that we're helping you farm for the last 10 months, and it's more upsetting for some in the farm than it is for others. But there is a market purpose for that fish. So if you're a beginner, for sure, warm water fish. If you're just looking for nutrient and you don't care about eating the fish, well, then a carp is a good option. There's a whole bunch of variables that go into it. But my anchor point would be, you know, set yourself up for the least complicated thing possible. Set yourself up for success. No.
Awesome. And, you know, setting yourself up for success. Yeah, I mentioned cultivars just a second ago as well. And that's something, Brandon, that I think you have a lot of experience with, is just kind of looking behind the curtain with a lot of these cultivars. Maybe what are a couple of the, you know, choices or checklists that you would go through kind of in an aquaponics setup or in your consulting work for what type of cultivars people should be looking for, or start with, to narrow it down at least?
For commercially viable cultivars,
yes,
usually come with a specific set of parameters. You know, having high numbers is one of them. You know, high THC, high terpene content. Yield is obviously another one. Flowering time is an obvious one, especially if you're like, hey, every 9 weeks we are harvesting. You don't want varieties that take 10, 11 weeks. They just will not make it. And then depending on your area and what style of cultivation, if you're indoor, if you're greenhouse or outdoor, the genetics really play heavily into how they'll actually perform from a abiotic standpoint with the different environmental parameters. So that's really important to look at too.
Very, very much so. Kind of, you know, moving on to, and this is going to apply to everybody, and it might take somebody a second. So I'm going to put you on the spot first, Ponics. One of the biggest things that you learned last year, that's, you know, again, kind of crowdsourcing the experience is a great thing about cannabis and a wonderful thing about this conference, because we all get to pull from everybody's years of experience. And, you know, what you may have learned last year may save me a headache next year. So I do kind of want to go around. What is the biggest thing that you learned in the last year? And again, Ponics, we'll start with you on that one.
I think as far as just day-to-day stuff, switching to baskets for IMO collections, like hands down, was we basically have much fewer failed collections now than we did with the boxes. That's probably my biggest takeaway.
And are you going far out for these boxes, or are these close to the farm?
So we put some on the farm, and then we have right down the street from me, there's what used to be an old mango grove that's kind of overgrown and taken over by the jungle. We put stuff out there, and then we also have an old cemetery near us that's kind of overgrown with trees and orchids. Put it over there as well.
Cemetery, man. Yes. People eat dead mushrooms. Mushrooms eat dead people. And back to you. And with that, back to you, Danielle. What maybe is one of the largest things that you learned or as a company learned through the process last season?
From the research side, I think the most exciting thing was the that we could improve our phosphorus numbers with different fish feed. Just, we can, and the improved nutrient profile and kind of more targeted nutrient profile with the different fish feed was really cool. Then I'm horribly biased because me getting a PhD hinges on that research. So that's probably a little bit biased. And the other thing, we collect a ton of data, and I do, when I have the time, I'll go back through it all and do a whole bunch of analysis and kind of try and correlate, environmental conditions to yield and spacing to yield and potency and, the different irrigation strategies to yield and potency, and basically everything Brandon was saying of, THC, terpenes, potency. And just I noticed a trend, which is the first time we grow something, we get one number, and then, after 3 or 4 grows, we see a steady increase in yield until we eventually taper off. But just that once we give it to our cultivation team and they have a couple turns to get their teeth into it, get used to what, the timing for everything, the dosing for everything, it usually we see a nice, there've been a few cultivars where initially we were like, do we keep it? The pheno didn't yield very well, but we did because the other numbers were so great, and we see that nice steady increase. So it's, maybe don't give yourself some time with things. It might take you a while to get to know the plant and get to know what the plant, how to best get the best out of that plant. But you can't always afford to wait for that kind of stuff. But if you can, give it some time.
One of the things that I always recommend, if you have the opportunity to run your pheno hunts from clone, keep the mother stock, but actually take clones and run those are going to give you a better representation of what that genetic is going to do as a clone stock.
Great piece of advice there. That's, as Danielle was pointing out, I was definitely in my mind thinking that, because for me, it takes me a few runs to decide whether I want to keep something or not. And exactly to both of your points. So Brandon, that was a good little shortcut for the process. But Danielle, also very important too, because if we just one and done everything, we might be missing something that in a commercial setting is really going to, knock it out of the park for us. So maybe I'm going to switch the question a little bit for you there, Stewart Farms. From maybe the two might relate from the thing that you learned last year. Tell us about your biggest challenge last year. What was the one that kept you up at night, made you lose a little bit of sleep, but ultimately you get a smile because you fixed it in the end? What may have been your biggest challenge? And then Shannon, I'll come down and ask you the biggest challenge, and Bain as well here in a second.
Well, we have a rare problem in the Canadian cannabis industry where we don't have enough weed to sell, and our demand strips our ability to cultivate, and that comes from the smaller facility we built from day one. So we have contract farming agreements with other micro cultivators. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to tie it back to the design conversation a minute ago. Because of working with multiple contract farmers now, where we can step into their farm and they can do everything basically identical to us other than have the fish water as a supplement. So we still defer to living soil, no sprays, no irradiation. They follow our SOPs. We put our genetics into their farms. And that's really helpful too, because we get to see how our Brittany's Frozen Lemons is going to express under HPS with the same living soil in his farm, because he didn't have LEDs. So we're not getting him to change his lights. We're aligning all the variables as closely as we can. Outside of that, having many farming partners is difficult, just as a function of any business, right? That's just more people to deal with. It's that, going back to the design phase, is that you can build 2,000 square feet of canopy for $300,000 if you bought all the equipment, aggressively and did all the work yourself. HPS lights, no automated irrigation, all this other stuff. You can also build that same 2,000 square feet of canopy for $2 million. Automated irrigation, LED lights, centralized HVAC, right? So both guys have 2,000 square feet of canopy. But if you take decent lights, decent climate change, great genetics, great grow medium, and great standard operating procedures, and that, and you put them into both facilities, the guy in the 300 grand farm is going to come pretty close to the guy in the $2 million farm. So that really sunk in over this last year, and in real time, in real experience in the real world. All those decisions you make in the early days of building any facility, you want to, no margin, no mission. You want to get to profit as quickly as possible, spend as little money as you can to get going, focus on what matters most when you're spending those dollars, right? And it's the how you're going to grow and what you're going to grow. So.
Excellent answer there. And that does put a lot in perspective too, when it comes to budgeting these types of things. I think when we start dealing with those large of numbers for people, I mean, you're like, yeah, what's an extra 10,000 at this point? You can lose perspective easily. So it's good to hear. And, Shannon, I kind of wanted to ask you the same thing. So maybe one of the biggest challenges in the system, whether, that could be many different things. What did you come across last year?
Well, thank you. Our biggest challenge has been the collapse of our power supply in South Africa. We have what we call load shedding in South Africa, and it's on a daily basis now. And they take it to different stages, and it's the power company isn't able to supply enough power to supply the entire country at once. So they have to switch off parts of the country for longer stages of periods continuously, and we're on to stage 6 now. So we're off for 11 and a half hours a day at different stages. So we can't run lights, we can't run heat exchangers in aquaponics, because it's just wasting the energy, because it heats up for 4 hours and it's off. So it's pointless. So that's been a big challenge. I also lost 3 modules of fish due to breakers being worn out by the on and off of load shedding continuously, and that was on Christmas Day. So that was a big setback for me and the system, and obviously the fish and the plants. So it's been very challenging to adjust to having no energy supply in the country, and it's going to continue this way for a long time, they say. So we're all having to adapt in the country and go to solar, which is another expenditure on a cannabis farm, which no one needs, because the expenditure of a cannabis farm is immense. Even though we're doing it as cheaply as we can, it's still immense. So we're having to put in a lot of money into place into projects that weren't in the budget. So it's a huge setback, and it's a huge challenge for aquaponics. We are the only aquaponics cannabis license in Africa. So I really like to push people onto aquaponics due to the problems in the world and food security. And now we have this power issue. Farming and the carbon emissions are a big problem in the world. So the world is changing, and we need to change with it. And in Africa, we have to. But it's a big expenditure. That's been our biggest challenge in the last season. and we're in the middle of our summer grow now. Fortunately, it's a summer grow, so we're going with nature. We have the light.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you do almost need to time it and work as much with nature in harmony as you can, because those are unique circumstances.
Yes,
I know
they are.
Danielle mentioned generator to save some of those instances, but it's probably hard to run an entire farm on a consistent basis backed off of generators. So yeah, that is definitely a unique challenge you're facing there.
Yes.
Yeah, and Bain, I know we're gonna talk with you next hour, which is awesome. So I apologize for not throwing all the questions at you, because I know we're gonna get to some of them in the next hour. But I do want to throw that one at you, though. What is maybe one of the biggest challenges that you faced last year?
No, not a problem at all. I'm happy to speak, and I don't want to break up this party with so many great minds in it. But I would say, to answer your question, the biggest problems, and I think some of the others have already touched on it, it's really matching your genetics and your plants to the environment you're able to provide for them. So whether you're indoors or in a hybrid greenhouse or doing it outdoors, it's finding, performing a good sufficient pheno hunt for the different cultivars you want to carry that are going to be marketable, consistent enough to keep going year round. And then of course you've got, pest and pathogen resistance that you need to take into consideration. And all of those things change from year to year and from season to season. So it's really the challenge, at least as far as I see it, is finding those genetics and then knowing your plants well enough to work them into the schedule and try to match those up as best as possible. So you have the plants doing everything they can with the environment you provide them, and then being able to, at the end of the day, bring quality product to market.
Very good point. And you mentioned IPM, and that was something that I was hoping to touch on here. Well, we'll kind of skip over IPM just for plants in general. I think a lot of the viewers are familiar with that, and there's a lot of great information out there for it. But Ponics, I want to ask you, just for myself, I don't know the answer. Is there anything specific as far as IPM when it comes to protecting the fish or protecting the reservoirs? Is there anything that I wouldn't understand coming from soil?
Oh yeah, yucca extract and wetting agents are ultra fish lethal, both of them. As in general, not all, not everything in those categories is. Aloe vera is a really good one that's fish safe, but for the most part, things that fall into that category, are pretty fish lethal when it comes to that. And then just being mindful of oils and things like that. You get too much in the water, the fish are toasted. That's the biggest thing.
Okay, well, yeah, very, very good to know. You don't want to kill off your workers, I guess, for lack of a better term. Don't want to do those things. And yes, the yucca, the extracts, soap nuts, these types of things I hear thrown around frequently in kind of living soil organic situations. So not going to apply in the aquaponics world. And if you're outdoors and watering to runoff, consider your sources, because I'll save the speech here, but it's all about the fishes, guys. Real quick, to wrap it up, you all have a lot of excellent experience here. Let's pretend I was a Chad, and I'm paying all you guys as a consultant. What would be one good tip? We'll lightning round this one, but what's one good tip you could give anybody that's interested in doing aquaponics on a commercial scale? And I guess we'll just go around here in that same order. Stewart Farm, we'll start with you, and we'll wrap this one up.
Yeah, my number one tip would be spend a lot of time making sure your facility design has great workflow, operational workflow, and that you're setting yourself up good operationally for cleaning. And also think about that when you're doing the design. Design for an easily cleanable facility, and that can come right down to your irrigation choices. a fancy, you might think an irrigation system is going to save you a bunch of money, but maybe it's 10 times the cleaning and 10 times less without it. So that would be what I want to leave you with.
Excellent. There, actionable advice, easy to understand. Brandon, how about you? What would be a good piece of advice for aspiring aquaponic growers?
I would say anybody that's starting a business, not just aquaponics, but if you're doing any type of facility design, business design, anything, itemize all your expenses. Make sure that you have everything that you need for success already drawn out, like on a map, and make a plan. Give yourself, especially with cannabis, give yourself also room for 3 months of operating capital plus 10% when you're writing those financials up and itemizing all that stuff. So that way that you have a little bit of extra for any of the miscellaneous items that you might not have thought of, and you have all of the things planned out for those 3 additional or 4 additional months where you have a sellable product.
Man, the things that only come with experience. That's awesome. I appreciate that answer. And Bain, we'll come back to you here. A tip and trick for anybody aspiring to run this sort of system?
I think these guys hit it pretty on the head. The planning is everything. With aquaponics especially, and really with any business venture you're trying to do, research as much as you possibly can. Don't skimp on the planning, everything from, what plants do you want to grow? How are you going to feed them? But like was said already, system design, how are people going to move through this facility? Don't cut the walkways short, because the guy who's going to be moving up and down the rows is going to be cursing your name every day if you do. Make sure it's easy to clean. And then, like you said, with the budget, add up everything you could possibly imagine ever needing. Double it, because there's going to be stuff you forget, and then you got to have enough money to keep everybody paid, keep all those valuable team members around. That's a critical thing I think a lot of people skimp on. This isn't unskilled labor. You need people who really care and who are knowledgeable and are going to pay attention to the little things and put the elbow grease in to get it as clean as it can possibly be. That's the kind of stuff that makes or breaks a large scale farm in my mind.
Like a car, like a house, like anything, don't let it start slipping, because it will reach a point of no return almost. So yeah, start early, start now, keep those things clean and maintained. Danielle, that sounds like something that would probably come out of your mouth. What else can you add to this conversation?
For someone starting out, aquaponics, it's a living system. It takes a while to become mature. I can't pinpoint exactly when I say our system had fully matured, but everything just suddenly got easier about a year in. All the water parameters were stable. There's never any hiccups in so it, especially with your biofilter, it's gonna take, everybody says, oh, you can put this in. It almost always takes about 2 months before your microbes become really established and your numbers start coming down and it becomes fish safe. If you buy all the fish, if you cram 60 kilograms per meter cubed in your tank on day 1, all of your fish are going to die from ammonia poisoning. Because that biofilter, even if in a year you can handle that much, your biofilter can't keep up from a run. And you can maybe take inoculated bio beads from someone else, but that brings us to the second point, which is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Do not bring anything in. If you have a nice, brand new, pristine, clean facility, do not bring anything in through your doors that you cannot 100% guarantee doesn't have a nasty little friend coming in with it. Because it's way harder to get something out than it is to keep something out.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Shannon, how about yourself? Again, you've got some unique circumstances down there dealing with the power. What are some of the tips and tricks that have gotten you through?
Well, the best advice I can give anybody thinking about commercial aquaponics is to make sure that your system design is correct and balanced and properly in tune. That's the biggest thing, because to chase problem design faults after the fact is a huge problem. And the second one is to do Stephen's masterclass course of cannabis and of masterclass aquaponics, but it does as cannabis related, but it covers broad spectrum aquaponics. And what I learned from his course has taken me 5 levels up to where I was before in aquaponic growing. And I was one of the better aquaponic growers in South Africa on food at that time. What I learned from that course is immense, and it goes from beginning to end, and it's vertical. So it's a really, really good course for any aquaponic grower from start to finish. It's the best thing I've ever done for my aquaponic growing future.
It's a good tip there. You can spend, endless hours and days searching around the internet, or you could go to a place where it's been compiled. And, Ponics, you have definitely done that with your courses and through this conference. I appreciate that. Helps me and other people, not necessarily on the commercial scale, those people too, obviously, but for the home grower, it gives us some things to think about, some things to consider. So we'll end it with you here. I want to end it with maybe one of your tips and tricks that you can offer to everybody interested in this world of growing.
First off, thanks, Shannon, for the kind words. Much appreciated. But when it comes to just basic stuff, just like they're saying, if it's not easy to clean, the workers are going to start to slack on it. And if it's not efficient for them to do, then if it's a pain in their ass, then they're not going to do it exactly the way you want it every time. So thinking about that when you're designing your SOPs and making it like not overly difficult to follow can really help increase results. The other thing is stick to either the soil water-based systems or the dual root zone systems. Again, it gives you the most flexibility until you really get used to the systems and you really get used to the rest of it. And just like other people were saying earlier, stick to tilapia and koi when you get started. You can get fancy with it afterwards, but don't burn a ton of cash on some fancy fish until you have everything else done. Like once you've done your second or third flower run, you got everything else going, cool. Replace the koi with yellow perch or whatever you want to do to get fancy, but don't try to do too many things that you're not really familiar with off the bat. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes I see aside from people not researching their market is just totally trying to take on too much and trying to learn like 12 new things that they have no idea about all at once. Nobody can do that, right? You got to be realistic about how much you can intake and teach with yourself within a month. Each month you can only intake so much new knowledge, right? And I think a lot of people overwhelm themselves too, trying to do the business side of it and the aquaculture side of it and the fish side of it. And now they want to do all difficult fish. It's like, dude, chill out. Just start off with the koi, then get fancy later. And, stick with the soil-based systems. Then you want to go something crazy. Cool, do that later, but get money coming in the door and then worry about getting fancy. And not being as picky with phenos. I think people hold on to stuff because they got it from their friend's dad who used to smoke them out when they were 18 or something, and it's like a horrible strain that doesn't yield well, but it has some weird sentimental value. You got to trash that crap and just stick to what's going to actually produce in your farm and not waste time and energy and money on cultivars that are not going to get money coming back in the door.
Yeah, and that's getting down to the reality of it. We all have a dream of what we would love it to be, but at the end of the day, we need to be real. And that is one of those real decisions. Cost effective, space effective, time effective, all of those things add up. But I want to thank everybody for joining us on the panel. And you were going to say something there, Stewart Farms?
Oh, I was just saying thanks for having me. I was unmuting to say goodbye.
Well, yes, let's do that. I appreciate that. Again, everybody, thank you for your time. This has been awesome. This has been fun for me. This feels like such a freaking tease because I could go on for hours with all of you. But yeah, if we can, Bain is going to continue to join us, but let's just go around the horn real quick and let people know where they can find you. So we'll start with you there.
You can find Stewart Farms at Stewart Farms Life. LIFE, Stewart Farms Life on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and myself at Tanner Stewart Life on those same platforms. And we'd appreciate a follow.
Awesome. And how about you, Brandon? Where can people find you and find some of the Bokashi Earthworks?
So you can find my main page on Instagram at rust.brandon. Also Bokashi Earthworks, all one word. And then bokashiearthworks.com. And then you can always hit us up if you guys are using products or have questions or inquiries about soil, all that good stuff.
Awesome.
Brennan will be talking tomorrow as well at noon PST. Sorry, I have to look at the schedule.
Same bat time, same bat channel, different bat day. So be back tomorrow for Brandon Rust. I'll be watching that as well. Danielle, thank you again. It's been a pleasure. Good luck on the PhD. Hopefully the fish cooperate for you. But where can people find you and learn more about the adventure?
I'm mostly on LinkedIn, but for Aqualitas, it's at Aqualitas Inc. or at reef.organic or aqualitas.ca or reeforganic.com. And thanks for
Perfect.
having me. This was fun.
Good. Thank you. My pleasure. Shannon, let's wrap it up with you. Where can people find you and maybe just learn more about what you're doing in that area? That's pretty awesome.
Thank you, Chad. People can on Instagram, it's the Sweetwaters_aquaponics and or Shannon at sweetwatersaquaponics.co.za. And thank you very much, Chad. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure to be a host. Ponics, thanks for bringing me in to talk with these fine people today. Looks like this section of the 3rd annual Aquaponics Cannabis Conference is coming to an end. Do you want to take it away and lead into the next hour?
How do people find you there, Chad?
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I do have a website, it's the chadwestport.com. But probably to keep up to date with what I'm doing and working on, Instagram is a great place. So chad.westport, you can find me there. Appreciate it. Oh, and I'm going to plug Dope History real quick. Dopehistory.com. It's a new project that I've been working on, recounting the history of cannabis. So plug, there we go. Thank you very much, Ponics. You guys have a wonderful day. I appreciate all your time.
Thanks for coming. And thank you all the wonderful panelists, Brandon and Tanner and Bain and Danielle, Link and Shannon. Thank you all for joining us today.
All right. Have a good day, everybody.
Cheers. All right. Before we jump on to the next segment, I just wanted to throw this up here real quick. Be sure to show some love for all of our speakers that have taken the time to present with us today. You can check out all the different people that are providing talks this weekend here on the thing here. There's a couple of other people that just don't have anything public to support, but almost everybody's represented on there, so be sure to check them out and show them some love if they have something that you can help them, they can help you out with. All right, that's weird. That's why it's doing this. Let me move this back. Anyways, I got too many screens going. Thanks a lot for joining us, Bain. For those of you guys that don't know, Bain and I worked together previously on projects in Oklahoma, as well as Texas. That's actually how we met originally. Bain was working at one of the largest organic certified vegetable facilities. Then when I was working in Oklahoma, I managed to recruit him up north into Oklahoma and work with weed instead of lettuce and work with the devil's lettuce instead. So I think he has a little more fun up there than he did down in Texas. But thank you so much for joining us. Bain is the head cultivator of Vertica Aquaponics, which is one of the actually the largest aquaponics cannabis facility in Oklahoma and one of the largest in the country. So thanks a lot for joining us and take it away.
Well, I just want to say again, thank you so much for having me. It's really an honor to be a part of this whole thing. With everybody here, all the knowledge getting passed around, it's a great privilege to be a part of it. So yeah, happy to be here. I was going to go ahead and get to sharing my screen. Got a little slideshow for you all here today. Is everybody able to see that just fine? Awesome. Well, like y'all had already heard a time or two by now, my name is Bain Howard. I'm the head cultivator here at Vertica Farms. We are a medically licensed aquaponic cannabis facility operating in Oklahoma. So just kind of, I guess, the subject of my talk today, I wanted to just really take part in this educational knowledge sharing experience we've got going here. So I want to tell you all a little bit about who I am, where I come from, my experiences in aquaponics, and then the majority of it, my focus today is going to be on our facility at Vertica, kind of our process, how we do what we do. So yeah, thanks for joining me and tuning in to listen. So yeah, here, this is me. I was originally born South Lake, Texas, born and raised in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I went to school for agriculture, actually. I went to Texas A&M University, studied agricultural system management, got a minor in business administration, both of which have been extremely helpful in the weed game, funnily enough. It had told me that going to school in Texas to start off with, I might not have believed you. But my farming career experience really began down there when I was going to school. The first time I actually heard the words aquaponics was part of a course I was taking. We were actually doing a profitability study for a man who was doing small scale 1 to 2 acre organic veggie lots. And we were doing a study for him as part of our coursework to prove to people and provide some material showing that that's still a viable way to live, produce food for yourself and your family, and make money while you're doing it. He had a little aquaponic farm that was tied into his whole thing. So saw the fish, saw the veggies, kind of fell in love right away. I was fortunate enough to find a different farm that was a little closer where I was living and going to school at the time. It was Earth Galley Farms at the time, also Aquatic Greens Farm, the name they're still operating under today. A really family-oriented, education-based program they had out there. We just had deep water culture. We were doing vegetables, growing tomatoes, a couple rows of corn and squash out back, and we had a team of people out there doing community-supported agriculture. So we were doing little baskets we would build with, whatever was seasonal, fresh, both from ourselves and then local vendors, putting together these baskets and then running home deliveries and taking those, door to door and trying to improve the quality and quality of food and produce that people were getting. So did that for a few years. I guess graduated or moved to a larger aquaponics facility from there, still in the produce vegetable sector. It was up in Terrell, Texas. We were doing, like I said, commercial lettuce production. We were operating at a volume of around 7,000 or 6,000 heads of lettuce every week, year after year, or week after week, month after month, all year long. Trying our best to supply national chains of grocery stores with the little living lettuce you see in the clamshells with the roots still attached. That was our game. We were playing that for quite a while. Had a lot of fun, learned a whole lot doing that. Steve had mentioned it was after a year or two of doing the lettuce thing, Oklahoma kind of legalized. Came up here. I was always interested as a young adult in cannabis industry, what it all was involved. Everything that this plant can do and provide for people has always kind of fascinated me. Of course, down in Texas, that's not something that was allowed by the great state of Texas. So didn't really do much in terms of the cannabis plant while I was down there. But when Oklahoma came around, I've got family up here, they're right next door. So we popped across the border, moved up here. I guess it's about 3 years ago now. Was involved in a couple of different projects, from building ground up a aquaponics system. I actually worked with Steve on that project. We did a lot of the designs. We put together this a great greenhouse up there. that was a really good time. Like I said, fantastic learning experience. We did a lot of plumbing, a lot of digging in the dirt in the hot Oklahoma summer. So yeah, lots of fun memories out there. Did a good amount of fishing as well. We always we're looking to include cannabis and fish, whether it was at work or in the off time. So now that kind of brings us to today. I'm here at Vertica Farms. We are, like I said, we're a medically licensed facility. All in all, between our two buildings, you can kind of see here, we're right around 10,000, or actually just under 10,000 square feet of flower and canopy space here. Now that includes about 4,000 or 5,000 plants at any one given time. We are doing a perpetual monthly harvest, so at all times we've got plants in flower or late flower, early flower, veg, clones, 1 gallons, all that stuff's constantly turning through the greenhouse year round. So it's a lot of moving parts, but we really like that because, like I said, it gives us perpetual harvest every month. We're able to bring new stuff and adapt to the climate and everything as it's changing. We're not all cards in on a single hand, hoping this one room turns out well. Of course, we treat every room as though it's the only one, but when you've got another one coming up behind it, that obviously influences your decisions in a lot of ways. So our current farm, it is a renovated farm. We did not come into a blank facility. This is one that was previously a lettuce farm. It was one of the kind of mail order deals. Put peg A into slot B, and if you follow all the instructions at the end of the day, you'll have yourself a lettuce farm. It worked as that for some years before I got here. They were doing lettuce, elderberries. They had the deep water culture where they were doing all the lettuce. They had the gutter style NFT systems and media beds here. Now there was also somebody else had come along. Adjustments were made to the farm, as often happens in these kind of things. But I'm now on board as part of the team. We've made our major plumbing renovations. We've been running this current system now for going on 2 years, which is we run our mother plants in a dual root zone setup. And then we also have living soil containers that are on rolling benches that we irrigate with aquaponic system water, as well as other different K&F inputs and whatever kind of top dressing and stuff like that we need kind of as the plants are calling for it. A little bit about the nuts and bolts of the greenhouse itself. We do have automated climate controls. So there's a programmable logic controller, a little PLC that, is all constantly taking temperature, light, humidity readings, compiles all that data together, keeps it in a nice logs form where we can look back on it and make adjustments, and then also control the environment that we provide for the plants through some of the tools you see here, our misters, heaters, evaporative cooling walls, all that kind of fun stuff. Like I said, we are running rolling benches with the container plants. You can kind of see those down there in that bottom picture. Of course, we're trellising all these plants up, so by the time they get all heavy, they're not falling down onto the tables or causing a whole bunch of mess or anything like that. So, excuse me. I think one of the biggest points, and a lot of people sometimes skimp on this, but it's a harsh lesson to learn. When designing a greenhouse or when taking one over, either way, it's a redundancy in your system. It's crucial for long-term success. Eventually, no matter what, if you're a successful operating business, the goal is to stay in business year after year, and eventually there's going to be a snowstorm up here in Oklahoma. There's going to be a tornado that rolls through. Some guy's going to hit the telephone pole. Power's going to go down. Something's going to happen. And when it does, you need to be prepared as much as you can for that. Really, it starts at the design stage. So from day one, you need to integrate and plan your system so that it can be as fail-proof as possible, or at least when it does fail, there's quick, easy ways to get everything back up and running. So from the design standpoint, that's trying to make one single pump run your whole system. I've seen systems where they had this pump feeding that tank that then went across the farm over here and drained into a sump, and then that hit a valve, and it's prone to fail. So as much as possible, simplifying things, having a single pump pulling from some central sump and recirculating your system makes it so that when inevitably that pump goes wrong or you lose power, it's easy to get everything back up and running again. That goes doubly for kind of all the equipment I've listed out here. You need a backup generator or something that can kick on and turn on your pumps, keep your water flowing. Obviously critical for aquaponics is making sure all the air blowers are running. Then you can't only focus on the fish. You've got all the plant things you got to worry about as well. So all your exhaust fans, your light depth curtains, everything you got to do to keep the climate itself so you're not toasting a greenhouse full of plants. That's all critical. So you can do that in a number of ways. Obviously, there's backup generator. There's multiple different options for those. You need to take your list, kind of like I've got here, and really put together your critical wattage, what you need to do to get by, to make it for a day, make it for a week, and then size your generator appropriately for that, whether you're going to need the natural gas or propane or diesel fuel, whatever they, sell any kind of generator to fit the fuel that you're able to get and source and use at your farm. And those things need to be able to run all your critical systems. It also helps, in our case, we're a hybrid style greenhouse. So our exhaust fans and intake and outlet vents all need to be able to be opened, even if there is no power at the farm. If something happens with the backup generator, all of our stuff has been designed in a way, and we've gotten greenhouses that you're able to plug, a battery operated drill into it and crank that thing on, close your vents, open your vents, or in the case of keeping your photo period right, you can close and open the shade curtains and the blackout curtains as well with that. Obviously, nobody wants the photo period messed up. That can really give you a whole bunch of headaches, especially when it comes to cannabis. Now, if anybody had tuned into the commercial panel just before this, we touched on something that I think is super important. It kind of goes hand in hand with the generators, and that's something known as an auto dialer. It's basically an emergency alert system. You take this, little black box, you mount it on the wall, and you can plug in all kinds of different auxiliary sensors into it that can measure. Really, there's just about anything under the sun. You can do your environmental temperature, the presence of current to tell if the electricity is flowing to your pumps and blowers. You can set it up for air pressure on the manifolds that your actual air system goes into too. So even if a pipe gets kicked and broken at some point in your system, the auto dialer senses that the pump is still running and air is still blowing, but nothing's getting to the fish. You can still alert. It can call somebody. Because as we've said, and as unfortunately, I personally have learned this, things can go wrong really quickly in the aquaponics system. You've got 15, 30 minutes before you need somebody on site who's able to hit those switches, turn the backup pump on, or do something in order to remedy some of these situations. Because when you're dealing with a living aquaponics system, all those things are alive. They've got their needs, their biological oxygen demand does not stop just because the power went out. You've got to be able to feed those microbes, feed those fish, and keep everybody happy, even though the juice isn't always flowing. And that's something you have to prepare for. So with all the scary stuff, I guess, kind of out of the way, I wanted to show you all a little bit about the farm. Here I've got a little video. This is just running through our fish tank room. So we do run a combination of koi, which you saw in that first tank there. And then when we inherited this farm, it was set up as the classic lettuce and fish model. So we do still have a bunch of holdover tilapia, but they're not a bad fish. I don't mean to imply that by any means. They get that nickname, the bulletproof fish, for good reason. We like them. We keep them around because they are just little tanks. If you feed them, they're going to do their thing, and they'll keep doing it day after day as long as you keep giving them what they need to do. Now, a little bit about kind of how the flow through our system works. Let me back this video up here, and I can kind of give you the play-by-play as we move through everything. So we do run a fully coupled recirculating system, at least between our fish tanks and our mother plants. It's continuously recirculating water. That's all the inlets you see here on the sides of the tanks with water coming in. That's straight out of, actually these mother plants you see behind me, if you see my screen. It comes straight out of there, flows into the tanks. And then in these tanks you see marked clarifier, that's just a very basic rudimentary sedimentation tank. The little baffle in the middle forces water to, flow down and around, depositing a majority of the solids, not everything, but a majority of the heavy solids at the bottom of the bottom tanks. Water then flows through our mineralization tanks that you see behind there, which are, again, just another simple physical barrier that's designed to capture solids and keep those from flowing through. Let's skip forward in this. You can also see in the background, after passing through those tanks, it does flow through a moving bead reactor. So we've got one of those in line that's always there working on the system. We also do pull off the solids and sludge from the bottom of these clarifiers, run those through a little additional mineralization loop. There's a little polishing filter that will get those solids out of after we've aerated them and really tried to wring every little bit of nutrients that we can out of those fish solids, and before filtering those out and then taking the clear water off the top of that and reintroducing that into the recirculating system. So that's kind of through the fish room there. From that point, we walk out into the greenhouse, and now, as anybody who's kept fish knows, water quality is critical. There's really no limit to the different parameters you could check as far as water quality goes in an aquaponics system. We have a couple of different ones that we're always trying to stay on top of and continuously monitor. Some of those things I've got kind of listed up there: temperature, pH. There's a few different monitors out there that let you continuously, I can pull this guy up. I can pull the phone up anytime, pull up my app and see what temperature, pH is on the system. Not that we have a lot of swings or anything crazy that's happening there, but it is good. Gives everybody a little peace of mind when you can check and make sure, nothing's gone crazy. Nobody's knocked the bottle of acid into the system or left the fill tank on and is blowing, ice cold rainwater into the system when we're not expecting it. It helps kind of keep tabs on those things. Now, in addition to that, we do also at the farm do a bi-weekly test. So every 2 weeks, we are taking water samples. We'll send those off to a third-party lab to check nutrient content. That's more for the plant's sake, to see exactly what's getting fed to them. Whereas we do a little more frequently test the things that are critical to our fish health, things like dissolved oxygen, and then your nitrate, ammonia levels, things like that. You can kind of see here, there's several different suppliers for these little dropper tests. I know it was mentioned earlier that Hanna Industries has a couple of different meters that will quantify some of these exact values, so you don't have to worry about looking at the little color sheets and going, is that 1, is that 2, where do we actually fall on the scale? So that helps with a little extra peace of mind. But at the end of the day, you're always checking all these different parameters. I've included a little picture here of something that we undertook at the farm this last summer, because really one of our biggest, parameter that makes a huge difference in our plant health, the fish health, everything is our water temperature. What we've done here in these pictures you see behind or on the slideshow is just right behind our greenhouse. We went in and excavated quite a bit of dirt out so we could get these PEX coils that we made and wrapped all together. Took quite some time. laid out in there. And basically what this is a very rudimentary, low electricity passive heat exchanger. So water flows through these PEX coils you see in the beds, then goes outside, flows deep underground where you've got a consistent temperature in that soil all the time. The water passing through there obviously exchanges heat with the surrounding ground, and that cooler water comes back in and circulates through the system. It has definitely helped, or notably helped, take some of the edge off in the middle of the summer. I mean, don't get me wrong, we still get warm, but this has been, in my experience, extremely cost effective, certainly compared to like large scale chillers. For something of this system volume, we run about 100,000 liters in the system. Trying to move that much, the temperature of that much water with the power of electricity, it's a losing game when it comes time to pull that electricity bill out. So this is a way we found that helps us influence temperature, and all we have to do is run a pump to move the water through here time and time again. And we really click this thing on in the spring and let it run all summer long, and like I said, it helps take a little bit of the sting out of the water there. Now, as far as how plants actually move through our system, I've got a little video here that I want to show you all. This is our mother plants. This is where we're going to be taking all of our clones for basically all the propagation that happens at the farm comes off of these beds right here. And like I had said before, our water flows through the fish tank, and then these are all set in dual root zone pots on top of floating racks here. And after this video plays, we'll come through, and I've got some more profile shots, I suppose, showing kind of how that's all set up. But we found this to be extremely effective. I know when I first kind of came and took over, they were doing just straight deep water culture and trying to, run clones in the deep water culture and then transplant them up into soil when they were, teens at that point, which was a nightmare and had very poor results. So this is a way that we've found that really helps the cannabis plants thrive, because you're not necessarily dependent entirely on solely the aquatic layer. You get the help of that extraterrestrial layer, the microbiome that's involved there, and then it also gives you an opportunity to supplement with things you might not necessarily want or need in the whole system. You don't necessarily want to pay for the costs to bump nutrients on 100,000 gallons or 100,000 liters, of water when you can do it to 100 and get the plants what they need. So that's how the mom plants here work. They really, really like this dual root zone setup. We're in here in this jungle at least every 2 weeks, just having to do a major defoliation. I know last week when we did it, we pulled just over 100 pounds of foliage out of the moms. So, that all went to the compost pile. It's great biomass, and we're harnessing those nutrients, but it does get a bit crazy in there when these plants really tap in and get the benefits of the dual root zone pots. And now we have kept a lot of these plants for, north of a year. By that point, they're kind of monstrous and they become a bit unruly. When we know that they'd keep growing in there without any kind of problems, but just for the physical constraints kind of that we're working in and trying to keep them out of the lights and keep them well maintained for just labor flow, we won't typically keep our moms for any longer than that. They're just kind of get too big at that point, which is a good problem to have, I know, but you gotta do what you gotta do. This is a little video showing the whole greenhouse. We'll kind of pan over everything. You can see our moms here. Kind of ran out of room on the table, so we had to resort to the floor. But as you can see, a bunch of happy, healthy ladies. We're doing, like I said, containers on the rolling benches. I'll go into a little bit more detail about what exactly is going into the mix in those here in a bit. But that is the facility, and the mama's there. So here are some of those shots I was saying. I think they really illustrate benefits of the dual root zone. We'll do a 3-gallon pot up there on top with our soil mix of choice, whatever it's going to be. Like I said, we've been playing with a few different things. So whatever that, I guess, flavor of the month is goes in that soil layer up top. And then a layer of burlap. We've got a nice big hole cut in there so they can put a lot of roots through. And then there's a net cup down in there that holds your, we use hydrogen. You can really use any kind of inert media. I've seen, crushed granite, lava rocks, a whole bunch of different things will work. As long as you're making sure you're non-reactive with the system water, it'll work. So the roots will punch through there. And as you can see, once they hit the water, they'll really spread out and fill the bed underneath them, to the point where when it's time to take moms out of there, sometimes it can be a bit of a task to wrestle all the roots out and get everything out of there. But again, kind of a good problem that we deal with. Okay, so when it comes to propagation at our farm, at least, there's a couple of different things that we consider. Obviously, new genetics coming onto the farm presents a whole lot of situations. It can be really exciting. It can also be very scary when you start to think about different bugs and stuff like that that can come in from the new hot cut in town or whatever the case may be. So when we do propagate at our farm, we prefer to do it from seeds. We've had bad experiences with clones before. So really any of our pheno hunts, any of our strain selection is going to come from popping seeds and doing a pheno hunt. Really the process that's involved in that, for those who aren't familiar, you're going to take your pack of seeds, throw them all down and start growing some plants. There comes a time in every young plant's life where changes start to happen. You can kind of see on the right side of the screen there, they can be identified as either, your typical male or female plants. We're not interested in doing any kind of breeding projects, whether intentional or otherwise, at the farm. So all of our males, they unfortunately get the boot out of the farm, and then we will start what turns into quite a long process of pheno hunting those strains, where we'll keep that original seedling, grow her up to a size where we can get a couple of clones off of her. We typically like to see about 10 to 12, grow those up. And then once they're old enough to flower and really give us a representative sample of their phenotype, we'll, fill a table with 100 plants, try to get a good sample size of everybody, grow them and see what happens. Obviously, then there's a lot of selection that comes into play, both from pest and disease resistance to finished product. How does it look? What's the bag appeal? How does it smell? And then, of course, how does it test out, and what are the kind of effects that you're getting? That's a very long and intensive process, but one that I think is critical, especially when you're at scale like this. You can't just throw all your eggs in a basket and hope for the best. The market's kind of unforgiving, unfortunately. Certainly in Oklahoma right now, it's pretty flush. People are pretty selective. So if you're not bringing your best to the table, you're going to have a pretty hard time trying to move stuff out on the open market. It's kind of plain as that. And really, that's always been the case in the cannabis industry. But we're certainly seeing that now in Oklahoma. So the pheno hunt's super important. You want to make sure what you're putting out there, especially when you're doing it a couple hundred times, is gonna pay for all your efforts and all the labor and work that goes into it. Something else to consider, there can be some tricky legalities with getting new strains and things like that, and stable genetics in relatively young cannabis markets. To get something that's, got the state stamp on it, got its metric certified, stickers and all that into the facility, much less something that's clean, something that is going to be, produce flower that you actually want. That's a really tricky thing, and something that takes a lot of time. So for that reason, once we find something we like, we want to be sure to keep it. So everything at our farm, aside from brand new genetics, is done from cloning, and really that makes up all of our production. All of our production plants are taken from cloning. We'll rarely, we do some auto flower stuff, but that is very much still in its R&D, doing it for extraction kind of phase, and very much still looking for good genetics on that front as well. So at the farm, we're taking clones, a lot of clones. Sometimes 1,000 clones will go into making up one of our generations. The process for that, I think, is outlined pretty well established. We're doing peat plugs at the farm right now for the sake of consistency and the volume we're running. So we'll do those in a little mild nutrient solution. And then, as everybody knows, when you take your cuts, you got to dip them in some sort of rooting compound. Now, we've done quite a few different trials out at the farm and find that really the biggest factor, more than what brand you want to tout as the best of the best, is really mom health. It all comes down to how happy and healthy is that mom. That's gonna influence your stick rate more than anything else, in my experience. So at the end of the day, don't worry as much, at least when it comes to your cloning process, on brand names and methodology. I know there's a lot of ways to spend a lot of money on fancy cloning kits and all self-contained cloning apparatuses and stuff like that, but invest that time and effort in your mom, and that in my opinion will pay dividends a lot faster than the hot new Clonomatic 5000. But another super important thing that I think needs to be brought up when talking about cloning is that this is really the phase where your pest management program starts. I mean, I guess if you think about it as a circle, it starts with the moms and there's no beginning or end to it, but this is a great point to interject in that cycle and really get focused when it comes to your pest management problems, or at least your program and how you're going to respond to that. So this can involve sprays, dips, beneficial insects, kind of dependent on what's going on in the farm at that moment. If we're seeing any kind of outbreaks or stuff that very much affects what we're going to do for these clones, we'll cater, from month to month as we're doing each generation, we'll cater our clone taking process to, are these going to get a dip? What are they going to get? Whether it's going to be something for bugs or antifungal or whatever the case may be. We're looking at our moms before we're taking our clones, making that kind of decision and then implementing that. So, like I said, pest management, super critical. I've got some of the baddies here, and the king of the pests themselves. I think one that gives a lot of people nightmares is the russet mite. But there are ways to deal with all these things. I know in a brand new clean facility, and everybody will always say it, and it's absolutely true. Prevention is better than treatment. Keeping them out of the grow is the critical first step. Unfortunately, that's not always a possibility. As anybody who's taken over a farm knows, or who's gotten cuts from their buddy who says, "Oh no, man, they're totally clean. Don't worry about it." Bugs find their way in, and you've got to have something in place ready to deal with those. Not only to deal with them, but to spot them as soon as you possibly can, and to deal with them. Because sometimes you inherit problems, and sometimes they just happen. So our big, I guess the two pillars that we really stand on out at our farm are beneficial insects and then biological sprays. So what we really do, we'll use a couple of different knockdown products if things get crazy. There's suff oil, or in extreme cases, if you've got to go to the sulfur, as long as you're doing it in a veg only kind of situation, those are options that we'll use if situation calls for it, but really we're trying to fight the problem of bugs with biology. That, in my opinion, is really the only way to combat the problem is turn the natural predators or natural solutions to these pest problems against them. There's a number of different ways you can do that. I know Steve, you spoke this morning about a lot of cool stuff that if anybody hadn't heard about it, go back and give that one another listen. I know the IMO options and the IPMO options. There's some really fascinating stuff happening there where I just started cooking some rice this morning to get my boxes out with a couple of different mixes as far as insect frass and stuff like that goes. And I want to do some trials on that. But for us at the farm, what we're doing right now is what we're doing right now at the farm is a lot of biological sprays. I say a lot. It's really, once, twice a week we'll come in there. And I think something that's super important for doing any spray regimen, really, whether it's biological or otherwise, is your application equipment. I'm a big fan of the gram products. They can be a bit pricey, but when it comes to getting uniform and consistent coverage, their cold fogger unit is excellent. We really like that one. It's an ultra low volume applicator, so it does super fine particle sizes, and you're able to get away with a lot lower volumes and get the same amount of efficacy. So you're using less product, spraying less, and then when it comes to anything you're putting out on your plants, the lower amount of water volume is gonna, you're not running into as many problems with humidity issues or getting any kind of powdery mildew coming up from when you're spraying real crazy. So that's kind of how we deal with problems. Preventing those is also super important. So we're doing things like we have our boot baths at every entrance into the farm that will, keep, all the things that are riding around on people's shoes out of there. We do scrubs so everybody's able to change out of their clothes from home as soon as they come to the farm. Because we have people at home who have gardens of their own. They're growing their own medicine for themselves, and we don't want to, by all means, we don't want to take away from that. And in fact, we encourage and seek people who have a passion to the degree where they keep plants at home and are interested in doing that. And you can learn some fantastic things from something somebody was able to try on their problem plant in the back that we don't necessarily get to experiment with when you're dealing with a couple thousand plants at a time. So that's fantastic, but it also can have risks. Somebody's got a problem at home, it's very easy for that to ride on their clothes, ride in the beanie, and come right into the grow. And now guess what? You've got a big problem at the grow too. So for that reason, we really stress biosecurity. That's why we'll change our clothes, and everybody's got clothes and boots that live at the farm for the different buildings and the different grow rooms in an effort to minimize as cross-contamination as much as we possibly can. However, like I said, stuff happens. There's cracks in every greenhouse, and these little buggers really want to come in and get your plants. So you will find bugs eventually. I think if you're in this business long enough, it's something that's going to happen. It's one of those when, not if things. So having a routine scouting program in place is really important. And I think that takes a lot of different forms. I try to go out regularly with the Dynalite scope and put a real close eye on everything, at least once a week, if not more. But one person's not able to look at all this stuff and see everything that's to be seen out there. So that's where it really becomes a team effort. Well, in many ways, it's a team effort, but the pest scouting is a team effort as well. It's important that everybody kind of knows what to look for, what you want to see, what you don't want to see out in the garden, so that when we're walking down watering or checking for moisture level, and you see that weird funky leaf, you can clip it, throw it in a Ziploc bag, seal it up, and stow it away to be looked at and examined later if stuff's busy. I mean, I'd love when stuff goes wrong to deal with it right then. It's not always the case, but it's important that everybody knows that, you know, they play a vital role in, you know, keeping an eye out and identifying problems like that while they're still as small as possible so we can get it fixed and nipped before it becomes a big, you know, room-wide problem that is not able to be dealt with. So that's kind of how we approach the pest management problem. Something else that we use a lot at the farm, we do a lot of K&F inputs. I'd like to give a big shout out to Steve and Chris Trump as well. I won't get into the details. They've got tons of informational videos out there on how exactly to do and collect some of these different things, and, you know, step-by-step instructions that I'm not going to step on. They work extremely well and stick to that. But some of the ones that we do at the farm, we do IMO collection. You'll see we got our little rice box there. Labs, I think, is one that is certainly the one that we use most at the farm. We've got a regular routine where we're inoculating that into the system on a bi-weekly basis. And then you'll also see the picture there is we've done a little FAA to give a little added punch to some of our irrigations. And that was actually the results of the old family fish fry when we decided we had a few too many fish in the tanks. All the heads and skeletons made it into that box and came out as a nice FAA for us. But these things I think are super critical. I really believe that aquaponics hinges on the microbiology that makes up, you know, every living part of the system. And as much diversity that we can have in there, especially ones that aren't necessarily the bug in the jug, but it's something that's come from your own indigenous environment, is going to be more well tailored for your farm and your area. So doing things like the IMO collection really helps to beef up the system with what's important and what works best in this environment. So that's, you know, the main reason we do some of the different K&F inputs at the farm. As you can see in some of these pictures, I'd like to declare that it has been fairly effective. We do see quite a bit of fungal growth, both in the beds, in the containers, and then in the microscope as well. While I myself am maybe not the best at identifying specific species, you can definitely tell that our biodiversity and activity in our soil has gone up since we've started implementing a lot of these different things. And we're happy to see that, whether it's in the compost pile or in the pods. So as kind of everything makes its way through the greenhouse, we're vegging for 4 to 6 weeks. We run a 1 gallon pot, pop it up to a 5 gallon, and then veg in there before we go to flip to flower. Brandon Russ was talking earlier from Bokashi Earthworks. We've had great success with some of his mixes before. We are starting now to transition to a mix of that Bokashi and then some of our own compost that we've made out at the farm from, you know, our foliage and waste products that come both out of the fish system and then out of defoliations and things like that. So we're kind of trying to enrich that, build biodiversity in there, and then we're incorporating that back into the system. Oh, and forgive me, I just noticed what time it was. I'll try to speed through the last bit of this here. So we veg, we flower for another 8 to 10 weeks. When we move everything up, we do typically go for a big defoliation, strip everything down, train it out under the trellis so that we're getting maximum light penetration into our canopy. We are running HPS lights because that's what we inherited. I would love to say we had LEDs, but the investment is not quite there yet. But we do have a lot of success with the HPSs. So harvest time is a big question. I think that's something that the Oklahoma market is slowly coming around to, is when the time to properly harvest is. For a long time, everybody was harvesting really early. As soon as the buds started getting juicy, everybody was ripping them down. For me and my belief at the farm, we go off trichome color. So we'll get the dynolite, or even on the budget side, a little jeweler's loop. Take it to the trichome heads, and you can kind of see the different colors here. We'll go for about 15-20% amber, and once we're seeing that, we know, okay, it's time to start stripping them down and getting them ready for the top. There's also quite a few considerations, because we do have a extract company that's vertically integrated with us. So if we know something's going to extract, there's a few considerations there in terms of timing for when we want to chop that down. At our place, we defoliate, chop it down. It'll hang typically for 2 weeks at about 60 and 60 temperature and humidity. And then we'll throw it in the tubes and start our curing process, which can take another 2 to 4 weeks. Get it trimmed up, tested, all that fun stuff before sending it on to its final destination, as it were at either the dispensaries or our processing lab. These are some of the new strains we just kind of finished up with. This is this month's harvest, actually, out for testing right now. So some pretty little frosty gals to look at right there. We are super happy with our GMO. The terp profile on that right now is excellent, if I do say so myself. It smells like a big old bowl of soup, is what I think every time I pop the jar open. Growing the plants, super important, but equally, if not more important, is the compliance, especially in a medical market. It doesn't matter if you've got the best looking plants in the world, if you can't put that tag on it and certify that the lab has said, hey, it's safe for consumption, and this is what's in the product you're selling, you really don't have any business being on the market. So compliance is a key part of that. So that's OMMA, our medical marijuana authority. Metric is our seed to sale processor, or seed to sale program that tracks everything in the state. So compliance with those is critical and can really in itself be a full-time job, just to keep all the ducks in the row. At the end of the day, though, I think if there's one takeaway from my presentation, it should be that teamwork is really what makes the whole farm operate. Having a good, dependable group of people there that can, care, first of all, about what they're doing and producing a quality product, care about the plant and the patients and the quality of the work that they do. Everything else after that is pretty secondary. I can't say thanks enough to my team. We wouldn't be able to do what we do out there without them all. So that's my big thing is build a good team, and then everything else kind of follows after that. But this is some of the social deets here. Like I had said earlier, we are vertically integrated at the farm, so we sell the bulk of our product actually to our dispensaries. We've got one in Norman as well as Oklahoma City. You can see kind of the links there if you want to follow them on Instagram. There's also our processing lab that works with us listed out there. They do a wide variety of different concentrates that are available out on the Oklahoma market right now. And of course, if you're trying to keep up with me and the team out at the farm, at Vertica Farms, okay, is how you would do that. But I think that's all I got. I'm sorry I didn't leave too much time for questions, but if there's anything critical, I suppose, that anybody wants to ask me, please feel free.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Bain. It's always fun to see your facility, and always fun to take a tour down there. Unfortunately, I think we're about out of time for questions, but I do apologize that we ran a little late with the panel there beforehand, but thank you so much for the great presentation, man.
No, not a problem at all. I can't say thanks enough for having me here. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And before we roll on to our next awesome speaker here, let me, Let me just throw this up on the screen real quick. Be sure to support our various speakers. You can see all the different companies that are represented by the different speakers here. Please make sure you go out and support these people if they have any services or anything that they can provide you or anything else. Be sure to check them out. All right. Oh, forgetting the extra panels on the secondary screen. There we go. I gotta fix that later. Anyways, thanks so much for joining us today. Our next guest is Kevin Mckernan. He's a geneticist at Medicinal Genomics. He's one of the smartest people that I know of when it comes to cannabis genomes and viruses and a whole slew of other amazing topics. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's always a pleasure learning from you. Oh, you're muted.
Okay, that's better. Now, how about my screen? Can you see my screen? Does that work?
Perfect.
Are you seeing that, Steve?
Yep, looks great.
Okay, all right. Let me see if the slide change okay.
Oh yes, looks
right.
Wonderful.
Okay, good. So I'm going to spend some time going through what we do for pathogen surveillance, mainly from a genetic standpoint. I'll spend a little bit of time on hop latent viroid because we're doing a lot of work on that right now. But in the end, we'll touch on some of the fungi and other tools that we're building. So I'm sure everyone's heard of hop latent viroid by now. It's spread all over the country. It's international. It has, we believe, jumped over from hops, probably maybe due to grafting. There's been a lot of folks interested in grafting hop and cannabis for trying to get the different secondary metabolites in each other's species. So hops makes a lot of alpha and beta acids and xanthohumol. Those would be great to get into cannabis. And, people are looking to get CBD and other things into hops. So there's been some folks playing around with grafting these things, and that makes probably the most sense as to how it probably transferred. Although we're going to touch on a couple other modes of transfer that are still a little bit theoretical. They haven't been proven yet in hop latent viroid, but they have been proven in a lot of its close relatives like hop stunt viroid and potato. Potato spindle tuber viroid has a lot of data on as well. So we have a pre-printout that describes much of what I'm going to talk about, but I'm going to try and walk you through it because the paper can be a little thick. I think the most important thing we need to remember about hop latent viroid is that it's very small. It's only this 256 letter hairpin that seems to replicate when it gets into cannabis, hops, or I think there's a nettle out there that has it, and then we have seen people move it into tomato and tobacco, although we don't know if those are really natural reservoirs or if people have just demonstrated it can go to other plants. So be careful if you're moving scissors around between gardens. We don't really know the full range of this thing yet. We do know that the hop field hasn't gotten rid of it in 40 years. But what they have done is bred for tolerant cultivars. They have cultivars out there that seem to have a less of an impact on their secondary metabolite production when this is present. So naturally, when a viroid like this gets into a new host, that host hasn't adapted yet. And I think that's where we are in the cannabis field, is that this thing still has the capacity to perform much of its pathology in cannabis in a way that it cannot perform it in hops yet. So, or at least the hop cultivars evolved around this. And I'm going to propose a way that we can breed cannabis to get around this as well. Okay, so what we discovered let me back up a little bit. The first thing you need to know about with hop latent viroid is, since it doesn't make any proteins, it doesn't code for any proteins, then the pathology has to be related to the sequence itself. And that naturally brings up a pathway in cells known as RNA interference, which is depicted over here on the left. This is the capacity for some short RNAs to hybridize to host RNAs and then shut them down, interfere with the expression of genes that it has homology to. Now, in humans, we call these microRNAs, but when we get involved with plants, they're called short viral or viral short RNAs. Okay, so they're usually 21 to 24 bases long, because what happens is that when an RNA gets in there that's double-stranded, there's some RNases in the cells that chop these into smaller pieces around 21 to 24 bases in size. This is an enzyme known as dicer or drosha. Dices these things up. Now, those things don't have to match with 100% complementarity to their target. They can match only partially. This is why I have a sort of a wider window here.
because they can land down and not perfectly match and still interfere with the expression of genes. So what we set out to do in this paper is we took all of the hop latent viroids that are in NCBI. It's a database that holds these. There's about 150 or 160 of these genomes in there now. And then we mapped them back to the Jamaican lion reference that we built and looked for regions where there was homology. And lo and behold, we found in the majority of the viroids in NCBI, there's a 19 base pair homology to this gene known as COG7. So COG7 is involved in shoot apical meristem growth. So that kind of makes sense. We hear about dudding and we hear about this thing being in roots. So there's also a variety of other genes that are listed on Viripedia now. That's a website that we built that holds all of the viroids that are in NCBI, plus about a half dozen that Zamir Punja submitted to us, plus another half dozen or so that we've sequenced for other clients. So it's the largest viroid sequence database now in the world. And that doesn't mean much because there's not many in there, but we're working to change that with people, sequence their viroids. And the reason that we want to sequence those viroids is they are quite different, viroid to viroid. And that means that the pathology they have can actually be a bit different depending on the viroid you have. What you're seeing here is a depiction of the RNA sequence from the viroid. And then we highlight on this database the regions of the cannabis genome that it has homology to. So the ones in red are COG7. The ones in green is a gene known as expansin, which is something involved in plant growth. There's another one known as clasp, which has another pathology. There's about 25 different genes that we have found homology to on one of the 160 some odd viroids that are in NCBI. So this website is tracking where all of these viroid polymorphisms are how they change the homology of the cannabis genome. And on top of that, we are now mapping what changes there are in the cannabis population that might make those plants more tolerant of these things, that may interfere with this RNA interference pathway, if you will. You would imagine if the host has certain mutations in these regions of their genome, the cannabis plant, then this RNA interference isn't going to work as well. So it's important to catalog all the cannabis plants that actually have mutations in these places, because those are going to be, in our mind, the ones that people will breed with to eventually find cultivars like we have in the hop field that don't have as much RNA interference capacity. All right, so let's walk through what some of these things are. So the first thing we did is we started putting these hop latent viroids through a variety of bioinformatic tools to characterize them. And one thing that stood out is there is this central control region called the CCR that doesn't change as much as the other parts of the viroid. Mutations in here aren't seen as frequently. Now, what's interesting about this is this region forms what is known as a quadruplex G structure. That's like a secondary structure in RNA that's very difficult to get through with polymerases and usually is catalytic and sometimes maybe be the core of a ribozyme. Ribozymes are RNAs that themselves can be catalytic. Now, hop latent viroid, it's not known whether this has ribozyme activity or not. It might be that there's endogenous enzymes in the cannabis plant that actually are involved in this. The reason this is important is, I should have had a slide, but there's one on our website that talks about the replication cycle of this. It exists as a circular viroid. When it gets into the cell, it hijacks oddly enough, a DNA-dependent DNA polymerase to actually replicate this piece of RNA. And because it's hijacking really the wrong enzyme to do this, it makes a lot of errors in the process. And that's one of the reasons why its genome is so small, is it can't sustain a very large genome because the error rate's too high and is it making too many mistakes. And those mistakes oftentimes terminate the extension of the molecules. But when this thing gets in as a circle, it starts making lots of linear RNA. And that linear RNA then gets diced up in the cannabis genome into 256 base pair pieces that then get recircularized, and this process repeats itself. So it goes into circles, into linear RNA, and then back into circles. And it's using all of the host machinery to do this. We've highlighted here a couple of the regions that have homology to expansin. The one over here that has homology to COG7 is a nice like short hairpin RNA. That's quite common in microRNA biology, and a few others. What's really fascinating about the site that we have that hosts all of these is if you make as much as 2 mutations, here there's 2 mutations in this viroid, and the secondary structure completely changes. That's important because we believe the secondary structure plays a role in how well this thing replicates. So some of the reason to really track these things is there may be viroid populations out there that are less virulent than others. This is just an example of a blast analysis to the Jamaican lion genome of hop latent viroid. And you can see these perfect 19 base pair homologies it has to COG7 in male and female genomes. So COG7 isn't on the Y chromosome. It's something that hits both plants, as I'm sure everyone knows. And we also charted out the diversity of all these that exist in NCBI. And you'll note there's some varying genome lengths here. Now, we're still trying to sort out whether this thing varies this much in real life or whether this is an artifact of some of the sequencing tools. These are very tricky to sequence because they're circular and they're hairpins, and hairpins really don't like to sequence. And people are sequencing differently. Some people are starting with different primers to amplify this. And so the start and stop of their genome can be quite different. You can actually see that in this insert size graph of the genomes, that this kind of curved structure you see over here on the left is a bit of a mirror image of the one that you see over here. And that's because some people are sequencing from here to here. Some people are sequencing from here to here. You know, they just have slightly different starting points in the sequencing process. But most of them are coming out in this 256 base pair region. The other ones we're still itemizing for whether they're in fact, true variants or just sequencing artifacts. One thing you'll notice by looking at all of these, every one of these white bases you see in this screen is a polymorphism. So these things mutate tremendously, just very quickly. On the scale of viruses and viroids, there's a function in here where the smaller the genome, the more error prone it tends to be. And that's one of the rate limiters of the actual genome size. So you'll see viroids are the most polymorphic class out there. When you get into coronaviruses, which are really long RNA viruses, they're one of the longest out there. They're 30 kb in size. Those only achieve that because they do encode for their own polymerase. And they have an error correcting domain in that polymerase called XON. And as a result of that, it can achieve very long RNA genome replication. Viroids don't have that, so they're going to move around in this a lot. They're very adaptable, which is one reason I caution about people moving tools around between gardens, because I do suspect this is going to introduce itself to other plants, and we certainly don't want to have that problem. In our paper, there's a list. There's actually a reference to this Excel sheet if anyone wants to know about all the other genes that it has some homology to. As this catalogs all the different variants that are in NCBI and how some of those variants subtly change which genes there's some targeting to. So expansions down here, you'll see this one. This is a pretty interesting gene we're keeping a close eye on. Some of these are actually in pathogen response pathways as well. So those make a lot of sense. One of our favorites actually is one known as callosynthase, which is up here. This is an interesting gene in that this gene creates kind of like a cork for the plasmodesmata. Plasmodesmata are the pores between plant cell walls that share nutrients. And viroids tend to go through those things. And so if this thing downregulates callosynthase, it's going to make those pores more porous and enable cell-to-cell transmission of the viroid. Now, this is something that's actually a really interesting hit because it has been seen in other viroids. Other viroids that infect potato tuber spindle virus, or sorry, I always go PTSD and that's PSTD. Potato spindle tuber virus also has literature showing that callosynthase is knocked down by other viroids. So there's some commonalities in how these things are behaving in other plants. And this is probably what is helping to accelerate its mode of transmission. The pathogen response genes are important to keep your eye on as well, because there is some literature on other viroids moving through fungal mycelium. And they're a little bit controversial because some of the viroids are known to replicate in the chloroplast, particularly the ones that do symmetric replication, but hop latent viroid does not. It's an asymmetric replicating viroid, which means it replicates outside the chloroplast. The asymmetric ones have been reported to move through fungi and through fusarium spores. Presumably, they'll be found to go through other spores as well. This has not yet been documented in hop latent viroid, but we're taking some lessons from hop stunt viroid, where this has been shown to move around in fungi. So if you have plants that are sharing the same root mass, you have to be careful that this may not be simply a matter of sterilizing your scissors with bleach. Don't use ethanol or isopropanol. Bleach is what's required. There may be other modes of transmission through spores and through mycelium. So these are things to just keep on your mind as you're trying to decontaminate any facility. So what we did when we found this COG7 homology is we just quickly designed a quantitative PCR assay that could quantitate the RNA levels that are coming out of plants that are in fact infected versus plants that aren't infected. And in this study, it's not the ideal setup. We're trying to repeat this, so it's all in the same cultivar. We had a straw nano cultivar that Colin had gotten to us, and we had a Jamaican lion one, which was clean. So we're comparing two different genetic backgrounds here, and we can see an offset in the RNA. But this does have to be repeated. This is showing that the COG7 gene is downregulated when infected. However, we need to repeat this on Jamaican lion because it could just be straw nano expresses that less. So those experiments are ongoing right now, where we have collaborators that are infecting Jamaican lion with hop latent viroid, and we're doing RNA sequencing throughout time to understand if this in fact replicates when we have the actual host genome the same within the experiment. One of the key things to do when you're measuring this is you have to get involved with removing DNA is when you do this type of analysis, because you can get amplification off the genomic DNA or the RNA in these RT-qPCR tests. So this slide is just going through those appropriate controls where you run the experiment when there's DNA is present and DNA is not present. That's an enzyme that destroys DNA. So you can see that the offset's truly related to RNA expression. This is gone over in our paper a little bit. All right, so what is COG7? Well, you can see this is a genome browser that's public for anyone to use that's in something called Koji, and we have a lot of nice Pacific Biosciences long read mRNA sequencing done on that on Jamaican lion. So we have a really good RNA sequence across the mother, the father, and the offspring. That helps us annotate where all the genes are and the genes that are turned into RNA. And we can see COG7 lines up to the 5' end of this particular gene. And all of the SNPs that exist in that region. And those are the things that we're really interested in, because those might lead us to cultivars that are in fact tolerant of this. If there are variants under the hop latent viroid's target for RNA interference, then it may not hybridize as well and shut those genes down. So there's 5 cultivars we found in Canopedia that have mutations under this 19 base pair window of COG7. We're now expanding that study to all the other genes in that table I showed you, and there's many more cultivars that actually have some mutations in expansin and a couple of the other genes that's homology for that may knock down the expression of, or may alter the ability for a hop latent viroid to wreak havoc inside those plants. So we're trying to label all the plants we have in that database. There's over 1,700 in there to annotate which ones are great ones for breeding to perhaps get around what this thing, the RNA interference that this thing performs. Now, we've done a lot of work on this for many years. We've had a hop latent viroid test in the field probably longer than anybody. A year ago, we did some work with Colin Palmer to find out that it was a fact in the roots. That led us down a path to make sure our qPCR test doesn't hit all the other microbes that might be around in the roots. Because if you want to survey hop latent viroid in the roots and your test starts picking up other microbes that are in the roots, you're going to be lost. So the right way to do this is to actually order these organisms and grow them so that their RNA is around. You really can't do this type of exclusion analysis with informatics alone. A couple of companies have been trying to do that, but they're very flawed when you do this because the genome isn't actually represented as just a genome in these microbes. It expresses RNA. In the process of expressing the RNA, it shuffles that RNA around in a process known as alternative splicing. There's also a process of making circular RNAs out of these things known as lariates. So you really have to torture test your assay against live living organisms for you to know that they don't interfere with these things. So we've gone through and done that to over 53 different organisms. It is painful and pricey. Each one of these organisms costs like $330. So this is probably a $15,000 experiment we had to do just to demonstrate that this thing doesn't hit off target. The other thing you have to be aware of is where you place your primers in the genome. This part of the genome down here from like 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock has a lot of homology to the cannabis genome. So if you start placing primers in there and you start calling things at really late CTs and PCR, very few people actually sequence validate the positive signals they have out there. Now we've demonstrated we can push our test out past 45 cycles and not have any of the no template controls light up. That means the assay is very good and very clean down to single copies. That all works in a nice model when you're just spiking in single copies of this. But when you start getting into matrix where there's cannabis genome around and all these other genomes from the microbiome around, you can't always be certain that signals past 35 are really trustworthy. So we've kind of encouraged people that while our test can get down, I think our LOD goes down below 5 copies. But when you start calling samples out there, you really want to get a second tissue and a second sample, because you're dealing with an area of qPCR where people don't have a lot of sequence validation on whether they're truly on target or off target. So we've always told people that while we can detect out there, what we usually find when we're working with viroids is the CTs come out at 1,000 times more signal. They come out in the 20 range. So if you're scraping the bottom of the barrel out of 35 to try and prove you're more sensitive, you're probably running into a lot of false positives. The right thing to do is to get more tissue and sample more parts of the plant, not push your test out into this kind of error-prone territory of PCR. So why do we care about this type of validation? Well, I just mentioned to you before what alternative splicing is. Your genes are arrayed across a genome, and the cannabis genome does a lot of this. It has some of the most extravagant splicing that goes on. It has genes that can be scattered across 20 different exons that can spread across hundreds of thousands of bases. So what it does is it starts to pull these exons out in a process known as splicing to create a variety of different transcripts from the same gene. This is how a limited number of genes can turn into millions of proteins. The other thing that happens, which I have a Substack on here, people can go to read about why this is important, is in the process of excising these pieces, these introns, it sometimes turns those things into circles and inverts some of these exons. So you get circular exons that come out of this that are known as lariats. So predicting what your primers are going to do in this complex mess with just in silico analysis is a little bit of fantasy. This is why we always go after real live organisms to show the test doesn't pick up or crosstalk with other fungi. This is something we did with Colin Palmer over a year ago, where we first discovered that there was actually signal in the roots. We just didn't know hop latent viroid was down there. Now this has been a bit of I think this is still a moving target in the field. A lot of people are moving toward testing roots, and we encourage that. However, we've done multiple studies now, and one of the studies we were getting more detection in the roots. Probably probably half the samples were positive in the roots and the leaves, but there's twice the number of samples that were positive when we tested the roots. Now that was one outlier study. We had two other studies that we performed with this where the leaves and the roots were giving us the same detection rate. In fact, sometimes the leaves even had higher CT scores, more viroid lower CT scores. It's the inverse scale of PCR, but there was more viroid in the leaves than there were in the roots. So this has been a little bit confusing for us. We're still telling people to sample both if you can, because there are cases where you only pick it up in the roots and you don't see it in the leaves. But we've seen two studies where the leaves gave us more signal. So it's still we're still learning about this as to what to do and how to best survey these things. I think what might be going on is the leaves are really easy to survey. When you dig into going after roots, if you're not very careful in getting all the dirt off of them, there's a lot of humic acid and dirt that can inhibit PCR. And so sometimes that can be counterproductive. If you don't have really clean roots coming out of this, you may inhibit your PCR to the point where you don't see things. This is why it's important to have these internal controls. So every time we're amplifying, the blue here is the hop latent viroid signal, and there's two different amplicons that are giving a signal in the blue channel. And we have that because there's polymorphisms. We're trying to dance around in the viroid. But the green ones are cannabis samples. When this signal starts moving out to 35 or 40, that's a sign that maybe humic acid from the roots is actually inhibiting the PCR reaction. So this is really critical. There are tests that we've built for other things like sex detection that just give you on site. They can give you the reaction turns a different color, and you can tell if it's male or female, but you don't have any internal control. And so you sometimes get confused when something doesn't convert because there's an inhibitor there that makes the assay not work. So the internal controls are really telling you that the assay is behaving, and that way it's not some kind of poison that went in the reaction, and then you can trust the results that come off of the other channel. You can see here that the symptoms aren't always clear. Colin sent us 8 mother plants to test, or at least the RNA and DNA from them. The pictures he took of the actual plants, you can see some almost look like a mosaic virus, and we scanned this against 12 other viruses outside of hop latent viroid. We have a panel of PCR reactions that hit 12 different viruses and viroids now. But a lot of his other plants didn't show symptoms at all. Or maybe if you after they were positive, he would go back and look and be like, okay, those leaves have a little bit of chlorosis in here. That doesn't look right. And they're a little brittle. So that makes sense that it's probably infected. But I think this is really important information for people to collect, because if we want to breed our way, I don't think we're going to get rid of this viroid. The hop field hasn't gotten rid of it. It has other reservoirs. So it's going to come back. The question is, if it can go through fungi, if it can go through spores, if people are starting to find it makes its way through seeds, it ends up in water. If it can be in hop and nettle and tomato and tobacco, this thing is we're not going to get it suddenly eradicated. The right thing to do is to perhaps breed tolerant plants of this. So that means if you go and slash and burn every plant that's positive at any CT level, you're likely going to eliminate the plants that are in fact most tolerant of this. We'd expect if there are plants that are tolerant of this, it might be able to knock back the viroid load a little bit. Likewise, as I mentioned before, if the cannabis genome has mutations in the targets that hop latent viroid has some homology to, and therefore it is more tolerant and not going to have this RNA interference happen to it, those mutations aren't going to prevent the viroid from replicating. It will still be PCR positive, but perhaps not dud as much or have as much of a loss to secondary metabolite structure. There's other mutations in cannabis genomes we're tracking as well that relate to RNase 3. And RTL2. These are enzymes in the cannabis plant that are known to be involved in processing viruses and viroids. And we may find that there's some cultivars that have certain mutations in those genes that make them very good at, in fact, reducing the viroid load. So having these CT levels, I think, is going to be really critical for any breeding program that wants to breed away or into a direction of tolerance, because you want to see these things move around and move in the direction of having lower viroid load over time. If you simply have a pregnancy test that's like pink blue, you're not going to have any resolution on this. For those not familiar with this scale, every unit on this scale is a factor of 2. So when you go from a CT of 10 to CT of 20, that's 1,000-fold difference in viroid load. When you go from 20 to 30, another 1,000-fold. So right there, between 10 and 30, there's a 1,000,000-fold dynamic range in how much viroid's there. When you convert that into a yes/no test, you lose a 1,000,000-fold of information. You can't really track whether you are breeding plants that are in fact getting better from this or being more tolerant of this. So very much encourage people to keep an eye on these CT scores. They're going to be very helpful, just as they were in the coronavirus pandemic. So what do we do to breed for these things? Well, this is just a map of the viroid genome and all of the regions that have homology to different parts of the cannabis genome. So in this case, we found a mutation in someone's viroid they sent us, and it's got a mutation right in calosynthetase 8 and this DRIP1E gene. So maybe this one isn't going to have as much cell-to-cell transmission, because maybe this is going to make the calosynthetase gene not be knocked down as hard, and it may not spread as much. This also means we're going to look for cultivars that might have some mutations in these other ones that may in fact be more tolerant to this viroid. We have a Sanger sequencing pipeline that sequences these for clients. You can certainly see some noise in some of these traces that might be the diversity in the viroid, or just some of the challenges in PCRing these things. They can sometimes be tricky to amplify since they're hairpins. But this Sanger sequencing is giving you a chromatograph of all of the sequence of the viroid, and we basically will plot these things and put them on Viropedia, which I'll touch on in a minute. But some of the key points here are that if we find plants for you that have mutations in these genes that a hop latent viroid is targeting, that's not necessarily guaranteed that it won't be PCR positive. So this really brings out the importance of perhaps having isolation rooms if you want to do breeding programs like this, because they will still be able to infect other plants. So if you save plants that seem to have a reduced viroid load, you need to put them somewhere else and make sure that the tools that are used in that area are clean and never swap grow rooms, if you will. So isolating any kind of breeding for tolerance for this is important, because I don't think we're going to find things that are binary where they're just completely resistant to this thing. They're probably going to be tolerant of it and not actually have a loss in secondary metabolite production. We think it's going to be important to know the viroid genomes you're dealing with. This is very easy to sequence now. We have tools that do this. And if you really want to get involved in the breeding, we have tools that can sequence the entire genome of the mother plant and search for these types of patterns. There's 3 different databases now that we run at Medicinal Genomics. For those not familiar with us, we've been in the field for 11 years. We have the largest portfolio of tests for microbes and viroids on the plant and viruses. And we have also housed very large databases for sequencing people's genomes. So Cannapedia right now has over 1,700 genomes that are on it. These are all integrated into Bitcoin and Dash blockchains. So when people sequence with us, we can put a hash of their sequence into a blockchain transaction. The whole point of that is just to get a timestamp that's immutable, that we can't change, and everyone can understand, born on dates, if you will. We've expanded this into sequencing fungal genomes with a primary focus on Psilocybe cubensis, because this is getting legalized in many ways like cannabis is. So there's 105 of those that are public as well. And then Viropedia is something that's still kind of a beta site we've put out, described in our paper, that maps all of the homology to cannabis genomes in the viroids and the genes that they have some homology for. So, and this can be very helpful for breeding, as I mentioned earlier. In addition to this, we're doing a lot of work to keep all this stuff open and public. Those genome databases are public. Anyone can download those genomes, and we put all the VCF files and the raw data files are up there for anyone to download. We're also hosting a conference every year called CanMed. I encourage people to come. It's in May 15th to 17th this year. It's down in Marco Island. It should be a hoot. It's a wonderful resort down there. Usually all of these presentations eventually go live once the videos are processed and whatnot. It may take a month or two for them to go live, but we do end up putting all those public for people to have access to. We think it's important for the field to share these notes and learn from them. We've also been putting a lot of these papers public and the data sets for them public. So there's 42 genomes we put public back in just before the pandemic that were sequenced and compared to the trio that we did with PacBio on Jamaican lion. That's a very large repository of DNA sequence information. And then we have probably next to Zamir Punja has a lot of data on this as well, but we've also over the years put out many papers on what's actually going on in the microbiomes of these things. Most of our microbiomes have been focused on flowers. And we're starting to change that. Right now, we're doing some microbiome studies looking at plants that are infected and not infected with hop latent viroid, just to see if there's any sort of change in the microbiome that could be complemented with like lactobacillus or some of the labs that people are using. We think that might be another interesting aspect. Very important considering this hop latent viroid, we think may have some impact on fusarium and mycelium production. That it's in the roots, and this concept that it's in the roots is something that I think is very relevant to the field. We're finding this mostly in nurseries. Nurseries are using a lot of rooting hormones. When you look at viroid infections in other viroids, you can see the pathway that makes IAA and IBA is impacted by viroids. So there might be something going on where we're enriching for plants that like to root on these hormones in the nurseries, and that in fact viroid loves that, and perhaps that whole process of selecting for plants that root well is also selecting for plants that are more susceptible to these viroids. We're not seeing as much of this viroid in the community that are moving around seeds. Now, we don't have a verdict yet on whether this is moving through seeds. I've heard some other companies working on this suggesting it is, and that may in fact be the case. Those studies, of course, are more difficult to do because you can't just grind up seeds and look for this, because the code of the seed is maternal. You really need to see whether it propagates in the next generation. And I'm certain we'll see some studies this year that show there is some of that. There is propagation of this in tomato seeds. They show that the viroid can move through that process. However, when they look in hops, hop has a pollen-based nucleases that tend to attack this, and there hasn't been as much documentation on this moving through the seeds of hop. So the jury's still out in cannabis. I would assume that it is in seeds. We just don't know the frequency yet, and that's something to consider. When we called up the individuals who had plants that had mutations in COG7, there were 5 of them. I think 3 or 4 of them responded to us, and none of them had seen hop latent viroid. That doesn't mean that it's resistant. That just means they may have never been challenged with it before. Some of them are going to go off and do some challenge studies based on some of the data we share with them. But it could also be that just in general, it doesn't transmit as readily in seeds as it does in cloning. And therefore, the frequency of transmission is probably lower than it might be from taking an injury with scissors at this thing. So encourage folks to hit these QR codes if you want to read more about the metagenomic work we've been doing on cannabis. There's a few more that we've been doing that this audience might be quite interested in, which is the tests that we have in the cannabis market are problematic. we have a few tests, and I say this shooting the revenue of our own company. We have 2 tests out there for total aerobic count and total yeast and mold that people need to use in certain states that demand those. However, we've been active speaking with the regulators to eliminate them because we don't think they're very wise tests. The reason being is counting microbes is irrelevant if you don't know what they are. As many people know here that are using biologics, certain microbes fight off bad ones. If you want to get rid of aspergillus, you might be needing to use lactobacillus. And the moment you do that in some states that have TAC testing, you suddenly start failing for lactobacillus, which is a fairly harmless microbe. So we want the states to come to recognize that total aerobic testing and total yeast and mold testing are actually destroying our capacity to use biocontrol agents, which are going to be far safer, much more green for us to be using than chemical pesticides and fungicides. Okay. There is a reason why myclobutanol was one of the most common contaminants in California, because we had mold problems people were trying to get rid of. So here we are trying to chase total yeast and mold out with myclobutanol. It gets enriched in vape pens and has all types of side effects with hydrogen cyanide getting produced. So we don't want to be encouraging people to use chemical fungicides if we can solve this problem with biologics. And right now, some of the states have testing regimens in there that really do not favor using biological control agents because they're being really antiquated in how they measure things. 100,000 CFUs of total aerobic count is a meaningless metric. It has no clinical boundary. There's no reason for that to be a clinically relevant number. Same thing is true with total yeast and mold testing. These things are measuring 10,000 CFUs in some states. And the manner in which they measure them is completely arbitrary. They don't really dictate the temperature or the carbon source you grow them on or how long you grow for them. So you can get whatever answer you want growing on plates. Just tweak the carbon source, tweak the antibiotics, tweak the time or temperature, and the results come out very, very different. We did run a study like this for Michigan, and they were concerned that we were undercalling with our total yeast and mold test. When we ran the study, we showed them we were in fact 5-fold overcalling with PCR because we pick up dead DNA. We have some tools to mitigate how much dead DNA comes through, but we also pick up microbes that can't grow on the given carbon source that they use. They chose this purple one that's behind me, known as DRBC, and that's been published in the literature to not grow as many fungi because it's got 3 different selective agents on it. It's got chlorphenicol, it's got dichlorin on it, and a rose bengal thing that all are believed to slow down the growth of yeast and mold. So while they instituted this under the banner of safety for patients, they actually made it more permissive for microbes to move through the Michigan process. So this went through peer review, and we got some funny comments from some well-known people in the field being like, this is completely backwards. They really should not be putting these things on DRBC. Everyone in the field knows this. What the hell are they doing? Just try to educate your regulators. They're getting influenced by a lot of different forces, and oftentimes there's companies out there that benefit from using things on culture because that's their platform, and so they push for it. But oftentimes it leaves a tremendous number of blind spots in the testing process. The culture systems also take a long time. They can take 5 days, sometimes 7 days. And by the time you get an answer back from culture, there's something else growing on your cannabis plant. So they're somewhat too late to really matter. And it's not always informative. We have a couple other papers we put out that touch on this. They're preprints at the moment. So there's one on microbiologic examination of non-sterile products in the cannabis field. It's just kind of an overview of all the problems we've seen in the field. Some of these plating systems can't really differentiate bacteria from yeast and molds, and so they have a lot of crosstalk between them. We've also found some biological control agents that are out there that are being used that even PCR isn't dealing with appropriately right now, mainly because one of them, known as AF36, is used down in Arizona quite a bit. This has a single mutation in the toxin gene, so it's no longer toxic like Aspergillus flavus. However, if you put it on plants, it will get rid of Aspergillus flavus because it grows more readily. So it's a great biocontrol agent because now you have an Aspergillus out competing the one that makes the toxin. Both plating systems are going to pick this up incorrectly, and PCR systems are not going to be able to discern this. So unless we get it, we built a SNP specific assay for this, just for this one project. So we have a way to do it, but there really isn't a motivation to do it right now in many states. But that's something to keep your eye on. And this was an interesting paper we did looking at how sensitive a lot of these culture systems are to temperature. There was a study we did in Pennsylvania where the labs were using different plating systems, getting different results, and naturally the fights would occur with all the regulators saying who's right and who's wrong. Well, it turned out just a simple couple degrees in temperature of growing radically changed which enterobacteria would grow. There's 4 in here that are specified. One of them is Pantoa. Pantoa really does not want to grow at 37. It's everywhere. We find it in a lot of cannabis plants. It's one of the more common enterobacteria we run across in these sequencing surveillance systems, but it ends up being very temperature sensitive and carbon sensitive based on what you put it on. So these labs were just having different results because the temperatures were different in the labs. We've done some work looking at mutations in THCAS and also staring at some of the sequencing tests that are out there looking at Aspergillus. Each vendor is using slightly different primers, and as a result, they have different off-target effects. And we found, in this case, Aspergillus tamari was triggering a lot of the other vendors' tests. This is something that doesn't make aflatoxins. It's not known to infect humans unless they're lacerated. But if you open up the requirement of microbes for anything that can infect through a cut, you end up having to include all the microbes. For really have the regulations right now are based on which things have been shown to infect people via inhalation, and tamari's not on that list. It's fairly benign, yet it gets triggered on some of these other tests for Aspergillus flavus. So word of the wise, give that a read. If you have elevated Aspergillus hits, contact us. We've been doing sequencing for a lot of people to show them whether it's truly on target or off target. Some of the tests out there can't discern some of the microbes that are out in the field. Now, we've done some work in psilocybin as well. This is getting legalized in a variety of jurisdictions. So we put out with Seth Crawford's group, we did some sequencing and built a reference genome for Psilocybe cubensis. We did this on the penis envy genome. And it's a beautiful reference now. It's been annotated. It is reference grade and is an NCBI now. This is probably the dominant reference getting used in the field. And once we had that done, we turned around and sequenced another 81 genomes and mapped them against that reference genome to understand the variants that are in the synthesis pathway. So there's a lot of interesting data there on what variants might be driving the production of originacin versus baeocystine versus norbaeocystine and norpsilocin. And with this, we've built a quantitative PCR test that can speciate these things. This is important for Oregon. They only legalize cubensis. And the main reason for this is they're worried about the woodlover sneaking in. The woodlover psilocybes, they produce more psilocybin. However, there's also been a higher incidence of woodlover's paralysis through those. So this is kind of an uncharted territory that people believe it might be making buphenadiene. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is a very similar tryptamine that's known to be a paralyzing agent. Although no one's really found this in these mushrooms, that is the closest homology to a paralyzing agent that we can find. If you just take originacin and change it a little bit, move an oxygen on it, it ends up looking like this toxin from frogs. So they don't want those in the production process. So they asked us to design a test that could actually speciate these things. We did this with qPCR, and we can now separate whether something is Psilocybe cubensis versus a woodlover, versus Galerina marginata or some other amatoxin producing mushroom. And then we can actually do this in a quantitative manner. We can determine how much of each is prevalent. The other thing that's been very helpful for this community is they are sharing spores, and these spores are usually in syringes and they're usually contaminated with bacteria. And that can make or break whether or not your spawning proceeds as to plan. If that comes with a high amount of total aerobic content inside of the spore syringe, odds are you're going to have a contaminated injection that occurs during feeding these spores. So we now have some PCR tests that we are working on that actually measure the amount of total aerobic content in those spore preps. So we can tell you whether it's cubensis or not, and we can tell you whether or not there's any bacterial background that might be contaminating the spores before you go and inoculate a tremendous amount of grain with these things. This is just the validation we did. We had to go through all those hundreds of genomes that we mentioned, about 105 of them, and run them through PCR to show that the test, in fact, separates woodlovers from cubensis, and it works as planned. The other system we've been building in the last year we've been upgrading our capacity to survey microbiomes. So typically when we survey microbiomes, we've been using Illumina sequencers, and they're great and low-cost sequencers, but they have short reads. They only have 150 base pair reads, and you can maybe get paired end reads on those and maybe inch it out to 300 base pair reads, but they can't sequence very long stretches of DNA. And if you want to speciate things down to the species level, beyond the genus level, you really need to get long sections of DNA amplified and sequenced. So we used to be doing this on 450 base pair amplicons, and that was interesting, and it gave us down to the genus level, sometimes the species, but we want to improve this so we can always speciate. So we moved over to using 1.5, 1,500 base pair amplicons now for the 16S region and for the ITS region, where we can amplify these things and sequence them that same day on Oxford nanopore systems. These are portable sequencers. Now they're really cheap sequencers to get in the game. The reagents are where they get you. And the informatics. You got to have a really strong informatics team to be able to deal with this data. And that's mainly because it is an earlier system and the system has a higher error rate. It's around, right now we're seeing 92% accuracy on the 9.4 chips, and the newer chips that we're playing around with are getting closer to probably 99% accuracy, just over 99% accuracy. So they're getting close to Sanger sequencing quality, but not quite there. We really want to see them at 99.9. There's some tools they have that are pushing it to what we call Q30 scores, which are 99.9% accuracy, and that's really helpful for speciating these things. So in this case, we can take people's samples in that morning, amplify them by about 10 o'clock in the afternoon or in the morning, and then on the afternoon we can have them on a sequencer getting reads coming off in real time by the evening. So we've been able to turn around some of these things in 24 hours for people. We can survey microbiomes. And get an understanding of what's contaminating the flower and what's causing the failure for their compliance testing. And that's actually all I had to cover. I think I forgot my slide here, thanking all the people at MGC. There's a lot of people that contributed to this. This isn't a one-man show, but there's go to the Medicinal Genomics website and you can see a list of other people we have that are actively working on this. I think that leaves us some time for questions, right?
Oh yeah. Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful presentation on viruses in cannabis, among a whole bunch of other things. I know I thought that paper you did on the Bacillus amphiquiliensis and Aspergillus false positives was really interesting too. I know you kind of touched on that a little bit there.
Yes, there are some tests out there that can't discern Bacilliensis from Niger. And in fact, that's probably about 12 years ago, they were considered the same until they were sequenced. The genomes got sequenced and then people realized they're different and one's aflatoxin producing and one isn't. You're going to find a lot of the people who have tests that still hit that are going to argue to get it put into the regulations because it's an Aspergillus, but we've been trying to push back on that, being like, get your tests to work right and let's not be throwing the kitchen sink into the failure bucket. There's a lot of cannabis at play here, and we don't have evidence of Braziliensis causing aspergillosis yet. So this is one of our pushes here is make these tests very species specific, because then you're going after only the pathogens. The wider you make that net, the more cannabis fails for reasons that don't have any clinical backing, and we don't need that. The more stringency you put on that is not grounded in clinical concern, the more that you put on the legal market, the more is going to go through the other market. We already have a problem of the price of cannabis in the legal market being so much higher than the black market that there's all types of arbitrage going on. Well, a lot of that is because there are very stringent measures on testing that don't have any clinical grounding. They're doing these total aerobic count tests and these total yeast and mold tests. So you end up elevating the fail rate for cannabis flower for no real clinical basis other than some people are afraid of microbes. People who've been growing, like in your community, know you need microbes to make these things grow. There's no such thing as nitrogen fixation without them. So we got to have a very intelligent approach and encourage people, make them very species specific so that we're only failing for things that are known pathogens and we're not getting crazy here and burning down entire groves over things that have no basis for there being clinical concern.
Got another question. Can you adjust temperatures in the root zone or in the canopy to help the plant fend off viruses or viroids?
So that's a very good question. Samir was telling me he was doing temperature measurements, not just in the room, but inside the buds. They're actually hotter inside the bud than they are outside. And presumably due to just not dissipating heat in the process of photosynthesis in the center. So that could be having an impact. I'm not aware of any studies that have been looking at what happens to the shift in the microbiome when you do that. It's a very interesting question if that's a way to deal with these microbes, and particularly the viroids. The tissue culture facilities I've been speaking to are leveraging temperature, but cold temperature. They're taking cuts of these meristems, putting them in cold temperature because the viroid can't replicate with that polymerase at low temperature, but the plant can slowly replicate. And so slowly the plant out replicates the viroid, and then the viroid disappears in some percentage of them. Now I understand it's not 100% process. It takes a lot of time, but that seems to be what works the best at the moment for getting rid of it. It's a good question about doing it in the roots. I don't know what that will do, whether heat will help in the roots. There's one paper out there of people applying heat, but it's much higher heat than I suspect you ever want to put on your roots. There's some thermal mutants that people put into NCBI where they heated up. I think it went as high as 40 C. I got to go read the paper again, but they heated these things up to get them to mutate a little bit, and they're able to move them into tomatoes that way. So it will drive the mutation rate if you alter the temperature.
I know Breeder Steve did a bunch of work with flowering times and root temperatures and stuff like that. You could probably ask that question tomorrow.
Oh, I think I have him on Twitter. I do have to I reach out to him, see what he knows.
I'm currently working on one of his projects. We had another question. Is there other environmental factors that can, where is it? I wonder if there are specific seasons that trigger the viroid or can stress the viroid's affecting effects.
That's a very good question. I would imagine that the seasonality and the temperatures may play a role in what viroids we're seeing. Particularly, so when we sequence a lot of indoor grows, the viroid sequences haven't diverged very much, but when you get out into the wild, that might change. And certainly what we're seeing in NCBI, which are collections of these viroid sequences from all over the world, there's a lot of divergence, and there's probably some seasonality to that, just like we see seasonality in coronavirus sequences. So I bet that's the case once those studies get done. I also have a feeling that the reason we see discordance in root versus leaf may have something to do with where those roots were. Like we haven't done a great job documenting whether people were in cocoa or what type of soil they're in. And maybe what we're seeing is, yes, you should always survey the roots because it's higher, particularly in a particular type of soil type that you're in. But right now we just have 2 studies where we didn't see a difference, and we saw some decay in the amount of signal that we were getting off of the roots. And another study where if you didn't survey the roots, you would have been screwed. So we're kind of encouraging people to do both at the moment until you know what's going on in your grow. And if you see that you get equal signals between roots and leaves in your grow, then if leaves are easier to go after, you can use that going forward. But I wouldn't start with leaves. I'd start with both. And then if you see that the roots are actually giving you lower signal, you then can default to doing the easier approach of grabbing a hole punch from the leaves.
I know nutrient level and light actually can cause expression too. I know we've talked about this before, but I've seen mosaic virus express just under one specific company's light and not under the other 3 companies, even though the genetics are the same. That is wild.
Yes, I've seen far red light systems as well have an impact on powdery mildew from some folks I've spoken to. I have not seen a paper actually nail it, but that's something that is very interesting to us, whether or not there is a way to deal with PM or these viroids by hitting them with different light. So much to do. These are all really good questions that sadly we don't yet have answers to, but we do have a program for helping people research these things. So certainly reach out to us because we're actively trying to sequence viroids and run some tests. We have a couple other tests at MGC that aren't yet public that may give us other information on this viroid as well. So we'll be probably sharing those in 6 months.
Do you want to give it? We have a couple of minutes left. Do you want to tell everybody just about the different tests and different things that you guys offer?
Oh yeah, sure. So if you hit our website, you'll see there's a lot of Aspergillus tests that are there, E. coli, Salmonella, all the regulated tests that you need for compliance testing. We have options for, and then beyond that, sadly, I don't have all the viruses memorized that we have tests for, but there's 12 of them there. There's beet curly top. There's some of the tobacco. There you go, tobacco mosaic viruses. That are up there. Not all of them on the viruses are on the website yet, mainly because we're waiting for sequence confirmation of the actual, we have the assays built and we're using them. We've been using them internally for a year, but we're trying to find people who actually, once we get a positive, we can sequence it and prove what it is. So there's a host of tests that we don't release until we actually have sequence confirmation that the genome has been in cannabis. That's now occurred on lettuce chlorosis virus, beet curly top virus. We've seen cryptic cannabis virus come out of Colorado. I think there's a few other in that Colorado paper as well, that once we get a paper like that, there you go, tobacco mosaic is up there. Yeah, there are some tests in there for screening for different types of genetics that people may be interested in. And we do have varying degrees of sequencing that you can do for the cannabis plant, either the whole genome or 10 million bases of just the coding content of the genome. And we even have a DNA SNP chip that will give you 85,000 markers that a lot of people use for breeding. That one's the sort of the cheapest mass genetic survey you can do on the plant. And then I think that's primarily it. Viruses. There are Fusarium and the other. There's a handful of fungal pathogens that we have some tests for that aren't really on the regulated set. They're not necessarily human pathogens, but they are. I wouldn't say that about Fusarium. Fusarium actually can be a human pathogen, but it's not believed to be one in the regulatory eyes at the moment. But it is certainly a plant pathogen, and we do see that. We did a recent study with somebody where Fusarium was pretty much everywhere in their grow, even in the plants that weren't infected and the plants that were. It was at a higher CT in the infected plants than the non-infected plants, and it was at a higher frequency, about twice the frequency in the infected ones versus the not. But it was certainly throughout that particular grow. So that's one that we're encouraging people to keep an eye on, because it may be playing a role in transmission, and it may be also be playing a role in the susceptibility of the plant to having to getting the viroid. Yeah, what you're paging through here is Canopedia. So when we sequence someone's genome, we compare it to everything else in the database. We look at all the variants that are in the genes in the pathway for producing cannabinoids. The heterozygosity is helpful for people trying to generate seeds that are more stable. We obviously scan the Y chromosome to figure out male and female, but usually people know that by looking at it. Some of those are the PKS genes are involved in making the precursors to the cannabinoids. So those polyketide synthases are important. So all of that information is getting tracked and could be helpful for marking and breeding for plants that may have higher production of certain secondary metabolites. Now, let me check the chat real fast and make sure I'm not missing any questions for you. All right, that seems empty, but I think you're on mute.
There we go. I'm having a problem with my screen here, trying to get. Oh, sorry about that. There we go. I got control of my screen again. I've been having some issues now and then with trying to juggle these two screens. That sometimes Zoom is wigging out post update. But thank you so much for joining us today. It's a wonderful presentation, and it's always great to have you on. You're such a knowledgeable speaker, and it's always a joy to have you on and educating us with all of the different stuff, because you're always putting out tons of great new knowledge. If you guys aren't familiar with him, check out all the other papers and everything else he's put out. And he's also done like 3 or 4 episodes on our podcast as well that are just as informative as his talk was. So thanks.
I love coming on these. Yeah, no, thank you for having me, Steve, because I learned, you guys throw such relevant questions that I learned so much from people who are actually in the field on this thing. So it's very helpful to come in and sync up with you guys to know what people are doing with different root temperatures and what have you, because we're kind of in a lab, a bit in an echo chamber. So it's good to meet the people who are actually doing this stuff and get interrogated by it. So I very much appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for taking the time to share.
All right, take care.
Much appreciated. And you be sure to check him out on Medicinal Genomics on your favorite, or on Instagram or on medicinalgenomics.com. And also be sure to support all the different companies from our speakers this weekend. You can check out all the different resources for all the different people that are taking the time to support us and educate us this weekend. Be sure to show them some love if you do need any of their services. All right. Uh-oh, I might have broken the screen again. No, I got it. All right, before I break the screen again,
That
thanks
was
again.
awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was awesome. That was awesome. My brain hurts a little bit after that. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that was a good one, man. Like, I have new ideas. Like, I'm like excited by like all the information you dropped there. That was a really good guest.
Yeah, Kevin's always amazing. Next up, we have Matthew Gates joining us. Thanks a lot for joining us, Matthew. Oh, your microphone's not working.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
I was also having some issues past the update, but I'm here to talk about mold. So
yeah, it was great doing the conference the same week that Zoom decided to do the biggest software change they've done probably in like 5 years. But we managed to pull it off, even though we had to. Anyways, there's a bunch of back-end stuff that I won't bore you guys with. Thanks a lot for joining us, Matthew Gates. He is a pest control expert. He has a ton of great content, including one of my favorite YouTube videos on pest control, where he kind of goes through the evolutionary history of cannabis and the insects that attack cannabis and where they were at the different evolutionary steps of the plant. So it's a really interesting and unique perspective on pests and why certain pests are more of a problem than others. And something is kind of a different angle than I think most other people take on that problem. So thanks a lot for joining us, Matthew. I look forward to your presentation today.
thank you, and I appreciate that kind of work. That 10,000-foot view is something I find is really helpful to give that perspective. So I will be doing that today with today's subjects, which are molds, powdery mildew, and botrytis. Let me move the toolbar. They've changed how that works too a little bit. All right. So something is rotten in the state of cannabis. And the two things we're going to be talking about are bud rot and powdery mildew. We're going to be talking about the cause of these two diseases, which are fungal parasites, and how they infect. Talk about the biology. So like we said earlier, the evolution from, believe it or not, sort of beneficial soil fungi to plant parasites. It turns out being able to break down plant bodies is really helpful if you're trying to become a parasite, or if selection pressures inch you towards that over millions of years. We're going to talk, of course, about prevention and treatment measures, and a lot of them will be things that are non-chemical, that are biological based, and also based on sort of more unique or interesting things that we know about the physiology of these molds. A little bit about myself first. I'm an IPM specialist. I've been working with people, supporting them for about 12 years now. If you have any professional inquiries, if you are interested in plant health and optimizing your integrated pest management plan, preventatively, or dealing with a problem you currently have, you can check me out at zenthanol.com. At this point, I mostly work with cannabis, but I've also worked in Gerber, roses, lilies, peppers, and even tea when I was in the People's Republic of China. I have an educational YouTube channel with a bunch of free information, a lot of footage about these various pests, so that you can use that information for yourself and sort of gain that knowledge and make informed decisions. You can also find me on Twitter and Instagram at SyncAngel. And then I have a couple of publications that I made recently in 2021, and a few other ones on the internet with Skunk Magazine, High Times, and I was recently on the Gentleman Toker podcast, which I really enjoyed, and I think people should check out, where I talk about ecology and a lot of this other sort of heady information. So first, we're going to talk about botrytis. So botrytis is something that a lot of people have to deal with. And as you can see in this diagram picture here, we can see an example of botrytis colonizing a leaf near the flower, but then that colonization moving up towards the flower itself, and then infecting the bud itself, and then having this sort of browning and molding over. Many people have dealt with it, but for those who have not dealt with it, you're going to learn a lot of other things that you might not have realized, which is that botrytis is not all botrytis are problematic, and botrytis is very, very difficult for plants to deal with because of how it tricks them and their cells into killing themselves. a little bit about it. There's about 40 species of Botrytis that exist. They're in a family called the Sclerotiniaceae, and you're going to hear that name a couple of times more because there's a lot of really, really difficult fungi to deal with in plants in general from this family. The most famous species, and the one we're going to talk about the most, is Botrytis cinerea. It colonizes over 1,400 different plants. That's a huge range compared to most parasites, even necrotrophs like this one. But you might be wondering what that is. So Botrytis cinerea is really difficult to deal with because it has what we call a biphasic lifestyle. It has two styles of life. One where it coexists more or less with the tissue of the plant and doesn't harm it. That's the biotroph stage. Some parasites are biotrophs totally, and they don't change or anything like this. But Botrytis can move from this sort of parasitation to a lifestyle where they actively destroy the plant cells and then gain nutrients from them. That's the necrotroph lifestyle. So it has both. So we call it a hemi-biotroph, so a half biotroph. Botrytis is really interesting because we often talk about bud rot and we synonymize it with botrytis, but there's actually many other fungi, and we'll get into several that have featured prominently in some recent research. Botrytis's name comes from botrytis, which means like a cluster, in particular of grapes from ancient Greek, then itis, which means disease, which many people probably already knew. Cinerea comes from Latin. It's a derivative of the word cinereus, which means ashy. So it's like the ashy cluster, maybe the ashy grape cluster as a literal translation. And it's estimated to cost generally between 10 to $100 billion USD in agricultural damage per year globally. So that's what we're kind of dealing with here in the cannabis space, a real heavy hitter. And it's so prolific that even Botrytis cinerea will associate with things like algae in the ocean, marine macroalgae. We know of at least 6 endophytic strains that are found in knapweed. So they don't actually harm the knapweed itself, which is going to be a common thing that we see. Here's an example of the conidiphores of a Botrytis species. And anyone who's grown grapes would probably agree with me that they kind of look like the very first settings of grapes after they flowered and the fruit is starting to set. You also can see some spores on the left here in diagram H. So what are some other fungi that infect and cause bud rot in cannabis? Well, we got Botrytis already, but there's also species from the genera like Sclerotinia, Diaportha, Fusarium, which you just were hearing Kevin talk about a little bit. Penicillium as well is pretty common in cannabis bud rot. There are 3 major factors that contribute to bud rot, no matter the fungus that we're talking about here. And that's the development of the inflorescence, so your bract density, and even trichomes, which we often think of as defensive structures, or the places where all the cool metabolites come out that we want to enjoy are from. They can actually be a source of an infection site for some of these fungi, which is kind of an unfortunate revelation. But also the environment. High humidity and high surface moisture and low air circulation tends to facilitate the germination and growth of their spores. So having not a high humidity and having lower surface moisture is generally beneficial for you in that way. And then also wounding during harvest, wounding during general handling. Trimming, of course, is going to create wounds in the tissue. And other kinds of processing will create these exploitable wounds for the fungi to infect potentially. So even as a post-harvest pathogen, it's a real huge problem. But today we're going to talk about botrytis and we're going to talk about powdery mildew. So we're going to talk about both of these 2 lifestyles. Biotrophs, like I already said, they derive their resources from living plant tissue as parasites, or in some cases as mutualists, but not in the case of powdery mildew. Necrotroph does the opposite. It derives resources from dead plant tissue. So plants have to defend against both of these, and they've evolved over millions of years to have different strategies for them. Unfortunately, the necrotrophs take advantage of their reaction, of the plant reaction to biotrophs, which you can see on the right and on the left. So on the left, a biotroph typically makes something called a hostorium. This could be thought of as like powdery mildew here. It's infecting the top layer, these so-called epidermal cells. It penetrates one cell and creates this bulb, this hostorium. This is the site of nutrient exchange for the parasite, and it's also the site where the powdery mildew, in our case, is going to negatively affect the immune system and also basically also cause all kinds of other havoc in and around the surrounding plant cells. But crucially, it needs the plant cell to survive. Otherwise, the powdery mildew would die. On the right, you can see that necrotrophs do it a little bit differently, especially the hemibiotrophs. So they start interacting with living cells, as you can see in this blue ring, and then they switch from a living cell biotrophy to a necrotic cell necrotrophy. So they cause the cells that they've been interacting with, that they've probably silenced the immune system of and otherwise affected it, so that it can be very easy to just break them apart, to violate their integrity and basically destroy the cell completely, even tricking it to self-destruct. There are self-destruct mechanisms that plants utilize that would be very effective against powdery mildew here on the left, but is not effective, and in fact is counter-effective for the necrotroph, which really wants to have a dead cell to eat all the nutrients from. So kind of difficult to deal with that, right? So there's three main ways that this happens, that the fungus is able to attack the cell and also to defend itself against the host defense response. So the first one, which I've outlined in red here in this diagram, is the manipulation of reactive oxygen species. For those who aren't familiar, these are very important. Most people know them as the result of a lot of stressful effects on the plant cell at the cellular level, but they can also be signals, and they can also be basically weaponized by the plant cell itself against certain pathogens and things like that, including powdery mildew. But if you're a necrotroph, you want this because you can just turn up the ROS and basically damage most of the, for lack of a better term, machinery of the cell. The things that the cell uses to create proteins and sequence genes, and, or I'm sorry, not sequence, but to, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting my terminology in a moment, but, you know, to create proteins from genes, go through that whole process, even to signal other cells. So that's very damaging by itself. On top of that, the fungus can also acidify the plant cell contents, which is going to cause, like I said earlier, sort of certain proteins and certain compounds to not really work the way that they're supposed to. So that's going to basically neutralize even some of the defense compounds the plant would be utilizing. And then third, outlined in yellow here, they have the ability to either neutralize those compounds that the plant uses to defend itself with, or they can simply sort of excrete them very quickly if they absorb them as a toxin. So in that way, it's a pretty comprehensive defense against the host defense itself. Here's a diagram that shows this in a little bit more detail. You can see a necrotrophic fungal hypha moving through the plant cell. It's creating these effectors, these factors outside of the cell and also inside of the cell. And so there's sort of this total comprehensive colonization of the plant cell. The most important thing that the fungus can do is it induces something called programmed cell death, or PCD, in this diagram. Sometimes some of the compounds they're using, some of the factors, are light dependent. In other cases, they just have to basically be little molecules that bind with a receptor in the plant cell, and through a cascade of other reactions, the plant cell basically creates the circumstance for the cell to destroy itself in a controlled manner. But that's great for the necrotroph. An example of one of these is how basically for the plant, or for the fungus to defend itself against the plant's defense mechanisms, they have to silence those defense mechanisms before they act. So here we have an example of these green sort of half shapes. They're the plant chitinases. These are little molecules that break down chitin, which makes up part of the fungal cell, very small pieces. And when they're a certain size, then they bind with receptors on the plant, like in this case, Circ1, and that signals a defense response. But the fungus can produce chitinases too, that bind with and basically destroy these little pieces of chitin. and then they're too small for the receptor to use. So things like this are happening constantly during infection, but it kind of shows some of the detail that is associated with this infection. Now here, I just want to bring up very sort of clearly that this whole thing is kind of complicated to talk about, and there's a lot of people who think that certain interactions with plants are, going to be benign, or that the plants, if they get enough nutrients or if they get enough certain other resources, that it's a foregone conclusion that they would be able to resist the plant or resist the fungus. And that's certainly not true, and especially supported in research that things like botrytis are not going to be negatively affected by a lot of the defenses that plants do. In fact, I was just talking with a friend of mine who's working on powdery mildew resistance in hemp. And, we were discussing recently whether or not there are any examples of resistance to botrytis in any plants, or rather the ability to breed it into any crop plants. And we were really scratching our heads. We couldn't think of any examples of that really ever occurring. So in particular, botrytis and fungi like it are something to be taken very seriously. Not the least of which because, as we see in the excerpt on the left, and for those who want to come back, you can certainly read a lot of this text later on. But basically, long story short, is that botrytis in particular has been shown to be able to live asymptomatically in the plant for a period of time, sometimes for the entire period of the life, but a lot of times it starts to cause damage to the plant as soon as it matures and starts to flower. And this is true not only in cannabis, but a lot of other plants as well. There's some sort of physiological trigger that causes this to occur. So if you're growing cannabis, this is relevant because you might not see or know that botrytis is even in your plants potentially. It can even move from parent to offspring in some cases, believe it or not, pass right through the seed. Not on the seed coat, but literally inside the tissues of the seed. And they can survive and be asymptomatic until the plant is a seedling, grows, and then matures. So this is part of our, understanding of these fungi, and it should be an important aspect of your consideration when you're trying to bring in cuttings, when you're trying to source plants. Know that things like this can exist and be basically invisible to you. And basically, there are several misconceptions that we're going to go over as we move forward, which is that resistance is common at the beginning of infection. It isn't. That if you don't see any mold, it means that your pathogen or whatever is being resisted. That's not necessarily the case. The idea that plants target the endophytic botrytis, the sort of asymptomatic stage, there's no research for that. And the idea that hypersensitive response, or programmed cell death, as it's also known, harms the hemibiotrope is definitely not the case. One of the things that are interesting about botrytis and some other fungi similar to botrytis is that they can be affected by plants and affect plants by silencing their gene production or their gene expression. And plants can do this too, also the fungi. And some researchers think that it's possible that some plants are causing some fungi like this to stay asymptomatic because they're silencing the expression of certain genes in the fungus. That's kind of an interesting thing. There's not a whole lot of information about this, but it's something I wanted to mention in case people were interested in that. So here's a brief overview of the family that we're going to get to know very quickly. The Sclerotiniaceae. There's about 1,800 species of plant hosts affected by it. It comes from the name scleros, which means hard. It's named after this structure, which on the bottom left here, you can see this is actually going to be a video that pops up. And here it goes. Here are fungi. These are Sclerotinia fungi producing fruiting structures from sclerotia. Sclerotia are these masses of dense sort of hyphal resources, mostly oils, and they're basically like survival pods for the fungus to kind of overwinter and also survive other harsh environments in. So they're no stranger to that kind of a thing. And then the other most important thing about these is that they're somewhat related, as you can see in the top left, to powdery mildews. We're talking about the ones in the lime green color, but they're somewhat closely related to powdery mildews, and they do derive from a common ancestor if you go back far enough, of course. So why is this relevant to you? This seems sort of technical, right? Well, let me put it to you this way. Adaptation to a high host range and the ability for fungi like Botrytis to jump to a bunch of new hosts that are not related to each other took about 60 million years to occur naturally. But humans, as we often do, we have radically increased the movement and the proximity of host plants and also the parasites that infect them, and in a massive fraction of that time, right? So this facilitates adaptation. So the problem that we face as growers is that common generalists like Botrytis may develop a sort of specialized strain to cannabis, which has happened in many other plants. And if that happens, then it will make their resistance even weaker and more difficult to sort of achieve. And plant resistance is one of the best ways to resist pathogens. And through breeding, we have been able to do that in some plants for some pathogens, but not others. And here, this diagram, we're not going to analyze it in great detail, but I just want to highlight the fact that as we see here, there are in the sort of light bluish green color at the very top of this diagram here, you can see this is the Botrytis group, and there's this large sort of green disc, and that represents a bunch of these Botrytis populations, and they are the most diverse of the other sort of fungi in their family. Most of these fungi, they specialize in like one host family, one plant family, but these ones, some of them can be in more than 10 families. And yeah, Botrytis also jumped to monocots, which are like grasses, very early in their evolution. So here shows that diversity. The light blue is highly diverse and the brown or tan coloration is less diverse. Botrytis and its relatives are extremely diverse genetically, and they have extremely diverse host range. So they're also very young. When you look at the bottom of this diagram, you can see an evolutionary time scale. And Botrytis cinerea and the other fungus we're going to talk about, Sclerotinia sclerotiorum, are only like 5 or 10 million years old or so. It's not very long. So again, I really want to reemphasize that if we don't take this selection pressure into consideration with our own biosecurity processes, this is probably going to be a problem for us moving on into the future. So also, you can see here in this diagram that diversification of the blue section is way higher than the white and the orange in the section B here. So that just kind of visualizes it pretty astutely. This is a cool map that shows the Moraceae, which are close to the Cannabaceae. And on the upper left here, we can see that there are a few different cannabis pathogens that might be potential. We don't have any examples of this, but based on the fact that they are able to, as you can see in this diagram, on the right are the parasites and the left are the host plants, there are several species that are able to infect way more than others that are closely related. And we already know Botrytis, Sclerotinia, and not only Sclerotiorum, but Sclerotinia minor are both confirmed pathogens of cannabis. So how does it happen? Basically, spore lands from the plant, a sporling develops and disrupts the plant cell function, program cell death happens. That's what the yellowing and the browning is. Yellowing, the tissues are still alive, but dying. Brown is totally necrotic tissue. It develops, and then the mycelium and spores spread to new cells, and of course, new plants as well. There are so many things in Botrytis, so many compounds and proteins that they make use of that either directly damage the plant cell, trigger program cell death, or they suppress the immune response. And I've already mostly touched on the topics in the yellow, but I really want to emphasize this first light blue section here, the HIP-1 protein, which stands for hypersensitive response inducing protein 1. I know they name these pretty convolutedly, but it has a reason to it. This thing, this protein right here, and here's an example of some of these other compounds that Botrytis also produces that are various ways toxic or inhibitory to the plant cell defense. This HIP-1, I've titled plantcelldeath.exe because that's basically what it does. It's like a command line from a computer that tells the plant cell, kill yourself, and it destroys itself. So as soon as HIP1 binds with the cell receptors, it triggers this defensive programmed cell death response. It needs no other help from any toxins or defense compounds or anything like that. The botrytis in particular needs just this HIP1 to cause programmed cell death. It's evolved to have many other things too. Perhaps those predate this protein developing, but it's really nasty. It's very recently been characterized in research. And if you're curious to learn more, you can check out the cited resource at the bottom here. But traditionally, you're dealing with spores, not just the fungus in tissue that you might get from cuttings. So what facilitates the spores? Well, air temperature between 20 to 22 degrees Celsius, a relative humidity of higher than 90% from either rain, misting, or perhaps some sprays that might be applied. The high plant surface dew point. So if you have a lot of moisture that sort of develops on the plant leaves, that's going to be very difficult for you because the botrytis will enjoy that greatly and germinate in it. If the host is flowering, of course, like we already said, and if there's free nutrients on the foliage. So if you're applying nutrient applications to your plant in a foliar capacity, some of these proteins and sugars might actually benefit some of the organisms like you're probably intending in your plant, the beneficial ones, right? But also the detrimental ones too. Botrytis will absolutely make use of those free sugars and proteins, and other things that it can absorb. And also wind, of course, helps its dispersal. There are diagrams at the top which show spores of botrytis. On the right, we can see that these researchers, they basically found a lot more spores per meter squared in this particular area that they were looking at. This was in a vineyard. And they were definitely correlated with these environmental conditions, high air temperature, relative humidity, and plant surface dew point in particular. So how do you inhibit them? Well, one way that you would do that is through ultraviolet radiation. You could do that through producing and applying antagonistic microbes, and also for breeding some host resistance factors that might at least slow, if not stop, the infection itself. I also want to mention very briefly that research shows botrytis has been very much more common than other fungi in sort of sampling of cannabis, and also in other places as well. And it can cause sensitization. So for those who don't know, some people can be, because they work in agriculture, I've known people personally who have conditions like this, either before working or during they develop it. They get sort of allergic reactions because they are exposed so much. And over a period of time, it might not seem like they have a very major problem, but their body sort of develops this iterative response, and it can cause them to not be able to be around the plant or be around other products that are similar, which is kind of unfortunate. So it's just something to be aware of for your own safety. I'm not saying that the plant is inherently dangerous. This happens in all kinds of plants, but in cannabis, there have been examples of people being harmed if they're not taking proper protective procedures. And it does happen in many cases. Also, it should also be pointed out that there are bacteria. I know this is about fungi mainly, but I will mention that bacteria are also a major threat to your health, and they can't be easily identified by any visual assessments. And most of them are not test culturable, and I'm sure Kevin would agree with me on that too. So some of these can also cause some of these negative reactions. In some cases, sort of toxic compounds that can be produced. So be careful with what you're applying. If somebody's telling you to apply something, think about it, try to find out what's in it, and it can perhaps protect you from having a reaction that you don't know you're going to have, or that somebody else would have. Here are some other examples of botrytis colonization on the flower, on the this sort of branch node here in H. It can also look a little bit like sclerotinium, which we're going to see soon with this eye diagram. And also you can see that is being produced at J as well. This is sort of like floral tissue kind of moving up into the stem as well. So the rotting that occurs from the cell destruction can move kind of quickly and in ways that we don't traditionally associate with botrytis. Here's another bit of research that showed that in their case, botrytis did well or best between 15 and 27 degrees Celsius, or 59 to 80.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Colder and moist conditions actually facilitated botrytis in their research, which is different from what we saw in the other research that we just went over. And they also said that botrytis cinerea was the most successful of the botrytis that they took a look at. So this was cinerea, pseudocinerea, and pori. Bract development influences bud rot. So here are some examples of plants with, as the researchers say themselves, loose and compact bracts. So we're talking about how chonky your buds are. And what they found was that, unfortunately, a great number of compact bracts made you more prone to bud rot. Now, loose bracts may be more suitable in some environments where botrytis and other fungi might be more of a problem. But at the same time, you might have sort of less yield because of that potentially. It's hard to really know exactly how much, but another consideration. Here's some of the research examples here. They basically found that, at least in the cultivars they tested, if you had about 2 times the bracts, you had about 2 times the rot, or at least the potential for that incidence. So breeders and growers may seek to resist bud rot not through physiological reactions to the infection, but perhaps just through structural developments in the breeding, which might be a novel way to deal with other pests as well. Here is another example of that. So you can see a progression of botrytis colonization from one plant to several plants through diagrams E and F and G. And it can move very quickly in an outdoor and an indoor environment. But if you're more exposed to the environment, like in an outdoor setting, it's a lot more likely that you're going to have to be more robust in your planning, and also very likely you're going to have to be more rapid in your reaction, because there's a lot more vulnerability to whatever's going on outside of your environment, your grow space specifically. So Sclerotinia, that was the other major fungus that was very similar to botrytis that people might encounter. Sclerotinia sclerotiorum specifically colonizes about 400 plant species, which is also kind of a lot for a single species of fungus. A lot of these parasites, they adapt to like one particular species, but then they can sometimes broaden out as well. Also a major multi-million-dollar loss provider. And it's also very commonly mutational. So it has a very high rate of mutation because it has a lot of what are called transposable elements, which are basically, sometimes simplified, it's called jumping genes. They jump around in its genome, and they also can wildly change how certain effects or factors are produced and how virulent they are. Here's another diagram that specifically shows Sclerotinia's movement, but it's very much like we already learned about the necrotroph development. And in this case, it's also something of a hemibiotrope. So it starts interacting with the living cells, makes them more vulnerable to the latter stage where they destroy the cells and then sop up the nutrients with the hyphae and then grow larger. But you can tell Sclerotinia and other Sclerotiniaceae from the sclerotia that they produce. Here's some sclerotia produced on the cannabis stalk. And you won't always see Sclerotinia like this. For example, there's Sclerotinia, Sclerotinia in section B and section A here in this diagram, but you don't actually see the sclerotia being formed. So a lot of times that occurs when the population is more mature. Here we can see it on an agar dish in E and F, but you know, even if you find out what it is, unfortunately, it's usually too late. A lot of times it's very, very late in the game when you start to see some overt symptoms. As you can see here from this research diagram, the difference between like mortally wounded and totally destroyed was a difference of a few days, and probably likely before even the pictures in G were photographed, the vasculature of the plant were probably shot already at that point. And you can kind of see that is focusing on the stems, and these are very young plants. And you can also see in G that the necrosis is moving up from the petiole into the leaf, and it's spreading out into the leaf tissue. And this is a pretty complete, comprehensive infection. Another fungus that is found in bud rot, or causing bud rot rather, is Diaportha. A lot of species in this genus are actually not parasites, believe it or not, and a lot of them decay dead tissue. So they might actually be more of a post-harvest problem because they mostly colonize plants that are moribund or are actually dead already. But for those who are interested in such things, you might know it as Phomopsis, which was recently merged into the genus Diaportha, so they are actually the same thing. And here's some example of Diaportha production on flower and also on a sort of a lesion here in B. In my opinion, looking at these diagrams, I feel like the flower where the Diaportha is colonizing is like the sort of darker color. I think that's the best way that I could describe it. It's actually kind of nondescript, which is one reason why testing is often very important when it comes to finding out what's going on. A lot of times you can't really tell what something is with a visual assessment. Also, Diaportha produce things called pycnidia. Pycnidia are basically little sacs that hold not only the spore-making structures of the fungus, but also the spores themselves. And you can see a really good example of that on L here. That tissue is totally necrotic at this point. It's dead tissue. There's no green. And these pycnidia are also rather structurally stable. So they're another way for the plant to kind of overwinter, or if you're into just letting your dead tissue sort of amass in your cultivation space, if you happen to have an infection like this and you don't process the dead tissue, then the dead tissue can become an inoculative and then colonize the next plants, especially if you reuse your soil. Also, very recently, just in the spirit of being totally comprehensive, this is pure speculation, but in case it becomes a problem, people have found hop Diaportha leaf spot recently in Connecticut and New York in the USA and Quebec in Canada. And I bring it up because a lot of cannabis and hop, they are sister species. They developed from a common ancestor very recently. And so they often share a lot of pathogens and pests and things like that, or at least they could. This is true in other plants as well. I haven't seen anything like this in cannabis, but maybe there is a possibility. So I just wanted to make people aware of that. The next thing is Fusarium. Fusarium is a huge problem. Many people have heard of it and would not really associate it with bud rot as much as they would associate it with root rot or some other sort of canker or infection from a wound. It's a huge problem in many, many plants. And it's very infamous because it produces mycotoxins like nivalenol and deoxynivalenol, specifically deoxynivalenol or DON. It produced, basically these toxins killed a lot of people in the Soviet Union because grain was infected by it. And it can also be a toxic inhalant. So it's not great for cannabis, right? And it causes about $2.7 billion in damage, or it did between the years of 1998 and 2000 in the US. And I'm sure that has increased tremendously since then. Recently, it was found in Kentucky that Fusarium causes Fusarium head blight in cannabis. Here we have pictures of it colonizing, as you can see, mostly the seeds of this flower. And there are a lot of fungi that are like that, where they seem to concentrate on like the actual embryonic tissue, seeds, and the tissues associated with its production, and then they spread out from there. In this section here, in diagram D, you can see some of that reddish coloration. That's from rubrofusarin, which is sort of a mycotoxin as well. And then there's a yellowish coloration that might be masked here by the red that Fusarium can also produce, and that's called aurofusarin, which is not only antibiotic that allows it to compete with other fungi and bacteria for plant resources, but also it is a mycotoxin that you wouldn't really want in your plants. Obviously, you shouldn't be giving people moldy flower in the first place, but for all the more reason, it's something to be very cognizant of, I think. There's also penicillium. Most people know it because of penicillin, from which it produced. And it also produces things like statins which are in nature antibacterial agents that compete. A lot of them compete with bacteria for dead or decaying or dying plant matter. But for us, we can use them in a medicinal capacity, and some people use them in a non-medicinal capacity. But it's an opportunistic parasite mostly, and it has a lot of capabilities for destabilizing the plant immune system. That's a common theme with a lot of these pests, I feel like. This was the organism that I was showing on, or that I was talking about when it came to using trichomes as an access way. This diagram shows some examples of them. Admittedly, these are pictures where the trichomes have mostly been damaged or deflated already. You can see kind of in D, E, and F here, but there's other research that shows that some fungi do use the trichome, if not the head, the glandular head, but the stalk or other types of trichomes that do not have those components as well. So, again, sometimes the structures that are helpful for defending against one thing aren't necessarily very helpful against another thing. Here is another example of that, although H here is actually not penicillium. I believe this is I have it in the diagram here. Is it cladosporium? I think it's, no, it's aspergillus, my apologies. Yeah, these are aspergillus spores as well. So a little bit different fungus, but certainly problematic in its own right. So one way you can control these are with microbial biocontrols. So this was a research report that showed pre-stop, Asperello, and Stargus as products, but these have Gliocladium, Trichoderma, and Bacillus, respectively. And I've color-coded the diagrams here. You can see where the different product was used, the different microbe thereby was used, and these were applied 2 days before the inoculation of a pathogen. So ideally, you apply these preventatively, and as you can see, there's a major difference between B, C, and D, and A, right? So it's very powerful. People can be very skeptical about these products, but they have their place, and they definitely can be very effective. So here are some other examples of that. We have Bacillus amyloliquefaciens, Trichoderma asperellum, and Gliocladium catenulatum. And they are all in agar, and they're all either parasitizing botrytis, or in this case, sclerotinia, or they are creating antimicrobial compounds that are very damaging to the fungus itself. So they can be kind of a multispectral approach if you use the right microbes in consort. But just because they are good microbes, it doesn't mean they're not still producing spores. A lot of commercial populations are analyzed for health concerns, but things like enumeration tests, which Kevin mentioned in the previous presentation about where you're just doing a colony count, it's not necessarily telling you, whether something is clinically problematic, right? And certainly many of these microbes produce compounds that are negative for the parasitic fungus, but not for us. But as growers, you have to ask yourselves, how are you going to account for microbial exposure, both indoor and outdoor, including these ones? And are there unknown microbes or spores that are acceptable? Some people would say no. Some people would say it depends. In my opinion, I think if it harms you, it's definitely out. But in a lot of cases, we don't necessarily know that information. And in some cases, they aren't harmful. So people kind of have to get over the squick factor, I feel like, a little bit. I would talk about resistance, but actually, I'm going to make an executive decision and move through this point. If you're curious to learn this a little bit more, I have a presentation on YouTube that goes over botrytis in this way as well, including this really cool thing about ultraviolet light. So if you're interested in that, you can check out that video as well. But to be honest, I have talked way too much about, microvirus or fungal viruses. That is actually pretty cool. But let me go over here, talk about some cultural treatments, because I really want people to come about with helpful knowledge for implementation. So the first thing is scouting. You gotta search your plant, especially floral tissue, for symptoms. You want to have a very rapid response. You want to detect and treat the problem ASAP. You ideally want to have a plan and a standard operating procedure with options ready before you see any problems, and not be like hastily going out and trying to find products and asking your friends for advice. You want to manage wounds. You want to be careful because things like botrytis and other fungal pathogens, they colonize that dead tissue to feed. So wounds are access points and dead tissue is inoculum. Biosecurity and hygiene is important. I'm not saying that if you grow outdoors or not in a totally controlled environment that you will have total problems. It's certainly people who grow very great stuff in the outdoor environment. But indoors, if you are able to do things like removing dead tissue and manage your equipment and area, then that's going to be very helpful for limiting the spread or the introduction of a pathogen. Sharing tools is another way that this can happen as well. Preventing leaf moisture is a big one. Reducing humidity if you're able to. And of course, if you can find populations that are genetically resistant and in a way that can be confirmed and validated, then that could be very useful for you. Not just immune response and other traits, but things like we talked about, floral structure. And then there's the post-harvest management, because these pathogens also feed on dead tissue, which is what dried tissue is. So if you dry and cure appropriately and you check for growth, you can sort of keep this from starting in the first place or spreading to multiple plants or the product afterwards. Now, I had mentioned I was going to talk about powdery mildew more. Hopefully I get through this whole presentation. But basically, there are Golobunomyces, which is a species of powdery mildew, and a few other species we're going to be talking about. A lot of the parasitic evolution is the same, and we already went over some of the infection strategy. And then we'll go over some of the mitigation as well. There's 3 species that I want us to talk about the most. That's lettuce powdery mildew, what I'm calling here for this presentation, immortal powdery mildew, and then the hop powdery mildew, because these 3 are the ones that are associated in research. There might be other powdery mildews, but we're not very, we don't really know. And a lot of taxonomy about powdery mildews is frankly up in the air. So I just want to be intellectually honest about what is and is not one of these species and when it's clear and when it's not. Believe it or not, powdery mildew shares ancestry with fungi that broke down the cellulose in dead plants, and even some mycorrhizal fungi are ancestors to powdery mildew in the species in the family Arachnopezzaceae. So yeah, indeed, sometimes mycorrhizae can have negative effects on plants, and sometimes they can lead to one of the worst parasites that people often deal with in agriculture. I mentioned that powdery mildew can develop, and other fungi can develop very destructive strains, and one of them is wheat powdery mildew, which was very important because humans allowed it to be developed because it hybridized with different powdery mildews as humans traveled across Eurasia and also concentrated a bunch of plants in the same place through agriculture. So if you do that, which is what everyone does to one extent or another, then you're going to be dealing with a lot more of these sort of hybrid strains, in my opinion. Again, here's a diagram of now we have the Erythroid clade in the lime green here in this diagram. So their name means spider pup. So Arachnopezzaceae is a little bit intimidating to pronounce. Then spider pup family, I think, is very acceptable. I'm going to skip over this, but taxonomic classification is important because it lets you know what you're dealing with, if it's related to something else, and if it can infect something that's similar to your own host, like we covered with the botrytis. So powdery mildew is very common in cannabis, particularly. Powdery mildew generally, powdery mildews have a genome that is 4 times the size of other fungi in its larger group, the molds in general. And again, this is because of those dang transposable elements that allow it to mutate very quickly and rapidly and basically neutralize plant defenses that develop at a slower rate. It was found very much more commonly in a 2017 study where they were looking at cannabis in a dispensary. So just because it's often on leaves and stems doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be on flower as well. So it's what we call an obligate biotrophic parasite, which means that it relies on the living host to survive. It produces a bunch of spores. Those spores that are successful will reproduce vociferously, and those that don't, well, they just die, and the powdery mildew just makes more and more spores. So they account for that failure rate essentially by producing and churning out massive amounts of spores. So some populations will reproduce sexually, and then that can give them a bunch of benefits. mostly by mixing traits that were compatible and effective in the past. But asexual reproduction is very useful too, and as long as you have a large enough volume. Here's what powdery mildew looks like on cannabis. You can see that it grows in sort of a concentric circle. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and can in fact encompass the entire leaf like we see here in D. It's very commonly stated, but powdery mildew is actually not systemic. So it only infects the top layers of the plant tissue, whereas the other fungi we talked about in the beginning, like Botrytis, these are a systemic pathogen as well. They're not really lethal, powdery mildew, but it does stunt growth, and it does suppress the immune function, and it also has other aesthetic qualities, and people aren't going to buy your cuttings if they're looking like a Krispy Kreme donut. So here's what it looks like at a microscopic level. This is a scanning electron microscope, I want to say. Yeah, observation. So here's what the spore looks like. I want to direct your attention to F. This is a spore with a little, what's it called? A little hyphal strand, and it's going to produce a aprosorium. I think that is the aprosorium. And then it's going to produce a penetration peg, which goes through the cell wall and then produces that hostorium I mentioned earlier. This is a diagram of how that goes about. And this takes about, in total, maybe 3 to 7 days past infection to produce a functioning colony. So the first part of this, the first like 4 or 5 days, is actually pretty much invisible to the naked eye. Here's another example of asexual sexual reproduction. If you have sexual reproduction with powdery mildew, then they produce a thing called what we now call a chasmothecium. Chasmothecium has something called an ascus, which is that green teardrop-shaped diagram or section. And then inside of it are the ascospores, and those are just another kind of spore that will then infect a host plant, probably with greater capability. There are 3 ways that powdery mildew infects: is through germination, penetration, and parasitation finally. So it germinates, creates this structure called an aprosorium, creates this penetration peg that penetrates through just physical force and some enzymes that break down the plant cell. Then once it's done that, this is the critical juncture where a plant that is resistant to powdery mildew will often be able to kill it, kind of head it off at the pass. If it doesn't do this, however, it might be able to resist and slow down the powdery mildew, but usually the colony can still kind of survive at this point. If it does establish the hostorium and it's not challenged too much, then it will produce more and more of these examples in other cells nearby. There's various ways that powdery mildew has its effect on cannabis, and that other organisms can affect powdery mildews. Even organisms in the root microbiota can affect powdery mildews, as you can see in this diagram. It's taken from a really good research report, so I recommend that you take a look at it. This is called Mutual Interplay Between Phytopathogenic Powdery Mildew Fungi and Other Microorganisms, published in 2019. But you have other rhizosphere microbiota that get in on the action. You have mycoparasites that affect powdery mildew. You even have other powdery mildew species that might compete with each other. You know, I love it when the bad guys fight against each other. There's a genetic component that basically all plants that are susceptible to powdery mildew have, and these are called MLO genes. That stands for mildew locus O. And basically, a section of those essentially make the plants receptive to a fungal colonization. It's great when that fungus is mycorrhiza. It's terrible when it's powdery mildew. And unfortunately, they use the same genes to interact with the same organism. People for a long time wondered why this was the case. Why weren't these genes just gotten rid of if they cause susceptibility? And now we know it's because they're the same genes that are used not only by mycorrhiza, but its now progenitor, powdery mildews, and various other mycorrhizae for that matter. So if you get rid of some of those, then you also get rid of the plant's ability to interact with mycorrhizae. You have to be careful about what genes you want to breed for and breed out, because there's a lot of other effects that are going to be influenced by their removal. Basically, here's a cool diagram of how powdery mildew infects. Like I was saying earlier, that large gray bulb is the hostorium. And if the plant is able to destroy the hostorium before it fully develops, like you kind of see on the right side, then they've been very effective. If not, however, then they can continue to be a site of nutrient transfer and that sort of a thing. I think I'm doing pretty bad on time, so I think I'm going to fast forward to this section, which basically says that there's a few different ways you can prime the immune system of the plant. The first one is through the application of certain plant hormones, but you can also apply certain beneficial organisms like this Piriformospora indica fungus that colonizes the roots and also the plant tissue. That can also help bioprime or regulate the plant's immune defenses to make it more resilient against the interference that powdery mildew produces in the plant. And then we're going to go over none of this evolution stuff. If you're curious to know more about that, then you can. But I will go here to the biological treatment. There's a parasite that you guys should know about called Ampelomyces quisqualis, which is a parasite of this parasite. It parasitizes powdery mildews. There are several bacteria that have been used very effectively: Streptomyces liticus, Bacillus subtilis, and Bacillus amylocaifasciens. There's also some viruses that might be useful in the future, like some for mitovirus and partittavirus, but we won't get into that. Again, you want to make sure that plants get exposed to maybe certain kinds of UV radiation or sunlight, which could be very negative for powdery mildew, especially if they're exposed to this at night, apparently, or if there's a period of darkness after the exposure, which happens in life normally. Leaf wetness is actually bad for powdery mildew. They will drown if the leaves are too moist. But then other fungi will make use of it. So it's not really very effective in most cases to rely on leaf wetness. And also drought stress can interfere with the powdery mildew's ability to be affected by, or the plant's ability to be affected by powdery mildew, believe it or not. These are a few genetic resistances. I definitely didn't pace myself, but I'm at the end here. Yes. I don't think I can take any questions, but I will if we have some time.
You got a minute or two, and then before we wrap up, it's always so great. You have such good visuals with your presentations. Let me see here if we have any questions. He said, this guy said he's had issues with fungal exposures with causing breathing issues, past with bad botrytis. It doesn't look like there's too many questions on that. Looks like everyone's just kind of absorbing the knowledge. So, but thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. How do people find you there, Matthew?
Absolutely. So if you'd like to see more information about these two fungi, you can check me out at zenthanol.com for professional inquiries. You can check me out at my YouTube channel, Zenthanol. I also have several presentations out there, like on the Future Cannabis Project, where I've presented about these two before. So if you like some of this information, there's a more detailed presentation for both. And you can also check me out on Patreon. My Discord channel is open to people for $1 a month, and there's a bunch of us who help each other out with IPM, and I help folks out with IPM questions. It's a lot easier than on social media. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to our mutual success.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on, man. Alrighty, that was a great presentation. Always fun to have him on. We'll skip the little transition there since we're running a few minutes behind. Next up, we have Matthew Putegnat. I want to make sure I pronounce your last name correctly. Thank you.
That's all right.
He's gonna be giving us a cool presentation today. He's going to do a half-hour presentation, and then Roger from True Aquaponics is going to do another shorter presentation back to back for the next hour. So enjoy, and if you have any questions or anything, let me know. I'm here to, me and Wes are here to help you if you need anything technical questions or anything. Take it away, buddy. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to share with us.
Thanks a lot. My name is Matthew Putegnat. You're not the first one to not know how to pronounce that word, that name. And here I'm going to show you 2 different ways to pump water with air. And before I get beginning there, Steve, I'm grateful for you to let me have this opportunity. We met at the Aquaponics conference and you presented before me, and your presentation along with the presentations I'm seeing here are really impressive. It really is exciting to see the kind of work you guys do. And I'm just really happy to be able to show you this stuff. It's pretty cool. I hope you appreciate it. So let me go ahead and share with you my screen and get into the presentation. Hopefully you guys see that just fine. Pumping water with air, open source, open architecture, practical alternative to electric pumps, electric water pumps. Now, let's get some terms together. Geysers are actually pneumatic ejectors, but I don't want to get into that. Present geyser pump connotation is primarily used for pumps raising water bubbles. Pneumatic ejector pumps do not require bubbles, although we shall see that it can be an additional benefit. For our purposes, we will not be referring to these pump methods as geyser pumps, so as to not intermingle the existing connotation. There are 2 types of pneumatic ejector pumps. One I call the simple, or also known as the U pump ejector pump. They have an ejector tube with an inverted bell siphon attached, a siphon tube with a check valve, and an air input with an air stone. There are 2 types of pneumatic ejector pumps. One I call the simple. Could you repeat that?
Oh, there was just another gentleman who connected. He had an open mic. That was all. I apologize for the interruption.
Oh, let me continue. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, the second one is called, I call it the X pump. Chambers have an ejection tube, a siphon tube with check valve, an air input with an air stone, and a custom check valve that exhausts air out of the top of the chamber, known as the X valve. And my motivation for this was I had 3 electric water pumps break in 1 year while I was doing aquaponics while I lived in Hawaii. And you know, using lava rock for that media, those pumps, even a little bit of sand or that lava rock can get in there and tear those things up pretty quickly. And so I was pretty motivated to begin this little project way back then. In history, after my 3 pumps failed, I began to build my first 5-gallon plastic bucket pump with an internal check valve made with a lacrosse ball. And it looked like this. You'll notice the check valve on the left. It's attached to the siphon tube that is attached and then dipped into the pond. And the ejection valve with the inverted bell siphon on the right coming together at the top. This was implemented and lasted for quite a little bit, a few months, and I built a few more as it went. Later on, there's a small video here I can show you of it working, but it's quite old. It's kind of fun to see. So 5-gallon buckets will typically fail at the lid and bucket interface and the plumbing holes. By 2016, I had permanently abandoned the use of them, though they were great for prototyping. Instead, I improved on the design, building pumps from 3/4-inch plywood and 5-gallon metal buckets, and air and external check valve made out of a cue ball and ABS fittings placed at the pond end of the siphon tube. And short of extending the air input tube and adding an air stone, the basic design of the U pump was set. Now I want to show you one real quick, if I can. Maybe just break off, stop the sharing here. Here is the basic U pump. it has this kind of a contraption, which is these one tube which goes down and comes back up, and they both come together at the top and eject out of a single tube at the top. That placed inside something that looks like, you know, in here, the siphon tube here. This is not needed in this case because of the type of pump it is, and then air and air input stones at the bottom. And that actually will create a pump. The observation I had in that, and I'm going to continue with the presentation. Something called U-valve failure. So that valve that I created, it will fail when the chamber is overwhelmed with air and disallows the water to properly fill the chamber and inundate the check valve, causing uneven pumping, sputtering, and then ultimate failure as you add more air. So simply put, adding more air caused that pump to fail at one point. And we can see how it works. From a 5-gallon, or from my one, I call it my 1 quart pump, it began to fail at about 30 gallons an hour. So in as much as that pump continues to work, it does have a failure point. Same with the 3-gallon plywood chamber. It begins to fail at about 100 gallons an hour. So it's nice to know that even with just a check valve and some plumbing, you can create a pump that will produce 100 gallons an hour at 4 feet. So now let's go on to the X pump. After moving from Hawaii to Oregon, I began to implement a solution in my primary observation of U-valve failure. To resolve U-valve failure, I created a custom float check valve with an adjustable spring-loaded cracking pin, which is mounted on top of the chamber. It opens when the pump cycle is complete, allowing air to exhaust from the top of the chamber while the chamber is refilling. This requires an ejection tube only and not a U tube and the U valve. This invention is called an X valve, X for exhaust. And I call the chamber utilizing an X valve an X pump. And this is what it looks like. Simple floated valve that gets threaded into the top of the chamber with a cracking pin that, as you can see, has an adjustment and an ability to push that thing open at the right time and allow the air to flow out at the right time. Oh, let me go tell you about how I made that real quick, because the X valve was designed using Autodesk Tinkercad, is built using a 3D printer and is off-the-shelf PVC fitting. The material uses PLA, which is later sealed, and the cracking pin is carbon fiber driven by a stainless steel spring. And the result is a 3-fold increase in the water volume, which the chamber can pump. I thought this was a pretty cool idea, and I went ahead and made up some plans for patenting it. And I was just informed, and you guys are really the only person I've really told now that I'm going to be getting a patent on it. So that's kind of fun too. With that 3-fold increase, I thought I should share some of this because it's pretty cool. And as you can see, the chamber and the 3-fold increase here is failing at about 30 gallons, moving all the way to 100 gallons. And that's just with a 4-inch PVC chamber. You can see what they look like too. Chambers connected to regular air pumps, anywhere from the 100-gallon pump, the small one, 4-inch PVC. Then there's a 1-gallon on the right. It's just 3/4-inch plywood with the additional PVC plumbing. Then a 3-gallon and a 5-gallon one I made out of a metal bucket. So let me show you how much these guys work, because I went ahead and tested them with each one of these pumps, which you see here, and just to evaluate them and see what I was really looking at. So for the first one here, it goes up to about 100 gallons an hour, and that thing's about 10 inches tall out of 4-inch PVC. The next one will go up to, and I believe that this is a there's a slight design change in this to the next one. And I think this actual one will move up to 150 gallons an hour, no trouble at all. And that's just about a 5 by 8 by 10 inch box right there. This will hold about 3 gallons an hour. And as you can see, it'll pump about 225 gallons an hour. Additionally, this will pump up to 175 gallons an hour at 8 feet high. As we move to the 5-gallon bucket one, I thought this was nice too. 375 gallons an hour and 180 gallons at 8 feet high as well. So with those kinds of numbers, I thought it'd be neat to share this kind of technology and the idea with you, and these tools and how you can build one on your own. As we move to the 5-gallon bucket one, I thought this was nice too. 375 gallons an hour. It's pretty cool. I have a video I want to share with you guys. Shows you how that works. But let me finish up here on this, and we can talk more about that, huh? So let's talk about some of the benefits. I call this open source because you can really build one yourself, short of buying an X valve from me. But the U valve, you can build those things all day long for yourself. And like I said, 5-gallon buckets built properly as a U pump, which you can build yourself, will produce at least 100 gallons an hour, probably more. But with the X valve, like I'd said, coming up on 400 gallons an hour. You can build one of these yourself. You can build them with various materials. I have built them with PVC, ABS, thick hydro, HDPE, and plywood. If you use anything you can use to create a chamber capable of holding some pressure and adding that extra plumbing. I also made some of these check valves here, all of which come, that's stock PVC right there with an additional hinge and flap along with the filter that for the check valves necessary to build these types of pumps, because they're not as easily creatable, although I teach you how to create one effectively with ABS fittings and a 2-inch cue ball as well. So you can make them or buy one pretty simply. In the meantime, between failure of these, a pump, the chamber itself built properly, can last for 10 years. And the moving parts, these check valves, well, I'm building my own here and they're lasting for years thus far. So I'm pretty excited about all those prospects and how it can be beneficial in terms of things such as mean time between failure. Additionally, it's fun to finally, after just pumping it with air, dropping an air stone into that thing and aerating at the same time, figuring that's probably going to add to oxygenation of the water and things of that sort, and bringing that water immediately into the aquaponics system, which is kind of neat, or wherever you're going to pump it to, that is. So interestingly enough, a properly placed and plumbed chamber can additionally act as a sump, pump, and switch, again adding simplicity to an aquaponics system. As you can see, the insides of the U pump on the left and the X pump on the right. On the left, you'll see a little cap on that 1.5 inch tube exiting, because the U pump doesn't require it. The exit or the exhaust tube and the U valve are connected at the top on the right by the air stones. And that creates a U valve or a U pump. Whereas on the right, the exhaust tube is opened up on the left, that 1/2 inch tube, and the X valve is then utilized. So actually a pump properly created can be utilized in both cases. Let's say you had a failure of a U valve or an X valve. You can go ahead and put a U valve in there and the thing will still run until you get the thing fixed and pump higher volumes. But it's just interesting to note, the vast majority of all these things can just be built right at home. And it appears that air pumps, as they cycle in and out, as the water is pumped through the system, last a little bit longer. And I tell you that only because the one I initially built with was one of those 70 liter pumps that you normally get. and the thing's still running. So it seems to me that that's the case versus just throwing water in an air stone in water and letting it sit at that same level the whole time. I don't think things are getting exercised, the gaskets, as it were. Some Seinfeld reference there. Reducing the component failure. It was an ideal idea. This is why I was really making this in the first place. Aquaponic systems may be created utilizing one electric component, the air pump, saving on electricity and reducing points of major component failure, the electric pump. So I wanted to share with you some videos. I think we got some time here still, right? Yep. Let me just show you how these pumps work. So you have, I'm sure you're probably, oh, pump, pump, pump. Let me watch it work. And I'm going to show you them one at a time. If you can be patient, I'm also going to be a little quiet, but so you can hear what's going on. But I'm going to go ahead and share with you a different screen and show you these videos here. This is that pump from a while back, and I actually stopped the video and started it while it was pumping because it was taking a long time to fill this plastic metal bucket, or this plastic 5-gallon bucket. So I'm going to play it, and you can hear it filling, and this is where the performance is hurt in the U pump, but still perfectly effective. I hope you can hear the filling and the gurgling. And then it will complete the fill and begin to pump. And that will actually take some time because it's not pumping a great volume. And I do a cut here as it completes the pump and does a refill. But I don't want to bore you with that because it takes a little bit of time too. What I want to do is go ahead and show you an X pump working. So this is going to run, it's filling. If you'll hear it, so it should be pretty clear that how this cycles. And that's pumping at 100 gallons an hour right there. I can show you some of the other pumps I have. This is the 1-gallon pump. We've got a couple more of these to show. I hope you guys can be patient with that. It's kind of funny to just watch this happen, but you've probably never seen it, and I've seen it a million times. So you've seen that a few times. I'm going to go ahead and show you the bigger ones. This is pumping about 350 gallons an hour, I believe it was. And it really didn't take very long for this to empty necessarily, but I don't know that we want to watch it all over again. Maybe we will. It's unloading about, I believe it was about 2.5 gallons in total per cycle. So let me go ahead and show you the next one here. This is the 5-gallon one that's pumping 380 gallons an hour. And that's a 3/4 inch exit tube, whereas the other ones are 1/2 inch. And all of these things matter in terms of performance. That's also a 2-inch check valve and tube running into the chamber from the siphon. And that's quite a powerful flow. As I said, 380 gallons an hour. It unloads that thing pretty quick. It's kind of neat. So, and here then is the 8-foot version. Both of these will be pumping, maxing out the air pump, I'm sure, versus the performance of the chamber itself at about both of them 175, 180 gallons an hour. I thought that'd be great for kind of the wall farms that guys are making and whatnot, things of that sort. And it just does this time and time again. They're quite durable. The chamber, the valve and the check valve and the X valve both seeming to last up a great deal so far that I've had them running for quite some time. So let me give you that last one real quick so you can see how that one's working. The 5-gallon bucket. Obviously a lot of pressure building up there. The purpose of the X valve was primarily to allow that water to flow in there quickly. It was getting hindered by the U valve and the way that works. So in as much as it's difficult to get it to be more performant when using a U valve. But it does work quite well. As I said, that's building a pump with one. I can stop this now. I think you guys have probably seen plenty of that, don't you think? Okay.
Definitely an interesting design and one that you don't see too often in the oh, sorry, the camera stuff. One you don't see too often. I know I'd only seen it a couple times beforehand, and then had a chance to talk to you at the conference, and it's definitely an interesting technology and really cool to kind of show people some stuff that's not, you know, the standard pump models that are out there.
It's definitely new. And let me see if I can just show you these up front, maybe real close if you're interested. This is it. This is the valve here. Water fills up, it floats it up, and this little spring-loaded top here will adjust down on top of it and press it open at just the right time. It's very easily adjusted with this little, I'm not sure if you can see the spring inside here, but it's a little spring-loaded pin. That's the design. I built it with my printer. My background is in mechanical engineering and software engineering, and I was ill for a while, and it just became sort of a hobby, certainly aquaponics first, and then creating this as a technique for pumping, which I've actually used solely since I developed it. And I have a website online where you can buy some of these pieces, check valves and the X valves, if people want to do that on their own, want to produce some extra plans and whatnot for anybody who's really interested in doing such. It's really something I'm excited about, not really something to make money on, but I did get the X valve patented because it took a lot of time and effort to put together. So how are we doing on time? You guys have any questions beyond that?
We had a question from chat. What's the longest you've continuously run one of these pumps?
When I lived in Hawaii, I had them running for about 1.5 years straight. That was the U pump. That was with the ABS check valve and the cue ball, because they'll just run forever. But the ones here with the check valves and whatnot that I've made, the check valves have been running for about 1.5 years, and the X valve, that particular one I have in there right now, has been running for about 9 straight months. It just continues to run. The other ones that I've run on the 5-gallon buckets and whatnot, these larger ones, I haven't been running any one for quite some time, but I ran those for a number of months just to see what the dynamic was, and it was just quite a durable unit. It's kind of fun to watch.
It says, are you opening up the patent to the public in the future? There's a question somebody asked in chat.
I don't know that I'm going to do that. It's a possibility. If you go online, you can certainly learn how to make the pumps themselves. And, you know, the labor involved in making these pumps is, you know, a mold away from developing it, and printing it out in terms of mass production. So one way or another, it's an inexpensive element ultimately to either just buy one, build one, print one. I think interested in sharing that one way or another, certainly the design if people want to build things on their own. But right now, I just received information about that. So I'm really not sure what I'm going to do with that patent.
Sure. Someone else asked, can you explain the difference between this and an airlift?
The airlift pumps, as I'd mentioned, the geyser pumps, which I also see people referencing them in those terms, is uses bubbles to raise it. And while the bubbles raise the water at the same time. And there's an expansion of those bubbles while they're raising and this reduced pressure as they're going up. And that's the airlift concept. This is a pneumatic ejector concept. It does not require bubbles. It does require air. But even in the initial ones, and as I mentioned in the presentation, there was just air being placed into the top of the chamber, which pushed the chamber water down and forced it out. And that's a different type of pumping versus an airlift technique. And this is why I distinguish them.
This is the design you're talking about here is more like a ram pump, if I'm correct.
Even still, that's different.
Okay.
I'm familiar with what you're saying. Ram pumps utilize a pressure differential. This is just creating pressure with that air pump, pushing it in this incremental fashion, which they do so very well, and forcing that chamber with air. And obviously the air is going to be sitting on the top, so it just pushes the water out the bottom. And it turns out that the U pump, you can find an example of one also, and I forget the fellow's name, but it is out there, showing a U-type pump. His design and my design both were developed not quite simultaneously. Mine is a little before his, but they're both based apparently on a French patent that was made in the 1800s, which was this forcing out from the top down kind of an approach. Later, as where I added the air pump, obviously, or the air stone in order to do the aeration at the same time, which only makes sense at some point. So those are the distinctions that I make, at least in terms of how the pumping is done. Steve, I know we're pretty much out of time. I gotta tell you, it's really nice to be able to do this. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for that opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. How do people find you?
Oh, yeah, you can just go to trueponix.com, TRUEPONIX.com, right there in the logos that you saw in the presentation. And if you want to order some, or at least get some ideas how to build them, you'd be able to read some of the articles, the couple articles in there that also showed the kind of information I showed today. And anyone could build one and make one for themselves, even to the point that if they just wanted to buy a valve or build their own type of valve, they could, I'm sure, do that.
That's really cool. Well, thank you so much for coming on and taking the time to join us today. And I'm definitely looking forward to that. And you guys can find him at Trueponix online. And then, and not to be too confusing, our next speaker is True Aquaponics. So from Trueponix to True Aquaponics.
That's too funny. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I think Steve put us on in order like that on purpose.
Maybe.
I guarantee it. Let's see here. See if I get this right the first time.
Hey everybody, this is Roger with True Aquaponics, and welcome to the virtual Aquaponics Cannabis Conference for 2023.
1 second.
In our segment, we'll go through mineral deficiencies that you see in cannabis.
If you can, when you go to share, the bottom left, there'll be a button that says share sound optimized video clip. Just hit those and share again, and it'll come in a little clearer for the listener.
All right, let me figure out how to unshare it so I can do it again.
Should be at the top of your screen. It should say stop sharing. I can unshare. I can stop sharing for you.
I got it.
Yeah, just make sure you check those boxes so the audio comes in clear.
Or where are those boxes at?
When you hit share screen, the bottom
Share
left.
sound and optimize for video clip.
Yep, now it'll come in clear and we'll hear you because it was just having a little hard time hearing you there.
Shall I leave it on mono or go stereo?
No, you can leave it on stereo. It's fine. Just make sure it's.
Hey everybody, this is Roger with Aquaponics, and welcome to the virtual Aquaponics Cannabis Conference for 2023. In our segment, we're going to go through mineral deficiencies that you may see in cannabis. We're very limited on time today, so we're going to go through this pretty quick. We're going to start with boron. What does it do for the plants? It helps with the formation and stabilization of cell walls, as well as flowering and speed of flowering. It is required for new growth. So if you want to get proper new growth, you've got to have boron in the system. It also helps with the uptake of calcium and nitrate, both very important to these plants as they get going. What a deficiency looks like or causes, new and younger growth is affected first. New growth can be thick, twisted, or abnormal with brown patches. Leaves become spotted, and new growth dies soon after forming. Looks similar to a calcium deficiency. So water testing is definitely indicated in this in most cases, depending on, no matter what deficiency you're looking at, water test is greatly indicated if you're really serious about getting this stuff right. What causes the deficiency? Lack of boron in the system, so you're just not adding it at all. And if you are adding it, you're still showing that deficiency, your pH may be too high and locking it out. So keep an eye on that as well. Toxic levels, so if you overdose in boron, which is typically not likely unless you spill a box in the water, the leaves will start to look glossy or waxy. So if you're seeing that, you need to change whatever you're doing with your boron. Make it less. If you need some, at Trueponix we have it as True Newt Sodium Borate. And moving right along, next on the list is calcium. It helps the plants to grow new cells and is important for growing strong stalks and branches. So it along with boron complement each other. It's also needed for proper root growth. What it looks like is dead or dying areas on the leaves, and these would be your newer growth leaves, meaning you're not going to see this at the bottom of the plant. You're going to see it at the top of the plant, and that'll tell you that you may have a calcium deficiency, and you need to get your water tested to see for sure, or a tissue test, whichever. Let's move on to the next slide. What causes the deficiency? An overdose of potassium or nitrogen can cause calcium lockout. Too much cocoa core in the system, it will sequester calcium into it and hold it, won't release it. So even if you're adding calcium to your system, it's not long and it's all sequestered away in the cocoa core. So you want to watch that and make sure that you're not using much cocoa core in your system, which has become very popular. Also, freshwater clams or mussels will use much of the available calcium in the system, keeping your levels too low for good plant growth. Toxic levels, they can cause an iron deficiency, so that it will lock out iron if you get it too high. You will also start to see white deposits where your water evaporates. You can see yellow leaves from it, and it can crash the pH. For dosing, a lot of stuff out there on the market for calcium will raise your pH, so be aware of that. At Aquaponics, we have True Newt Calcium Carbonate and True Newt Calcium Chloride that both will raise the pH. However, with calcium chloride, you can actually spray that on the leaves to not take a chance of raising your pH or getting too much calcium in the system water. if that may be the case. If you don't want to alter your pH, you can use the True calcium sulfate. It will not change your pH any at all, up or down, so it's fairly safe to use. Moving right along to iron. It is important for stem formation and chlorophyll production in your plants, so it's very much needed. The deficiency will cause new leaves to start to yellow between the veins, and the veins will stay green. It also is going to start in the center or the bottom of your leaves. So if you're looking in your picture on the right, it's going to start close to the stalk and then grow out from there on these plants. If it's not corrected quickly, you will start to see dead patches on the leaves as well as that deficiency progresses. The new leaves will be, or could be, light green, yellow, or whitish, depending on the severity of the deficiency. What causes the deficiency? Well, obviously, not supplementing iron is needed or when needed, or the wrong iron can all be the same issue. If your pH is too low or too high for the iron chelate used. If you have too much or too high levels of the following, it can also lock out iron. So if you have very high carbonates, if you've got a lot of salt in your water, if your humidity level in your grow area is very high all the time, or if you have low temperatures all the time, it will all cause this deficiency to occur. And even if you have the proper level of iron chelate in the system water, if these other 4 issues are happening, any one of them or all of them or any combination of them, you will have an iron deficiency. If your micronutrients, other micronutrients are too high, it can also lock out iron. Iron lockout can cause the following to be locked out as well: calcium, magnesium, manganese, copper, and zinc, all of which will give you lots of visual clues, and you'll be dumbfounded trying to figure out why you're getting all these deficiencies when it's actually only one deficiency that's causing all the problems. So as always, water test is indicated so you can see where you're at, what you're dealing with, and make sure your water temperature and your air temperature is correct, and make sure your humidity is not too high. For dosing iron, you want to avoid iron that is chelated with citric acid, as it is weaker and only available to plants for about 24 hours, and then all the citric acid will gas off. However, during that time of that 24 hours, while citric acid is still in the system, it is steadily killing bacteria. It is not your friend. It is not the friend of your aquaponic system. So do not use it unless it is an extreme case where you don't have a choice. Also avoid iron chelate EDTA. It is considered toxic by many and can kill your fish. In the real world, it's used for broadleaf herbicide, so they use it to actually kill other plants. Also, stay away from EDDHA, as it stains the water red and will cause some issues with your water tests if you're doing them at your own facility or at home. They use watercolor to check the iron that's actually in the system, and that red color gives you false readings, not just for iron but for other minerals as well, or like nitrate. Your test will come back wrong. It'll show a much higher level than you actually have in that case. What you would use would be the True Iron Chelate DTPA 11%. It's perfect for adding to your system water and is available for the plants in a pH range that cannabis plants prefer. So 6.5 to 6.8, you're in great shape, and it's good all the way up to about 7.5, and then it starts to drop off in its effectiveness. The iron chelate takes about 3 weeks or this particular iron chelate takes about 3 weeks to actually oxidize out. That way, or what that means is, in 3 weeks, whatever you added today will no longer be viable for the plants. They won't be able to take it anymore. So every 3 weeks at the minimum, you're going to have to dose iron, depending on how much you're dosing. Okay, now looking at manganese, what it does for the plants is very important for chlorophyll production. It's important for photosynthesis and very important for THC production. Water deficiency causes. The stems and veins will be green with dying chlorophyll. New leaves are affected first. Do not confuse with iron deficiency. So it does look similar to iron deficiency, but you really need to do a water test to find out for sure exactly what's going on in your system. Yellowing or graying of the chloroplasts, and of course it limits the THC and total cannabinoid potential of the plants. So you want to make sure you keep this at the correct level, along with everything else. What causes the deficiency? Well, lack of manganese in the system, usually, and that's just from not testing your water and not dosing what it needs. Toxic levels can lock out iron, so if you add too much manganese because you're not getting help with how much to add, then you could overdose and lock out iron. It will look very similar to a deficiency, so some people in the past have thought they had a deficiency, added too much, made it look worse, and then added even more thinking they weren't adding enough. So the leaves will start to die from the edges and then move inwards. So your outside edges will die first, kind of like in the picture to the right, and you'll see splotchy areas dying, but it'll start on the outside of the leaves and move towards the center. For dosing, we carry Trueponix manganese sulfate. If you're using a micronutrient mix, be sure you don't overdose anything else. Testing your water is key in all cases. Molybdenum. Hard word to say. We call it Molly B here at Aquaponics just to keep it simple. So what do the plants need it for? Well, it's needed for healthy plant growth. If it's low, the plants can have a hard time uptaking nitrogen. It helps make the non-green colors pop in your color changing strains. So if you have a strain that should be purple or red or have those streaks in the leaves, you're not going to see that if you don't have any Molly B. The deficiency will cause, of course, the poor nitrogen uptake, poor plant color for non-green colors, unhealthy plant growth, and then the leaves may display an orange, red, or pink color around the leaf edges that will move towards the center of the leaf. And that can be confusing. You may think, hey, there's my color I was looking for, when in fact, if you're paying attention, it starts on the outside of the leaves and moves towards the center. Whereas when it's like it should be, depending on the strain, it should be starting in the center or all over the leaf and then moving on to the outside if you've got the proper levels. What causes the deficiency? Lack of water testing to know that you are or that you don't have enough, and then not adding it at the correct time when you do need it. Toxic levels can kill fish, so don't just go dumping it in your system. All right, that's going to be a real issue if you do. For dosing of molybdenum, Molly B, Trueponix sodium molybdate is what you pick up from us. We'll help you with the correct amounts. Once you tell us how much water is in your system, we tell you how much you should be adding. But we can only give you a baseline without a water test. So if you're expecting to just order the Molly and just add it, that's risky. So if you overdose, you can kill your fish. If you underdose, you can have other issues. Nitrogen deficiencies are fairly well known. People know what they look like, but nitrogen is very important for chlorophyll production. So you want to make sure you got your nitrogen in the right range, whether you're in veg or flower. Proper leaf and stem growth, especially during the veg growth times, and it helps to create thicker cell walls. That way you've got a healthier plant overall. What causes the deficiency? Several things. Sudden drop in pH can cause it. Not enough fish, underfeeding the fish, low water temperature, and one that's not listed here is if your nitrate is too high, it can lock itself out and it'll look like you have a nitrogen deficiency when actually you're overdosed in nitrogen. So if you have low nitrogen during veg, plants will grow leggy, not very strong, and there will be a long distance between the nodes. During flower, the flowering times will be slowed. You'll have fewer buds form. The buds will be smaller, and your overall bud weight will be reduced. overly green and chlorophyll tasting bud, and obviously it reduces your overall plant yield. Phosphorus, what does it do for the plants? Root growth, sugar production, turpentine, resin production, flower production, and disease resistance. What a deficiency will cause? Nitrogen lockout. It can contribute to stretching or leggy plants. Plants put on lots of small leaves that wilt and die quickly, and reduces bud size, as well as leaves can have a bluish purple tint, specifically on the bottom sides of them. Don't confuse this with the molybdenum deficiency. The bluish purple tint is not meaning you're healthy. It's actually a phosphorus deficiency. Again, water testing is indicated, so if you're not sure, get your water tested and make sure you know what's going on. What causes the deficiency? UV sterilizers can cause it, and other deficiencies can cause it. Not adding minerals as needed can cause it. So if you're not adding phosphorus when your system needs it, because you're not testing your water, then you could end up with a phosphorus deficiency or toxicity levels that can create other issues. Moving on into toxicity levels, it can cause a potassium deficiency, it can cause iron deficiency, zinc deficiency. It also causes tight leaf formation, so the leaves look crunched up, like they're growing too close together. What can be added to raise phosphorus levels? The True soft rock phosphate, and then True monopotassium phosphate, which is our favorite choice because you're adding potassium and phosphate at the same time. And it's also easier for the plants to uptake it because it's more soluble than soft rock phosphate is. Potassium is deficient in almost every aquaponic system out there, unless somebody's adding it. So just know that when you walk into your greenhouse and you look at your system, if you haven't added any potassium, most likely it's deficient. It's needed for the chemical change from veg to flower, so it's very important for the plants, especially at that stage. It's also important for bud and flower structure. It helps to increase the pest and disease resistance of the plants, and it increases the cell wall strength inside the plants to make the plants much stronger than they would be otherwise. What deficiency causes is, well, it'll cut off the water flow to the older growth first. If you look at your older growth, you'll see the leaves start to yellow, and then they'll start dying around the edges and tips as it progresses. Leaves may curl on the edges and tips, and then slow growth of the plant in general, so you can end up with plants that are taking longer to grow than they should. Plants will wilt in the heat of the day and then perk back up as it cools down. And if you're watching, if you're mindful of what your plants are doing, you check them every day, especially when it gets hot. If you start seeing them wilt, that is an indication that you've got a potassium deficiency, even if it's not showing in your leaves yet, as far as the yellowing. And it'll be the entire plant that will wilt, not just the older parts of the plant. Dead or dry edges may develop, and check your roots for stunted growth. So if you're seeing all these different things along with the stunted root growth, you most likely have a potassium deficiency. Again, water test is indicated. It's very important to check your water and make sure what level everything is at so that you don't overdose one thing or underdose another. What causes a potassium deficiency? Potassium is not a mineral that's naturally occurring in our water, so in most cases you will have to supplement. We've talked about that already, but still I want to say it again. You're going to have to supplement potassium. There's just no way around it. And then the next cause is not properly supplementing potassium. If you overdose potassium, you can cause a calcium and magnesium deficiency to form up on your plants. So it'll basically take the place of calcium and magnesium, effectively locking those out. And that's, you may think you've got a calcium magnesium deficiency when actually the root cause is too much potassium. So water testing and then dosing the right amounts is key. If you want to raise your pH when you're dosing this, you can pick up True potassium carbonate, True potassium bicarbonate, or True potassium silicate, which we use potassium silicate widely for adjusting pH up because silica is so needed for plants, and we'll cover that later. If you don't want to alter your pH, you can use potassium chloride or potassium sulfate right off our shelf, and then also the True monopotassium phosphate, which we talked about a few slides back. It's great stuff, and it adds more of what you need for your plants in the right amounts to help keep it balanced. Sorry, no pretty pictures for this one, but silica is used to increase disease and pest resistance in plants. One of the things I can tell you is if you see powdery mildew happening on plants, had you sprayed your plants with a foliar spray with potassium silicate, chances are you would avoid that headache of powdery mildew. Just what it does is put a coat on the plant leaves and keeps that powdery mildew and many other diseases and molds and mildews from ever taking foot when they land on the leaf. So if you have a spore that lands, it just can't take hold. It will eventually fall off. It increases bud weight, so you get larger bud, or maybe not larger, but they're denser. I would expect larger as well. It also is important for flavor. So if you want a good flavor, having silica in the right amount is key. Increased trichome and production and density, which we talked about density already, helps to make the plant stronger overall. Very important for that. It also helps with heat stress. So if you've got very hot days coming, if you've got silica in your system, it will really help the plants deal with that heat and stay nice and strong during the hot times of the day. What the deficiency can cause is pests love plants that are deprived of silica. So if you're seeing lots of pests come into your system, this is one of the things to look for is, do you have any silica available for your plants before you just go start spraying whatever to kill pests. It may be as simple as fixing a deficiency, and the pest will leave and go somewhere else where plants are sick and need to be removed. Remember, the pests are just doing their job. Nature intends for them to do. What causes the deficiency? Very simply, not dosing causes the deficiency. There's very little silica in your water to begin with, so if you're not dosing, you're not going to have enough. We typically will use potassium silicate, True potassium silicate, for dosing. It's easy to use. It will raise the pH, but if you are watching what you're doing and you want to mix, let's say, muriatic acid with the potassium silicate in a bucket of water first to get your pH where you want it to be, then add it. You don't change what the plants are getting or what the system's getting by doing so. Zinc deficiency is something not many people talk about in aquaponics, and it's because zinc is considered toxic to fish. However, there are certain levels that the plants need to do what they need to do, and those levels are not toxic to fish. But you need to know what you're doing, and you need to know how much exactly to add. So water testing is indicated for this to make sure you stay in the proper level. What does it do for the plants? It helps with the formation of growth enzymes, and it is key to plant maturity. So without zinc, you're going to have baby plants. What deficiency causes? Plant size, so you're going to end up with smaller, immature plants if you don't have zinc in your system. Flower formation is slowed and stunted, so you're going to have slower creation of flowers as well as smaller flowers. Yellowing of the chloroplast, dead and or purple spots on the leaves, and again, slow growth. What causes the deficiency? Lack of zinc in the system. So if you've never added it, and I mean, it's not naturally occurring. So if you're not adding it, you're not going to have any. Also, high pH will create the same situation. So if you've got plenty of zinc in your system, if you're in the range, high pH will knock it down. And that's indicative of most minerals. So if you've got a high pH, you can get that pH back down around 6.8, and you'll be in a much better place. Toxic levels can obviously kill your fish. This must be dosed correctly. Don't just go get you a bag of zinc sulfate and start dumping it in your system, or you're going to end up floating your fish. Toxic levels of this can also lock out iron. So if you've added zinc and then about a week later or so you start seeing iron deficiencies and you're still adding iron as you should, you probably overdosed zinc. So just keep that in mind. So for dosing though, True Newton zinc sulfate, we keep it on the shelf ready to go at all times. All right, so that's it, guys. Thought I made it all the way through. Any questions I can answer right quick?
Anybody in chat have any questions for Roger?
I see one down there that Dave Hansen posted. You'll have to answer that one for me.
I don't know. I don't know if zinc can cause node offset with leaf blades. I think that's a different issue.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before, so I had to ask for a phone a friend for that one.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let me see here. We're if you guys haven't checked them out, how do people find you there, Roger?
TrueAquaponics.com. Yes, sir. Up them in there, and we've got a chat area. So if you need to speak to us directly during the day, I'm usually available. Just pop into that, or you pick up our email or telephone number. We answer the phone, believe it or not. We help people all over the world, so it's not just something we do here in the U.S.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, it's been an honor.
And we have one or two housekeeping notes before we go on to our next talk. First off, hopefully it doesn't break on me again. There we go. All right, I'm very tired at this point. There we go. You guys can see that. Please be sure to support our speakers. We have all of our different speakers companies listed here. You know, we don't have any sponsors for this event, so please support the people that are taking the time to actually educate all of you guys this weekend if you get a chance to. Or if you need any other resources, be sure to support them that way. Show them some love. I do have one other thing. Let me make sure I get this. Oh, there we go. One other housekeeping thing I want to do real quick before we switch gears to the panel. Second, guys. I do have one other thing. Let me make sure I get this. Oh, it's okay. Someone else. Okay, it's not me. Where's the other tab that I had open? There it is. Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm going to play this little clip real quick. One second. All right. I think I got it.
Look at all those beautiful cichlids behind Chris there. I have tank envy.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for that. I wanted to kind of roll the copyleft video to get that up. Play it again. For those of you that don't know, I am on the board of Copyleft. We're big supporters of Caleb and his open source initiative for cannabis seeds and genetics. So if you want to find out more from that, check out Copyleft. Oh, too many alarms set. Check out Copyleft Cannabis. You can find out more information about them and their project. They're a great group trying to fight the good fight when it comes to open source and cannabis genetics. So next up, we have a homegrown panel. We had some technical issues with one guy. Another gentleman had to pop out last minute. So me, Wes, and Chris here are gonna, and his friend are gonna do the homegrown panel this evening. It's been quite the headache today with this particular panel, but we've got it all together. So thanks everybody for joining us. Chris, why don't you introduce yourself and your friend there before we get started on the panel?
How's it going, guys? My name is Chris. This is my son, Drew. He's my partner in crime. I've been fish keeping for many years and started with aquaponics back in 2016, and it's been quite the ride. Definitely enjoying it.
What type of fish do you have there behind you?
We got some blue Nile tilapia. Going to be growing them out. And grow them outside this coming summer and hopefully harvest them. Our plan.
So what type of grow method are you using? What's your setup like? Tell us about your home system and how you guys got started and how your design has kind of evolved over time.
So I first learned about aquaponics back in '95. I actually had a river tank, and I had it set up, and there were pockets where you could add gravel, and it was like a hydroponic system. And I put houseplants in there, and to my surprise, they grew like incredibly well. And I thought, years ago that there's definitely something to this. And back in 2016, cannabis went legal in Massachusetts, and I just talked to my fiance about how she felt about me. Then I started out, and it's been great. I went from a 3x3 tent, with a 40-gallon tank, where I made a homemade overflow. And then I upgraded to the tank behind me, which is a 240-gallon acrylic with an overflow. And I had a 4x8 tent with two 3x3 flood tables growing in media bed dual root zone. We started with, some raw nutrients. Strictly organic, we don't use any processed nutrients or chemicals or any such. And now I actually just bought a new house a year ago, and this tank is actually powering I got a 16x12 room behind me, behind the tank. And I have two 3x8 flood tables, media bed, dual root zone with a 4x4 dry tent and our veg. So yeah, so that's where we're at system wise.
That's awesome. Wes, why don't you tell us about your setup that you have? I know you don't have an aquaponics setup, but you do use fish water.
I do use fish water. How I came about using fish water I was renting a place, and there was a plum tree in the backyard, and I was just doing my regular water changes out into the yard onto this plum tree, and this plum tree over 20 years had never been able to produce fruit. And I gave it aquaponic, just my fish tank water for a summer, and it bloomed, and the landlord couldn't believe it. and the amount of plums that came off of it and how delicious they were, I was like, well, I can't wait to try this. And that's kind of how I found my way to growing with fishes, and started a lot of learning for me. My system is just a living soil. I use air pots into like a 4x8 trays with a plastic liner on top, and then just holes for them to go through, and then basically use that as a sip. I also put a nylon rope down through my pots down into the bottom of the tray to suck up and keep my plants hydrated. Because due to the fact my personal job, I have to go away for extended periods of times, so I have to be able to have a grow that can take care of itself somewhat. And yeah, so I do a lot of KNF and Jadam in mine. Grown to love that side of it. My first grows were back in about 1999 or so, with varied success. I started outdoors and worked my way indoors, and kind of went through every different system you can imagine. Then I got sick of all the DWC really put a bad taste in my mouth with Pythium and stuff. Like just didn't know how to deal with it back then, and I was really over my head with it. And I had a couple systems sour, and I was just like, no, I'm going. Then I went to cocoa and had really good success for that for a long time. And then I started seeing living soils and stuff, and I went right back to where I'd been before, and went back to organics, and I've been there since. And then like it's been just like I discovered KNF, and there were certain things I liked about it, and certain things that I wasn't fond of. And then I moved over and started Jadam, and I've found Jadam is just fits my style of growing. And yeah, I've been growing since. I've been growing since the black market days, and now more just myself and a few friends that I take care of. But yeah, and but yeah, living soil, Jadam, and KNF is where I'm at. So, yeah.
You got a munchkin that bumped his head or something. Chris, there, are you using any natural farming techniques? Any Jadam or KNF, or have you experimented with any of that at all yet?
Yep, actually, we've experimented with KNF. We've done IMO collections, FBJ, water soluble calcium, water soluble phosphate. I made OHN, which was quite the experience. It was like 3 months of torture, but we got through it, and now I have OHN for ever, practically. So yeah, KNF, and we try to do mostly microbial supplements. My son actually does living soil, and he uses my fish water for his water applications. And he actually had his first harvest about a month ago, and extremely successful. The flavor was there. It was really good. So that's one thing with that I've experienced with what we grow. We have friends that grow similar strains in different settings, whether it's cocoa or soil, outdoor. Unfortunately, they use a lot of bottled nutrients, and you give it a shot and you're like, there's just something not quite right. And, the aquaponics with no chemicals is, from what I've seen, is been the number one thing going. So.
Awesome. What size aquarium is that?
Yeah.
Is that a 310?
It's a 240 acrylic.
Oh, 240. Oh, it's an old, okay. Yeah. You don't see those 240s too often.
Yeah, I actually bought it when Drew was about a month old, so it's 23 years old. Since I've had it.
I found one of those old 8-foot oceanic tanks in Boulder one time and brought that back, and it was like the whole length of one of my walls in the apartment.
That's awesome.
What cultivars have you guys been working with in your journey?
So we've had, gosh, probably 40 or 50 since we started in 16. We've weeded through a bunch. We actually had some Do-si-dos, Sunset, Rude Boy OG.
All did fantastic on it.
Right. Actually, we met you up in Portland, Maine. I don't know if you recall. It was back in 2018, 19.
Yeah.
But we had grown some Do-si-do that we shared with you, and you had shared it with one of the speakers of the conference, and it actually came up in the talk, and we had left, and you had messaged me like, hey, where are you? We want to talk about your strain. And we were already like an hour into our trip, so we're kind of bummed out that we can talk about it a little more. But yeah, so now we actually had an issue this summer where my dehumidifier broke, and we had a powdery mildew outbreak with a couple of clones that we had taken in. And before I realized the situation, I was busy with work. You know, the powdery mildew kind of took over the entire grow.
The home grow life.
So we decided at that point, to just cut everything down and start fresh. So I've actually been shut down for a few months, but I just got started back up with some clones from a company up in Maine called Clonify, and they've been excellent to work with. Now we're running ice cream cake, wedding cake, and Reese's, I think are the strain names. So we got those going, and we're hoping to make some clones ourselves and get back into the swing of things.
What about you, Wes? Tell us about the genetics that you've been growing in your home garden.
Well, let's see. I've been growing some Jawfather, some let's see. I got the right now I got some seedlings coming up that are Big Sur Holy Weed. I got a bunch of them coming up. I got a few AK-47 flow crosses. I also have Grandpa's Stash by Ethos, and what else I got in there? Just quite a few. Me. I just like to have 4 or 5 things on hand at all times, anyways. But that's about what I got going on. Yeah.
Is there any cultivars that you guys wouldn't grow again that you guys grew and you're like, man, this is just not a strain that I really liked working with?
Oh man, Lucky Charms. There's been a few. I feel like it's always hard to, I don't want to give the strain a bad reputation just with our pheno, but we've definitely had a few that didn't come to par.
Anything that keeps you in trim jail too long.
Sativas, some of the stretches.
Yeah.
True. Very
true. What about you, Wes?
It's like I said, basically anything that keeps you in trim jail too long is something for me. There's I don't know, a lot of the cookie stuff I'm not really a fan of. Just for the trimmability of it. Anything that's just weak and susceptible. I mean, like anything, I just don't like problems. So I like if you get PM, bye. If you're the first plant that the insects jump on, bye. Also, I have no time for you. Like I most of my problems I just try to eradicate completely. I'd rather have more plants and then kill a bunch of them if there was a problem, but like I just like to keep it simple. Usually if I see something though, I get rid of it. I just don't like issues.
Yeah, if you have your environment dialed in and you're still dealing with PM issues and things like that,
No.
just trash it. There's too many weak ones out there now, from stuff that's just too inbred or whatever else. It's just has no defense systems, or it's been growing for 16 generations in indoor rooms and it just has no idea how to grow outside. It's not uncommon.
Yeah.
So what have been maybe your favorite strains to work with? Maybe the opposite question.
I've loved growing hash plants. I mean, there's so many good strains. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, being a home grower, I mean, I'm not stuck to any one thing, so I can be popping beans all the time, and I think that's something we should all be doing all the time. I do like keeping my cuts and growing the plant for a while and getting to know it, but then at a time, it just like a lot of our problems come from keeping these things too long. Like a lot of the virals and stuff that like we never experienced before, it just comes from these cuts being kept too long. I mean, they're an annual plant, and like some of them are 20, 30 years old, and you know, they're just ripe with viral load. So I like popping new stuff. I like seeing new things. I think it's important, and yeah, I like. How about you, Chris? What do you like growing?
So there's a strain called Super Cheese. I popped a seed years ago, and flavor-wise, terpene-wise, trimmability wise, great strain. I think I got really lucky. I got a great phenome with that seed. And Do-si-do, we really enjoy growing. Sunset Sherbet was another one. You know, these are kind of older strains we were working with. You know, we had them for a few years. That's why we decided to kind of cull everything and start fresh. We had mother plants that were going, you know, for years, and we did notice like the yields were starting to shrink in a little bit. So we decided, you know what, maybe it's time to, you know, change things up a bit and, you know, start with some healthy cuts. And, you know, I'm also looking for some seeds, you know, start popping some new stuff and, you know, just kind of getting back into it. You know, here in Massachusetts, we just had a 66% increase in our electric bill. So that kind of plays a factor. Is, you know, it's, you know, when you're paying, you know, $900 of electric bill with your house and your grow, and then it goes up to, you know, $1,500, and you know, it's almost a double mortgage payment. So I've kind of reduced my area right now just for that. You know, we're looking to maybe go solar to try to help with the energy costs. But yeah, we're excited to, you know, try some of this new stuff, and, you know, definitely excited about, you know, popping some beans once we, you know, narrow them down what we want to get.
Yeah, I know I'm definitely more on the pro popping stuff side. I'll never pop all my whole seed collection at this point, so just trying to chug through as much as I can. I definitely feel you there. This is a good question from chat. Do you dilute the filter material from the fish to the living soil? So yeah, tell us about how you guys are utilizing the fish waste. If you're dosing soil, I guess in Wes's case, and then whatever method that you guys are using there, Chris.
Yeah, so we just, you know, take water directly from the fish tank and carry it in buckets over to, you know, my son lives with parents. He's got a 4x8 tent going with a couple of living soil grow beds, and, you know, it's a little difficult moving a ton of water all the time, but you know, you definitely, you know, it's a difference. You know, we were using tap water, which is chlorinated, and you could use, you know, chemicals to chlorinate the water. And, you know, we just noticed that once we switched to the fish tank water, you know, there was plenty of, you know, microorganisms in the water, and, you know, plenty of nitrate, and you know, the plants just really responded pretty well, you know, pretty noticeably. So yeah, so I mean, we don't really take any solids out. I don't have a solids removal filter or anything. It's pretty much I get a one pump system with I think my reservoir is 350 gallons, pumps into the 250 gallon tank, and then just continuously floods and drains, and it goes in directly into a media bed. And it's only about a year old, so I haven't had to do any cleaning or anything so far. So yeah, we just take the water right from the tank itself, and it seems to work pretty good.
I do a couple things. I take my water, I put it into for one of them, I'll make JMS, which is I will take my water, put it into a heavy duty garbage can, and I will then I'll usually add some like a potato starch or something, just like the water left over from boiling potatoes. I'll usually add that to it with a bunch of leaf mold soil hung up in like a pantyhose or whatever. And I will leave that till it'll start bubbling, and then it will then you'll see it breaks from the edge of the container and the bubble circle stays on the inside. And that's when I know it's ready to use, and then I just give that straight to my plants that way. And then the other way is if I'm not making a JMS, I will just once again put it into the same garbage can container and just add a little lactobacillus to it, and allow the lactobacillus, so they do the exact same thing. It bubbles up and then breaks from the edge, and that's when I use it.
Awesome, definitely a great tip. What are some of the things that you've learned kind of along the way to make things easier or less of a hassle, or just more manageable in your home grow?
I think from a design standpoint, flow rates with I get a flood and drain system. With a media bed, you need to have the right flow rates, the right diameter piping, to make everything work right. I've found, a lot of times through experience, I either have too much water coming into the media bed or too little water coming into the media bed, and triggering that siphon or stopping that siphon. As far as design issues, I might do a little differently. IPM thrips, thrips are my nemesis. I've found, I've battled them down with beneficial mites, but unfortunately, I never continued long enough. I'd noticed that I didn't see them visually, and then a month or two would go by, and then bang, there they were again. So and probably humidity, temperature, just your environment setting, having enough airflow. Right. We've had maybe 5 or 6 different rooms since we started, and we've noticed it, growing in an attic versus growing in a basement is, there's huge differences as far as environmental controls. I never had a powdery mildew ever up until this past summer, but I've also never grown in a basement before. So, kind of live and learn. I get much higher humidity, running a dehumidifier, where we got kind of a short grow season in Massachusetts, but we're looking to just do outdoors, in the summertime to try to avoid those humidity issues. In the winter time, we got a wood stove running in the basement. It kind of, we have an exhaust fan that really dries things up, because it tends to be really humid in there with all that water. So, but yeah, those are pretty much the things we've learned.
I don't know, probably just keeping it simple. I mean, having not going too crazy, not having systems that require huge amounts of maintenance or stuff. You know, yeah, I mean, you're always pumped right at the beginning, but as you get further along, you're gonna take less care and stuff. So like, also, man, keep a clean grow space. Like I'm bad for letting mine get bad and then having to clean it up, but keeping a clean grow space is important. Yeah, and like the ones that for tips that I like, the one I've always liked is when you're indoors and you're able to increase your nighttime temperature. That's one I like doing, is increasing the nighttime temperature just a degree or two more than the day, and it causes your buds to stack and tighten like you're using packs of butanol or whatever, but you get the same effect without poisoning yourself, you know. So
You're running it hotter at night than the daytime. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. It causes a tighter bud formation.
Huh, I've never heard of that. That's really interesting. That's super cool. What advice do you have for people that are looking to get started with their own home grow? I guess we'll start with Chris.
Well, if you're interested in aquaponics, I mean, obviously I would learn fish care first. You know, water chemistry is huge. I've been keeping fish for, gosh, close to 40 years. You know, I started with a beta, moved up to a Blackmore and a goldfish bowl into a 5.5 gallon fish tank, a 40 foot, you know, and so on and so forth. And, you know, at a very young age, I learned, you know, like, don't overfeed your fish, you know, less is more. You know, keep track of your water chemistry, you know, your pH, you know, obviously your ammonia, your nitrate, and nitrate. But really, you know, get a fish tank, make sure you can keep your fish alive before you try to dive into aquaponics would be my advice. You know, I don't think that I would be doing aquaponics if I didn't have a fish background, but you know, now that, you know, because I did have a fish background when it went legal in my state, I said, you know what, I'm just gonna, you know, go with this and give it a shot. And you know, I had a friend of mine that was trying to convince me to grow traditionally and said, no, you really need to learn to plant. You know, and my fiance kind of and you know, definitely is an amazing product. Many friends that have their own home grows, and they, you know, they'll grow the same cultivars, and, you know, they just can't come close to the flavor and the smoothness of the aquaponic rooms. And that's thanks to you and Marty back in 16, Steve. We found you on YouTube. I think maybe like episode 8 or 9. It was pretty early. I was pretty psyched that you guys were on board, and props to you guys for sharing all your knowledge for us home folk. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll be in about a month. We'll be 7 years on the show. So.
That's awesome, man. Congrats.
I would say for a starting out grower is build a really good living soil, and then you won't have to do too much throughout the rest of the way, and then you can invest your money in a good light. And because things are always tight around the start, but you want to invest in a good light, like for anybody coming up. And yeah, living soil will keep the other costs down. So, and it's harder to screw up.
Yeah, what do you like for lighting? Let you guys both talk about your experiences with that, because I'm sure you guys have both gone through a few.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, I used to grow under HPS. I mean, I liked it. I burnt myself a few times on the bulbs. I hated them for that. But then now I'm all LED. And I love the LED. I wouldn't go back. Yeah. I mean, there's a few things there's a few drawbacks that you can't depend on them for as much heat, but I mean, they are definitely more efficient for they're definitely more efficient. My electricity bills have gone down a little. I love LEDs. I think they're the way of the future. I don't know. Chris, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so we started in the beginning. We got the blurple lights. You try to take pictures of your bud, and it's purple, and you show your friend. It's like, wow, it's really colorful. So from there we did switch to HPS at one of our locations. In the wintertime, it was great because it provided plenty of heat. The electric cost was much higher, but we had, the stacking, the size of the buds was definitely, some of the best stuff we've had. With the newer LEDs we have, they're awesome, way less electricity and decent yields. I'm not sure, what are we running, Drew?
We're running Fluence right now.
Yeah, Fluence, the Fluence lights. But yeah, they're great. They don't throw off a ton of heat. They're pretty user friendly. It has a great control unit on it where you can actually dial in sunrise and sunset. So, the light will come on at a dimmer setting, and, an hour into it, it'll go to the full power. And, same with the nighttime setting. I'm not sure if that has an effect at all. I assume it's kind of reproducing nature somewhat. So I like that aspect of it, but I don't know if it makes that much of a difference. But yeah, LEDs for sure, especially the horticultural grade LEDs, seem to make a big difference.
Awesome. I know I've been a big fan of Spectrum King over the years. They seem to be the most reliable, at least the ones that I've used. But then I've also built my own for a long time before that. I used to build them through Rapid LED or Chilled LED or some of the other stuff for reef tanks. That's how I originally got started with that stuff. So there's definitely quite a few options out there, and LEDs definitely are the way to go. But there's kind of a weird situation with chips right now. So sometimes, depending on what you're doing, it can be a little easier to do HPS, at least in the near term, but not in the long term. As many states in the United States are making it illegal to use HPS anymore. California doesn't let you do it anymore. I know there's one or two other states doing that this year at some point. So definitely the wave of the future. Somebody asked, and I think we'll use this to transition to the IPM question, but would silica and veg/sulfur burning be worth it to prevent PM? Sulfur burners aren't sold in the US, at least not legally anymore. So if someone's
Don't burn sulfur.
But people are talking about a sulfur application in a liquid form, not a burning, not like the really old school burners that, gas out the place. But what IPM are you guys using for your home scale?
Potassium silicate is a big one for me. That's one I've never been able to get rid of since I found it. Yeah.
So we use a lot of beneficial mites. We use Hypoapsis miles, Cucumaris, Versamilis, spider mites, and we do nematodes, beneficial nematodes for IPM, and that's basically it.
I had really good success last time with crazy mites. Crazy. I think they're called crazy mites. I think whirligigs is another name for them.
So they're also called whirligig mite, but they're not actually legal yet in the US.
Yeah, I found that I'm up here in Canada. We have access to them, and I found them to be very effective. Some things will just like keep the spider mites to a level, but they were vicious, and they actually seem to wipe them out.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a one that should be available, I think, in the next year or two in the United States. They just haven't finished the approval. I know there's a couple of other insects that are hitting the market on the beneficial insect side. And then as well as I know there's some new Bavaria bassiana strains, a couple of other things that are coming out this year in the stateside. Of all those types of sprays, Velifer by far is the best product that I've found when it comes to
Yeah, I was hoping Zenthanol was going to touch a little bit more on his when he talked about, but he used up all of his time and then some basically. But I was hoping he was going to touch a little bit more on the IPM side of it, because I was interested to hear what he would have said about it. He's such a wealth of knowledge.
He has a bunch of great videos on different insects on his channel. You guys can also check out the Ponics YouTube channel. We have a whole playlist of like 30 videos on beneficial insects and biocontrols. So, you can check that out there as well. What kind of changes, or if you could, remake what you currently have for your grow, what would you set up differently if you, tore it down and rebuilt it, or, had a chance to tweak it a little bit more?
Change the height of the
Yeah.
table.
Yeah, so we just, it's funny you asked that question, because I recently bought a house a year ago, so I had to rebuild my room, and I had that exact question in mind as I was designing, like what's the most functional way to, because one thing I noticed, it's one thing when you first plant your room, but when you're harvesting your room, it's, totally different foot traffic. I mean, you have plants hanging over and you're trying to move around, and, I decided that I wanted more workability than necessarily canopy space, just because it's a pain in the ass to, shift around plants. So I think that I'm still feeling good about the design I have. Obviously, I wish I had a little higher of a ceiling, being in a basement. We're a little restricted with our heights. But yeah, I think maybe in another month or two, I might have a different answer, but fingers crossed. Hopefully we stay happy with what we got.
Well, my veg is like 1 4x8 table, and my flowering room is 3 4x8 tables. And the one thing I think I would change was I think I would go with more rooms, smaller rooms, so I could have different flowering cycles rather than just one 12-12 room all the time, and just going perpetual with it. Because like I would like to screw around with lighting cycles more and stuff like that. And if you're in a perpetual where you have 3 different stages all at the same time, all you got is the 12-12. You can't do it. You can't play with anything different. You can't shorten or lengthen days or whatever. Also it would help. It would also help too anytime there isn't like a spider mite or a outbreak or whatever, to have it in smaller compartments so it just doesn't rip through the room, and you're just like, well, man, here we go again, or whatever, So I think I would do a few more things. I kind of pigeonholed myself into I bought thousands of those arrow pots. I just bought a bunch, like a pallet of them off of Alibaba. And so I'm stuck in these 3, 5, and 7 gallon pots, which works great for me the way I'm using it. I mean, I don't know that I would change it right now, but I mean, sometimes I wonder if I would prefer bigger beds, but then again, I mean, like, you know, if you got to get rid of a plant or whatever, move it out because, you know, that's the one the spider mites like and are all congregating on. Well, I mean, it's nice to have the 5/7s to just throw out. So, I mean, but yeah, I think I think I'd like more rooms rather than just having the one big flower area. I'd probably like to have three single flower areas.
Is there any cultivars that you're kind of on the hunt for that you're trying to find to grow, or you have most of the stuff that you're chasing right now?
I'm always looking for that dirty skunk that everyone says they have, but nobody ever seems to be able to produce. So if you got that, send it my way. How about you, Chris?
I'll give that question to Drew. He's my
strain hunter
guy. He's my strain hunter.
Funny enough, we've actually been looking a lot into CBD lately, just for, you know, medicinal purposes, any rubs or anything, just to kind of change it up too. We don't really have any experience with it, so any CBD strains, if anyone knows any.
And we have significant others are not fans of THC, so that's a driving force.
That's a good point, because the market for CBD flower or smokable flower has kind of collapsed. There was a glut of it. I mean, there was like 60,000 registered farms in the US. This past year, there was like less than 2,000. So there's the pendulum went a little too far, I think. And I think you're going to see prices go up pretty quickly on the smokable, the better quality smokable flower CBD stuff, because there is a big market that's really chasing that these days. Kind of like diet weed.
Yeah, it's not easy to find. I mean, I have a friend that recently started working in the cannabis industry, so he was able to locate me some, but we've been to a couple local dispensaries that they don't carry CBD flower. For me, I'm a smoker, a nicotine smoker, tobacco smoker, and I'm looking to quit soon, and I would like to have a good alternative, and certainly need to go to work every day, so I can't be smoking crazy weed all day. But CBD joint will definitely make the whole this part, so yeah, so we're excited about that.
That's really cool. Yeah. I've definitely had a chance to run a lot of different CBD strains. I have a farm I help out with and work with in Georgia. It's all smokable flower, CBD, high quality aquaponics. They just had an incident with a bad storm, messed up part of the frame of the greenhouse. So they're taking that as a chance to kind of upgrade the greenhouse and put taller walls on it, make it a little easier and to do production there. So they're running all indoor at the moment, but they will be back online here at some point in the spring or summer. So stoked to see that happen. What are you guys doing for your pH up? I know we talked a little bit about potassium silicate earlier. I'm a big fan of alternating potassium silicate and calcium carbonate. That combination seems to get the best plant growth of better than hydroxides, better than going with some of the other carbonate routes. That particular one just seems to give the, you're getting potassium, silica, calcium, and carbon all in one regimen. Are you guys utilizing that regimen, or do you guys have a different method you guys like for adjusting pH?
Yeah, we use potassium silicate to raise our pH. The well water here is actually 8.3 out of the tap, but when I do add water in my system, it definitely kind of regulates. It's running about 6.4 right now. In the beginning, we use some phosphoric acid, to lower it initially, and then it, everything kind of balanced off as, the nitrate system kind of gave it a little kick in the behind to get us where we want to be. And then we added that, quick dropped. So that's when we, I added the potassium silicate to kind of stabilize.
I don't really fuck with pH.
Okay. We have another question from chat. Cool to hear from Wes. What happened with the screen here? Apparently I hit a button. I don't know what I did.
You opened a whiteboard.
Oh, is that what I did? Oh, somebody else opened a whiteboard. It's fine. Where was I? Oh, what do you guys think about dark period before harvest? Do you guys do what do you guys do for light cycle and flower?
Well, I only kill in the dark, but I've never really tried I assume he's speaking about where you give it the 4 days to you give it the 4 days darkness before killing. I've never gone that route to do that, but I am a firm believer in killing the plant when there's no photosynthesis happening and trying to keep the plant out of light while it's completely out of light while it's drying. Any thoughts on it, Chris?
No, I've never heard of that actually. It's interesting. I'm interested to learn more about it. I've been one to reduce temperatures. Mostly, I've noticed more color changes. Not necessarily yield. It seems like the yield might actually be less, but I've noticed some of the strains we've run have definitely gotten very colorful when I brought them down to low 60s, high 50s. They just really almost overnight, turn purple or red or whatever. But I've noticed with higher temperatures, the color changes aren't as much. So I don't know how that plays into, potency but it definitely doesn't seem to increase yield.
With the purpling, the anthocyanin production, you can actually increase that by doing mild molybdenum toxicity. So if you give the plants like 0.1, 0.2 parts per million, which is like way more than what they traditionally tell you. In aquaponics, you have a ton of nitrate in there, and the nitrate conversion back to ammonia to be used as a usable form of nitrogen in the plant really helps. It needs the molybdenum in order to do that process. So if it has too much of it, it's a problem for the plant. So the plant will actually produce extra anthocyanin to bind up that excess molybdenum to not affect the nitrogen uptake. So you can kind of force an overexpression of that anthocyanin gene by giving it slightly more molybdenum than it really needs. One thing I wanted to also mention too, because I have a friend of mine, Brendan Rust, who was on the show earlier today, is a big fan of this, but he'll actually take the last 2 weeks and flip them back to like an 18.6 or 16, a 16.8.
Yeah, Rasta Jeff does that too.
Yeah, Rasta, that's who it was, Rasta Jeff, not Brendan Rust. It was Rasta Jeff, I think he was talking about it. Thank you for that. But yeah, so they'll actually plump up the buds there at the end and do it that way. But again,
that's one of the things I wanted to try, and that because my perpetual is the one big three beds or three big 3 4x8s. I can't do that because there's stuff just starting to flower unless I did all 3 at once simultaneously. But yeah.
All right. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to share? We have about 7 minutes left.
I think something good. I don't know. You have anything?
Yeah.
So what about you, Wes? Do you have anything?
Let's see. I don't know. Well, just build yourself a good soil, find good earthworm castings. Use some malted barley. Source good products from good providers. Use as much local stuff as you can. I recommend that everyone try to implement some more natural farming into their grow, whether it just be making a lactobacillus, or whether it be making IMOs or all of those types of things. Or if you're lazy like me and you just want to make a JMS with some leaf mold soil, like, I mean, try some things out. I mean, like, there's the natural farming is the way to go. I mean, you can save $1,000, thousands of dollars a run. You know, if you're doing hydroponics now, and I think it's a lot better for the environment. And grow lots of plants, love your plants, take care of them, and yeah, man, you'll have fun along the way. Make sure it's fun. Keep it fun.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, absolutely, man. Same thing, do your research, do it, grow what you can. I have friends come over and they, I always get a little bio lab going on, they laugh at me, but it's like, yeah, it's a lot of work, but in the end, you're saving a lot of money.
You're the weed scientist to them. I know.
And it's just, right. They got labs going, OHO going, FPJ, and it's, what the hell's going on around here? It's like, well, that's kind of what it takes. And and it's just so much better for the environment. It's too bad that, everybody couldn't go get on board with this method of growing, especially with, what we eat, especially, I mean, I put a lot of work into what I smoke, but it's, someday I'd like to get to the same point to, make sure what I'm eating is also as clean as possible.
Yeah, grow food as well. Absolutely. Grow some food. Get some nutritionally dense products out of your backyard, man. Especially with the way inflation's going right now, like, you might as well harness the
buy some
nature and use
chickens.
it. Yeah, exactly. They're laying
Chickens
golden eggs these days.
Chickens and lettuce are the future.
I know, right?
Somebody mentioned in chat, what chemical in CBD makes you sober from THC, or chemical in the brain, question mark? Yeah, CBD actually helps block a lot of the receptors that your THCs are taken on, even though it does generally get taken up with the CB2 receptor, whereas THC is more of the CB1 receptor, but it will help sober you up. If someone is way too high, if you do a dab of CBD or you smoke a heavy CBD strain, it'll definitely sober the person up pretty quick in a short term. The other thing that works really well for that is mint hash. So you can actually make bubble hash from spearmint. Grow spearmint in your yard, bubble wash it with like a 25 micron or 45 micron bag. 25 is better. So the trichome heads are really small. And you can actually make like a bubble hash out of the mint, which is great for desserts and things like that. But you put it under your tongue if you get too high from THC, and it'll help sober you up. So
yeah, I had a it was called Dr. Cookies, and it was Pennywise times cookie strain, and it was a 3-to-1 it was a 3-to-1 strain, and what it was really good for is people that would get way too high. Usually it would they wouldn't get as high on it. There would be no greening. They wouldn't be greening out. There were people that would normally be like, oh, I get too high every time I smoke. That stuff they wouldn't trip out on and wig out on. Sorry, one of my little munchkins trying to run in here.
That's all right. Munchkins on the loose. It's been good. You've been streaming all day with us, so. Do you guys have any closing thoughts there, Chris? And then tell everybody how to find you if they want to follow what you're doing.
So we have Instagram. We haven't really updated it much recently, but we have some of the earliest stuff we did up until couple of years ago. I'm just trying to get back in the swing of things, with my new strains, and trying to get my everything growing again, and looking forward to the summer grow. I just last summer I got a 20 by 20 greenhouse with 8 acres of land, so we're looking forward to getting that filled up. Hopefully this year we'll build a aquaponic system out there. So that's in the works. So yeah. How about you, Wes?
Awesome. And what about you, Wes?
Well, yeah, you can best place to find me is on Instagram as Wes Engine, or you can find me over at Dad Smoke Show. It's on Wednesday nights, and it's a more laid back, jokey kind of show. All cannabis content and fun panels. And Chris, you should join us sometime.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, and yeah, just find me over there. Yeah, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And where's the best place for people to get a hold of you, Potent? You should probably pump your stuff a little bit.
Everyone can find me on Thursdays. We're live almost every Thursday. Once in a while, if I'm traveling or something, then obviously we can't do a show. But barring a day where I'm physically moving from point A to point B, we try to do every Thursday on the Ponics YouTube channel, and which is also re-uploaded on Ponics or Growing with Fish's channel on pretty much every platform at this point that exists: iTunes, Spotify, all the things. And then, like Wes was saying, we're also over on a different, more looser formatted show called That Smoke Show, which is a little more like hanging out at a bar. We don't always talk about cannabis. It's usually about cannabis and cultivation,
but we accept tangents.
Yeah, tangents are accepted there, and we'll often go on some weird history lesson or something, weird recipe on something, or just different interesting things, or at least we try to keep it interesting. So
yeah,
check it out. Again, it's not the same kind of science focused format that this show and the Growing with Fishes is. Alrighty, well, thank you guys for joining us. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to come on. And
thanks for having us.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks for having us, and thanks for putting this on, man. I know it's a ton of work, and you must be friggin' tired by now, man.
Yeah, for those of you, this started at 11 p.m. my time. It is now 9 a.m. and we still have 2 more hours left.
Oh.
You're the man.
We get to do the whole thing again tomorrow. Be sure to check out and support our speakers. Here's the list of companies that represent all the different speakers that we have represented here at the conference this weekend. Be sure to show them some love if you're in Canada or Oklahoma or California or anywhere else that you can, or South Africa or Mexico or Colombia. All these people, there's people here from all of those places, Australia, that can help you out. So be sure to show them some love and support them for taking the time to share with us their wonderful education. All right. Next up, we have one of our gentlemen from Mexico joining us, Anders Sedesser. I hope I pronounced your last name right. Thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully you're there. I see you're up. Looks like he's getting his stuff here sorted. He is in the chat. We'll give him a moment or two to get sorted and get his camera and microphone turned on, and he'll be with us momentarily. Hope everyone's having a good show so far. Certainly been a really good conference. I think it's been a highly educational and well formatted show in terms of content. The speakers really have done a great job of putting out a really great presentation back to back. So thanks all of the speakers for taking the time to put together these slide decks and things to educate everybody. All right, it looks like our guest has finally got his stuff sorted. Thank you so much for joining us, Anders, or Andres, however you pronounce it. I appreciate it.
Hey, how's it going, Steve? Thanks for inviting me to this conference, and I'm glad to be here. And I'll be speaking Spanish, but I just want to introduce myself in English so everybody is in the same channel. And well, I appreciate a lot to be here. Yep.
One quick note: if you are watching this in English and you do want to understand what he's saying in Spanish when he switches over here in a moment, if you just go to the live closed caption on YouTube, you can actually switch it and it'll translate it for you, and you can watch it. It'll have a slight delay, but you can follow along that way. So hopefully that answers that for you guys, and take it away. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the invitation for this Aquaponic conference, and I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna start speaking Spanish, okay? Bueno, pues muchas gracias por la invitación a esta conferencia de cultivo de cannabis en Aquaponia, la tercera. Mi nombre es Andrés Seade Van de Graaf, soy ingeniero ambiental y bueno, pues primero les quiero compartir un poco como mi trayectoria de quién soy y de lo que estoy haciendo, ¿ok? Entonces, bueno, yo soy ingeniero ambiental, soy graduado de la Universidad Juárez del Estado de Durango y bueno, mi travesía en aprender cómo cultivar cannabis fue cuando me fui a California hace ya 7 años, donde estuve en el condado de Humboldt aprendiendo el cultivo del cannabis en diferentes técnicas y haciendo cultivo en exterior, haciendo cultivo en exterior, en interior. Entonces, por azares del destino, me terminaron deportando y terminé en México trabajando en una granja aquí en Guadalajara que se llama Bofish. Entonces ahí es donde empezó mi trayectoria con el trabajo con la acuaponia y ahí me dio la oportunidad de aprender a hacer el cultivo de cannabis, ¿cierto? Entonces, más que nada fue implementar todo el conocimiento que venía adquiriendo estos años en California con el cultivo en acuaponia, que es algo que ya tenía muy desarrollado aquí en esta granja. Entonces, bueno, pues yo les voy a presentar esta plática de un sistema de autoproducción de cannabis en acuaponia. Y bueno, pues gracias, muchas gracias por la invitación, Steven Raisner, Ponics, a todas las personas organizadoras, a todas las personas que están detrás de esta conferencia. Les agradezco mucho la invitación y bueno, ya a esta altura del partido ya todos sabemos qué es y cómo funciona la acuaponia. Sin embargo, pues lo voy a mencionar, ¿no? Que la acuaponia es la integración del cultivo de organismos acuáticos en la piscicultura con el cultivo de hidroponía, que es el cultivo de plantas en ausencia de suelo o en suelos inertes, ¿cierto? Entonces, pues bueno, ya esta es la tercera edición de esta conferencia, ya todos tendríamos que estar como en este canal y bueno, aquí sobre todo en México, Latinoamérica, hay como muy poca cultura sobre lo que es la acuaponia de entrada, tanto de cultivo de alimentos como del cultivo de cannabis. Y también tenemos muchas de las limitantes de la ilegalidad, de que pues no se han dado las condiciones para poder realizar los cultivos de la manera que hemos querido. Entonces, bueno, la principal diferencia que hay en hidroponía y en acuaponia, que es algo que de entrada siempre me preguntan, o por lo menos aquí en México es siempre como esa duda, ¿no? De cuál es la diferencia, pues hay muchas diferencias entre lo que es el cultivo de la hidroponía y de la acuaponia, ya que pues la hidroponía, como les comento, es el cultivo de materia vegetal en ausencia de sustrato o en sustrato inerte, el cual es alimentado con una solución nutritiva, la cual es hecha a base de sales. Entonces es así como se alimenta la planta, ¿no? Con estos nutrientes que son solubles para las plantas y que son directamente asimilables. Y la acuaponia, la diferencia es que aquí implica e involucra a otros organismos acuáticos, ¿cierto? Como son los peces, como son los microorganismos que habitan en estos ambientes. Entonces, pues digamos, pongámoslo de esta forma, ¿no? Los peces son los que brindan el alimento y los microorganismos son los cocineros que le van a hacer la comida a tus plantas, ¿ok? Entonces, viéndolo de esta manera, yo quiero poner como en contexto lo que es el cultivo de cannabis, tanto de manera tradicional como de aquaponia en México, en la cual encontramos ventajas y desventajas, ¿cierto? Tenemos muchas ventajas en cuanto al cultivo de cannabis aquí en México, es por eso que México es potencial y como que muchas de las vistas han sido puestas aquí, ya que pues tenemos condiciones edafoclimáticas muy favorables para el cultivo de esta planta del cannabis, ya sea en tierra, ya sea en aquaponia, en la técnica que la quieras hacer. Pues hay como diversas regiones que cuentan con diferentes climas y todos o la mayoría de ellos se adaptan para el cultivo de cannabis, ¿ok? También tenemos fotoperiodos que son muy óptimos para el cultivo de ellos, ya que muchas veces es una limitante en muchos de los países para hacer el cultivo o para tener mayor cantidad de cosechas por año, ¿ok? Entonces, es otra de las condiciones que se aprecian mucho y por la cual mucha gente está buscando realizar cultivos aquí en México. Tenemos los recursos naturales, como mucha materia que se puede utilizar. Ya hemos estado viendo a través de toda esta conferencia la manera de producir nuestros propios insumos para el cultivo del cannabis y tanto sea plaguicidas como nutrientes. Todos estos elementos que se pueden producir, pues en México contamos con muchos de esos recursos, ¿no? Entonces, también por eso es otra de las cuestiones y el costo de producción, ya que también, por ejemplo, para mucha gente que busca hacer cannabis en aquaponia en grande escala, pues al final se vuelve todo un tema, el tema de mano de obra, costos de producción, rentas. A comparación de muchos países, México resulta ser barato para este tipo de actividades y a pesar de que todavía no sale regulación, no tenemos como un marco legal definido en el cual que nos diga cómo tienen que ser todas las cuestiones para hacer esta actividad. Entonces, ahí es donde entra el tema de las desventajas, ¿no? Que en México pues no existe una normatividad clara, si bien se ha ido desarrollando muchos temas políticos y de poder legislar el tema del cultivo del cannabis, tanto de autoproducción medicinal como industrial, aún no tenemos la normatividad clara, ¿ok? Entonces también existe todo un tema con el gobierno, con la corrupción, con quiénes son los que van a poder hacer este tipo de actividad, quién va a poder cultivar. Hay una serie de factores que influyen en si se va a poder hacer cultivo, pequeños productores como yo, que estamos tratando de hacer nuestro esfuerzo para producir, pues muchas veces, o sea, es incierta, ¿no? Porque no sabes cómo va a salir la legislación y tal. Entonces, también nos encontramos con que hay una falta de personal técnico para realizar estas actividades. Si bien es algo que ya se viene trabajando en muchas partes del mundo, en México la aquaponia es relativamente nueva y no hay muchas personas que lo estén llevando a cabo. Y las personas que lo están llevando a cabo es de manera muy rústica y pues al final la apuesta aquí en verdad es la producción de los alimentos, la producción de hortalizas, para satisfacer al mercado, pero nadie está, o si bien sí lo están volteando a ver porque es un mercado que está por abrirse, no hay mucha gente que lo está haciendo, ¿no? Entonces hay una falta de personal técnico y hay una falta de cultura, que pues esto se refleja en que la gente no conoce este tipo de cultivos, y bueno, de ahí se desencadenan una serie de cosas que nos afectan para poder comercializar, para poder producir, para poder desarrollar proyectos, ¿ok? Entonces, esa es la cuestión ahorita en México. Y bueno, ¿cuáles son los componentes de un sistema de aquaponia? Pues de entrada, la base son el cultivo de los peces. Tenemos algunos procesos que son fundamentales en la producción de aquaponia, que es la filtración de sólidos, la mineralización, la biofiltración, y en todas y en cada una de ellas va incluida el tema de oxigenar, mantener niveles de oxígenos óptimos para cada uno de los procesos. Después tenemos nuestros sistemas de hidroponias, que hay diferentes técnicas que vamos a estar viendo para la producción de cannabis. El sistema de recuperación y recirculación y muy importante, el equipo de medición y monitoreo, ¿ok? Muchas veces muchos entusiastas que decidimos emprender en este camino del cultivo del cannabis en acuaponía, nos vamos con lo que vamos viendo en internet, con lo que vamos aprendiendo en el camino y tal, que es la manera de hacerlo, es cierto, pero si no tenemos ese monitoreo, si no tenemos esa manera de medir nuestros parámetros del agua, de los ambientes, pues al final nunca vamos a poder mejorarlas, ¿no? Y todo aquello que no se puede medir no se puede corregir. Entonces es necesario tener este equipo de monitoreo, de medición para poder registrar todos estos mediciones, todos estos parámetros y poder hacer cada vez más eficiente nuestro sistema. El cultivo de peces. Existen diferentes variedades de peces que se pueden cultivar dependiendo mucho de varias cosas, ¿cierto? Tanto del mercado, de la legislación, de qué te permite y qué no te permite hacer tu país, y también de las condiciones climáticas en las que se lleva a cabo este cultivo, ¿ok? Entonces, por ejemplo, aquí en México tenemos lugares donde llega a ser muy caliente, donde es más óptimo el cultivo de ciertas especies, y donde en otros lugares más altos, montañosos, que se lleva a cabo ya la actividad de la acuicultura y es el cultivo como más de la trucha, ¿cierto? Entonces, dependiendo mucho de la zona en donde vas a hacer el cultivo, es el tipo de pez que se va a utilizar para realizarlo. Y también existen diferentes componentes que se pueden utilizar para el cultivo de estos, ya sea tanques, estanques, raceway o jaulas. Normalmente trabajamos con tanques, que es el componente más sencillo de instalar y de mantener y de funcionar en uno de estos sistemas controlados de acuaponía. Entonces, aquí pongo algunos ejemplos. Normalmente y a nivel mundial, la tilapia es el pez que más se cultiva en estos espacios controlados. Sin embargo, como mucha gente que busca meter peces ornamentales, peces de decoración, pues busca integrar este tipo de pez como el pez koi, y gente que está produciendo en lugares más fríos, montañosos, que se prestan las condiciones, a pesar de que precisa condiciones más estrictas de agua, pues mucha gente está cultivando la trucha, ¿ok? Entonces, aquí hay algunos de los componentes y de los tipos de filtros que se utilizan para hacer la filtración de sólidos, que puede ser desde un filtro de calcetín muy básico hasta un filtro de tambor, hasta un filtro de cilíndrico cónico de flujo radial, ¿no? Que normalmente es los que hemos estado utilizando en la granja de acuaponia para cultivo de hortaliza, y nos funciona muy bien como sedimentador primario. Y después tenemos también otra parte de remoción de sólidos, que es el filtro tambor, que también ayuda mucho para todas esas partículas suspendidas que quedan en nuestra agua. La podemos remover a través de él, ¿no? La mineralización, hay dos tipos de mineralización que se llevan a cabo en nuestros sistemas de acuaponia. Una de ellas es aerobia y la otra es anaerobia, en la que intervienen diferentes tipos de microorganismos, ¿ok? Puedes o no puedes integrarlo, pero normalmente lo que se está utilizando es como la mineralización aerobia, que es brindarle condiciones de oxígeno para que las bacterias puedan descomponer y puedan mineralizar los nutrientes provenientes de nuestro sistema de acuaponia. Ahorita vamos a entrar más a detalle con eso. Después, todos estos son como los componentes que debería llevar un sistema acuapónico en una escala comercial o más grande, ¿no? Ahorita yo estoy hablando sobre sistemas de producción de autoconsumo, entonces puede o no puede ser indispensable. Sin embargo, yo siempre recomiendo integrarlos porque lo vuelve cada vez más eficiente, ¿ok? Y bueno, la idea de tener este sistema de biofiltración es a través de biobolas o algún sustrato donde podamos inocular las bacterias que sea suficientemente poroso para que así puedan habitar las bacterias. Y es aquí donde se lleva el proceso de nitrificación, donde se lleva a cabo el proceso de donde transforma el amonio proveniente de nuestros peces en nitritos y nitratos para después poder ser aprovechado por las plantas, ¿ok? Entonces, muchas de las veces no es necesario en las escalas de autoproducción, ya que el simple sustrato actúa también como biofiltro y como mineralizador, como sedimentador. Entonces, dependiendo de la escala y el tipo de diseño que estamos haciendo, es el tipo de componentes que vamos a utilizar. Y claro, esto también, como son bacterias aerobias que precisan de oxígeno para poder vivir, se necesita brindarles la cantidad de oxígeno disuelto y de parámetros de condiciones de temperatura y de pH para que puedan subsistir y vivir en simbiosis con todos los demás organismos habitando en nuestro sistema. ¿Ok? La oxigenación, como les comento, es una de las partes muy importantes, ya que es lo que les brinda las condiciones a todos los organismos, tanto nuestras plantas como nuestros peces, como nuestros microorganismos, para que puedan vivir ahí, que puedan subsistir. Y todos requieren diferentes niveles de oxígeno disuelto en el agua, ¿cierto? Pero manteniendo los niveles óptimos es posible sacar una buena cosecha y poder realizar un cultivo óptimo. Hay diferentes tipos de sistemas de aireación, de splash, de blowers regenerativos. Hay diferentes maneras de transmitir este aire, tanto como discos difusores, como manguera porosa, piedra porosa. Hay muchas maneras de hacerlo. Otro de los procesos es la recuperación y la recirculación, que es importante tener siempre en cuenta el flujo óptimo de un sistema, por lo menos en un sistema casero. Es importante que tengamos de 1.5 a 2 recirculaciones por hora para que se mantengan sus parámetros en niveles óptimos y que puedan vivir que todas tengan las condiciones para vivir de manera óptima. Y normalmente se pone en el tanque o cisterna de recuperación esta bomba para poder recircular esta agua, nuestra agua nutritiva, otra vez de vuelta con los peces y que pueda seguir su flujo. También muy importante el monitoreo de los parámetros físico-químicos del agua, ya que a diferencia de hidroponía, pues precisa de diferentes condiciones de química del agua. Entonces, un pH óptimo para todos los organismos que habitan en este sistema es de 6.5 a 7 para que se pueda llevar a cabo todos los procesos. Una conductividad eléctrica más baja normalmente que en la hidroponía, como pueden ver, que es desde 0.5 hasta 1.8 microsiemens por centímetro. Bueno, depende del aparato que estemos utilizando, es la medición que nos van a estar dando. Y condiciones de oxígeno disuelto en nuestra agua de 5 miligramos por litro para que puedan vivir, dependiendo mucho de la especie que estemos cultivando de peces, es como los límites que te permite llegar tu sistema. Pero normalmente un límite óptimo y una condición óptima para que puedan vivir es 5 miligramos por litros. De nitrógeno total amoniacal 1.2 miligramos por litro y una temperatura óptima en el cual se pueden desarrollar, dependiendo también de la variedad de pez que estemos cultivando, pero de 24 a 28 grados centígrados en el agua es un nivel óptimo para que puedan desarrollarse tanto tus plantas, sus raíces, como tus peces y que tengan buena salud. Y claro, tus microorganismos. Existen varias técnicas de hidroponía que se utilizan para el cultivo del cannabis. Hay unos que son más óptimos que otros y también dependiendo mucho de la etapa en la que se encuentre tu planta, es la técnica que tú quieres utilizar para hacer ese cultivo, ¿ok? Entonces, todos tienen sus ventajas, todos tienen sus desventajas, pero unas se prestan de mejor manera para hacer cierto tipo de cultivo o para mantener plantas en cierta etapa en su cultivo. Unas de las que se utilizan, por ejemplo, es la aeroponía, que se utiliza, es muy buena para enraizar cuando haces esquejes, y existe aeroponía de alta presión, de baja presión, dependiendo de tu experiencia y tu capacidad de instalar y de qué puedas hacer, es el tipo de aeroponía que vas a hacer, ¿no? Uno requiera mayor equipo, mayor precisión y tiene mayor mantenimiento. y otro pues es más fácil de operar, que te precisa menos condiciones de limpieza. Entonces depende del tipo de cultivo, pero normalmente el que se utiliza o el que mayor utilizan es el de alta presión para el enraizado de esquejes. Bueno, otra de las técnicas que se utiliza y que se puede utilizar durante todo el proceso de su cultivo es el Dual Root Zone, sistema de doble raíz en español, que promueve mucho el crecimiento de la planta por el hecho de que tiene un soporte y que se vuelve como un buffer a comparación de otras técnicas de acuaponía, de hidroponía, en las cuales la raíz está expuesta directamente en agua, en la cual necesitas tener como un poco más de experiencia para mantener los parámetros correctos y que así tus plantas crezcan de manera óptima. Entonces, esta técnica es como muy óptima y que la están desarrollando en escala comercial, como lo estamos haciendo en autocultivo, para el cultivo del cannabis, y resulta muy bueno porque el hecho de tener sustrato vivo, de tener un sustrato que te pueda dar soporte a tu planta en caso de cualquier problema es muy importante, sobre todo cuando estás empezando en este tipo de cultivo, cuando estás experimentando la aquaponia. También otra de las ventajas es que te permite fertilizar tu cultivo. El hecho de que no esté en contacto la raíz y la planta directamente con el agua te da cierta posibilidad de que tú puedas fertilizar en el sustrato de acuerdo a las necesidades y a las demandas de la planta. Entonces, este sistema está siendo utilizado de manera comercial, de manera de autocultivo y funciona bastante bien. Es nosotros lo que estamos desarrollando. También cultivadores con mayor experiencia están cultivando Deep Water Culture y que también depende de la etapa, pero hay personas que llevan hasta su cosecha esta técnica y también se utiliza mucho para mantener plantas madres. Entonces, depende de tu experiencia, es lo que yo podría decir, ¿no? De acuerdo a la experiencia, depende de la experiencia que tengas, es la técnica también que podrías utilizar y que es más óptima para que sea más fácil para ir experimentando. Y bueno, otro tema muy importante, los complementos que se pueden utilizar en la aquaponia. Como ya se ha venido hablando y de hecho han habido unos ponentes y va a haber otras ponencias sobre la producción de microorganismos, producción de toda esta microbiología que es benéfica para tus cultivos y que se puede aplicar sin afectar a tus peces y que al contrario resultan benéficos tanto para tus plantas como para tus peces y promueves mucho más la vida microbiana en tu sistema, ¿no? Entonces, aquí tenemos, por ejemplo, el aireador de Vortex, que promueve mucho también la aireación y el movimiento, la mezcla de tu efluente, de tu agua. Entonces, me gusta mucho incorporarlo en el sistema de recirculación, porque pues con algunos otros equipamientos muy básicos puedes generar mayor cantidad de oxígeno en tu sistema y para promover mejor vida microbiana, para que tus plantas tengan mejor oxigenación. Entonces, los compost teas también es otra fuente muy importante en la cual se puede obtener nutrientes, tanto benéficos, bueno, puedes obtener nutrientes para complementar la nutrición de tus plantas, como muchos de los microorganismos benéficos que encuentras en estos compost teas, que básicamente están hechos de microorganismos recolectados, los IMOs, microorganismos indígenas, perdón, que se pueden utilizar para hacer los compost teas. Y bueno, todo esto que han estado hablando durante todo este día, Korean Natural Farming, son muchos de los insumos que funcionan de manera maravillosa en la aquaponia y que complementan tanto la nutrición como la salud de tu sistema. El humo de lombriz también es muy importante y es otro de los aditamentos que se puede utilizar para complementar la nutrición, sobre todo en etapas avanzadas de floración, que es cuando mayor cantidad de nutrientes demanda la planta. Y otra de las cosas que también hemos estado trabajando y experimentando es tratar de seguir nuestros cultivos con los ciclos lunares. Si bien es difícil poderte programar de acuerdo a este tipo de cultivo, siguiendo los ciclos lunares, se vuelve muy eficiente, ya que, pues, de acuerdo a la bioenergética que hay en la planta, son las actividades que se pueden o no se pueden hacer y cuándo es mejor momento para hacerlo, ¿ok? Entonces, siguiendo los ciclos lunares y haciendo un complemento de todos estos microorganismos, nutrientes en nuestros sistemas de acuaponia, podemos tener unos resultados muy óptimos, ¿ok? Entonces, otro tema muy importante, el tema de la producción del cannabis, aunque sea de manera de autoproducción, perdón, es el manejo integral de las plagas, ¿ok? Entonces, normalmente, si de por sí ya la acuaponia es un sistema en el que encontramos muchísimos microorganismos y que hay mucha vida, es bueno siempre complementar y adicionar tanto de manera directa en nuestro sistema como de manera foliar en nuestras plantas con microorganismos benéficos que nos ayuden para mantener nuestro sistema siempre en condiciones óptimas. Insectos benéficos que nos ayuden a combatir todo este tipo de plagas, que no me voy a meter ahorita, yo no voy a adentrarme, pero ya muchas de las personas que estuvieron hablando dieron unas pláticas impresionantes sobre el tema de control y manejo de plagas, entonces estos son solamente como menciones de cosas, aspectos importantes a considerar en el momento de nuestro cultivo de cannabis. Trampas físicas, que son estas trampas de color que tienen pegamento, que nos ayudan para controlar cierto tipo de plagas, como la mosquita blanca, un manejo adecuado de las instalaciones, un buen diseño de tus facilidades para hacer el cultivo, desde considerar un túnel de sanitización, considerar como todas esas medidas pertinentes para evitar contaminaciones externas o contaminaciones cruzadas en nuestro cultivo, ya que una vez que tenemos este tipo de contaminaciones o de plagas es muy difícil tratarlas, sobre todo cuando estamos haciendo cultivo orgánico se vuelve muy difícil, entonces siempre es importante hacer un manejo preventivo, hacer un manejo adecuado para poder mantener siempre nuestro sistema, nuestro cultivo en las condiciones óptimas, sin plagas, sin enfermedades. Y bueno, muchos de estos ya nos estuvieron diciendo de los IPMO, de los microorganismos predatores indígenas que también nos ayudan para tratar otros insectos como más grandes que atacan nuestros cultivos. Y bueno, Chris Trump, Steven Raisner son unos genios en el tema, entonces yo no me voy a meter mucho en este tema, solamente lo quería mencionar. Y bueno, aquí también tengo, por ejemplo, lo del tema de las fases lunares, ¿no? Es otro de la parte de manejo integral de plagas, ya que, digamos, por ejemplo, si tú haces algún manejo de tu planta, de deshoje o de cortar esquejes o cualquier actividad que tú realices cuando es luna llena, es cuando toda esa savia está concentrada en todo el tallo, en las hojas, que está disperso por toda la planta. Entonces, si tú haces esta actividad durante la luna llena, es muy probable de que sea más propensa a traer plagas, a traer enfermedades, a traer virus. Entonces, si nosotros podemos planear y organizar nuestro cultivo para poderle dar este manejo de acuerdo a las fases lunares, puedes lograr cosas muy importantes y puedes tener unas cosechas muy redituables. Aquí hay una relación, estos son los esquemas que me compartió mi compañero Carlos de Bofish y que habla sobre una relación en una pequeña escala para un sistema de autoconsumo, ¿ok? Normalmente hay una relación que se dice que funciona, que por cada metro cuadrado de plantas, por cada metro cúbico de peces, perdón, puedes cultivar 3 metros cuadrados de planta. Pero aquí no estamos ni considerando ni cuánto alimento, ni cuántos peces, ni cuánto muchas cosas, ni cuánto alimento, ni producción de nada. Entonces, funciona, sin embargo, bueno, nos podemos ir como un poco más con esta otra del lado derecho que nos dice, por cada 60 gramos de alimento al día, puedes producir 1 metro cuadrado de planta de bajo porte. Planta de bajo porte se considera las plantas que solamente dan hojas, ¿no? Como las lechugas, como la selga, como el apio, como la espinaca, todos esos tipos de plantas. Y la planta de gran porte, pues se considera todas aquellas que brindan flor, que brindan fruto. El cannabis es uno de ellos. Entonces, para poder dimensionar nuestro sistema es importante saber, pues, cuántos metros cuadrados de planta vamos a cultivar y para saber más o menos cuánta cantidad de alimento le tienes que dar a tus peces. Aquí hay otro esquema que también es de mi compañero Carlos de Bofish, que, bueno, aquí es un balance de masa, ¿cierto? Que nos dice, si tú le das 1 kilogramo de alimento a tus peces de 100% de proteína, cuánto amonio te va a excretar, cuántos sólidos suspendidos y dióxido de carbono, que después van a ser aprovechados por otros elementos, como las bacterias, para transformar esa amonia en nitritos y en nitratos, para después ser asimilado por las plantas, cuántos sólidos suspendidos va a estar produciendo, y que eso se va a reflejar en la producción de bioalimento para reducir tus costos de producción. Y entonces, este diagramita me gusta mucho porque nos dice qué es lo que tú le estás dando y cuánto te va a producir. Sin embargo, es importante, bueno, esto igual es como más a gran escala. Para un sistema casero de autoproducción no es tan indispensable hacer todo esto, pero son los pasos a seguir para tú poder hacer un sistema, ¿no? Que es de entrada dimensionar y balancear tu sistema, hacer un buen diseño, que es muy importante, como ya lo han estado comentando, de acuerdo a tus condiciones climáticas, de acuerdo al cultivo, a la técnica que vas a utilizar, pues diseñar, hacer un diseño, aunque nos tome algo más de tiempo, pero es importante realizar un diseño eficiente. Seleccionar los componentes que vamos a utilizar para nuestro cultivo, hacer la instalación del sistema, arrancar el sistema. Un paso que de hecho también lo han estado mencionando mucho y que es importante es el tema de la maduración de un sistema de acuaponia, ¿ok? Es importante que cuando tú quieras hacer tu sistema más denso o que busques producir de manera más adecuada, pues necesitas tener cierta maduración de tu sistema para que cuentes con esas microorganismos, esas bacterias que te van a transformar los nutrientes y los van a hacer biodisponibles para tus plantas. Entonces, es muy importante la maduración, darle el tiempo de maduración al sistema antes de subir escala, de hacerlo más denso, de hacerlo más intenso, es siempre muy importante. El monitoreo, como les comentaba, es también muy importante que pues siempre tengamos un buen monitoreo para poder siempre estar innovando y poder estar mejorando nuestros procesos y mejorando cada vez, ¿no? Y bueno, las prácticas de manejo, el mantenimiento y medición de resultados. Aquí les comparto mi primera experiencia del cultivo de cannabis en Aquaponia. Fue cuando yo empecé a trabajar en la granja de Bofish y empezamos a experimentar. Como pueden ver, es un sistema muy rústico, es un sistema donde en verdad ni siquiera tengo un sifón, tengo solamente mis macetas con un living soil, en macetas con sustrato de 30 litros y los peces están al nivel donde están mis plantas de mi sustrato de 30 litros. Entonces, esta fue la primera experiencia regresando de California que tuve para cultivo de cannabis y resultó muy buena. Tuve buena cosecha, plantas muy saludables, pude ver como toda la factibilidad de hacer este tipo de cultivo, reduciendo mucho mis costos de producción y haciéndolo de manera orgánica y bueno, también innovando un poco, ya que aquí en México en verdad tampoco hay mucha gente que esté haciendo aquaponia, entonces fue una manera como de innovar y de poder experimentar, ¿no? Aquí hay algunas otras de las fotos, como pueden ver son macetas de 30 litros, en las que tengo macetas de 3 litros con living soil, y es donde están creciendo las plantas, y solamente tengo una bombita donde está circulando el agua para el sustrato inerte, y de esa manera está filtrando el agua, pero mis tilapias viven ahí donde mismo, al nivel donde están mis plantas de 30 litros. Entonces, como pueden ver, es muy rústico mi primer intento que hice y aún así funcionó y funcionó muy bien. Entonces de ahí sale la idea de hacer otro prototipo para seguir experimentando y bueno, a este le pusimos chinampanabis, que bueno, viene de las chinampas, como todos sabemos. las técnicas de la acuaponia, ¿cierto? Entonces, estos son los componentes que tiene mi sistema, que esto ya es como de la experiencia que tengo y que he ido haciendo a través de estos años, que bueno, es un tanque de 1000 litros, puede ser de 4 a 8 macetas de 7 litros, tengo 1 metro cúbico de sustrato, de tezontle en este caso, que es piedra volcánica, que es lo que abunda en la zona, un filtro de sifón, una bomba sumergible de 30 watts, una bomba de aire y un disco difusor de 8 pulgadas. Entonces, este es el sistemita en el que estamos trabajando y en el que estamos haciendo experimentación y en el cual hemos estado obteniendo algunos resultados. Entonces, bueno, ya todos sabemos el tema de la germinación. Tarda de 3 a 6 semanas en lo que tú pones una semilla, que es como lo hemos estado haciendo desde que pues no tenemos las condiciones para poder tener plantas por largo tiempo y tener madres y estar haciendo clonación, pues siempre tiene que ser desde semilla, ¿ok? Entonces, eso es más o menos lo que tarda, te demanda, estamos trabajando solamente con cultivo en exterior, entonces todo la luz que recibe es solar, solamente hacemos complementación en las etapas que lo precisa, ¿ok? Y en etapa de vegetación hemos tenido muy buenos resultados, hemos observado que las plantas crecen bastante bien y por ser el nitrógeno el principal nutriente que demanda este cultivo en esta etapa, pues hemos tenido plantas bastante sanas, bastante saludables y que hemos tenido un crecimiento muy óptimo en toda su etapa vegetativa. Después aquí tenemos algunas imágenes de sus primeras etapas de floración, las que podemos ver que todavía su follaje se mantiene muy bien, muy saludable, no tenemos deficiencias y bueno, esto a partir después de su etapa de vegetación, que normalmente nos toma 4 semanas y después ya empezamos con la etapa de floración, cubriendo los invernaderos para poderle dar el fotoperiodo de 12 horas y que pueda cumplir su ciclo de floración. Aquí algunas otras fotos de nuestro sistema, de algunas flores en etapa temprana de floración, sus primeras semanas en las que todavía podemos observar que no tienen deficiencias, que crecen saludables. Y bueno, después tenemos ya su etapa de floración, que después de la tercera, cuarta semana de prefloración es cuando podemos empezar a ver ya mayor cantidad de formación de tricomas, es cuando empiezan a crecer más las colas, cuando se empiezan a engordar. Entonces aquí algunas fotos de los sistemas de las plantas que tenemos en el sistema. Y aquí es normalmente cuando buscamos complementar la nutrición de nuestro sistema para poderle proveer todos los nutrientes necesarios, ya que es cuando mayor cantidad de nutrientes demanda la planta, sobre todo si bien el hierro y el fósforo y el potasio son como de los que escasean, esta es la etapa normalmente donde buscas complementarlo, ¿no? Y ya sea con algún insumo de Korean Natural Farming, con algún quelatado, con algas. Hay muchísimos productos que se pueden utilizar para complementar los nutrientes que precisa la planta en esta etapa y que pueden ser utilizados en la acuaponia sin dañar a nuestros peces. Aquí algunas otras fotos de ya flores en etapa de floración. Y por último, pues se lleva a cabo la cosecha después depende de la variedad que estés cultivando, pero normalmente después de la séptima, octava, novena semana, hay algunos que llevan hasta 12 semanas, pero bueno, aquí la verdad es que hay personas muy expertas en el tema de genéticas que les podrán resolver más sus dudas. Aquí solamente les comparto un poco de los resultados que hemos tenido, de las cosechas. Y bueno, también importante el tema de realizar análisis a las plantas, a las flores que estamos produciendo, que en verdad aquí en México todavía es un poco complicado por el tema de la legalidad. No existen en verdad laboratorios que realicen este tipo de pruebas. Sin embargo, pues aquí estamos trabajando con este laboratorio que se llama Quality World High y que está aquí en Guadalajara. Y bueno, logramos determinar el perfil de cannabinoides que tiene algunas de las flores que estamos produciendo. Sin embargo, no hemos tenido acceso todavía a obtener el perfil de terpenos, algunos otros de los análisis que serían importantes de mostrar aquí. Pero bueno, este es el trabajo que estamos haciendo, que estoy haciendo en conjunto con Bofish. Aquaponics es el nombre de este ente que estamos desarrollando para poder experimentar, para podernos cultivar, para poder compartir. Entonces, bueno, estos son algunos de los resultados. Esta es como la experiencia que he tenido yo en el cultivo del cannabis. Y bueno, pues aquí en México esperando que vaya caminando el tema legal, que vayan caminando el tema de los permisos. Y yo consideré importante poder compartir este tema, ya que aquí en México el único permiso que existe de cultivo es el de autoconsumo, ¿no? Entonces, me parece importante, si de cualquier manera hacer el cultivo, siempre es importante como empezar uno a hacerlo por sí mismo, ¿ok? Y bueno, pues esto sería todo por mi parte. Yo soy Andrés Seade Van de Graaf y bueno, aquí les dejo mi correo, cualquier cosa que necesiten, cualquier duda, comentario. Yo estoy en Guadalajara, México y nada, una vez más agradeciendo a todo el panel de Ponics, de toda la gente que está ayudando para que se lleve a cabo estas conferencias de educación virtual gratuitas de Aquaponia, con todos estos máximos exponentes, con todos estos expertos que están hablando sobre este cultivo. Y bueno, pues nada, muchísimas gracias y bonita noche. No sé si tengan algunas preguntas. I don't know if you have any questions, if you have anything to say, any comments, but I appreciate a lot for the invitation and for all the people behind this and for your amazing work doing these conferences. I really appreciate it, and it's a honor to be with all these amazing speakers, and thank you so much, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. I'm definitely excited to have you. We'll make sure we get the translations sorted out here when we re-upload this in the 1 hour. I'll make sure either way, even if I have to run a script runner on it, that we'll get that translated for everybody. I do apologize that the YouTube is acting wonky. We had it working earlier this week when we beta tested this idea, and now it's not working, so I do apologize for that. But we had a gentleman say excellent presentation. Gracias. Is there any particular strains or cultivars that you I know you showed the two that you had presented there, but have you guys only ran 2 cultivars so far, or how many strains have you grown to date?
Yeah, well, I actually started with basic seeds that I got from my dealer, you know, but then I started getting some good genetics and I started doing some amnesia, some Agenex. Also from Colombia, I've got some pretty good seeds from Black Tuna Bank Seed. I've been growing Cabernet Sauvignon and Zinfandel, and they're pretty good. I've loved growing those, especially Agenex. From those seeds gave it to me Uncle John from Cutting Edge Solutions at some conference. I met him in Mexico. So I started getting some seeds from different people that start watching my work, and they thought it was cool because like here in Mexico, there's not too many people doing it. So when people start watching what I was doing with just regular seeds, they were like, hey man, you need to grow this. So I started doing it and I got pretty amazing results, and it changed. It was like the game changer, like doing good genetics, and like I've done it before in California and in Humboldt, we grew many different strains, but like I wanted to start with some basic seeds just to experiment. And then since I got good genetics from different people, I start growing them, and I got pretty amazing results. So I decided to like start doing all these analysis of chromatographies and stuff. And here in Mexico, it's not too easy to find those labs that will be allowed to make your test. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, and like getting like some more information of what I'm doing. So yeah, those are the main genetics I'm working on with right now.
That's awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about Mexican natural farming? I saw that you were talking about Korean natural farming and things like that. Tell us about the natural farming practices that you've been doing at your spot.
Yeah, well, so I'm kind of new on adding all these compliments to the aquaponics. I actually started doing it watching Chris Trump and watching your tutorials and stuff that you're doing. Actually, I appreciate it, by the way. And yeah, I've been doing some labs. I've been doing some IMOs. I've been doing some soluble phosphate calcium, and I've been doing some of those inputs that you guys are doing to complement aquaponics. And since I started doing it, and I started complementing aquaponics with that and with the worms and with the KNF, like I had pretty good results. And also it was when I just started getting all these new genetics from people, and I started doing KNF and adding some other supplements and inputs to my aquaponic system, and they work pretty good though. So yeah, Korean natural farming, I'm looking forward to keep experimenting with those, and like just like I don't know, my mind is blowing right now because like I've been here the whole day watching the conferences and what you guys are doing, and it's just like so fascinating things that like it could be done to complement aquaponics. So I'm pretty excited to experiment with those.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the market scene is like in Mexico? I know Americans get kind of a skewed view of what's going on there. That's very different than what often is really going on the ground there. What's the market like there currently as far as the cannabis industry in Mexico?
Okay, so for me, the market seems like it's gonna be open for people who have money, for people who have money to invest in big grows and like make these big facilities, and like for pharmaceuticals and for governments that they're already past their turn and they're looking forward to go in this industry. So I think I'm not sure. I don't want to think so, but I'm thinking like the big opportunity it's gonna be open for like the big companies and like the big masses, and like right now, the only thing that it's allowed is the self grow, and you can like the politic doesn't says how many plants, how much can you carry with you. Like it's not really set, but like the only way that people are doing things right now, it's through that permission, and it's with the self-consume. But I think the market's gonna be pretty huge, since Mexico have all these natural resources and have all these like the photo period that can be like you can harvest 3 times per year, and like there's many things that people are watching as an opportunity here in Mexico. And I think it's gonna be pretty huge. I don't know how it's gonna come, the regulations and all that, but I hope it's at least fair for like small producers and small scale producers, and not just for like the pharmaceuticals and the government and like all these huge investors. But yeah, I think it has a pretty good potential here, and everything's running okay. But I don't think during this president it's gonna be illegal. Maybe next president, but I don't know. That's why we're experimenting things, So whenever it comes out, like we're at least on the on a good position.
And Mexico is slowly moving in that direction. I think they realize that the best way to get rid of a lot of the negative impact of the drug industry is to legalize it, put it into the tax rated area, and pull the money out of that black market economy. So, and Mexico's already started doing that in the right direction. You know, legalizing, was it 5 grams of pretty much anything on your personal use basically is perfectly legal.
Yep.
As long as you're not caught dealing, there's not a big deal. Which also has caused a huge drop in like basic arrests and things like that. So
Yep, definitely. But yeah, the market's going there, and I think it's gonna be legal soon. So yeah, we want to be prepared for when that happens. Like we have at least something to tell.
what type of fish are you utilizing there in Mexico?
Basically we're growing tilapia, like where I was working at, but Bofish farm. We're growing a lot of tilapia, but we're growing koi fish. But for my system, I tried both, and for me, the koi, it works better because of the water temperature that it gets. Like the fishes, they're always more in their optimal conditions, and they eat better, so they produce better nutrients than in some points of the year in the tilapia, like in winter tilapia, they don't eat pretty good, like they don't have pretty good results because like the water temperature, it gets pretty down. So I think like mixing depends of the time of the year. Like I would do that, like using tilapia or koi fish.
That's wonderful. Anything else that you've kind of found or discovered, or maybe anything that is maybe more common in Mexican farming, that you're applying to your garden that might other people might not be aware of or might not know about?
Well, nothing special, but what it's true is that here in Mexico, we can find a lot of different natural resources that we can use as like coconut fiber and algae and rocks, and like you can get anything you need to make Korean natural farming on any other input here in Mexico, and it's pretty easy to do it, and it's pretty cheap, and it's just like I don't know. I see there's a lot of potential here in Mexico because of that, because of all the resources that we can find, and like all the areas, they have different kind of like fibers or whatever like inputs you can use to make different things. So pretty much.
Awesome. Anything else that you want to do or share with us before we let you go? How do people find you if they want to follow your work, and anything else that you want to mention here in closing?
Oh no, it's so good. I'm on Instagram as Andres Seade, and I'm working with Bowfish Company and Aquaponics. That's like the project that we're developed together. And yeah, anything, if you need to contact me, look me in Bowfish or my email, it's there. So yeah, whatever you need, I'm here in Guadalajara, Mexico. And I really appreciate the opportunity for being here, for having me, and like for all the effort that you're doing to get all these amazing people together. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for taking the time to present for us today, and we wish you the best of luck there in Mexico with your emerging market there.
Sweet. Hope to see you here.
Yeah, definitely.
Sometime.
I actually almost came out there for the conference, but I was still kind of going through some of my longer term visa stuff here in Thailand, but that's all sorted now, so I'll be able to travel again here soon.
Cool. I really like the presentation you had at the Aquaponic conference, and thank you for participating there as well.
Yeah, if you guys want to check it out, be sure to check out their YouTube. Let me throw that up here on the screen. They do have a whole bunch of other aquaponic cannabis presentations. Sorry, I should have pulled that up sooner. Pull up the thing here. All right, here's the channel. You can subscribe to this on YouTube. They have a bunch of different presentations, including my presentation I did for them on how to utilize aquaponics in many different ways for cannabis applications. So definitely give that a check out. And there's plenty of other people as well, especially Spanish-speaking presenters on aquaponic cannabis in the video section there. I know they're working on uploading some more as well. So definitely a great resource.
Yep. Well, that's it, buddy. Thank you for everything and have a good one.
Yep, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just waiting on our last speaker of the day to connect here.
Yep.
While we're waiting on him, we will put up our thank you message here. Be sure to go out and support all these wonderful speakers that took time to present for us this weekend. A lot of these people put in, quite a few hours of work to put their presentations together, and it's a lot to put everything together. So be sure to go support them. They're all listed here. You can check them out accordingly, and then we'll also have links to everybody's social media in the description. We do have to link to social media and not to people's websites because of YouTube censorship. The censor ninjas will come after us if we start linking to people's websites in the industry that we are in. So we do have to link just to social media, but you can easily find their websites through those means. That seems to be like the easiest middle ground for what's going on. And last up, we have Carlos will be joining us here, and I think in the meantime we'll run the while he's connecting, we'll make sure we run the copyleft video here again, so that anyone that missed it earlier can check it out while we're waiting on him to connect. All right, guys, we'll be back in a second. We're going to run the copyleft video here again. And if you aren't familiar with copyleft, check them out. They're a wonderful organization that is working on trying to give breeders a way to protect their cultivars in a way that allows them to have a more affordable way to have defendable protections on their cultivars in a way that allows them to block them from being abused by corporate interests. I think you guys are really going to like it. So here we go on this one.
There we are. You there, Potent?
Yes,
Copy
I
that.
found out what's going on. So he has a video. I'm trying to get it loaded right now. Give me a second here. And I'll have that running for you guys. I'm just having a bit of an issue getting the link over to the computer from my phone. Bit of a miscommunication. He'll be joining us at the end of the presentation. There was a miscommunication there. But we'll be here in a second with his presentation. His presentation is in English. So bear with us here. One moment while we get the back end sorted here. Thanks again while we're waiting. Thanks again to all of our presenters this weekend. We can kind of give you guys a little preview for tomorrow while we're waiting on that. Is that working? Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay. So we
So
have the day starting off with Matt Powers. So really stoked on that. He's a really exciting dude to talk to, and he'll be talking all about microbials and all kinds of other wonderful things. Be sure to check out his book coming out soon on soil microbes and the soil food web. He also has a conference starting on the 19th called Our Future. I'm a presenter there, but he has 30 or so other speakers that are incredible. All are heavily experienced in the regenerative and permaculture movement. So be sure to check that out. That's all available for a week. That you can watch those videos, and then you can get access to them afterwards if you'd like to through his website. But be sure to check that out. He's a wonderful gentleman and someone I talk to a few times a week on nerding out on different white papers and other things, and someone I've really grown to know really well over the last year, and a great dude. Next up, we have Justin Hess. He's coming to us from South Africa. We have another South African cannabis grower who grows aquaponic cannabis with a group called Ichthy's. So that'll be really interesting to have them on. Then Breeder Steve is going to be joining us. I don't know if he needs much introduction. He's kind of the king of aquaponic cannabis. He's the first one to do it back in '93 or '94. He then started talking about it more publicly in '99. He's the original one to do aquaponic cannabis. Always enjoyed having him on, hearing what he's been up to in Colombia, and I'm working at one of his facilities in Thailand. So it's quite the fun project. And shout out to Genetican, the group I'm working with out here. They're been a big support. In fact, let me make sure I got a sticker here. We should have checked them out. Gotta get the logo up on the screen. I'll throw that up there too. But Genetican's a great group out here in Thailand. We've been doing all my YouTube channel where we post an update from the farm almost every other day. I try to post one day on Twitch, one day on YouTube, one day on Instagram. Next up after that, we have Mr. Green from the early 2000s. He's a wonderful guy. Someone that a lot of us learned our first cannabis education from. And we have Brendan Rust, who's incredibly knowledgeable when it comes to soil science. He was also on the commercial panel today. I'm sure check that out. We have Mary Beth Sanchez talking about IPM. She's wonderful from the Growcast group. We have Chris Trump speaking to us about natural farming and his latest breakthroughs in Costa Rica. We have Rob Bob Aquaponics from Australia. We have a wonderful breeders panel with Sungrown Mids as moderator, Pride of the Lion Seeds. We have Dutch Blooms and Mr. Green Jeans and Irie Genetics joining us. So that'll be a really cool panel for that. And then we have Jose Luis Salmeron joining us from Mexico. And then Alejandro actually had a family emergency and will not be able to join us tomorrow. We're either going to have another speaker there, or Marty's just going to go a little early, and then maybe we'll end the day with a farm tour because it'll be morning again for me. So either way, we'll make sure you guys have a fun time there. The last speaker there for that. So join us again tomorrow for that. And it's, I should have the access to this now. Perfect. All right. We load this here. This is a Zoom link. I don't know how this works. Oh. Does I need a passcode? That's not good. Oh, okay. I have the access code. We can solve this riddle. Hold on. Okay, I think we got it. By gosh, by golly. Okay, let me get this. Make sure it's working. Okay, we got this started. Okay. Sorry about the technical difficulties today, guys. It's been extremely difficult this week since the Zoom update completely broke basically everything. Like every way that we had to connect. YouTube is different now and everything else. All right. Oh, you know what? I hit the wrong button. I didn't put share audio. A second. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. There we go.
Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is fine. So I'm going to start my presentation. I'm going to share my screen right now. Well, I'm going to start with this topic, which is called biointegrated aquaponics. In this case, it's mainly an evolutionary description that I'm going to be showing to you. And it's what we have been working on this few years ago. So first, I want to start presenting myself and presenting the company where I work at. We are called Bowfish Group. We are mainly an organization that provides integrated solutions for producing healthy food with sustainable systems, such as this aquaponic system. It's not the only one, but it's one of the main we use. And we try to contribute, of course, to the environment and improve the quality of the life for people all around the world. We are mainly focused in Latin America, and we have mainly been working at Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. And in the rest of the countries, we have some actions too, such as some consultancies. But in the other rest, we have some farms. And our philosophy is to integrate, innovate, and share, as you see here. Well, we are aware of the current situation that is going on in the world, and I'm referring to all these topics that we have here, such as the food security, that a total of 821 million people are in hunger conditions, and some of them they have to migrate to go to places with better conditions, such as from Central America and Mexico going to the United States, and some parts of Africa going to Europe, and furthermore. We also have the problem of the water, which we have around 130 million people that doesn't have access to clear water, so they have to walk long distances, kilometers actually, to go and obtain them. The fish production, 75% of the fisheries resources are depleted, so no more fisheries are growing. And the regular aquaculture is not sustainable since it requires a lot of water, a lot of energy, and a lot of raw materials, such as the food input. In the case of the nutrition, 150 million children have mental retardation due to junk food, and while 30% of the world population suffers obesity. In case of the poverty and educations, we have 783 million of people that live under the poverty line in their own in their own places, and they don't have too much jobs, they don't have too much education, so that also increases the risk for delinquency and poverty too. And the agriculture is 40% of the arable land is degraded, and the rest uses 90% more water and fertilizers that are required by the plants. So those are the situations we are aware of and that we want to diminish with this kind of projects. You also know maybe that fertilizers, in case of the agriculture, they have risen a lot. Some of them 70% by the end of 2022, due mainly to these complications with the war in Russia and the restrictions in exporting of China. And nitrates and phosphate, they have risen from 11 to 70%. So many agricultural places, they didn't found a way to go and seed again their lands. Well, we know that there's a triple impact we should go for, and we know that we have to go for an environmental value, social value, and an economic value in order that we can have an impact on the people, in the planet, and the profits. This way, we can do it by using the circular economy concept. In this case, and specifically in the production, we are talking about the circular production, which is a bio-integrated production that integrates actually fish, vegetables, like in aquaponics, but also with other eco-technologies. We call this a bio-integrated aquaponics. And in our case, we named our goals as going Aquaponics 5.0. This is mainly by us, a concept made by us, because in our projects, we want to go for diminishing or increasing 5 resources, 5 values of the people, with 5 techniques, with 5 processes. That's why we call it 5.0, because it repeats the number 5 several times. In this case, we don't only seek for economics, also for education, increasing the education, increasing jobs by agritourism, increasing the health by food security, by healthy foods, and increase the social integrations in families. We do this by reducing 90% less water, increasing productivity more than 50%, depending on the fish, on the plants, and diminishing also the raw materials, such as feed input, fertilizers, and decreasing up to 0. That's why this next project that I'm going to present is called Zero. Aqua Zero, because it doesn't generate any waste disposals. And we use fish, vegetables, clean energies, permaculture, different other techniques, biomass and techniques, in order to create an ecosystem that can produce, an industry that can produce. Well, I'm going to start with this description, and I'm going to go 20 years ago when we started. So when we started was in year 2000. When we knew about aquaponics, and we have the concept of aquaponics such as being fish and plants only, as the name aquaponics says. Aquaculture, ponics was combined by the hydroponic technique, which means that we can grow without soil. We can grow. So in this way, fish generates the waste that is primarily for the fertilization of plants. Plants filtrates the water and then goes back to the fish and then go on several years. So you know that. No. So our first mind diagram was this one, that you give feed to the fish excretes several waste, and such as ammonia, and ammonia was taken by plants, and the plant was a filtration unit so that you can have clear water, or not clear water, but water that can be used for fish or for certain fish again, so that you have a recirculating system. This was our first trial in year 2000 with tilapia and cucumber. I was a student, so we did it with a student way. We didn't have any too much resources, economic resources, so we just tried to combine, in this case, a rectangular tank with 2 trays of cucumber in sand and gravel, which I don't do that again, of course. But we didn't apply any ratio. We just did it, and that's the way we just presented. That's in that right picture where I am. I'm the one in the middle. 20 years ago, 22 years ago, no, 20 years, yeah, 22 years ago. Yeah, we didn't obtain good results with the fish. The fish didn't grow. They didn't die, but they didn't grow. And the cucumbers were kind of strange form. So we tried to replicate it, and we said, okay, we need more filtration units. So instead of having two trays of plants, we installed another one. Then we had our first ratio in 2001 year.